This guy is our Qiao Mu. While normal people struggle to stay alive, he's out here throwing himself into death's arms. That's because he awakened a system that makes him stronger the more he dies. He thought he was tripping balls from some bad stuff, but after getting sent to the great beyond, he actually got stronger. Everyone dies eventually, right? But if he dies while contributing to the world, he gets even bigger rewards. The moment an opponent kills him, he comes back a second later, even more powerful, leaving them to just cry about it. He's not afraid to die, charging in to solo an army of over 100 men. And okay, without further ado, let's get started. Hope you enjoy the show. The story opens with a system notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the immortal system. Immediately after, we see Qiao Mu, who was lying there under a shroud, suddenly wake up gasping for air. Qiao Mu looks completely bewildered, raising a hand to touch his handsome face and wondering, I'm alive again. No, wait, I've been transmigrated. And the first thing I see when I open my eyes is a fat black cat. Cut to a few seconds earlier, a chubby cat had appeared right in front of Qiao Mu. The next second, that cat slammed its plump butt right into Qiao Mu's face, snapping his neck. I was crushed to death by a butt. So that system notification just now was. A death evaluation? The system displayed a notification. Death evaluation, rank D. Skill points awarded for this death, 1 point. Current skill point balance, 1 point. Other rewards, strength increased. Qiao Mu furiously grabbed the system panel and yelled, "What a scam. What kind of messed up system did I get stuck with? What's a death evaluation? You want me to level up by dying? Don't try to pull a fast one on me just because I was high. What's this about getting a strength point for dying once? The cost and benefit are totally unbalanced." As he finished speaking, Qiao Mu accidentally punched the wall, leaving a dent. His attitude flipped faster than a pancake. Whoa, this strength is pretty insane. System, you might actually be a little useful after all. Back to the main point. What are these skill points? What do they do? This system is so cold. Qiao Mu was crying his eyes out. It's one thing to want me to die, but this system doesn't even give me a newbie tutorial. Whatever. I'll just have to figure it out myself. Suddenly, Qiao Mu turned around and saw a passerby complaining about stepping in a pile of crap. Where'd this dead beggar in the middle of the road come from? So unlucky. Qiao Mu panicked. Holy crap, my original body is still here. Qiao Mu snuck over and poked his old corpse. Turns out, after I resurrect, everything on my body gets copied 1 for 1 to the new one. Doesn't that mean if I'm willing to die 100 times, I can make my first pot of gold just by copying myself? And so, Qiao Mu got to work tirelessly, committing suicide by running into walls and taking arrows for others. He even ate himself to death. System notification, death evaluation rank, F. Skill points awarded for this death, 0. Current skill point balance. Other rewards. Strength increased. Qiao Mu held his face in disappointment. These 3 deaths were way harder than the first one. So why is the evaluation rank always F? Resurrections remaining in a 7-day period, 1 out of 5. There's a limit to how many times I can resurrect. Holy crap. In other words, if I accidentally die after using up all my resurrections, it's like my account in this world will be permanently deleted. In my past life, I was such a coward and died for nothing. Now that I have a transmigration system, am I going to make the same mistake? Absolutely not. Even if this system wants me to die to get stronger, my deaths have to be worthwhile. There has to be a way to die that maximizes the value of my system. Let me, a newcomer here, establish a firm foothold. Just then, 2 men were tangled up, with the one on the ground screaming desperately. I told you I'd pay today. My mother is waiting for this money to buy medicine. You can't go back on your word. Debts must be paid. You want me to pay? Come and take my life for it. Qiao Mu grinned widely. This is exactly the method I've been looking for. A moment later, the debt collector was kicked so hard he spat blood. Just as the debt collector was crying his eyes out, Qiao Mu stepped forward. I'll help you collect that debt. How about it? The debt collector turned to see a dazzlingly bright Qiao Mu. Who are you? Qiao Mu flashed a 10-toothed grin and replied, I specialize in helping people collect debts. So what if I'm not paying? Go report me to the authorities. If you've got the guts, then kill me. Go on, kill me. Qiao Mu whipped out a sword and shoved it at the guy, who started sweating bullets. Hey, what are you doing? You really want to kill me? You little brat. You won't get a single coin. Don't worry, I won't come looking for you. I'll let my ghost come and collect. And just like that, Qiao Mu kicked the bucket right in front of the guy. The guy freaked out, screaming, Don't die at my place. Are you insane? Ding. Death evaluation rank. C. Skill points awarded for this death. 2. Current skill point balance. 3. Resurrections remaining in 7 days. Other rewards, vitality increased. Cut to 7 days later, the debtor was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere with a very sinister laugh. Feeling like he was about to get a rude awakening, the guy slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, he saw Qiao Mu there to collect the money. The guy was so scared he nearly wet his pants, his face as pale as a sheet. And just like that, Qiao Mu successfully collected the debt. Another 7 days passed, and Qiao Mu was on to another business venture. This time, a husband and wife were feeding medicine to one another. Qiao Mu immediately snatched the bowl of medicine and chugged it down. He instantly spat up blood, but still gave a thumbs up before collapsing, much to the couple's shock. "You treacherous woman, you really wanted to poison me. My dear husband, please forgive me. It was that official, Simon, who forced me to do it. An hour later, I can't believe your brother was willing to test the poison for me. Please, don't refuse this token of my gratitude. It's no problem, brother. Just call me anytime. My greatest pleasure is helping people." 3 months passed just like that. By collecting debts and dying for others, he not only earned his first pot of gold since transmigrating, but also became famous throughout the town for his debt-collecting skills. Moreover, I've discovered that as long as my death is in defense of others, the death evaluation will be relatively high. After dying so many times, my physical constitution has clearly improved. Right now, with this body, my arm strength can reach 250 jin, far surpassing a normal person. I can even run at a speed of 10 meters per second. But new problems have arisen. The highest evaluation I can get from helping others is only a D. If I want a higher evaluation, I need a higher quality death, a death more noble than Mount Tai. From what I've gathered, this is a world where immortals and martial arts coexist. There are many traitors and villains in this world. A high-quality death must involve fighting against these people. Even though my physical body is strong, it's still far inferior to those of immortal cultivators and martial artists. Model, besides, being revived doesn't make me any younger. Obviously, I'll just keep getting older. When I'm on the verge of death, the system will probably just laugh at me, or even keep messing with this little old man. I need a cultivation technique. Only with a technique can I find a new way out. Suddenly, a new client walked in. "Excuse me, are you the debt-collecting king, Qiao Mu?" The person who just entered was a gorgeous blind woman with a killer figure that would make any guy's jaw drop. Qiao Mu was instantly frozen. "Yes, I am Qiao Mu." What a stunning, classic beauty. She can't see, like a real-life version of Ning Ye. The young woman spoke as she walked with her cane. "Half a year ago, the Qiao family of Heiyang was annihilated by the Wuji Association. I was the only survivor. This blood debt, can you help me collect it? In return, I'll give you a gift that takes 9 months and 10 days to deliver. I can pass on my Heiyang Xiao family's longevity fist technique to you." Qiao Mu was speechless. "Just one question. Are you sure your last name isn't Ning?" On a beautiful morning, at a bustling market full of people, Qiao Mu, with too much time on his hands, went to tease the butcher. "Hey boss," wearing a white dog-shaped glove, he shoved it right in the man's products. "Does this pork stall of yours also sell melons? You guarantee they're ripe? How about you chop these 2 melons up into mincemeat for me too? Make sure you don't leave any melon guts in there." The butcher felt damn unlucky. First thing in the morning, and he runs into this little devil. "You rotten brat, are you here to cause trouble?" Faced with the accusation, Qiao Mu didn't deny it. "That's right. You actually figured it out? So, you gonna chop me up? I've put up with your crap for long enough." The butcher raised his shiny cleaver, ready to turn him into wasabi-dipped sashimi. "I'll chop you into mincemeat." Qiao Mu just flashed a smug grin. As expected, a man who knows martial arts. "Zhang the butcher, you slaughtered my entire Qiao family. Today, I'll definitely take your damn life." Then he threw off the white dog glove and started busting out moves to show him what a festival was like. Taste the 8th move of my aerobics routine. And the two finally clashed. Bam, pow, whoosh. The next second, perhaps from taking too many of the butcher's powerful punches, Qiao Mu was as high as a kite in heaven. One moment he was all tough, and the next, he was sprawled out on the ground, officially kicking the bucket to go see his ancestors. Done, 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 done. Qiao Mu was gone for good. Qiao Mu is dead. Realizing he just committed a terrible crime, the butcher didn't dare to stay and quickly hopped on his cart to get the hell out of there. Damn, I couldn't hold back. But with his protagonist's plot armor, how could Qiao Mu ascend to heaven so easily? The next second, he woke up as if nothing had happened and massaged his hand. Ouch, that hurts. Qiao Mu hadn't said goodbye to life just yet. He revived with a bright smile. That feeling of being hacked to death really hurts. Then, feeling like he'd suffered quite a bit, he started making demands. Dying so horribly. Hey system, you'd better give me some good benefits for that. After reading the glowing text on the system screen, Qiao Mu's eyes lit up like C-rank car headlights. First time unlocking a C-rank evaluation, and it instantly maxed out the entry-level longevity fist. Wait a minute. Skill points were deducted. So this is the correct way to use the system? Using skill points in exchange for technique proficiency. 5 points for the entry-level longevity fist. So what can the remaining 20 points get me? System. Add the skill points for me. Put them all into longevity fist. But the system's notification left Qiao Mu completely frozen. Is this a roundabout way of telling me to go die? He immediately saw this as the perfect time to roam the world. Alright, it just so happens I can test it out a bit on Zhang the Butcher. Sister Sue said he's a hidden operative of the Wuji Association. I can't let him go. I have to make him kill me a few more times. A strong wind blew through the market. The butcher had already fled to a dilapidated temple in a forest in the middle of nowhere. My lord, your subordinate couldn't hold back today and killed a little brat. He claimed to be avenging the Qiao family. He was holding a brush, writing something. But the Qiao family was wiped out by our Wuji Association half a year ago, leaving no one behind. This is very strange. After finishing the message, he rolled it up and sent it off with a pigeon. Could it be that someone from the Qiao family really slipped through the net and came for revenge? In any case, it's safest if all of the Qiao descendants are dead. Good thing I acted quickly. But just then, the butcher realized he wasn't alone. When he saw that the person who had come looking for him at the threshold was none other than Qiao Mu, he was terrified. Aren't you already dead? Where are you running, my boy? No matter where the butcher ran, he would still be found. I am Qiao Mu. The one you killed was my younger brother, Qiao Mu. I'll make you pay for that blood with your own. Without wasting any more breath on him, Qiao Mu charged forward to attack. Behold my family's secret technique. The butcher had no martial arts skills. He just swung his knife wildly. Damn it. Even though the fight was as tense as a drawn bowstring, he still had time to joke around. Your knife is in my hands now. Scared, the hot-headed butcher shot back. Me, scared. Brother, why don't you take a look at what's in your hands before you talk? You call that blocking it? Come on. If you've got the guts, then kill me. Though he was acting tough on the outside. On the inside, Qiao Mu was crying a river of tears. It still hurts so much. No, I can't lose my momentum. Unable to beat Qiao Mu, the butcher could only resort to trash talk. You psycho. Both you brothers are psychos. Inside, he was getting a little scared because his blade was stuck. It won't budge. While the butcher's attack was stalled, Qiao Mu took the opportunity to land a punch straight to his face. At this moment, the butcher was still in the mood to compare the two brothers. You're Qiao Mu, right? You're definitely not like your younger brother, who painstakingly trained his physical strength. After getting punched so hard his nose bled, he was determined to get revenge. I underestimated you, but that won't happen again. Time flew by, and 5 minutes had passed. The tables had now turned in the battle, with the butcher seemingly gaining the upper hand. Qiao Mu started getting his ass handed to him. After unleashing a powerful palm strike, the butcher stood there, breathing heavily. And once again, he bit the dust. Qiao Mu is dead. Seeing his foolish recklessness, the butcher felt a sliver of admiration. This guy, avenging his brother. He's brave and unafraid of death. He's actually a real man, even if he's a little crazy in the head. Just then, the pigeon from before landed on the butcher's arm. The situation has changed. If that secret letter was sent, it would mislead the Lord. But while he was lost in thought, a piece of wood flew at him out of nowhere. Luckily, his ancestors were watching over him, and he managed to dodge it. Now, Qiao Mu had once again been revived, full of energy. How dare you kill my younger brother, Qiao Mu? Prepare to die. If that's what you want, then he's happy to oblige. If you're all looking for death, then I'll slaughter every last one of you. Seeing the chaotic brawl break out in the temple, the pigeon quickly made a run for it, lest it be plucked and turned into a roasted pigeon dinner. After a round of brawling, the butcher collapsed to the floor, coughing up some strawberry syrup. Faced with this leech-like persistence, the butcher was starting to feel the exhaustion. Isn't killing the little one and provoking the big ones enough for you? The butcher is having the time of his life. Now he's surrounded by countless versions of Qiao Mu. Just how many brothers are there? Is this ever going to end? Meanwhile, he was busy reading the system notifications. After dying 4 times, the first death cost him 5 points, and the second, while his longevity fist was at the introductory level, deducted 2 points. His proficiency increased by 20%. The next 2 deaths only cost him 1 point each, increasing his proficiency by another 40%, but his overall rating was being downgraded. It seems the higher the level, the more points are deducted and the lower the rating. The default number of randomly assigned points will be less, preventing anyone from farming too many people. Now, Qiao Mu was faced with a choice, hesitating deeply. He only had one resurrection left. Getting this revenge would be difficult. Should he just come back in 7 days? After weighing his options, Qiao Mu decided to end this once and for all. No way, I can't pass up this chance. He's already been mentally weakened by my second, third, and fourth brothers. This is the perfect time to strike. Qiao Mu began to relax his body, concentrating all of his energy. In the fourth fight, I was almost evenly matched with him. Just based on the 20% proficiency increase in my longevity fist, it might not be impossible to win. It's worth trying one more time. Then, Qiao Mu told himself to end this quickly, finish the mission, and find Sister Shui to trade for the next cultivation technique. However, this time was just like the others. He still got his ass handed to him. Each identical-looking clone was a little stronger than the last. Their strength had increased, and their fist techniques had become more sophisticated. You guys just died, and you're already as strong as me. If another one shows up, I don't think I can take it. After fighting relentlessly against Qiao Mu's endless resurrections, the butcher was finally growing weary. He was trembling like a leaf. Surely, there can't be any more of them. But his voice rang out, shattering the butcher's hopeful delusion. Of course, there are. The butcher turned around to see him resurrected, standing majestically atop the Buddha statue. He looked up at him, stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief. With a righteous aura, Qiao Mu had only just reappeared and was already delivering a world-shattering blow. And finally, thanks to Qiao Mu's utterly relentless persistence, he truly sent the butcher to the afterlife. Zhang the butcher was dead. Getting rich really isn't that hard. After completing the mission, he received a bag of money. Then, Qiao Mu started fiddling with the butcher's pile of letters. Is this a secret letter the butcher wanted to write to the Wu Ji Hui? The intel Qin Sui uncovered was correct after all. This Zhang the butcher was indeed involved in the Heiyang Qiao family massacre. The first time I died by his blade, I got a C rank. Could it be that the death rating is related to the identity of the person who killed me? If I die at the hands of a villain, will the rating be higher? I'll have to test that theory when I get a chance. Qiao Mu let out a satisfied smile. The remaining letter was written in some kind of tadpole script that he couldn't understand. I'll take this to Sister Shui and see if I can trade it for something useful. He then made his way to a small alley on the outskirts of Yen City. Standing before a door, he called out, Sister Shui, I'm back. From inside, Qin Shui slowly opened the door to greet him. With a delicate, fair hand, she gently lifted the veil on his hat. Because a white cloth was wrapped around her eyes, Qin Shui couldn't see. Where did you go? But with her extremely sharp hearing, she noticed something was off. That's not right. Your voice is different. You're not Qiao Mu. It seems Qiao Mu couldn't fool her after all. As expected of a blind girl who's lived alone for over half a year, her senses are incredibly sharp. My blood essence and vital energy have increased, and besides my muscles, even my voice now sounds like a grown man's. But Qiao Mu quickly did some damage control by pulling Qin Shui into a hug and explaining, Sister, it's just puberty. All guys have to go through this stage. But she was still suspicious. Is that so? I don't believe you. Can you prove that you're Qiao Mu? But he just asked her a strange question. Isn't your surname Ning? In Qin Shui's memory, he had been repeating that same question for the entire past month, which had left her very confused. Then, Qin Shui moved closer to Qiao Mu and began to sniff him. Seeing her get so close, Qiao Mu's heart blossomed like a spring flower. To be this intimate with her, his happiness was beyond words. She gradually moved in closer. After she finished her inspection, he let out a sigh of relief. It really is you. You still have the same scent. Qin Shui then sat down, crossing her legs, and began to recount her experiences. After the Qiao family was wiped out, my eyes have been twitching nonstop. It's a sign that my heavenly eye is about to open. No clue can escape it, so don't even think about deceiving me. Could you maybe stop exaggerating? My heavenly eye can even turn into a Rinnegan. The two then had a back-and-forth conversation. Right. You're the only one left from the Qiao family. The martial saint didn't kill you. It must be because you have an innate spiritual sense and a talent far beyond ordinary people. Speaking of which, sister, when are you planning to teach me the second chapter of the longevity scroll, the heaven-forging energy part? Don't get ahead of yourself. To cultivate internal energy, you first need to temper your blood essence and build up your strength. That process takes at least 5 or 6 years. But Qiao Mu was extremely confident in his own strength. But don't I need to get revenge for you as soon as possible? Didn't we agree from the start? You teach me the longevity fist, and I'll avenge the Qiao family massacre. Besides, I feel like I'm pretty much done with this strength-building phase. Such a tough talker. Then, Qin Shui took his hand. All right, let your big sister feel your bones and see just how far you are from mastering this. Qin Shui gently reached her hand forward. After a moment of examination, a thought suddenly struck her. Huh. She abruptly snatched her hand back, her face turning as red as a tomato as she questioned him. What exactly did you just let me touch? With a perfectly calm face, Qiao Mu replied, My arm. What did you think it was? Qin Sui felt a wave of embarrassment over her own wild imagination. We've only known each other for a month, and you've already reached this level? Could it be that you're a martial arts prodigy? She then touched his rock-solid arm once more. This is incredible. Building strength is supposed to be a long, arduous process with no shortcuts, unlike you. But seeing Qin Shui wasting so much breath, Qiao Mu pulled his hand back, wanting her to get to the point. If you can tell my training is pretty good, why not just teach me the next part right now? He set a clear goal for himself. The longevity fist, the exclusive martial art of the Qiao family of Qiao Yang. If he could cultivate the longevity fist to its peak, he would reach a state of aging without decline. This was the perfect cultivation method for me. I have to master it as soon as possible. This would be my path of cultivation. Qiao Mu was determined to break his limits and reach the pinnacle of cultivation. However, at this moment, Qin Sui was still completely in the dark, unaware of what had happened. She said, Although you've trained well, it's only been a month. Zhang may not have cultivated internal energy, but his arms possess the strength of hundreds of pounds. Once you've finished your strength training and can kill Zhang, I will teach you the next steps. He then proudly announced, There's no need. I've already taken care of it. I've killed Zhang. Qin Shui was hit with one shock after another, leaving her utterly speechless. How is that possible? Then, Qiao Mu took the opportunity to casually flex a little. Not only had he killed him, but he also found a secret letter on his body. Unfortunately, I can't understand the tadpole script in this letter. Hearing this was enough for her to know he was the real deal and not just bluffing. Tadpole script. A secret letter. The tadpole script is a code used for internal communication by the Martial Arts Society. It seems you really did kill Zhang. She couldn't believe he had actually managed to defeat that Zhang. True to her word, Qin Sui then agreed to his request. Since you have killed Zhang, I will pass on the next chapter of the longevity fist, the internal energy cultivation. To you as promised. Come, sit in meditation before me, and listen as I impart the incantation to you. Without wasting any time, they began immediately. The tangible is aided by the formless, where one part is solid, many parts are void. After an hour, the system announced that his proficiency in the longevity fist's internal energy cultivation had reached 40%. At this point, Qiao Mu was gradually becoming enlightened, but his proficiency level hadn't changed. As expected, relying on system rewards is much faster than cultivating on my own. I need to find a stronger villain than Zhang to challenge. Afterward, Qin Sui handed him a small but powerful book. This is the cipher for that tadpole script. Take a look, see what the letter says, and translate it for me. He then took the book, looked it over and over, and began to have an existential crisis. She can't see, yet she was able to find this secret manual. Could she be faking her blindness? Qiao Mu then took out the letter and began to cross-reference it with the book. He translated it word by word, piecing together the message. The letter seems to say that the Emperor of Great Yan will be leaving the imperial capital for a trip soon, and the Martial Arts Society is preparing to gather its members. But a few seconds later, he read something absolutely mind-blowing. Assassinate the Emperor of Great Yan. Hearing that, Qin Shui completely panicked and bombarded him with 1,001 questions. Where is the Martial Arts Society planning to assassinate the Emperor? What about the time of the Emperor's departure? Are there more details? The code in this little book is incomplete. I can only piece things together. The specific time and place can't be deciphered. Faced with this monumental crisis, Qin Sui could no longer sit still and remain calm. She clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in fury. The Martial Arts Society's unbelievably audacious. But if it's them making the move, it might actually be possible. After hearing Qin Shui's story, Qiao Mu was quite surprised. Is the Martial Arts Society really that powerful? It seems she was about to reveal something more to him. I've only told you before that the Martial Arts Society and the Martial Sage destroyed my Qiao family, but I never told you why. Taking this opportunity, Qin Shui decided to hide it no longer. The Martial Sage is known as the second greatest martial arts master in the world. He established the Martial Arts Society and, through his own efforts, wiped out many martial arts families and sects. He seized the secret manuals of each sect, treating them as his personal treasures. The members of his society are free to read them to enhance their own strength. Remembering the scene of that massacre, Qin Shui's heart ached with unending sorrow. My Qiao family's longevity fist is a transcendent martial art passed down from our first-generation ancestor who lived on the mountains. In the end, even we couldn't escape their demonic clutches. Qin Shui's hands trembled with rage. I'm teaching you the longevity fist. Not because I hope you can defeat the martial sage, but I hope that when you've mastered it, you can at least clip his wings. The reason she didn't ask more of him was because Qin Sui wanted to be the one to get revenge for her family's injustice, so that I can kill that martial sage with my own hands. Faced with her resolve, Qiao Mu simply fell silent, at a loss for words. Then, with his characteristic boldness, Qiao Mu tilted his head and flashed a cunning smile. I have an idea. Perhaps I could try to infiltrate the martial arts society, but faced with such a crazy idea, Qin Sui obviously shot it down. Has all that training made you stupid? You actually want to join the martial arts society? Qiao Mu then slammed his hand on the table, showing his fierce determination. In just a few short seconds, he had already written the script for himself. First, I'll join the martial arts society. Then, I'll assassinate the emperor as one of their assassins. That way, the court of Great Yan and the martial arts society will fight to the death. It seems Qiao Mu was an extremely shrewd person. If I can't infiltrate the martial arts society, I'll just keep dealing with its members, try to get their complete plan for assassinating the emperor. When the time comes, I can still act as an assassin, muddy the waters, and make the martial arts society bear the wrath of the imperial court. This will help you get your great revenge sooner. However, Qin Sui did not support this high-risk, high-reward idea. This idea is practically a suicide mission. This could be a chance to assassinate an emperor. If I die as an assassin, I might even go down in history. A death like that would definitely be worth a great deal. Besides, an organization formed by the world's second strongest martial artist, with a huge collection of martial arts manuals, where members can easily read them, and which even has the complete version of the longevity fist. Isn't this the training ground of my dreams? Perfect. After rating the place a 10 out of 10, he also told Qin Sui, if the martial sage is as strong as you say, getting revenge is nearly impossible. At most, we can only cause some trouble for the martial arts society. Therefore, this is the best way. Seeing Qiao Mu so willing to walk right into the tiger's den, Qin Sui had to ask, but you'll die. Isn't Qiao Mu just amazing? With the confidence of a man who could handle anything, he replied without hesitation, what's there to be afraid of in death? After fully understanding his willingness to sacrifice himself for the greater good, she lowered her head in thought. Qin Sui's mind was now in turmoil, a tangled mess of thoughts. There was no sign of lying, more like a feeling of excitement and elation. Is he serious? But what could he possibly want? The longevity fist is nothing compared to his life, so what else do I have to offer him? And with her wild imagination, she started overthinking things and blushing uncontrollably. Could it be? He desires my body. Seeing Qin Sui shyly cover her face, Qiao Mu was all too familiar with this reaction. What kind of nonsense is she thinking now? Suddenly, she extended her hand forward while turning her face away, feeling that she could never repay such a great favor. Is there anything else I can do for you? How could I think such things about a righteous man like Qiao Mu? It's truly improper. However, since Qin Sui had made the offer, Qiao Mu didn't hesitate to speak up. Actually, there is one thing, and it's something you can do. Hearing this, she didn't hesitate and immediately asked what she could do to help him. But in the next second, Qiao Mu said something unbelievable. Qin Sui went from being surprised by his fearlessness to being shocked by his incurable ignorance. Well, if he isn't afraid of death, she might as well let him try. After racking her brain, she gave him the green light. Then, Qiao Mu asked, oh, speaking of which, do you know if there are any other members of the Martial Arts Association nearby? She confirmed that there were. Qin Sui slowly uttered the name, the Lord of Yan City, Guo Yan. A man is viciously whipped across the back by a long whip. Another man's arm is struck hard. Men on the street scatter in chaos, getting knocked down and begging for mercy. The evil young master of the Guo family is here. Run! Young Master Guo, spare us. The arrogant young Master Guo sat triumphantly on his horse, surrounded by his lackeys. One of them led the horse and shouted, Young Master Guo is passing through. Get out of the way. Suddenly, young Master Guo spotted something. He smirked sinisterly, pointing towards two people in the crowd. Men, bring that beauty over here. Hearing this, a man and a woman immediately went on the defensive. Don't you dare, you shameless scum. I'll die before I let you get your way. A large hand gripped the wrist holding the sword, as several muscular men pulled the young man away. Sir, our young master invites you for a word. Ha. The girl beside him trembled in shock. The beauty he was talking about was the man. Flushing with anger, he pointed his sword forward. You shameless bastard. The girl beside him chimed in, Jiang Chen, I'll help you. Today, we're going to have to teach this spoiled brat a lesson. He gritted his teeth, and young Master Guo furiously pointed forward. Teach this ignorant wench a lesson for me. The burly man immediately obeyed, lunging toward the two. Yes, sir. The men used their massive bodies to corner the girl, leaving her no room to react. Young Master Guo stood by, laughing smugly. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and turn to look. Qiao Mu had grabbed young Master Guo by the neck with one hand and lifted him into the air. Seeing this, the servants shouted, "The young master is being attacked." Gasping for air, young Master Guo trembled and stammered, "You brat, let me go. My father is the lord of Yan City." But Qiao Mu didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, he cupped a hand to his ear in a taunting gesture. And young Master Guo was choking so hard he started foaming at the mouth, his eyes bloodshot. "My father will be here soon. You can't escape. When he gets here, I'll make you wish you were dead." Qiao Mu's face remained cold, but inside, he was overjoyed. Is there really such a good deal? A complete scenario had already formed in his mind. Originally, I just planned to act righteously, kill the city lord's son, and wait to be killed by these servants. But if I can get the city lord himself to kill me, then the death rating will surely be raised to a whole new level, right? A system notification appeared. Eternal life, heroic deed, predicted death rating. Qiao Mu was surprised. This was the first time the death rating prompt had appeared, so the system agrees with my idea. He smirked victoriously as the servants charged toward him. The crowd of onlookers from afar shouted, "Thank you for your help, great hero. But this man is incredibly powerful. We can't let you get dragged into this. Great hero, run." Qiao Mu repeatedly slapped the young master across the face. The servant following young Master Guo was completely shocked and screamed, "Young master!" The girl standing nearby was also stunned. The great hero Qiao Mu grinned with satisfaction, pointed, and declared, "Everyone, freeze, or I'll kill him." Terrified, the servants dropped to their knees and began to kowtow. In agony, young Master Guo trembled and begged, "Hero, spare my life. This entire city belongs to my family. Just name your price, I'll give you anything. Please, just don't kill me." Qiao Mu glanced at him, then angrily slapped young Master Guo so hard his head snapped to the side. "Don't you dare give up. Go on, call your father over here." From a distance, the urgent sound of galloping horses grew louder. Qiao Mu noticed the group that had just arrived behind him. Seeing Guo Yan, the young master cried out, "Father." Qiao Mu observed him. "So that's Guo Yan. He looks powerful, indeed." Suddenly, Guo Yan roared, "Silence." Qiao Mu was taken aback by the immense pressure. Guo Yan's martial skill was truly profound. A single shout could generate such force. The man narrowed his eyes, studying him. The kid hasn't even cultivated his inner energy yet. He's just a martial artist in the strength training stage. But to be able to lift a man so easily, his arm strength must be extraordinary. A wave of power began to emanate from Guo Yan. Everyone in the vicinity knelt at his presence. Qiao Mu stared at him intently. The power radiating from Guo Yan was so immense it made him tremble. "Why do I feel like something is crushing me? It's so uncomfortable." With one hand still gripping the young master's neck, he said with a hint of caution, "Stay back." The power emanating from Guo Yan began to dissipate. He remained silent, watching him. He can still speak. A normal martial artist would be too crushed by my inner energy to even open his mouth. This kid's got some nerve. Guo Yan's attitude suddenly shifted. He clasped his hands together politely and laughed aloud. "My young friend, don't be rash. Whatever the issue is, we can sit down and discuss it. It's true that I, Guo, have failed to discipline my son. I ask that you please release him first, and I, Guo, will be sure to discipline him more strictly in the future." Qiao Mu was so disappointed by this attitude that he slumped. And here I was, making a special effort to put on a provoking expression. "How can you just start by apologizing? Aren't you supposed to threaten me in every way possible? How am I supposed to get you to kill me now?" A system notification appeared. Heroic deed, predicted death rating, C+. Qiao Mu glanced at it. The death rating hasn't disappeared, so there's still a chance. He shouted, "Your son was robbing people in the middle of the street. Do you think a simple apology is enough to let this slide?" Guo Yan still bowed politely. "Ha ha, you two must be disciples of the Qiao Mu Yue sect, correct? Guo Yan and your esteemed sect Master Mo have some history. Another day, I will be sure to send over 100 tals of silver as an apology. Can you two find it in your hearts to forgive my son's rudeness this time?" Jiang Chen and the girl looked at each other. He actually knows our background, so is this supposed to be a threat? That's right. Yan City is Guo Yan's territory after all. There's nothing we can do to him. The two of them bowed respectfully. "You're too kind, City Lord." Actually, the two of us just arrived in Yan City, so we were also being reckless. The people hiding in the distance saw this and started whispering. "They're just letting it go like that? Then what about the person young Master Guo injured? This isn't the first or second time for him. It's better not to stir up more trouble." Qiao Mu shouted in frustration. "Guo Yan, The man was getting angry, but still forced a smile as he listened. You don't actually think that just by paying a little money and bowing your head in apology, everything can be swept under the rug, do you? Seeing how skilled you are at this, you must clean up after your worthless son quite often, don't you? But this isn't the first time your son has had his guards beat people to clear the way. And this isn't the first time he's tried to kidnap someone off the street. For all the people he's crippled and beaten to death, what do you think you should use as compensation? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on young Master Guo's neck. I think his life should be the compensation. Guo Yan's eyes turned sharp as ice. This kid won't respond to a soft approach. What a pain. He stepped forward and spread his arms. Young friend, don't hesitate to speak your mind. What will it take for you to release my son? Qiao Mu laughed. You want me to release him? It's very simple. His eyes glinted with defiance. Over my dead body. Qiao Mu lifted the whimpering young Master Guo into the air with one hand. The surrounding citizens were incredibly moved when they saw this. A mere passerby would actually speak up for us, not even caring about his own life. Guo Yan sighed. It seems there's nothing left to talk about. He suddenly appeared from behind, startling Qiao Mu, who couldn't react in time. He glanced back in fear as a piece of cloth flew towards him. Young Master Guo fell hard to the ground, trembling in pain and coughing violently. Qiao Mu's arms were tightly bound behind his back by the man's cloth wrap. The system notification appeared. Acting righteously. Predicted death evaluation C+ is upgrading. Outwardly, he appeared to be in pain, but inwardly he was screaming with joy. This is it. The first high-rated death of my life. Here I come. Guo Yan appeared in front of Qiao Mu. Kid, what's your name? He answered proudly. My name is Qiao Mu, a no-name nobody with no background or support. Go ahead and kill me, City Lord Guo. Don't hesitate. Get on with it. What are you waiting for? The man's eyes narrowed. He's actually got some guts. Guo Yan said, release him. This stunned both Qiao Mu and the man tying him up. Qiao Mu looked on, dejected and confused. Huh? He said, Qiao Mu, you have extraordinary courage. You are truly not an ordinary person. If you are interested in joining the army and serving the country, you can come to my city lord's mansion in Yan City to register at any time. His perfect script had been torn to shreds, making Qiao Mu sad enough to cry. Is there something wrong with this script? After speaking, Guo Yan turned to leave. Young Master Guo was helped up, rubbing his swollen face and calling out, Father. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed across his face. Young Master Guo was slapped so hard he fell to the ground. Guo Yan coldly snapped, Shut up. I've clearly spoiled you too much. Take him back from me. He mounted his horse, but before leaving, he turned back and said, Qiao Mu, if you change your mind, you can come to the city lord's mansion to register any time. He was so shocked he turned to stone. Huh. Qiao Mu was so angry he was trembling and crying. The surrounding citizens chattered amongst themselves. Although young Master Guo is a useless pampered brat, the city lord is still a reasonable man. Our city lord is so magnanimous. That righteous young man is really lucky. He's caught the city lord's eye now. If he wants to join the city guards, he can't just rely on one officer's word. Qiao Mu cried out in frustration. After all that struggle, we'd already built the atmosphere up to this point. I even had my last words figured out. Why am I still alive? This city lord and his son are completely untrustworthy. They didn't even let me die. As he was screaming, a system notification appeared. Acted righteously, predicted death evaluation C+. As he read, he reasoned, the longevity lock is still lit up. That means the death evaluation is still rising. My death rating didn't disappear just because the city lord left. Qiao Mu thought. Does this mean if I die now, I can still get the same high death evaluation? But why? What's different about me now compared to before? The townspeople looked at him, clapping and smiling. Others cheered. Jiang Chen and the girl beside him bowed gratefully. Qiao Mu had a realization. I get it. If I die now, I'll die as the righteous youth who angrily rebuked the lord of Yan City on the streets, not as some no-name nobody named Qiao Mu. His mood immediately brightened. So this is the proper way to use the immortality system. As long as I continue to act righteously, my fame and reputation will also keep growing. He imagined it like a gamble where he was the god of gamblers. If I succeed in dying, I'll become stronger. If I fail to die, I can continue to accumulate buffs to raise my death evaluation. So whether I live or die, I win either way. Qiao Mu imagined it. When my final moment of death comes, it will surely be a powerful, high-quality death. Qiao Mu's foolish grin as he daydreamed earned him confused looks from everyone. Young Master Guo cried out as his wounds were being treated. Ow, ow, ow. While rubbing his face, he said, Father, why didn't you teach that villain Qiao Mu a lesson? Why did you want to recruit him instead? Guo Yan closed his eyes and said, What's the hurry? You don't need to concern yourself with his affairs anymore. He recalled the scene on the street. When Qiao Mu was captured, seeing the expressions on the commoners' faces told him just how much resentment this unfilial son of his had accumulated among the people of Yan City. If I had killed Qiao Mu in front of them, wouldn't the image of a city lord I worked so hard to build be destroyed in an instant? The corner of his mouth curved up. It's much better to recruit the kid like I did. It appeases public anger, and I even get praise for being benevolent. Guo Yan shot him a cold glare. You brat, you should have been disciplined long ago. Otherwise, you'll cause a huge disaster sooner or later. For the next 1 month, you are grounded in the mansion and forbidden from going out. Young Master Guo asked, Why? He said, The current emperor might be visiting Yancheng soon. I'm grounding you to keep you from getting yourself killed. Young Master Guo laughed. His Majesty the Emperor, is this information reliable? Guo Yan chuckled. The Emperor's travel itinerary? Why would they tell your father all the details? Who knows if it would lead to an assassination? Young Master Guo asked, But will that Qiao Mu agree to join the Yancheng garrison? The man replied, Whether he agrees to join our garrison or not, we'll have a way to deal with him. Guo Yan said smugly, If he really joins, it'll be even easier to handle him. He continued, Aren't bandits running rampant on the outskirts of Dongshan recently? We'll just send him to the front lines to die. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu and Qin Shui were talking on a rooftop. Qin Shui asked, You beat up their son? And he still wants to recruit you into the Yancheng garrison. She said worriedly, It's most likely a trap. But Qiao Mu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he crossed his arms, smiled, and said, That's why I'm definitely going to the city lord's manor. Qin Shui sighed, as if about to pull something from her clothes. Then, she took out a small booklet, saying, Since you're so insistent on doing this life or death mission, I have a cultivation technique I can pass on to you. Hearing this, Qiao Mu's eyes lit up with curiosity. He quickly grabbed the booklet and took a deep whiff of it. As Qin Shui explained, This is a secret martial art technique passed down in my Qiao family, used at the cost of damaging one's own meridians. It can instantly unleash the body's latent potential, causing your internal energy to surge by at least double in an instant. Looking at the booklet, Qiao Mu said, The Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Technique. His eyes gleamed as he hugged the booklet, thinking to himself, To think such an amazing thing exists. Qin Shui brushed her hair back and continued, Of course, you have to cultivate internal energy first before you can use this last resort technique. She frowned and sighed, Qiao Mu. You act a bit like the heroes of old. A temperament like that is well suited for martial arts, so your skills will likely progress faster than the average person's. But he wasn't listening to a word she said, completely focused on the booklet. Seeing this, she grew even more worried. Qin Shui quickly said, I'm giving you the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Technique, not because I want you to go risk your life, but because I hope it gives you a chance to survive. Qiao Mu looked at her, nodded, and said, I understand. With that, he turned back to the booklet with a bright smile, leaving Qin Shui feeling helpless. At the Yancheng garrison barracks, Qiao Mu was holding a long blade, seemingly about to swing it. He swung the sharp blade forward forcefully. Then, Qiao Mu smiled, holding the blade and thinking, The fortune of a weapon has always been the most fickle. I hope this one brings me good luck. From a distance, 2 soldiers started talking. So that's the guy, Qiao Mu. He looks pretty average, just someone at the peak of strength training. The other soldier laughed in response. A 9th-rank internal energy martial artist can become a captain. On what grounds does he get that rank? The first one quickly replied, On his connections, of course. Because he's got the guts, he's known for daring to capture the city lord's son. The generous city lord praised his courage and promoted him as an exception. The 2 soldiers clearly looked down on Qiao Mu, speaking with contempt for his abilities and saying sarcastically, Just you wait. The battlefield relies on real skill. He won't last more than a few days. Qiao Mu paid no attention to their words, focusing on practicing his techniques. Just then, his system interface displayed his stats, Longevity Scroll Heaven Refining Technique, 40% Proficient, Military Spear Technique, 100% Introductory Level, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Technique, 100% Introductory Level. He thought happily, I've learned another skill. I wonder when I can die to level up again. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. Bai ran over from somewhere, asking with a grin, I heard you're looking to buy some martial arts techniques and fist-style manuals. Qiao Mu replied cheerfully, That's right, Bai. You have some? The man quickly said, Captain, my surname is Bai. The 2 other soldiers started teasing him. With a mouth full of yellow teeth like that, how can your name be Bai? The other one laughed along. Ha ha ha, let's just call you Bai. The man then shouted angrily, Go, go, go. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you guys. He then leaned in close to Qiao Mu and said, Captain, I have an external martial art technique. Do you need it? Qiao Mu's eyes lit up as he asked about the external art, thinking to himself, I still haven't cultivated any internal energy. Having an external martial art for protection would actually be great. Suddenly, a soldier walked over laughing and said, Captain, shouldn't you first ask what kind of external art Bai is talking about before you say anything else? Hearing this, Qiao Mu asked Bai, what is it? The man grinned slyly and said, Iron crotch technique. Hearing this, Qiao Mu couldn't help but be surprised as he imagined how this ultimate move worked. Then he laughed and said, I normally love studying martial arts the most. I'll take this iron crotch technique. Name your price. Then he thought with a private smirk, that place is one of the body's major weak points. I definitely need to protect it well. Bai was surprised and quickly said, Captain, what are you talking about? What's all this about money and silver? He then pulled a booklet from his clothes and said, this iron crotch technique is just a small token of my respect for you, Captain. He suddenly glanced around cautiously and leaned in to hand it to Qiao Mu, saying, 4 months ago, my pregnant daughter-in-law was struck with a whip by young Master Guo on the street. We lost the baby. Although my daughter-in-law is okay, her body is still very weak. He quickly knelt down, begging Qiao Mu, Captain, if you can avenge me for this, you'll be my benefactor. Qiao Mu quickly helped him up and said with a smile, you don't have to do this. I can't take the technique for free. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Bai stood up, thanking him profusely. What are you talking about? Repaying me? This is me repaying my debt to you. Suddenly, a soldier ran over from the distance to report, Captain Chu requests your presence. Qiao Mu smiled, lost in thought. Inside Captain Chu's tent, the captain stood before a map and said, on the outskirts of Dongshan, there's a so-called bandit king named Song He, who is extremely arrogant and reckless. He then planted a flag on the map. The captain, enraged, snapped the small flag in half and roared, just a petty bandit, and he dares to call himself a king. What a joke. Qiao Mu looked at him seriously as the captain continued, moreover, this Song He has done everything from robbing officials to petty theft. He's occupied Dongshan for only half a year and has already committed hundreds of crimes. That scoundrel is also a lecher who has kidnapped countless innocent women. He was so worked up that tears started streaming down his face, which stunned Qiao Mu. The captain went on, those women he captured. If they were lucky, they might make it back. If they were unlucky, they died directly at his hands. Hearing this, Qiao Mu's eyes burned with a fiery hatred as he said with determination, he's worse than an animal. This bandit must be wiped out. We have to destroy him. Seeing Qiao Mu's fury, the man said with a hint of fear, right. That's why I'm preparing to dispatch a force of 1,000 men. In 5 days, we will leave the city to suppress the bandits, so I will prepare to dispatch a 1,000-man unit. Then, he placed a hand on his shoulder and proposed, I've heard you are exceptionally brave. How about you lead the vanguard in this mission to suppress the bandits? Immediately, Qiao Mu cupped his fists and accepted the captain's order, which left the man completely surprised. Afterward, he left the tent. As he walked, he thought, 1,000-man unit, 10 captains besides me, and all of them are 9th-rank martial artists, yet they insist on choosing me to lead the charge. Qiao Mu smirked deviously, as if he'd figured something out, saying, me, braver than most, so the city lord has finally made his move. Using such a flimsy excuse, he clenched his fist, thinking with determination, it's finally time to die. Let's see my coin manifest. He walked away with a smile as the captain stepped out of the tent. The man looked toward Qiao Mu with suspicion. Is this kid a complete fool, or is he just overconfident? How could he agree so readily? I must be careful. There can't be any mishaps with the task the city lord assigned. 5 days later, outside Dongshan City, Qiao Mu was nearing his destination. Bai ran out with a bright smile to check on Qiao Mu. Captain, I'm very familiar with this area. How about I lead the way? If we can't see any sign of the bandit camp around here, they're probably hidden in the valley to the west. There's a small valley about a mile further west. Hearing this, Qiao Mu, who had his spear resting on his shoulder, immediately agreed, saying, all right, let's head there. Be careful. If things get dangerous, hide behind me immediately. Bai was deeply moved by these words. He replied with a trembling voice, Captain, you're the best person I've ever met. Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back. Qiao Mu simply said, this is a military order. Bai nodded frantically in obedience, making Qiao Mu think to himself, it wasn't easy to get this chance to go find my death. I can't let Bai mess it up. With the sound of a blade clearing away the weeds, Bai boasted to Qiao Mu as he worked. Captain, let me tell you something. My eldest son has been strong since he was a kid. He's only 15 this year, but he can lift a 150 jin stone weight. Then he asked him, Captain, what were you like when you were 15? His expression darkened as he said seriously, When I was 15, I was hacked to death in one blow by Zhang. Bai sighed helplessly and replied, "Ha ha, I don't believe you." A little annoyed at not being believed, he said, "Just lead the way seriously and cut the chatter." Suddenly, something came flying towards them from a distance. Qiao Mu realized something was wrong. From afar, thousands of arrows were raining down on them. Bai panicked and ran to find cover. Qiao Mu ran right after him, but unlike Bai's panicked state, he seemed to be enjoying the current situation, continuously deflecting the arrows. Because he deflected so many arrows, he ended up with quite a few wounds. He cried internally, lamenting, "TV dramas really are full of lies." The soldiers with him were also terrified when they saw his current state. Suddenly, dozens of bandits seized the opportunity and rushed out to attack. This sent everyone into a panic. They held dangerous weapons, charging straight for Qiao Mu's group to attack. The system's death evaluation rating increased, yet he showed no fear. In fact, he seemed even more thrilled. The bandits have finally appeared. I'm going to die soon. This longevity lock is starting to glow again. It seems the more heroically I fight, the higher my death evaluation will go. No one can stop me from seeking death today. He then leaped forward, charging toward the bandits for a decisive battle. Everyone was stunned by his bravery. Qiao Mu even shouted, "Charge with me. I'll lead you into battle." And so, the soldiers also began to charge forward. They fought back against the bandits' attack. But these bandits were no pushovers, easily striking down the soldiers one after another. Drops of blood splattered everywhere in the heat of battle. However, the injuries weren't on the soldiers' side, but on the bandits. A single spear had pierced through two bandits, terrifying a nearby soldier. Qiao Mu quickly withdrew his spear and used the bandit's body as a springboard to leap forward. He continued to press his attack on another bandit, shattering the man's sword. Qiao Mu took them down one after another. The soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "He's just too powerful." Qiao Mu's relentless fighting struck fear into the hearts of all the bandits. They were so terrified that they scattered and retreated. He sighed in disappointment, saying, "Humph, is that all you've got?" With a blank expression, Qiao Mu pulled an arrow out of his own bicep. He turned coldly to the soldiers and ordered, "Bring the medical supplies and stop my bleeding." Seeing this, Bai trembled and kowtowed to Qiao Mu. "Captain, you blocked those 3 arrows for me. I, Bai, truly have no way to repay you." Qiao Mu said, flustered, Don't. After that, everyone rested and tended to their wounds. As Bai and He Shang bandaged him up, Qiao Mu couldn't help but lament. "Are these bandits really this pathetic?" He sighed to himself. "I originally wanted to offer them my head, but who knew the enemy would be so weak? I guess I'll just have to try again next time." As He Shang treated his wounds, he asked curiously, "Captain, was this your way of repaying Bai by saving his life?" Hearing this, Bai felt even more indebted and began kowtowing repeatedly to thank Qiao Mu, which made him extremely flustered. "What are you saying? He Shang, do you also have a cultivation technique you want to give me?" He Shang replied seriously, "I don't happen to have my cultivation manual on me. I will certainly present it to you when we return to the city." An officer who would block arrows for his soldiers is a rare thing in this world. This life of Bai's is now yours. Hearing this, Bai kowtowed even more frantically. Qiao Mu casually replied, "It's a small matter. Just wait until I wipe out these bandits first." Once they reached the valley, Qiao Mu peered into the distance, analyzing it. The mouth of the valley is long and narrow, with tall trees in the center. Either the bandit camp is in the valley ahead, or there's an ambush waiting to lure us in deeper. If we press forward, it's probably a death trap. Then, Qiao Mu turned and asked, Bai, does this valley have a name?" He replied, "No. Why do you ask?" Before he could finish, the captain furiously shouted, "You're the vanguard. Isn't it your job to check for ambushes? If there really is one, we'll naturally provide backup. I think you're just being a coward," he threatened angrily. "Or are you saying you want to defy my orders?" He drew his sword from its sheath, thinking, "Even better if he defies me. I can kill him on the spot and complete the city lord's order." But Qiao Mu simply obeyed. This left the captain speechless with surprise. With that, Qiao Mu strode forward majestically, ignoring his still unhealed wounds, much to everyone's alarm. As he walked, he thought, "Captain Chu, let me thank you. From now on, you're my best brother." Getting killed by an 8th-rank captain for insubordination is such a pathetic way to go. Qiao Mu fumed. "I'd rather die a man, fighting against bandits on the battlefield." He muttered to himself, "Just wait until I cash in my coins. I'll come back and send my dear brother on his way." Then, he sensed something was wrong. In the distance, thousands of hidden bandits burst out, charging towards Qiao Mu. Seeing this, Bai said in terror, "There are hundreds of thousands of bandits hiding in those caves. We don't have nearly enough men." Qiao Mu yelled, "What are you doing? Run." Hearing his command, the soldiers turned and fled. Watching Qiao Mu bravely charge the bandits alone, Bai said worriedly, "The captain is risking his life to cover our retreat." He Shang agreed, "We have to go back." Qiao Mu quickly put a stop to that idea, shouting, "All of you, get out of here. Do not turn back. That's an order." Hearing this, Bai and his men were at a loss, forced to watch Qiao Mu fight with heavy hearts. From the cliff top, the captain's voice echoed down from his horse, forbidding any unauthorized retreat. His face darkened as he threatened, "Anyone who disobeys will be executed." Hearing this, Qiao Mu gritted his teeth in despair, thinking, "So if I don't die here, all 100 of my men will have to die with me, won't they?" Seeing this, his subordinates charged forward to help him. Bai yelled, "Captain, if we're going to die, we'll die together." Qiao Mu kicked a bandit away with one foot and used the shaft of his spear to block Bai. He roared, "Get back. You don't want your wife to be a widow, do you? You don't want your son to be bullied after you're gone." But Bai shot back, "But we can't just stand by and watch you die." Suddenly, a volley of arrows flew toward them. Qiao Mu rushed to block them and yelled, "If you don't want to die, then shut your mouths." Then, ignoring Bai's cries, he charged straight back into the horde of bandits. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became, shouting, "What you can't do, I'll do. The words you don't dare to say, I'll say them. You are not allowed to die." An arrow pierced his chest, and Qiao Mu coughed up blood. At the same time, more arrows rained down on him as the bandits swarmed forward, attacking in waves. But suddenly, at this critical moment, the system lit up, and a dangerous glint appeared in Qiao Mu's eyes. He laughed, "You want to die? I'll go first." With that, several bandits were sent flying backward. Next, he stabbed a bandit right between the legs. Qiao Mu then pointed his spear at the others and shouted with an unreadable expression, "Don't be afraid." This sent a chill down the bandits' spines. Qiao Mu beckoned to them with his finger, shouting excitedly, "Come on, all of you, at once." He thought with anticipation. Just a few more. Instantly, Qiao Mu dove into their ranks, fighting with certainty. "I can feel it, some kind of power." His eyes flashed with fire as fresh blood streamed down his face. The power felt like it was about to burst from his body, just as more bandits ambushed Qiao Mu from behind. Of course, those bandits couldn't withstand a single blow from him and were sent flying one after another. With blazing red eyes, Qiao Mu struck a pose, a thrilled smile on his face. The captain, sitting on his horse atop the cliff, looked down at Qiao Mu and thought, "Internal energy? That brat actually cultivated internal energy." The captain's face twisted with jealousy and contempt. For a 20-year-old to cultivate a martial artist's internal energy, he must either have extraordinary talent or an exceptional mindset. Still, he's only just cultivated a sliver of it. It'll only be enough for him to last a few more breaths. The captain frowned, his eyes fixed on Qiao Mu's sharp, gleaming spear. Watching his movements, the captain mused, "No, that's not right. He only just manifested internal energy. How could he be this powerful?" Seeing Qiao Mu thrusting and slashing with his spear, his eyes now blood red, made him certain. No, this must be some kind of explosive secret art. He raised a hand to hide his scornful smirk, thinking, "So, he's using the heavenly demon disintegration art. Ha ha. To think he'd use a technique that cuts off his own escape." The captain watched Qiao Mu fend off wave after wave of enemies. "He's a dead man for sure this time." Bai cried out in anguish, "Captain." Seeing Bai and his men running toward him, Qiao Mu slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, creating a shockwave in a circle around him. It sent the surrounding bandits stumbling backward. He roared a warning, "Don't you dare cross this line." Bai and He Shang were stopped by the dusty shockwave. Then, Qiao Mu pointed the tip of his spear to the ground and drew a line in the dirt. His eyes swept over them coldly as he declared, "As long as I, Qiao Mu, am here today, no one will cross this line." One of the bandits, unafraid of death, shouted, "Don't be scared. Everyone, charge." Spurred on by him, the bandits recklessly charged at Qiao Mu. With his mouth full of blood, he gave a thrilled grin as spears and swords clashed in the air. Qiao Mu ignored the wound on his back, throwing himself recklessly at the bandits. His eyes blazed red as he cut them down. Bai and He Shang watched in horror as an arrow pierced straight through Qiao Mu's chest. Bai's trembling hands reached out, as if to grab a piece of his torn, blood-soaked clothing, tears streaming down his face. He watched in anguish as Qiao Mu stood atop a mountain of corpses. He leaned on his spear, propped against a corpse at his feet, just to stay upright. Qiao Mu smiled, feeling the sunlight on his face. From his high vantage point, the captain looked down at his body. A smirk immediately appeared on his face. Then, playing the part of a righteous general, he roared out an order. "Vanguard Zhao's righteousness is boundless. We will not fail him. Kill them. Charge!" After a while, The captain rode his horse over to Qiao Mu. He glanced back over his shoulder and said calmly, "The cleanup is over. Back to the city." The captain had no idea that at that very moment, Qiao Mu's soul was already soaring far away. Grieving his captain's death, Bai looked up and told him about Yan City. However, the mountain bandits had only just started to flee. They hadn't been completely wiped out yet. Moreover, they still hadn't found the bandits' main camp. The captain glanced down at Bai and spoke coldly. "The bandits are too numerous. We can't risk advancing. We will follow orders and return to the city." Hearing this, Bai spat in contempt. "So now you know it's too risky to advance? Why didn't you show up earlier instead of sending our captain to his death?" The monk placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and said helplessly, "What's done is done. Let's take the captain's body back with us." After all, they had to give the captain's family some closure. It seemed the captain still had a blind younger sister at home. The two siblings had relied on each other to survive. Bai's group climbed onto the pile of corpses, wailing in agony, "Captain, rest in peace." Suddenly, a foot appeared on the rock they were standing on. That person was, of course, Qiao Mu. Following that was a system panel displaying a B-rank death evaluation. The bonus skill points from this death were 25, and the remaining skill point balance was 19. The skill growth deduction was 30 points. The number of revivals within 7 days was 45. Qiao Mu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. As he recalled his memories, he came to a realization. A B-rank evaluation is no joke. The skill proficiency can be raised so much in one go. He was deeply impressed as he made the comparison. If a C-rank evaluation is like a training efficiency of 100% over 10 years for one person, then a B rank is like an efficiency of 150% over 20 years. This feels amazing. Qiao Mu happily spun the spear in his hand, wondering what an A rank evaluation would be like. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. In an instant, Qiao Mu thrust his spear towards a tree trunk. It turned out his target wasn't the trunk, but a black ant crawling on it. Qiao Mu looked happily at the cleanly killed ant and thought to himself, "The benefits of a high-quality death are truly powerful." Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he calculated his plan. "Next, I should go thank that good brother of mine for letting me cash in." At that very moment, the captain felt a sudden chill. It's gotten cold fast. After a long while, the troop was walking along a small path. Suddenly, a soldier noticed some words on a tree and asked curiously, "Why are there words carved on this tree?" Immediately, Bai's group, who were carrying his body, looked in that direction. Bai, having just composed himself, looked at the words on the trunk and spoke with a choked voice. "Luo Mu Valley." These are the words the captain carved before. The monk slammed his fist against the tree in frustration and began to cry. The captain suspected the bandits had set up an ambush before entering the valley, but he couldn't disobey military orders. He must have already resolved himself. Bai also started crying as he looked at the body wrapped in a cloth. "The captain died for us." The captain, sitting on his horse, approached them. He asked, "What are you carrying?" The captain dismounted and walked towards them. Bai cupped his hands and reported, "Sir, it's the body of Captain Qiao Mu." He glanced over and asked again, "Qiao Mu's body?" Bai was filled with rage. He couldn't fight back in front of everyone, but he thought furiously, "You bastard. You won't even let us collect our captain's body." The captain put on a look of understanding and said, "Captain Qiao Mu died fighting the mountain bandits. Indeed, we shouldn't let his body rot in the wilderness." He patted Bai's shoulder with false sincerity and ordered, "You all carry it back to Yan City first. I'll arrange for a proper burial then." Bai gritted his teeth, thinking, "And isn't it all your fault?" He walked past them, secretly plotting. "That kid Qiao Mu killed so many bandits. All that credit will end up on my head. I really should thank him. It's better to have more reckless fools like him in the army." The captain walked back to his horse, thinking happily, "Now that the city lord's mission is complete, the young master will have his revenge. Giving him the body is just a small favor. Who knows? The city lord might even promote me to garrison commander." Suddenly, he thought of Qin Shui and a lecherous thought crossed his mind. "Oh, right, doesn't Qiao Mu still have a younger sister?" He licked his lips and spoke with a filthy tone. "This captain will definitely help you take good care of her." The next second, his tongue was severed. A figure on the cliff above threw a spear at his back. The person's strength seemed immense. The spear's impact sent the captain flying forward, pinning him to a tree trunk. With his last bit of consciousness, he turned his eyes and reached his arm towards his assassin, his blood-soaked hand pointing at the figure. It was a figure that was all too familiar to him. The captain's eyes, now red with shock, widened as he stared. And that was the last thing he ever saw. Captain Chu was dead. The terrified soldiers screamed, "Ambush! It's an ambush!" Bai asked in utter confusion, "Did you see that figure on the mountain ridge just now?" The monk was also silent, clearly in shock. Meanwhile, the soldiers were panicking and shouting, Who is it? You despicable coward. Show yourself. To confirm their suspicion, the two of them pulled back the white cloth. The monk looked at Bai and said with certainty, I saw it. It was a bandit sneak attack. After hearing that, Bai quickly added, yes, it was a bandit. Then, the two of them yelled, the bandits are back. There's an expert. An expert. The soldiers left the dead captain pinned to the tree. They ran while screaming, let's get out of here. Qiao Mu hid happily behind a rock, listening to the chaotic sounds of the soldiers. Qiao Mu looked at his hand and thought with amazement, so strong. Captain Chu was an 8th grade martial artist, yet he didn't even notice my spear. Did a single B rank evaluation really raise my power above the 8th grade? He leaned back against the rock, thinking, what's more, this time I managed to control the heavenly demon disintegration grand art. I only unleashed its power the moment I threw the spear. I just lost an arm. I won't drop dead on the spot. This kind of self-weakening technique that can win in a single strike was truly made for me. Moreover, Qiao Mu paused for a moment before continuing his joyful calculations. I've killed Captain Chu. These soldiers will definitely try to find the killer, which means I can die again right away. He was completely fixated on the experience points. As he was laughing out loud, he heard the soldiers' screams. The bandits are here. He immediately looked over. The soldiers were scattering below, and he couldn't help but shout in his mind. They're running? Why are they all running away? How am I supposed to die now? I've already played out the whole scene in my head twice. I even came up with the dialogue. And you guys are just running away. Suddenly, Qiao Mu paused. Wait a minute, that sounds like Bai's voice. The thought of his impending death, orchestrated by the one person he trusted most, was enough to drive him completely mad. That's right, you damn emperor. I was good enough to save your life, to take blades and spears for you, and in return, you won't even let me die in peace. If you're the one who shouts, then you'll be the one who kills Chu Xiaoyi, not me. It'll be the bandits. How am I supposed to get my evaluation then? But then, he broke into a smile. Qiao Mu looked over at the 3 bandits hiding in the bushes behind him and thought, well, the bandits have arrived. And he wasn't lying, their timing was perfect. Qiao Mu gestured with his still bloody right arm toward them and yelled, so you were just pretending to retreat so you could ambush me from the shadows. My Qiao family are not men of letters. We will never bow our heads to a bunch of mountain bandits like you. His heart pounded with excited anticipation. I'm half dead already, an easy kill. Come on, brothers, hurry up and take my head. While he was frantically taunting them, the bandits were recalling in horror the image of him dying on the battlefield just moments ago. They screamed in fear as they ran. It's a ghost. Weren't you already dead? I'm the one who shot him before he died. How is it that now, even the wound is gone? Qiao Mu immediately chased after them to explain. No, don't be afraid. I'm already dead. I'm my older brother, Qiao Mu. One of the 3 bandits said contemptuously, you really are a ghost, trying to trick us, huh? Do you even hear the nonsense you're spouting? Qiao Mu knew he messed up and snapped back irritably. So what? What I meant to say was that Qiao Mu is my younger brother. That's right. You killed my little brother, and I'm here to avenge him. Right after, a bandit remarked, you do look a bit older. I just saw you kill Captain Guan Ping with a spear throw. The bandit next to him said urgently, you actually believe him. He's definitely a vengeful spirit. That military captain was the one who got him killed, and we're next. Qiao Mu was indeed relentlessly persistent. The bandit pleaded helplessly, stop following us, please. After a while, one of them spotted someone in a dark corner. The 3 bandits looked over in shock and yelled, it's the boss. One bandit, terrified, screamed, boss, help. Boss, there's a ghost. The bandit next to him immediately pointed at the man's stomach. At the same time, Qiao Mu leaped high into the air like a shadow. Qiao Mu, as nimble as a squirrel, darted toward him, shouting, Bandit King. This unexpected turn of events gave him an idea. Getting attacked by a lowly bandit grunt can get me a B rank evaluation. If I get killed by the Bandit King, wouldn't that be an instant A rank? Qiao Mu charged forward with an exhilarated heart, shouting, Song He, pay for my brother's life. From that direction, a figure took a step forward. Qiao Mu quickly skidded to a halt. He asked cautiously, you're the Bandit King. Song He. The man standing opposite him let out a chuckle. He then spoke, my good sir. Seeing the man's hands clasped in front of him couldn't help but startle Qiao Mu. The leader of the bandits had appeared. He looked very much like a scholar, and with a gentle smile, he said softly, the Bandit King, Song He. My surname is Wang. My given name is Song He. Qiao Mu watched the bandit warily. Wang Song. He maintained his posture, smiled faintly for a moment, and then fell silent. Immediately after, he leaned against a tree with one hand and coughed up blood. Qiao Mu was stunned by the scene. The leader of the bandits is a sickly scholar? Is he faking it? The bandit from before quickly ran over to Wang Song He and tattled, "Boss, he said his name is Qiao Mu, and that he's Captain Qiao's older brother. He even killed that military captain, Wang Song." He then glanced at him, which made Qiao Mu flinch and step back. With blood still on his lips, he smiled and said in an admiring tone, "Captain Qiao was a true hero. I am full of admiration for him." With the blood-stained handkerchief still in his hand, Song he turned to him and asked, "Brother Qiao, by killing Captain Chu, you have shown both courage and cunning. Would you be willing to join my Eastern Mountain?" While Qiao Mu was on high alert, Song he stepped closer and made a sincere offer. "Follow me, and let's achieve great things together in these chaotic times." Qiao Mu's face contorted as he asked, "You want to recruit me?" He was answered with a laugh. Qiao Mu quickly shot back, "You killed my little brother. Aren't you afraid I'll seek revenge?" Song he flashed a bright smile and told him, "In the world we live in now, you kill me, I kill you. There's no such thing as right or wrong." Song He's dazzling smile was so bright that Qiao Mu had to shield his eyes as he said, "You're not wrong." At that moment, Wang Song He was like an angel. Suddenly, Qiao Mu's will flared up as he declared, "But a true man is born between heaven and earth. He should stand tall with nothing to be ashamed of. How could I possibly hide in the mountains, living day to day as a common thief?" His image now was like that of a demon, a stark contrast to the angelic Song He. "Bandits. If you want to be bandits, fine, but don't you dare try to brainwash me. I, Qiao Mu, am nothing more than a soulless machine for getting evaluations, so hurry up and come kill me." Just then, the bandits behind Song He stirred. Just as he predicted, the bandits were furious that their leader had been insulted. What did this guy say? He's looking down on us. So what if he killed one measly captain? He's choosing the hard way instead of the easy way. Our boss was kind enough to invite him, and this is the attitude he gives us? Seeing them so agitated, Qiao Mu secretly rejoiced. "That's right, you're angry now. And if you're angry, you'll hurry up and kill me." The bandits were still sizing him up. At that moment, Song he held out a hand, stopping them. He smiled gently and asked, "Brother Qiao, can you guess where so many of us bandits came from?" After a moment, Qiao Mu answered with suspicion. "A tyrannical government is more ferocious than a tiger. Natural disasters, famine, poverty. You're all refugees. Speaking of which," he thought to himself, "I remember that this body originally belonged to a beggar who starved to death on the roadside." Song. He raised a hand to his chin and repeated the phrase, "A tyrannical government is more ferocious than a tiger. A tyrannical government is more ferocious than a tiger." He turned to the side and continued, "Those words from you, Brother Qiao, are truly magnificent. Surviving in these chaotic times is indeed not easy. Skulls are piled as high as mountains, and the human heart is treacherous. Though unintentional, it makes it difficult for people to walk, their spines all broken." Song, he grabbed his sword and drew it. "I, the bandit king Wang Song He, am willing to be the bandit who carves a path through these mountains." He drew his sword completely and pointed it at Qiao Mu, asking again, "Brother Qiao, I ask you one more time. Are you willing to fight with me to find a path of survival for the common people?" Qiao Mu was silent for a moment, and his final answer was, "But I refuse." Qiao Mu's eyes locked with Song He's as he retorted, "They say actions speak louder than words, and you all are bandits. You're a rebel army. In the end, it's your character and actions that matter, not your slogans." Song, he retorted, not backing down in the slightest. "If our name doesn't match our deeds, Brother Qiao, please don't hesitate to come to my mountain stronghold and see for yourself." Hearing that, he happily agreed. "Now that, I can do." Of course, everything Qiao Mu did wasn't just on a whim, it all had a purpose. Although Wang Song he is recruiting me, once I go to their stronghold, learn their hiding place, and then refuse their offer, they would never let me leave alive. A sharp light glinted in his eyes. "It seems I'll have to die again." A moment later, in a village deep in the mountains, Song he led him to the settlement before them. Qiao Mu raised a hand, wondering if his eyes were deceiving him. Rather than calling this a mountain stronghold, it was more like a mountain village. He was even more surprised when he saw Song he asking about an old man and a child, muttering to himself, "Why are there old people and children here?" Song he, who had been standing behind the grandfather and grandchild, explained, "They are all pitiful people, with no home to return to. When we find them, we bring them back and get them settled." He lowered his head slightly, his brows furrowed as he spoke in a restrained voice. "Yanxing may look prosperous, but it's actually an illusion created by the city lord, Guo Yan. All the displaced people in the city, regardless of age or gender, were driven out by him. But the people's suffering isn't the fault of just one person. After the defeat of the martial saint, the fortune of the Da Yan nation weakened, and the emperor single-mindedly focused on pleasing the immortals, no longer caring if the common people lived or died. The officials below him only aided and abetted the villains. Qiao Mu seemed to grasp onto something and turned to ask him about these immortals. I've heard of them before, but I've never seen one. Can Mr. Wang tell me more? Song, he turned slightly to look at him, asking in confusion. Judging by your techniques, you use the longevity fist. You must be a descendant of the Qiao family, yet you've never seen an immortal. Qiao Mu seemed to get angry, glaring at him and shouting, You know the longevity fist. Are you a member of the Martial Advancement Society? Song. He chuckled and continued. The longevity fist has an extraordinary origin, but only someone from the Martial Advancement Society could see through your style. Song, he turned and walked away, but didn't forget to look back and tell him, Brother Qiao, this isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Inside the village's Taoist temple, Wang Song, he gestured towards the stone statue carved on the altar and introduced it. This is an immortal. Qiao Mu asked in confusion. A statue? Song, he added, a bit embarrassed. No. This is a Taoist who cultivates immortality. In this day and age, all Taoist temples worship immortals. Hearing his words, Qiao Mu couldn't help but turn pale as he thought. This high-level martial arts cultivation world suddenly feels so real. What's with this feeling of having wasted so much of my life? The gap between a martial artist and a cultivator is just too vast. Can a grandmaster of the iron crotch technique even put up a fight? Qiao Mu's mind was completely blown, unable to rest. Meanwhile, Song, he was still rambling on about the immortals. Actually, immortals and mortals share the same roots, but the high and mighty immortals don't consider mortals to be their own kind. An image appeared of a so-called immortal happily watching mortals work. Song, he continued speaking, they raise the human race to cultivate spirit plants, plow spirit fields, and gather followers to plunder the life force of all living beings. In reality, they have never protected mortals. They treat mortals like livestock, and if there is any sign of disobedience, they will be killed at any time. A contrasting image appeared of an immortal on an unreachable mountain peak while mortals kneeled and begged, receiving only a sliver of peace. The funny thing is, mortals are enslaved without even knowing it. From birth to death, they are nothing but resources in the hands of the immortals. The image of the immortal now resembled a modern-day boss. Working overtime is a blessing. Young people shouldn't always be thinking about enjoying themselves. Qiao Mu was furious, clenching his fists and trembling as he thought, what kind of capitalist bull is this? This hits way too close to home. My past self, who was fed that blessing crap, is starting to get furious. At the same time, Qiao Mu was thinking to himself, high rewards come with high risks. To reach the top, a battle with the immortals is unavoidable. How far can the system go against an immortal? I might as well give it a try. Suddenly, he kicked off the ground and leaped into the air. Qiao Mu's target was the stone statue of the immortal. Song. He shouted in shock, Brother Qiao Mu, what are you doing? He spoke with great determination. We were born to be free. Who dares to act so high and mighty? Qiao Mu's fist prepared to strike the stone statue, a plan forming in his mind. I'll smash your immortal statue. Let's see if you can strike me dead with a bolt of lightning for it. Qiao Mu's fist got closer and closer to the statue. Song, he, terrified, used his own magic and yelled, Go. A sword swiftly intercepted his punch. Song, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The swords that had been knocked into the air by his punch spun around. The end result was that his sword plunged right into the head of the immortal statue. Song-he's attempt was futile, and he forced a very awkward smile. Immediately after, the statue's head shattered, sending small pieces of rock tumbling down. Song-he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qiao Mu landed safely on his feet. He quickly shot a murderous glare at Song-he, thinking, this bandit has a vicious heart, daring to stop me from dying. Suddenly, Qiao Mu realized something was wrong. He leaped over to Song-he and asked irritably, Didn't you say immortals were no good? So why did you stop me? Besides, what you just used was an immortal art, wasn't it? Song-he, who had just coughed up blood, still had to explain to him. Brother Qiao, don't misunderstand. I only practice magic. I don't cultivate immortality. The so-called magic I learn is for the purpose of controlling the immortals. He raised a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his mouth and added, These immortals are truly despicable. I wish for a world without them too. It's just that what you did, Brother Qiao, was a bit reckless. Smashing a divine statue could lead to retaliation from the immortals, even divine punishment. Qiao Mu spat contemptuously and said, That's exactly the effect I was going for. It'd be best if a bolt of heavenly lightning struck me dead right now. Song. He spat out more blood and anger, thinking, What is wrong with you? Why won't you listen to reason? Now even Song-he's eyes were bleeding as he asked, Brother Qiao, how can you be so unafraid of the immortals? Even Qiao Mu was alarmed by this sight and tried to calm him down. All right, don't get so worked up. You're bleeding so much you can't stop. I get your point. I'll be more careful from now on. Next, Qiao Mu leaned in close to him and asked, back to the main topic. If even you want to practice magic and fight against the immortals, doesn't that prove this martial path is a dead end? He felt a bit sorry for himself. What a shame. I can't even get my hands on a single cultivation manual right now. There are 2 different types of cultivation here. Song. He explained that the martial path focuses on the physical body, while the immortal path focuses on the divine soul. If you really want to compare them, the strongest martial saint, Wu Jia, can fight on par with an immortal, but even he has never reached the peak of the martial arts. Strictly speaking, there is no peak in the martial path. Immortals are strong not just because of their spells, but because of their longevity. Even if an immortal does nothing, they can simply outlive any mortal. But cultivation places great importance on aptitude. Not everyone can do it. Moreover, progress is incredibly slow. Every closed-door cultivation session can easily last for 10 or even 100 years. Song He's brows furrowed even more. The speed of the martial path is much faster than the immortal path. If there could be more martial artists in this world, if those peak martial artists could break the limits of their lifespan, why would we need to worry about overthrowing the rule of the immortals? Seeing Song He coughing up more and more blood made him a little worried. Don't get worked up, don't get worked up. Although he was comforting Song He was having a lot of ideas. So, the longevity fist is actually the way out for martial cultivators. No wonder it's Sister Shue's family heirloom. And with my resurrection system, I can reach the peak of the martial path at the fastest speed, combined with the longevity power of the longevity fist and my undying body. How is that any different from being an immortal? Qiao Mu's face twisted into a comedic expression as he spoke to Song He. Who needs tens of thousands of years to become an immortal? Just go all out and get it done. He now had a lot of question marks in his head. Why is this guy a little crazy? Did I misjudge him? Qiao Mu leaned in closer and asked, but then again, Mr. Song, do you think I have the aptitude for cultivation? He thought greedily, only children have to choose. I want it all. Song He pushed him away and answered, if you don't have a spirit root, you can't cultivate. Suddenly, Qiao Mu ran to the door and looked around, leaving Song He confused. Then he whispered into Song He's ear, then may I ask, Mr. Song, if my iron yang art is maxed out, does that count as an iron spirit root? Next, Qiao Mu unleashed a dazzling light that was truly staggering. Song He's face flushed red. He covered his eyes with his hand and stammered, an iron spirit root. Forgive my ignorance, I cannot help you. Please, put away your divine ability. Song He, his face still red, turned his back and pointed outside, saying, Brother Qiao, if there are no other issues, please feel free to leave. Qiao Mu was stunned and asked, leave? Weren't you trying to recruit me before? Song He, still not turning around, spoke to him. I know that Brother Qiao carries the world in his heart and is a man of courage and righteousness. This small temple of mine cannot house such a great figure. Qiao Mu replied, a bit embarrassed. Is that so? One thing he didn't see was Song He's sharp, cold gaze and his thoughts. This won't do. Qiao Mu is far too reckless. Letting him stay might ruin my grand plans. Qiao Mu, from behind, quickly gave him a few suggestions. But if you let me go, aren't you afraid I'll reveal the location of this mountain stronghold? Aren't you considering killing me to silence me? Song He, having lost all patience, forced a smile and turned back to him. Brother Qiao doesn't seem like the type of person who would do such a thing. Besides, we've already alerted the authorities and we're planning to move elsewhere anyway. Qiao Mu fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a sense of helplessness. Fine then. I won't delay your grand plans any longer. We'll meet again if fate allows. Then he left dejectedly, thinking, forget it. Forget it. This trip was for nothing. I failed to die. I'll head back to Yan City first. If I hurry, I might even make it in time for my own funeral feast. In Yan City, at Qiao Mu's house, a knock was heard at the door. Qin Shui opened the door a crack and asked, who are you? The person in front of her was young Master Guo, pretending to say, our young master is the son of the city lord. Qiao Mu was heroic in eliminating the bandits. The young master is here on behalf of the city lord to console the family. Behind him were a few and 4 servants carrying a coffin. Young Master Guo stared intently at Qin Shui, thinking, she's so beautiful. What a pity, she's just a woman, and a blind one at that. She, still not understanding, asked further, then what about Qiao Mu? Why hasn't he come back yet? A vicious look appeared in his eyes, and he said, Qiao Mu, you ask. Young Master Guo gave a wicked smile and told her bluntly, he's dead. Qin Shui leaned against the door slightly and asked again, dead? What do you mean, dead? He quickly snapped his fan shut. The arm holding the fan pointed towards the coffin as he shouted, it means he's dead. Qin Shui, stunned, took a step back, but then she opened her mouth with determination. I don't believe you, she said with absolute certainty. Qiao Mu wouldn't die so easily. She was about to close the door, but he quickly stopped her. This young Master Guo still had that wicked smile, his tone like a barking dog on the street as he said to her, My apologies. I brought Qiao Mu's body here, but I forgot to tell you. Next, he grabbed her arm and dragged her outside. He pulled Qin Shui close to the coffin and then kicked the lid off. You are Qiao Mu's family, so I'll have to trouble you to confirm it. She cried out in alarm. What are you doing? He pushed her head into the coffin where Qiao Mu's body lay. Young Master Guo, with that same disgusting demeanor, said, I forgot you can't see. Then let me describe for you what Brother Qiao looks like right now. He began to speak horrifying words. Qiao Mu's 4 limbs are all broken. There are at least 50 wounds from swords and arrows on his body. His face is a bloody mess, too gruesome to look at. Qin Shui, not wanting to hear any more, shook his hand off of her. She cried out in horror. Impossible. Before Qin Shui could finish, he screeched in a high-pitched, fake voice. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is fake. The body is fake. The coffin is fake. I'm fake. Everything is fake. He let out a vicious, contemptuous laugh along with the words, If I say it like that, does it make you feel a little better? Qin Shui was extremely wary of him. The monk gritted his teeth and shouted, This is going too far. The monk was furious, screaming, I'm going to kill this shameless bastard. Bai could only helplessly hold the monk back, pleading, Monk, don't be rash. This is young Master Guo. We can't do anything to him. Bai tried his best to persuade him. After he leaves, we'll help the young lady bury the captain. Give the young lady a little more silver. It's best not to make her suffer again. Young Master Guo then moved closer to her, speaking in a disappointed tone. Is this all you've got? You don't even know how to cry. For his next move, he had a servant bring over a bowl of chicken soup and said, If that's how it's going to be, I'll just have to try another method to make you feel something. He reached out, grabbed the bowl of soup, and said maliciously, Everyone in Yan City is saying that this Qiao Mu was a man of courage and righteousness. Why don't you try this soup of courage and righteousness and see if it tastes any different? Qin Shui's face turned pale and she screamed, You. Young Master Guo wasn't done yet and said to his henchmen, Men, make the young lady drink the soup. At that moment, someone stood behind her, blocking her way, as the bowl of soup drew nearer. Qin Shui's walking stick fell to the ground. The 2 men standing behind her gripped her hands tightly, while in front of her, a disaster in the form of a bowl of soup approached. The henchman quickly stepped forward, pried her mouth open and yelled, Drink up. Suddenly, the bowl of soup was snatched away by someone. Bai drank the whole bowl, then turned around to give his review, Young Master, this soup is truly delicious. Seeing this, young Master Guo angrily kicked Bai and screamed, You mutt! Who the hell are you? How dare you steal my food? The bowl of soup was knocked over and spilled everywhere. The monk then stepped forward to explain, We are soldiers under Captain Qiao. Bai isn't right in the head, and his favorite thing is to eat. Please don't take it personally, young master. Young Master Guo was still annoyed and let out a huff. Bai kept up the act, running over to the soup spilled on the ground and lapping it up, forcing the young master to scream in frustration. Are you done yet? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Smells delicious. It was none other than Qiao Mu, wearing a straw hat to hide his face. He said, A nice bowl of soup sounds great right now. Could you spare a bowl for me? The moment Bai saw him, he was so overjoyed he burst into tears, yelling, Captain. Qin Shui also called out uncertainly, Qiao Mu. Ah Fu was even more astonished, shouting, Qiao Mu. But the most terrified person right now was young Master Guo. He was so frightened he was trembling and pale. He immediately spun around to look at the coffin. He was absolutely sure the body inside was Qiao Mu. All he could do was think in terror, completely unable to understand as he looked at the 2 men who were as identical as 2 peas in a pod, wondering what on earth was going on. Qiao Mu walked closer to young Master Guo, whose eyes widened in fear. Then Qiao Mu threw his hat towards him and sliced a line across it as a warning. Bai and the monk were stunned. The henchman holding Qin Shu also watched in fear as Qiao Mu moved his spear just a little bit more, close enough to kill young Master Guo. Suddenly, the arm holding the spear trembled and spurted blood. His cold eyes were tinged with a shade of red, making the young master's face go pale with fright. Bai, hiding behind a wall, whispered, I don't think that's really the captain. He's a bit more ferocious than the captain, and a bit bigger too. Ah Fu quickly stepped forward to rescue young Master Guo, asking suspiciously, Qiao Mu is dead. Who are you? In his mind, he was sizing the man up and down. This man's lifeblood is damaged. He's only at the 8th rank. Why was that last attack so powerful? Besides, His face is identical to Qiao Mu's. The man quickly introduced himself. My name is Qiao Mu. His gaze sharpened as he looked at them and added, Qiao Mu was my biological younger brother. Ah Fu was completely shocked. He slammed his spear into the ground with force, his killing intent radiating outwards, to disrespect my brother's remains. I, Qiao Mu, will drag you all down with me, even if it costs me my life. Ah Fu scoffed and said, You're bluffing. But before he could finish, young Master Guo had already turned and fled. He didn't forget to yell, Uncle Fu, let's scram. We'll come back next time. Qiao Mu and Ah Fu were left completely speechless at the sight of him running like a madman. Hearing this, Ah Fu could only turn and walk away. Qiao Mu's arm was bleeding, but his eyes carefully watched them as he thought, I'm afraid as soon as young Master Guo gets back to the city lord's mansion, reinforcements will arrive. I have to seize this chance and die one more time. Before Ah Fu was completely gone, he shouted, Tomorrow, I will take my brother Qiao Mu's body to be buried in Tu Mountain, outside the city. Ah Fu turned his head slightly to glance at him, thinking, This kid, he's got another motive. He's leaving the city tomorrow. He wants us to make a move, so we should go find him tomorrow, shouldn't we? Once everything was settled, Qiao Mu slung the spear over his shoulder and said warily, I was just getting hungry. I can't believe I actually made it back in time for my little brother's funeral feast. Bai and the monk exchanged a meaningful look as a large pot of soup sat right in front of them. Seeing Qiao Mu drinking a bowl of it made them scream in fear. You can't drink that soup. That's your brother. Qiao Mu turned his head, still chewing on a piece of liver, which made Bai retch. He quickly cleared up their misunderstanding. This is pork liver and pork heart, not what you think it is. You actually believe the words of that pampered young master. Right after that, he pretended to cry, his eyes out. Besides, I heard my brother died a horrible death. His organs were all smashed to bits. How could they possibly have been used to make soup? Seeing the two of them crying sorrowfully, he thought to himself, From the looks of it, my cover hasn't been blown. Qiao Mu paid no mind to Qin Shui as she approached him. She didn't do much, she just sniffed the scent on him. Her sudden appearance startled him, and he let out a loud scream. Meanwhile, at the Guo mansion, young Master Guo was screaming in fear, Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu's ghost has appeared. Guo Yan heard his son's screams and turned to ask, Weren't you supposed to be confined to your room? What did you get into this time? Guo Yan noticed Ah Fu next to his son and spoke. Ah Fu quickly clasped his hands and said respectfully, City Lord, please calm your anger. The young master was just paying his respects to Qiao Mu's family, but we happened to meet someone who looked just like Qiao Mu, claiming to be his older brother. Young Master Guo fearfully recalled the look in Qiao Mu's eyes, but Ah Fu remained calm as he recounted. From my observation, Qiao Mu is an inch taller than Qiao Mu. Their faces are identical, but you can tell their ages are different. Guo Yan turned and asked a question. What is Qiao Mu's strength? Ah Fu quickly replied. I estimate he has just reached the 8th rank. His lifeblood is deficient. He might even be weaker than a peak 9th rank. He's nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Guo Yan stomped his foot, deep in thought. Qiao Mu just died, and Qiao Mu immediately appears. This person is not simple, and the Emperor is arriving soon. In these chaotic times, I, the City Lord, don't have the energy to deal with such trivial matters. A vicious look appeared in Guo Yan's eyes. He gestured to Ah Fu and spoke. Ah Fu, you go personally. And remember, if you don't pull out the weeds by the roots, they will grow back when the spring wind blows. Ah Fu quickly obeyed, replying, Yes, sir. Qiao Mu was still sleepy and covered his mouth for a long yawn as Qin Shui walked quietly behind him. Sensing something, Qiao Mu glanced over his shoulder. The moment he looked, he saw Qin Shui feeling the air in front of her with her hands. He was startled but didn't dare to move, simply standing still as she sniffed, screaming internally in horror. A few seconds later, Qiao Mu leaned back slightly to dodge her, pushing her hand away as he yelled out, Young lady, I, Qiao Mu, am already 20 years old today. I have 13 concubines at home, 18 types of weapons for every move, and 36 techniques as unpredictable as the weather. Please have some self-respect. Qin Shui placed a hand on her chin and let out a thoughtful hem. Just then, Bai saw him from a distance and called out, Qiao Mu, brother. He held out a small pouch as he spoke. My brother has only been dead for a day. Are the authorities really this efficient? Qiao Mu asked, a bit disbelievingly. Is this really the condolence money from the authorities? Hearing his question, Bai and the monk were a little taken aback, scratching their heads and laughing awkwardly. Bai replied, Of course it is. Qiao Mu let out a frustrated sigh. He saw right through them with a single glance, thinking to himself, judging by their looks, they probably pooled their own money for this. He took the money pouch and stuffed it back into Bai's hand, refusing it. I don't need the condolence money. I don't want that dirty money from the authorities. Bai was so surprised he could only say, this. Seeing this, the monk took out a book and asked, you don't need the condolence money, but what about a secret manual? He even enthusiastically explained what happened right before Captain Bai's departure. Qiao Mu said this to me. He said, he protected me so well during the bandit extermination mission. If I could make it back to Yancheng, I would give this secret manual to him as a gift of thanks. Qiao Mu took the iron shirt technique manual, his whole body trembling as he tried to contain his excitement. He rejoiced internally, chuckling to himself. He really did need to cultivate a hard qigong technique. Seeing his expression, the monk turned to Bai in confusion. So, is he satisfied or not? Bai didn't answer, just stroking his chin in thought. After giving him the gift, the two of them left. Qiao Mu tucked the secret manual into his robes and said, Miss Qin Shui, my younger brother often mentioned you. Tomorrow, I have a battle with the city lord's side. I hope you can leave Yancheng as soon as possible to avoid getting caught up in it. Qin Shui didn't reply. She just gently brought her nose close to his neck and sniffed again. She began sniffing him from top to bottom, very seriously. An unwilling look crossed Qiao Mu's face, and he put up a hand to stop Qin Shui. He warned her fiercely, young lady, you are playing with fire. Qiao Mu struck a cool pose, trying to look handsome as he said, I, Qiao Mu, have painstakingly practiced the iron crotch technique for many years. I'm in my prime, like a wolf or a tiger. A delicate body like yours won't be able to handle it. Qin Shui said softly, stop acting. She moved closer and pointed straight at him. She stated with certainty, you're deliberately talking nonsense to disrupt my judgment. Even though I'm blind, I can see right through you. The scent on your body, the sound of your voice, the intonation at the end of each sentence. Qin Shui took a step. You are Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu had been found out. He stopped pretending, scratching his head and laughing sheepishly. For a blind person to survive alone in these chaotic times, you really must have some skill. Sister Shui, are you sure your surname isn't Ning? She let out a sigh and said, it seems my guess was correct. A while later, the two were chatting, and Qin Shui asked, so, how did you manage to fool them? Did you use a disguise? Qiao Mu sat beside her and recounted, something like that. The truth is, during the bandit suppression mission, I was seriously injured and fell behind enemy lines. My comrades in arms thought I was dead. Then I was lucky enough to meet immortal elder Wang Song-he. He was the one who saved me and helped me deceive them. After hearing this, Qin Shui put a hand to her chin thoughtfully, muttering, an immortal Tao practitioner. So that's how it is. He propped his chin on his hand and turned to look at her, saying, I remember you used to say every couple of days how in your youth, an eccentric told you that you have a natural spiritual sense and were an extraordinary person. He wanted to take you as his disciple, but the Qiao family is a great martial arts clan and didn't want to associate with eccentrics. But now you're acknowledging the immortal Tao. Qin Shui grabbed her cane and began to stand as she replied, both of my eyes are blind. I have no way to follow the path of martial arts. But who knows? Here she paused for a moment, standing up fully to enjoy the breeze blowing through her long hair. Qin Shui finished her interrupted sentence, I might be able to follow the immortal Tao. Seeing Qin Shui with such a bright goal, Qiao Mu shrugged, holding his hands out to his sides, and said with a helpless smile, here we go again with the story of how after your clan was annihilated overnight, your heavenly eye will open and you'll crush the martial sage, right? At that moment, Qin Shui walked up to him again and called out, Qiao Mu. He looked up to see her standing imposingly before him, telling him to stand down, which left him utterly confused. Qin Shui continued, outside this city, everyone belongs to Guo Yan. He himself is a 6th-rank martial artist, and he has several thousand soldiers from the military garrison. You've just entered the 8th rank, and your vital energy is damaged from using the heavenly demon disintegration. You can't win. She spoke with great righteousness, her voice ringing with heroism as she declared, therefore, you stand down. Let me handle this. The moment Qiao Mu heard this, he refused, his face angry as he pointed at Qin Shui and cursed inwardly. Now you're even trying to take my fight from me. Qin Shui clenched her hand into a fist so tightly it trembled. She said, I think I only truly realized today that I have the will for revenge. But I don't have the strength. I traded a secret manual for your help, but I can't bear to watch you die because of it. This kind of half-hearted thinking will never lead to successful revenge. So, I really shouldn't rely on others for this matter. These words left Qiao Mu completely stunned. He could only stare at her with his mouth agape, not knowing what to say. Then, Qin Shui took a book out from her robes. She continued, tomorrow, I will leave Yancheng to seek the immortal Tao. You don't have to fight Guo Yan anymore. You risked your life for me, something I cannot repay. The 3-pattern wave folding strength manual hovered in midair, accompanied by Qing Shui's words, "I give you this 3-pattern wave folding strength manual. It can release multiple layers of internal energy, allowing them to stack continuously, growing higher and higher, before unleashing power that surpasses all limits." The moment Qiao Mu saw the book, his expression immediately turned serious, his eyes widening in shock as he yelled, "3-pattern. Could it be?" Qin Shui shouted back, full of spirit, "This is the Qiao family's technique, passed down in my clan for generations. Stand down, Qiao Mu. This is the last secret manual I have." When Qiao Mu heard this, tears streamed down his face, his expression one of utter anguish as he cried out, "Sister Shui." In a flash, the book left her hand and landed snugly in Qiao Mu's arms. He hugged the book and sobbed pitifully. Qiao Mu's reaction was beyond anything Qing Shui had imagined. She was a bit stunned and asked, "There's no need for such a big reaction, is there?" At this, Qiao Mu bit his lip, reining in his emotions. He turned his head and asked Qin Shui a question. "Model. Oh, that's right. Sister Shui, have you perhaps forgotten the promise you made me?" Qiao Mu stood before her, his eyes curved into a sly smile as he gently reminded her, "You still haven't finished reading me the lines from that encyclopedia." Qin Shui was surprised he still remembered and could only utter a single word, "You." Qiao Mu raised a fist towards Qin Shui and said, "You have a path you wish to follow, and I have my own path as well." His eyes were filled with determination, and he maintained his firm stance, declaring, "This path is a great one, and I swear I will not give up until I reach my goal." After hearing this, Qin Shui was silent for a moment, her hand secretly tightening its grip on her staff as she agreed. "Fine, I will wait for you for 7 days in the abandoned temple outside the city. After 7 days, if you don't come." At this point, Qin Shui suddenly paused. Then she gently tucked her hair behind her ear and corrected herself. "No, when you come, we will set off together." A moment later, Qiao Mu was seen walking away cheerfully, humming a tune. He was holding a wooden box at his waist, talking to himself. "I'm attending my own funeral, and I'm in a great mood." A second later, his expression changed, and he contradicted himself, saying, "Oh, no." Then, Qiao Mu sat down and, while digging in the dirt, began to wail. "Little brother, you've gone to the underworld, leaving me all alone in this world. What am I supposed to do?" He was crying with great enthusiasm, unaware that high above, a figure was secretly watching him. Old Man Afu's face was dark and murderous as he quietly pulled on his gloves. Then, as quick as a flash, he leaped from the cliff toward Qiao Mu's back, his hand ready to strike. But just then, something flew out, and a cloud of white powder shot straight into his face. It turned out the white powder came from the wooden box in Qiao Mu's hands. Afu's sneak attack failed, and he covered his face to avoid the powder, shouting, "My eyes!" He'd been tricked by his own scheme. His eyes, now full of powder, turned bloodshot as he yelled in fury, "This is ash mixed with lime powder. This is your own brother's urn." Qiao Mu grabbed his weapon with one hand and casually tossed the rest of the powder with the other, replying, "This is what you call brothers united, fighting side by side." He forcefully thrust his spear straight into the man's stomach, declaring with vigor, "Old fiend, prepare to die." Qiao Mu smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "It seems the system has acknowledged my character's setting of being fearless against strong enemies, and bravely fighting back. In that case, let's add a little more fuel to the fire." Afu squeezed his eyes shut and said with a contemptuous frown, "A mere 8th rank." He grabbed the spear, twisted it with all his might, and said, "Even if I'm blind, I can still eliminate you." The other end of the blade struck Qiao Mu, causing him to cough up blood. Afu took the opportunity to kick him off the cliff. As Qiao Mu fell in a freefall, blood sprayed from his mouth, but he was surprisingly calm, even giving a thumbs up and saying, "Thanks, brother." After the battle, the air fell silent. Afu stood still on the cliff. He slightly opened one eye to look, still speaking with contempt. Two insignificant brothers dared to offend the city lord of Yancheng. Isn't it all too easy to just pull you out by the roots? With that, he turned to leave, muttering, "I should head back and report." Unexpectedly, another person had appeared and was standing right behind Afu. The moment he got a clear look at the person's face, his eyes widened in shock, and this person was none other than Qiao Mu. He coolly brushed his hair back and asked, "Yo, old fiend, did you think the Qiao family had no one left to bully?" Then, his entire body began to emit a bewitching, red demonic aura as he stepped forward. Afu quickly unleashed his own spiritual power, saying, "So there's a twin brother who came running here. Good thing I struck quickly, or I would have had to face both of you at once." Qiao Mu's face darkened, his eyes bleeding and glowing red as he charged forward with powerful strides. He laughed and shouted, "Heavenly demon disintegration." Then he kicked off the ground and launched himself into the air, aiming a powerful kick at Afu. The old man nimbly dodged to the side, shouting, "Heavenly demon disintegration again." Qiao Mu changed the direction of his kick to attack once more, but A Fu was a step ahead of him. He took a stance and charged straight at Qiao Mu, saying disdainfully, "Do all of you from the Qiao family have such a death wish? You're nothing more than an early-stage 8th rank. I could wear you down and still kill you." And then, mouthful after mouthful of blood sprayed out as Qiao Mu was once again knocked off the cliff. Even as he was beaten to a pulp, he didn't forget to make a heart sign with his hands. A Fu let out a breath of relief, saying, "Is that all you've got?" But just then, Qiao Mu appeared behind him again, saying cheerfully, "Hello there." Hearing the familiar voice, A Fu's expression immediately tensed, his eyes flying open. Sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw Qiao Mu standing there with his hand raised, startling him. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head. Qiao Mu flashed a bright smile, as if to say that spring had arrived. A new and improved Qiao Mu has been born. He put both hands on his hips and said playfully, "We meet again." A Fu was shaken to his core. He said nothing, but 1,000 questions were racing through his mind. Twin brothers, a mutant, a demon, or a cultivator. How can there be another one? Or, have I been caught in an illusion this whole time? Trapped in an illusion. In his pupils, the image of a demonic Qiao Mu charging at him appeared. A Fu questioned himself. Am I still in my right mind? In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his side as a new wound appeared. A Fu roared in anger, "Stop playing tricks." He then quickly ready to counterattack. He looked at Qiao Mu in the air and said, "You think dressing up as the same person will mess with my mind?" Qiao Mu brought his spear down forcefully, using the heavenly demon disintegration technique. The two were face to face, incredibly close. A Fu blocked the attack with his hand and shouted, "Why is it that you Qiao family members just throw out heavenly demon disintegration at the drop of a hat? Aren't you afraid of dying? Are you even human?" With that, he gathered his strength and threw his arm out, sending Qiao Mu flying. Qiao Mu's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up more blood. A Fu rushed forward and hit him with another palm strike. Qiao Mu fell off the cliff once more, but not before saying, "See you later." A Fu panted heavily, reminding himself, "It must be a trick. It's fake. All of this is fake." Just then, a familiar surge of energy appeared behind him, followed by a familiar shout, "Heavenly demon disintegration." A Fu gritted his teeth, glanced back, and then spun around, roaring in fury. "Don't you dare try to mess with my mind." They both charged at each other, shouting in unison, "Die." A Fu poured all his remaining strength into this one attack. Qiao Mu, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. As he thought, "A Fu, you're supposed to be a master, huh? Getting killed by you these few times gave me a C rank evaluation twice, with some pretty rich rewards. It's a shame the last one dropped to a D rank. It's getting too obvious that I'm just farming points." A Fu broke Qiao Mu's weapon and successfully landed a palm strike on his chest. Blood once again gushed from Qiao Mu's mouth, but he still wore that same smile, thinking, "Since you're no longer useful to me, and you're so intent on wiping me out completely." Qiao Mu grabbed the broken blade in his hand, circled behind A Fu, and stabbed him right in the side, enraging the old man even more. He laughed and said, "Then I have no reason to keep you around anymore." A Fu was so furious that veins popped on his forehead. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then they both unleashed palm strikes. The two forces collided, sending them flying in opposite directions, both of them covered in blood. Panting heavily, A Fu growled, "I don't care if you're a man or not. Whether you're human or a demon, I'll make sure you never get the chance to come back to life." Qiao Mu stomped the ground, launching himself into the air and tackling A Fu around the neck. "Let me tell you a little story," he whispered in the old man's ear. Announcement: "I've just been refreshed." At the same time, the system panel appeared, displaying the message. Number of revivals within 7 days has been reset. Remaining revivals within 7 days, 5. Qiao Mu held on to A Fu and leaped off the cliff, ignoring the old man's screams. "Let go of me, you madman." Qiao Mu's blood splattered onto A Fu's face. He was still screaming through gritted teeth. "Let me go." Furious, A Fu grabbed Qiao Mu's wrist, trying to pull it off while yelling, "Let go of me." But it was no use. He used all his strength to repeatedly smash Qiao Mu's arm, cursing, "You bastard." But to his surprise, Qiao Mu then wrapped his legs around A Fu's waist. His arm had been beaten until it was severed. But Qiao Mu still held on tightly, saying, "Even without my hands, I still have my legs. How could I possibly let you escape?" A Fu tried to calm himself down, thinking. Below the cliff lay Qiao Mu's previous corpse. At this point, the two of them were about to hit the ground. A Fu counted silently in his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. He saw the lifeless face of Qiao Mu and was a bit surprised, muttering to himself, "Well, That wasn't as fast as I thought. A second later, a loud crash echoed as dust and dirt flew everywhere. The dog looked on, confused, and said, "Food falling from the sky. This is a gift from the heavens." As the dust settled, the corpses of Qiao, Mu, and A Fu could be seen, locked in a deadly embrace. But just a moment later, a brand new, uninjured Qiao Mu was regenerated. He slicked his hair back in a cool pose and said, "Mission complete." The system panel appeared with a message, "Death rating, D-." Skill points rewarded for this death. 2. Current skill point balance, 41. Skill points deducted for enhancement, 2. Revivals within 7 days, 45. Skills. Everlasting Life Scroll, Heaven-Shaking Energy, proficient. Military-grade Spearmanship, proficient. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, mastered. Iron Body Technique, mastered. Other rewards, Blood G growth. After reading it, Qiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is it only a D-? And there's almost no skill growth either?" A second later, he seriously closed his eyes, circulating his energy to check his own level, thinking, "Right now, I'm only at the middle stage of the 8th rank. The vortex in my Qi hasn't even formed yet. It seems the higher the rank, the harder it is to break through." Just then, the system chimed, and a new notification appeared on the screen. "Congratulations, host, for activating an additional reward. Default revival point setting has been rewarded. The host can choose to revive in a place with no one nearby after death, or preset the revival location for the next death." Qiao Mu was overjoyed upon hearing this. He grabbed the system interface and rubbed it against his cheek, saying affectionately, "I can actually set my revival point. With this function, I can revive in places my enemies would never expect. My options have become much more flexible." Then, a cunning smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, "Such a great function must be tested immediately. Of course, I'll head straight to the city, Lord's mansion, and stir up some trouble." Qiao Mu walked with his hands behind his head. He said to himself, "First, I'll head into the city and change my clothes. As for the money, of course, I'll have the city lord pay for it." In the kitchens of the Guo residence, a chef was tasting the food. Suddenly, a shadow with glowing eyes and a demonic smile appeared on the ground. A light breeze swept through, and Qiao Mu, moving with lightning speed, shot a pellet from his slingshot into each person's neck. A second later, they all collapsed, and he landed in an incredibly cool pose. Qiao Mu turned his head and said, "After dying so many times, I haven't even celebrated once. Today, I'll have a good meal to thank all you benefactors." He then began to slurp down the noodles with satisfaction. But just then, a voice came from outside the door. With noodles still hanging from his mouth, Qiao Mu immediately moved closer to the crack in the door to see what was happening. Outside, a man's voice was heard. "Tisk, tisk. A dog's nose is truly sharp. It knows to run straight to the kitchen when it's time for meat." Through the crack, he saw young Master Guo smiling as he and Dahe approached the kitchen, the dog barking woof woof. Qiao Mu thought, "If I make a move now, I'll be discovered immediately. There might be a servant in the blind spot of the door crack that I can't see." He wiped the food from his mouth and chuckled with amusement. "So what if I'm discovered? Am I going to die?" A foot kicked the door hard. Young Master Guo shouted, "Is everyone in there deaf? Aren't you going to open the door?" The dog, mimicking its master, also barked loudly. "Woof, woof." Young Master Guo glanced at his pet and said, "Ha, this beast only knows how to eat." Suddenly, an arm shot out from the crack in the door. Dahe saw it and barked frantically as a warning. Woof, woof, woof. In an instant, both young Master Guo and Dahe vanished. A servant heard the door close and glanced over but didn't think much of it. Young Master Guo was thrown to the ground. Qiao Mu's face was dark, his eyes glowing a terrifying red. The sheer killing intent emanating from him made both young Master Guo and Dahe tremble with fear. Young Master Guo tried to suppress his fear, pointing and ordering, "Dahe, bite him for me." But when he looked over, he saw that Dahe had already fainted from fear, while Qiao Mu was petting him and praising him for being a good dog. Qiao Mu's blade was silently pressed against young Master Guo's neck, shutting him up. With a deadpan expression, Qiao Mu leaned in close and said in a low voice, "Be quiet. You just need to answer my questions. In this city, Lord's Mansion, how many ranked martial artists are there?" Young Master Guo glanced at the blade, too scared to move, and answered honestly, "My father is a 6th-rank martial artist. Besides him, there are 2 7th-rank experts. One of them is Uncle Fu, but he just left the city to kill someone. The other is named Zhou Wen. I think there are 5 or 6 8th-rank martial artists, but I don't know about the 9th rank." At that moment, the tip of the blade pressed closer, piercing young Master Guo's skin and drawing blood. Qiao Mu asked again, "Do you know about the Martial Extreme Society, or about the Great Yan Emperor's secret tour?" Young Master Guo used his hand to gently push the blade away. His face contorted with a mix of emotions as he asked, "How do you know about that too?" Qiao Mu's eyes widened as he said coldly, "Don't waste my time. Get to the point." Sweat beaded on young Master Guo's forehead as he held up his hands, repeatedly saying, "I'll talk. I'll talk." In the kitchen, everyone was lying unconscious on the floor, while Dahe was happily chewing on a fresh piece of meat. With no way out, young Master Guo could only comply with his demands. "My father said the emperor might come to the Yan City area within a month, so he told me not to cause any trouble recently." Qiao Mu continued his interrogation. "What about the specific time and the itinerary?" Young Master Guo didn't answer, instead raising his hand to bite his nails while thinking. "If I answer him now, he'll definitely kill me on the spot. I have to find a way to lure him out of the kitchen, preferably right to my father." With that thought, he pushed the blade away with a trembling finger and said with a nervous laugh, "How would I know the details of such important intelligence? However, I can take you to my father's study. The original secret letter is there." Outwardly, Qiao Mu showed no reaction, but inwardly, he saw right through the man's intentions. He smirked to himself, "Trying to lure me to Guo Yan? Hamph. I was just getting annoyed that he wouldn't make a move, but I'm not about to let you off so easy either." The next second, he readied his stance to run him through, saying, "Setting a trap for me, are you? It'd be just as easy for me to kill you now and find the secret letter myself." Young Master Guo immediately panicked, shutting his eyes tight and begging for his life. "Great hero Qiao, not only can I help you find the secret letter, but I also know where my father hides an unparalleled martial arts manual. I'll give it to you then. Just please don't kill me." Hearing this, Qiao Mu's blade immediately stopped. Young Master Guo cracked one eye open to look at his face. He leaned in close, a red light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "What manual?" Young Master Guo frantically spilled. "The manual is called the Martial Saint's Spirit Rhino Art. My father often practices it in secret. It's definitely a top-tier martial arts manual." Qiao Mu's eyes immediately lit up as he said, "The Martial Saint's Spirit Rhino Art. The name alone sounds impressive." Then, he grabbed young Master Guo by the collar and hoisted him up, shouldering his weapon as he said, "Lead the way. And don't even think about trying any tricks." Before long, the two of them were in Guo Yan's study. Young Master Guo handed Qiao Mu a book, and he asked suspiciously, "Something this important? And Guo Yan doesn't lock it up?" Young Master Guo replied, "Besides me, no one would dare enter my father's study without his permission." He then stood there, trying to force a trustworthy smile. Qiao Mu immediately flipped it open to take a look, thinking to himself, "What's with this technique? It doesn't explain breathing or stances, nor does it cover fists, kicks, or weapons. Instead, it describes some mystical method for training one's intuition, honing your instincts to anticipate the enemy's moves. Something so vague?" He then snapped the book shut and pointed his blade at young Master Guo, demanding, "This technique is so basic. Don't tell me there's a second half, is there?" Young Master Guo's face fell. He hesitated for a moment before answering, "I think the rest is in my father's secret chamber. Why don't I take you there to have a look?" Qiao Mu's face was ice cold as he warned, "Don't try anything." Young Master Guo immediately replied, "Of course, of course." So, Qiao Mu stealthily opened the door, carefully peering around before escorting him out. Young Master Guo glanced back, his mind racing for a way out as they walked. "Qiao Mu's right behind me. If I make any unusual moves, he'll strike. But he can't see my face. There has to be a way. There must be a way to get away from him." Qiao Mu's hand was clamped tightly around young Master Guo's wrist. He thought to himself, "In this entire city, Lord's Manor, the only people who could possibly save me are my father and Zhou Wen." He glanced behind him, unable to stop the sweat from beading on his skin. He thought, "Father isn't in the study, so he must be in the secret room. If I can just get to the secret room, I'll definitely survive." Just then, someone walked by. Young Master Guo was startled, exclaiming inwardly, "Zhou, so it's Zhou Wen." Seeing him, the man stopped and bowed. "Young Master." Young Master Guo began winking frantically, his face contorting as he tried to signal, "Zhou Wen, save me." Zhou Wen found his expression a bit confusing. He froze for a second, then thought to himself, "Something's not right here." Qiao Mu stood behind young Master Guo with a dark expression, while the young master stared at Zhou Wen with eyes full of hope. Suddenly, something clicked in Zhou Wen's mind. He lowered his head slightly. Seeing this, young Master Guo rejoiced inwardly. "He understands what I mean." But to his surprise, Zhou Wen shook his head helplessly, and though embarrassed, he spoke bluntly. "Young Master, please have some self-respect. Don't make eyes at me. I, Zhou Wen, am over 40 years old and have a wife. I am not interested in men, and I certainly have no intention of engaging in any improper relations. Hearing his words, young Master Guo's jaw dropped. Huh? What are you talking about? Before he could finish his sentence, a blade pierced straight through his body. Zhu Wen's eyes widened in horror. Young Master Guo collapsed to the ground, trembling as he tried to force out the words, cough, save, cough. Then he fell silent. Only then did Zhou Wen finally react, yelling, an assassin. He grabbed his weapon and charged forward, shouting in alarm, the young master has been murdered. There's an assassin. Qiao Mu's eyes widened, and then he let out a short laugh. Ha! He then threw young Master Guo's body forward to block the blow, saying, if that's what you want, then you can have him. Young Master Guo's body took another strike, this time from Zhou Wen. At that moment, a sound echoed out. The door behind Qiao Mu burst open, and from it floated dark, ominous purple aura. Qiao Mu sensed it and whipped his head around. At the same time, Guo Yan stepped out from within, radiating a heaven-piercing killing intent. Seeing his son dead right before his eyes, he flew into a rage, his eyes bulging as veins popped all over his face. When Qiao Mu saw his state, he knew his plan had succeeded. He thought with unconcealed triumph, finally force you to make a move. Although the plan was going as expected, he was still taken by surprise. Before he knew it, Guo Yan was right in front of him, striking out with his palm. Luckily, his reflexes were fast enough to block it with his spear. The force of the blow sent Qiao Mu flying into another courtyard, skidding a long distance across the ground before he finally stopped. Despite being overpowered and injured to the point of coughing up blood, he just laughed like a madman, exhilarated by the challenge. Guo Yan, if you've got the guts, then kill me right now. Without hesitation, he charged toward his enraged foe. Fulfilling Qiao Mu's wish, Guo Yan also rushed forward with a clenched fist. Just as it seemed he was about to land another punch, he suddenly raised his knee and delivered a kick that sent Qiao Mu flying back into a building. But it still wasn't over. He planted his Mangqing spear into the ground to prop himself up. Even with his face covered in blood and dirt, he continued his taunts, don't hold back. This old man practices the iron shirt technique. A little force like that won't be enough to kill me. Guo Yan was naturally hot-tempered, and hearing that, he fell right into the trap, rushing forward to throw another punch. Only after landing the punch did he regain a bit of his composure and demand an answer. His dark red eyes were filled with blood vessels as he growled out each word. Why did you have to kill my son? But even in such a critical state, Qiao Mu maintained that infuriating smile and cryptically recited a poem. If good and evil receive no retribution, then heaven and earth themselves are unjust. Immediately after, his powers suddenly surged as he continued. Heaven and earth will not deliver retribution. At that moment, Qiao Mu's entire body was enveloped in a strange, crimson aura. He swung his Mangqing spear, tripping Guo Yan and sending him tumbling. So I will. However, before his face hit the ground, Guo Yan managed to catch himself with his hands. He nimbly somersaulted away to dodge the agile Mangqing spear, then leaped back to create some distance. Of course, Qiao Mu wasn't about to stop. Seeing his thrust miss, he immediately turned towards Guo Yan and unleashed a flurry of stabs in his direction. He spun as he thrust, adding even more power to his spear. But Guo Yan was not as easy to handle as his son. He raised a hand to push away the shaft of Qiao Mu's spear and immediately closed the distance, declaring, Qiao Mu, after you die, I will hang your corpse on the city gate to dry in the sun for 10 days as an offering to my son's spirit. With that, he struck without hesitation, sending him flying backward again. Just then, the other soldiers in the mansion rushed over, hastily calling out, City Lord. He was slumped against a splintered wooden door, spitting out fresh blood like a faucet. His body was a mess of injuries, trembling so hard he couldn't even speak. His bloodshot eyes revealed a mix of madness and excitement. Qiao Mu let out a grim, satisfying laugh. Hearing those arrogant provocations, Guo Yan snatched a soldier's sword and ruthlessly slashed Qiao Mu's arms twice. His strikes were incredibly precise. With each slash, an arm went limp, its tendons completely severed. The soldier, Zhou Wen, who was holding young Master Guo's body, couldn't help but shudder at the sight. The city lord hated being provoked by reckless brutes the most. He would probably sever all of Qiao Mu's tendons to vent his rage. He might even use 1,000 different methods to torture him, giving him a fate worse than death. Still not satisfied, Guo Yan's face darkened as he said, Next are the tendons in your legs. He then aimed the sword at Qiao Mu's legs and lunged. Fortunately, he managed to dodge, but one of his legs was still hit. After dodging that slash, he was completely exhausted. At this point, he was practically a cripple, with every part of his body screaming in pain. He thought with grim determination, This old bastard never planned to kill me from the start. He wants to torture me. I absolutely cannot let him have his way. Then, for some reason, he began to recite poetry. A breath of heroism, 1,000 miles of cheerful wind. This flippant attitude only fueled the city lord's boiling rage. Guo Yan pointed his sword at Qiao Mu and shouted, "You little brat, you seem to be in high spirits, still able to recite poetry at a time like this." His face was in a worse state than a beggar who hadn't washed in 10 days, but he maintained that infuriating smile and uttered, "Heavenly demon disintegration." As he spoke, he lunged toward Guo Yan with all the speed he could muster. Seeing this, the man was startled, thinking in shock, this kid was still hiding a killing move. So, Guo Yan decisively jumped back to dodge, but then he saw him charging forward like a bull. He followed the direction he was running and gasped in horror when he saw the destination, the mouth of a well. By the time he realized Qiao Mu's true intention, he had already covered a good distance. He yelled, "This is bad. The kid is trying to escape." However, Qiao Mu was running so fast he couldn't break in time and slammed his head into the well's edge, nearly cracking his skull. But that impact was also quite magnificent. The remaining momentum sent him into a graceful somersault as he dove right into the well. The onlookers stood there, stunned and agape. Zhou Wen was speechless. This man, he's so unbelievably resolute. After Qiao Mu escaped, Guo Yan slammed his sword into the courtyard ground, his hand clenching as he stared at the blood-stained well and roared, "Bastards! So many of you, and you let a cripple get away." He wasn't finished, continuing to order, "Men, go to the Qiao family estate and execute every last one of them. Don't let a single person go." The soldiers, whether they wanted to or not, had to reply, "Yes, sir." After assigning the task to the low-ranking soldiers, he turned to give Zhou Wen an order. "Zhou Wen, you go down and retrieve the body. I want to see him, dead or alive." Without a second word, Zhou Wen clasped his hands and accepted the order. "Yes, sir." A short while later, Song He and his bandit brothers were walking with their bundles along a river outside the city. He noticed something floating in the water, and as it drifted closer, he saw it was Qiao Mu, covered in blood. The water around him was also dyed red. Song He immediately ordered his brothers, "Quick, pull him out of there." Only 3 days had passed since the incident with Qiao Mu, but the heroic tale of him storming the city lord's mansion and single-handedly killing young Master Guo had spread throughout Yen City. The kind-hearted citizens who read the news felt pity for him. What a shame. I hope the brave warrior is safe. Almost everyone was praying for this hero who had mysteriously disappeared, hoping he had survived. Passing by, Qin Shui also had to stop, worried about him. "Qiao Mu, you had the help of an immortal master last time. You'll definitely be all right this time too, right?" When Qiao Mu woke up, his entire body was tightly bandaged. He thought warily, "What's going on? Why am I not dead yet?" Looking at his arm, which was in a cast as thick as a log, he trembled inwardly. This wound, this pain, and then there was Song He, dabbing his joyous tears with a handkerchief, while the other bandit brothers cheered and laughed heartily. He's awake, boss, look. The brave warrior is awake." Only Qiao Mu was confused. Are all these people real? Before he could even get his bearings, he heard Song He jump to his own conclusions. "Qiao Mu, I've heard all about what you did in the city. It is everyone's duty to help a righteous hero. You don't need to thank me." Those words shocked him to his core. Qiao Mu was so angry he shot up, trying to scream, but his body was so severely injured that he couldn't form a single coherent word. "Wang Song He, you and I have no history, no grudge. Why did you save me?" But he, as innocent as a saint, gently pushed him back down onto the bed. "Say no more. I understand everything." Not only that, but Song He also covered his mouth to stop him from speaking. He was furious enough to die, but unfortunately, he couldn't. He cursed inwardly. What the hell does he understand? He wants to heal me. How cruel can he be? Only when he was lying flat did Song He ask with concern, "Qiao Mu, are you all right?" Qiao Mu's mouth had now turned into a small fountain as he pleaded earnestly, "Just stop. Stop treating me. I'm begging you." Hearing these words, Song He was deeply moved and continued his internal monologue. Could it be that Qiao Mu feels he's beyond saving and doesn't want to implicate our mountain camp? Even at such a critical moment of life and death, he still thinks of others. He truly is a righteous hero. In a moment of excitement, he tightly gripped Qiao Mu's cast-covered hand. He screamed in agony, "It hurts." Before he could even protest, he heard the man's voice, overflowing with emotion, offering encouragement. "Qiao Mu, I know you're in excruciating pain right now, that living is worse than death, but you must not give up. I, Wang Song He, will absolutely not stand by and watch a righteous hero die in front of me. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Hang in there." That kindness just made him vomit even more blood. He was so angry, but he couldn't do a thing. He could only wave his hand frantically to escape the man's grip. Qiao Mu's voice was hoarse as he desperately begged, "Oh, heavens, please save me from Wang Song, his demonic clutches." Seeing him turn pale and withered, he grew very worried. "Huh? What's wrong with your wound? It seems to be getting worse." "Qiao Mu, you have to hold on a little longer." No matter how diligently Wang Song he treated him, Qiao Mu finally, after 2 days, successfully kicked the bucket. He and his brothers in the camp hugged his body, sobbing, "Brother Qiao, you will live on forever." As his soul left his body to be reborn, Wang Song, he cried out in grief, "Brother Qiao." Qiao Mu was looking at the system's evaluation panel for this sacrifice. Death evaluation rank, B+. Skill points rewarded for this death, 23. Remaining skill points, 14. Skill growth deduction score, 53. Number of resurrections in 7 days, 35 times. Skill, longevity fist, heaven refining strength, 60% mastery. Sacred soulless rhino art, 100% initiated. Heavenly demon disintegration grand art, 100% mastery. Iron guard skill, 100% mastery. Other rewards displayed, ki and blood growth. As he read the system's notification window, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it took a bit long, he was glad he finally died. But there's a silver lining to every cloud. He smiled and assessed the situation. This failed rescue attempt actually made this death feel a bit more legendary and fated. Even the evaluation rank went up, so it's not a loss. After reviewing the panel, Qiao Mu sat down to meditate and cultivate, thinking with a satisfied expression. A vortex of qi has appeared in my dantian. I've jumped from the mid-stage of the 8th rank to the peak of the 7th rank. Thinking about what he had achieved in this life made him even more pleased. This resurrection feels like more than 10 years have passed. I've initiated the sacred soulless rhino art, and my other hard skills have also improved. This level of efficiency is truly extraordinary. While Qiao Mu was basking in his satisfaction, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. 3 heads poked out from the bushes. They were clearly his brothers from the mountain stronghold. Qiao Mu had approached the 3 of them without them noticing. He glared and snapped, "Who's there?" The bandit brothers were terrified when they saw his familiar face. The group nervously shouted, You. Why do you look exactly like him? Who are you? Why are you snooping around our stronghold?" Qiao Mu was in the middle of making up a story, looking quite thoughtful. "Brother, I've already used that one. Every time I revive, my qi and blood grow stronger. It seems I also look a bit more mature. I'll use that this time." In just a second, he decided on the identity of a cool, detached father. "My surname is Qiao. My name is Qiao Mu. I'm here looking for my son, Qiao Mu. Could he be here?" Hearing this introduction, the men looked at each other, half convinced and half skeptical. "Wait a minute. Qiao Mu's father? But you're so young. You don't look a day over 30. Seeing them naively discussing this, he interrupted. He appeared indifferent on the outside, but his heart was soaring with joy. "So this is the effect of the longevity fist?" Sister Xue said that after mastering the longevity fist, one can achieve eternal youth. I didn't really believe it before, but now that I've achieved mastery and heaven-refining strength, I can feel my vital essence is abundant and unwavering. I must master the later volumes as soon as possible. Qiao Mu cleared his throat and explained deliberately, "It's just the result of waking up early, going to bed early, and diligently training in a divine body-protecting art. Gentlemen, can you take me to see my son?" Hearing his question, the brothers hesitated and looked at each other. "Well, this." A moment later, they led him to the stronghold's clinic to see Qiao Mu's body. He comforted Wang Song, who looked even more devastated, with a solemn voice, "Mr. Wang, my son's death was meaningful. He died for a great cause, so there's no need for such sorrow." Qiao Mu continued, "The dead are at peace, but the living must continue to seek justice." He put on an indignant expression. He clenched his fists with determination and said, "That Yan City, Lord Guo Yan, killed 2 of my sons. In a few days, I will go and kill him." This scene felt strangely familiar. Wang Songhe's mouth twitched as he remarked, "No wonder the Qiao family brothers are all so stubborn. It seems they were taught by a father like you." He then invited Wang Songhe to join him. "Mr. Wang, I can see that although you are a mountain bandit, you actually care for the world. I wonder if you would be willing to leave the mountain and fight against Guo Yan with me? Together, let's find a way for the common people to survive." He couldn't help but mutter, "Those words sound so familiar." After 2 failed attempts, Qiao Mu had also learned from experience. He thought with a serious expression, "I'm at the peak of the 7th rank now, more than capable of fighting Guo Yan alone. But the Guo residence has more than just Guo Yan. It's still better to find a reliable ally." While he was contemplating Wang Song, he was also considering the feasibility of this partnership. This Qiao Mu's cultivation is quite high. If I can use him to eliminate Guo Yan, it would be a great thing. But just like his son, he acts rashly and could easily ruin everything. I should probably calm him down first. After careful consideration, he finally voiced his opinion. Sir, you could tell at a glance that I care for the world and am no ordinary bandit. I am truly impressed. However, dealing with Guo Yan is something we must discuss in detail. We can't just storm the city lord's mansion. Hearing this, Qiao Mu calmly spoke as he bent down towards the corpse. Then you take your time thinking about it. Come find me when you've made a decision. Seeing him touch Qiao Mu's body, Wang Song, he was confused. Wait, what are you doing? He hoisted his former body onto his shoulder and said nonchalantly, Didn't you say Guo Yan's men are searching everywhere for my son's body? They need to see the person if he's alive, and the body if he's dead, right? I'll find someone to deliver him there first, to stop those dogs from barking and sniffing around, interfering with your grand plan. These cold, heartless words sent Wang Song, he and the other Stronghold brothers into a state of shock. He blurted out in astonishment, What? You want to hand over Qiao Mu's body to Guo Yan? He hurriedly followed him, trying his best to persuade him. Guo Yan's methods are bizarre. He wants Qiao Mu's body so he can personally hang it on the city gates for all to see. He wants to ensure brother Qiao knows no peace, even in death. But hearing these words, he perked up with interest. Oh, is that so? Qiao Mu thought this was a great idea, his face lighting up with excitement as he began to plot. Then my son's body makes for excellent bait. If Guo Yan can be lured out of his heavily guarded mansion for this, it will be much more convenient for us to strike. Seeing him become even more outrageous, Wang Song, he couldn't help but pat his shoulder and remind him, My good sir, Qiao Mu is your biological son. Qiao Mu just gave a faint, dark smile and said, Say no more. If it means killing Guo Yan, I'm perfectly willing to use my own son's body as bait. Seeing that crazed look of determination in his eyes, Wang Song, he was left speechless, unable to offer any more words of persuasion. He looked down and stammered, Qiao, brother Qiao. Just a second later, he regained his usual composure. He respectfully cupped his fists and said, No. Uncle Qiao, your righteousness is profound. I, Wang, feel ashamed in comparison. I will immediately arrange for a large, reputable household to bring Qiao Mu's body and report it. For the next few days, please stay in the stronghold and wait for good news. Outwardly, Qiao Mu humbly said, Not at all, not at all. But inwardly, the gears in his mind were turning. I have an ally, and the assassination plan is taking shape. Next, I should think about how to act over the next 2 days, and how to raise my evaluation score. At that same moment, in the study of the Guo residence, Guo Yan was reading a book when a carrier pigeon arrived. He glanced at the small container attached to the bird's leg. A moment later, the book in his hands was replaced by a piece of paper. As Guo Yan read, he thought to himself that not even the Star Xuan emissaries of the Martial Bureau could find any trace of the Qiao family. Could it be that Qiao Mu was just putting up a front, pretending to have this so-called Qiao family backing him? He confirmed his suspicions and set the paper down, thinking he was almost fooled by 2 wet-behind-the-ears kids. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report, City Lord, Qiao Mu's body has been found. A physician in Banshan town by the river discovered Qiao Mu's body floating downstream. The man had seen the portrait on the wanted poster and quickly reported it to the authorities. Hearing the news, he shot to his feet and ordered, Where is the body? Take me to see it at once. Sir, the soldier immediately replied, Yes, sir. A few minutes later, Guo Yan lifted the coffin lid. Seeing that this was indeed the body he was looking for, he confirmed it wasn't a fake. This was truly Qiao Mu's corpse. The soldier continued reporting the information he received. This humble one heard that Qiao Mu struggled in that physician's house for several days before dying in agony. Guo Yan then ordered his subordinate, investigate that physician. Is there anything suspicious about him? If not, then tomorrow, I, the city lord, will personally hang Qiao Mu's body on the city walls. The next morning, before the gates of Yan City, the gates were sealed shut and heavily guarded. The city lord's men made a loud announcement. By order of the city lord, the city is sealed today. Outsiders are forbidden from entering. Qiao Mu, perched on the branch of an ancient tree, looked towards the city gate and clicked his tongue. This old fool Guo Yan is quite cautious. He's hanging up a corpse, yet he still seals the city gates. Is he worried another member of the Qiao family will pop out of the crowd? But no matter how cautious Guo Yan was, he still had a way. Good thing I had a countermeasure prepared. The previous night, he and Song He were discussing their strategy. Qiao Mu pointed at the map on the table and said, Mr. Wang, although you and I have formed an alliance, we still need to split up. He immediately asked, Uncle Qiao, do you already have a plan? He briefly outlined the plan. I need you all to sneak into the city. Wait for Guo Yan to leave the city lord's manor. then cause a commotion to tie up the reinforcements. At this point, he placed his hand on the city lord's manor on the map. As for me, I'll go directly for Guo Yan. Then he made a sinister throat-slitting gesture and said, "And then, I'll kill him with my own hands." Hearing he wanted to take on the city lord solo, Song He excitedly slammed the table. "You intend to deal with that Guo Yan all by yourself?" Qiao Mu felt a bit intimidated by this reaction but stubbornly said, "That's right, my mind is made up. Don't you dare try to steal this from me." He silently added the real reason in his head. "No one can steal this kind of awful head-delivering mission from me. Not at all." But he never expected these words to accidentally unlock Song He's hidden mode. He enthusiastically grabbed Qiao Mu's hand and began talking a mile a minute. "Assassinating Guo Yan is the most dangerous part of this plan. I can't believe you're volunteering to take it on. For the sake of juniors like us, you brave all dangers. My admiration for you is like a torrential river, flowing endlessly." Seeing Song He get more and more worked up, he slapped away his budding admiration. Stop, little Wang. I just don't want you guys stealing my spotlight. It's not as grand as all that." At that, Song He snapped out of his own overthinking. "Huh?" Then he heard him say shyly, "To be honest, I, Qiao Mu, have always enjoyed being a good person in my life. Don't you guys steal my chance to show off. Besides, while you're looting the Guo residence for me, grabbing a few secret manuals would be a great help." These words completely shattered the newfound admiration of the budding fanboy. Song He was so culturally shocked he could have coughed up blood, exclaiming, "Risking your own life for such a trivial matter. You're even more reckless than the stories say." Seeing the topic was getting sidetracked, he cleared his throat and got back to business. "Let's get back to the matter at hand. Little Wang, you said you found my son by the river, right? But he fell into a well inside the city lord's manor. Based on that deduction, there must be an underground river passage beneath the city lord's manor that leads directly to the mountain range outside the city. Tomorrow, you all will follow that secret path. I guarantee no one will be the wiser." Back in the present, following Qiao Mu's instructions, Song He used the map to find the hidden entrance. There really was a secret passage. Without hesitation, he rolled up the map and signaled to his brothers from the mountain stronghold. "Brothers, today we sneak into the city lord's manor. We will coordinate with Senior Qiao to eliminate that scoundrel. Guo, move out." At that same moment, Qiao Mu was standing on a cliff that towered above the clouds. He stretched his muscles while mumbling to himself. Judging by the time, Wang Song He and his men should have found the secret passage by now. I guess it's time for me to get started too. Standing on the edge of a 1,000-meter-high cliff, Qiao Mu looked down and assessed. This height is good. A fall from here would definitely be fatal. With that, he leaped off without a shred of hesitation. He let himself freefall down the cliffside, simultaneously giving a command to the system. "System, this time, revive me at the previously set respawn point." And so, a few seconds later, in a courtyard house in the outskirts of the city, Qiao Mu casually lifted some floorboards to retrieve his weapons, exclaiming with satisfaction, "This function is so useful. A direct respawn inside the city." Looking at the two identical spears, he said cheerfully, "So what if you sealed the city? Mu is here. Mu is here. Guo Yan, I'm coming for you." Several hours later, Guo Yan rode at the head of a procession. Dozens of soldiers marched behind him. The common folk on both sides of the road quickly moved aside to make way. The townspeople who noticed the coffin being pushed along behind them began to murmur amongst themselves. Didn't they say the city lord was burying young Master Guo today? But why isn't anyone wearing mourning clothes? When will all this chaos in Yan City finally end? Not long after, the horses came to a halt. Guo Yan frowned and commanded, "Open the coffin and lift up the corpse." Instantly, a soldier kicked the wooden lid away, revealing Qiao Mu's body. Without hesitation, he grabbed the corpse by the hair and pulled it up. In the blink of an eye, he was holding the body up for everyone to see, a triumphant smirk on his face. The crowd murmured, "Who is that? Why did he die so horribly? That doesn't look like young Master Guo. He looks a bit familiar. He looks like that hero who beat up young Master Guo before." Hearing this, someone in the know quickly whispered to their uninformed neighbor, "It's him. I heard yesterday that a man named Qiao Mu broke into the city lord's manor. That's him." Jiang Chen stood in the crowd, scowling as he watched the city lord's men with disgust. This isn't a burial. It's a public parade of a corpse. Guo Yan's methods are truly vicious. He's using this incident as a warning to everyone. I'm afraid that in the future, even if another hero comes along, they won't dare to cross him so easily. In another corner of the crowd, the wealthy merchants, who benefited from their alliance with the city lord's manor, started to jeer. A righteous warrior? What kind of righteous warrior is this Qiao guy? Daring to break into the city lord's manor and kill someone in broad daylight. According to the laws of the Great Yan, that's a crime punishable by death, But as soon as he finished speaking, a group of citizens couldn't hold back and loudly condemned him, barging into people's homes and doing whatever he pleases. Hasn't Duke Guo done that countless times before? That's right. Why don't you talk about him violating the laws of the Great Yan? Right now, the streets of Yan City are filled with people who've starved to death, and the city lord doesn't see or care. If we're going by the law, he should be the first one to die. Hearing them dare to criticize him, the merchant became annoyed and shouted orders to his servants. A bunch of filthy beggars dare to use the law to insult the Lord's city lord? Beat them for me. The servants immediately rushed toward the citizens with clubs, beating them relentlessly. Even so, the people bravely continued to speak out, driving away the starving, locking down the entire city for personal revenge, causing food prices to skyrocket. Officials and merchants colluding, treating human lives like dirt. You'll all face retribution sooner or later. Watching the innocent people being brutally beaten, the group of wealthy merchants listened to their curses and just sneered maliciously. Starving to death is what you deserve. And with rising food prices, can't we make a little more money? Isn't the Changxiang Pavilion in the city looking for a few new slaves? Maybe you should go give it a try? Oh, no. The stench of poverty would taint my dear Miss Yingying. The more they spoke, the more pleased with themselves they became. Each one of them laughed vilely, hurling insults. Lowly commoners like you are better off dying sooner. You'd be better off reincarnated as a dog. That's right. Just like that Qiao guy you were talking about. Just as the rich buffoon was laughing, the top of his hair was suddenly sliced off, leaving him with a bald spot. The man frantically rubbed his now shiny head and screamed, "My hair, my hair." Suddenly, Qiao Mu appeared, spear in hand, moving like a flash of lightning through the one-sided brawl. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, the tide of the fight had turned. The people who were being beaten by the fat man's servants rushed forward and began kicking and punching him without mercy. "You corrupt merchant, you're finally getting what you deserve. Brothers, get him." The merchant was pinned down and beaten, completely unable to fight back. He wailed loudly, "No, help me. City Lord, save me." A soldier, hearing the commotion, stepped forward to ask for instructions. "My lord, it seems there's some trouble on the side of the road." Guo Yan didn't even bother to glance over as he spoke. "Don't bother with them. Just a bunch of unruly peasants. We'll just arrest a few tomorrow and execute them as a warning." Suddenly, a spear imbued with powerful energy shot out from the crowd. Guo Yan, sharply sensing the danger, instinctively glanced over. Although he had detected the surprise attack, he still couldn't avoid it. The spear pierced straight through his shoulder. The horse, startled, threw Guo Yan to the ground and bolted. Seconds later, his soldiers formed a protective circle around him, standing guard. Only two of them rushed to help him up. "My lord, there's an assassin. Protect the lord." Guo Yan clutched his shoulder, where there was now a gaping hole, his eyes filled with both fear and boiling rage. Just a little more. If I had been even a fraction of a second slower, that spear would have gone through my head. At that moment, Qiao Mu advanced with his weapon, roaring at Guo Yan. He walked slowly toward him, surrounded by crackling, dark red lightning, like a god of slaughter. A chilling voice rang out, "You killed my family, and then you displayed his body for all to see." For a blood feud this deep, Qiao Mu pointed the tip of his spear at him. He laughed maniacally. "My Qiao family will repay this 1,000 times over." Seeing that hateful face, a chill ran down Guo Yan's spine. He stared in stunned disbelief and screamed, "Qiao Mu, you're not dead?" "No, that's not right." "Impossible." Before he could recover from his daze, the man charged forward. "Wrong. I'm his father." Hearing this, Guo Yan ground his teeth in silent fury, thinking, "So this Qiao family has accomplices. Damn it. Just how many people are in the Qiao family? What was that about the Qiao family not existing? Did the Wuji society lie to me?" Seeing him about to attack, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "What are you all standing there for? Kill him." But Qiao Mu continued to charge forward like an arrow, thrusting his spear without a hint of hesitation, a characteristic, excited smile on his face as he issued a challenge. "Come on, and don't you dare hold back." Sword and spear clashed, creating an immense shockwave of power. Seizing an opening, Qiao Mu attacked with his spear. The subordinate nimbly dodged the attack. From behind, another soldier charged with a sword, shouting, "Die." Qiao Mu's expression turned cold. He instantly spun around and ran the charging swordsman through with his spear. Seeing this, the leading soldier pointed his sword at him and ordered his men to fire their arrows. Faced with thousands of incoming arrows, he raised his spear and spun it, creating a barrier in front of him, causing all the arrows flying toward him to be deflected away. The leader commanded again, "Formation." At his word, all the soldiers simultaneously lowered their shields in front of them, creating an incredibly solid wall of defense. Qiao Mu paid them no mind. He simply raised his spear and began to unleash his power. A fierce, crimson energy began to radiate from his body. Then, he threw his spear toward the battle formation. And in just a few short minutes, the formation they had painstakingly prepared was easily shattered. Several soldiers, unable to withstand his power, were sent flying. The other soldiers were stunned by this sight. They gripped their shields tightly and exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this? He broke the formation all by himself. What are you panicking for? Our main forces haven't even joined the fight yet." In the middle of the formation, Guo Yan clutched his wounded shoulder in pain. Cold sweat drenched his face. Beside him was Zhu Wen, who supported Guo Yan while looking at the soldiers and giving an angry command. "No retreat, charge forward." Hearing the order, the soldiers didn't dare to disobey and responded, "Yes, sir." Guo Yan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and glanced at the men behind him. He thought with annoyance, "Damn it, are all members of the Qiao family fearless of death? Why am I stuck dealing with these mad dogs? Besides, this Qiao Mu and the other Qiao Mu are just too similar. Even though he claims they're father and son, their movements, their expressions, they're practically cast from the same mold." Seeing his enemies begin to falter only made Qiao Mu fight with even more vigor. With an ecstatic expression, he looked at them and declared, "Guo Yan, you old scoundrel, you're not getting away." Faced with his arrogance, Zhu Wen grabbed his weapon and charged at him. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell Guo Yan, "City Lord, you go on ahead. I'll hold him back." Zhou Wen lunged forward, drawing his sword to strike Qiao Mu. But Qiao Mu just smiled, effortlessly raising his spear to block the attack. He glared at the man and demanded, "I'm avenging my son. What are you doing interfering?" Zhou Wen stared back at him and angrily declared, "Shut your mouth. Your son killed the city lord's son. Death was too good for him." Then, they both charged at each other simultaneously. Qiao Mu looked at him and said, "That little bastard was a lawless tyrant who bullied the common people. My son was ridding the world of a menace." Not about to be outdone, Zhou Wen defended his master. "You villain, you have no right to speak ill of my young master." Hearing his pathetic excuse, Qiao Mu replied with contempt, "Hemph, as expected of a dog raised by the Guo family. Even a dog's food is 100 times better than what the common people get." His words struck a nerve with Zhou Wen. He lunged forward, attacking with all his might while roaring, "Shut up." Seeing that he had successfully provoked Zhou Wen, Qiao Mu smirked. A red light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his power, thrusting his spear toward Zhou Wen. "Ha, get emotional and you leave an opening." Caught off guard, Zhou Wen couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the shoulder by the spear. He reached up and grabbed tightly onto Qiao Mu's spear shaft, his face hardening. Clenching his jaw, he strained to hold the spear in place and declared, "Even if I die, I will not let you take another step forward." Hearing this, Qiao Mu smiled with amusement and said, "You're a good dog. It's a shame you followed the wrong master." The soldiers nearby watched this scene, utterly shocked. A skinny one trembled in fear and exclaimed, "Zhou Wen is a 7th-rank martial artist, and he was defeated in less than 10 moves. A fat soldier nearby added, "Don't even think about running. The city lord hasn't even made his move yet." Just then, Guo Yan struggled to his feet from behind them, his body trembling uncontrollably as he managed to say, "Zhou Wen, you've done well." Hearing his voice, Zhou Wen glanced over and exclaimed happily, "City lord." But in the next instant, the lord suddenly unleashed his power and thrust his sword forward. Without a hint of hesitation or mercy, Guo Yan decisively ran his sword through both Zhou Wen and Qiao Mu, who was standing right behind him. Realizing he'd been hit, Qiao Mu's eyes widened in shock as sweat dripped down his forehead. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "Damn it, I was tricked. I'll let you have this one." As Guo Yan's figure blurred, he swore internally, "Next time, I will definitely kill you." Qiao Mu and Zhou Wen collapsed simultaneously before Guo Yan's eyes. Seeing that he had defeated his foe, Guo Yan threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Haha, this is what happens when you oppose me, the city lord. So what if your Qiao family has many members? I'll kill them one by one. No one can shake my position. No one. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, on Qiao Mu's side, the 6th-rank, early-stage martial artist was happily checking his system panel. "Let's see what my death rating is this time." The systems analysis panel displayed the death evaluation. Rank A. Skill points awarded for this death, 56 points. Current skill point balance, 2 points. Skill growth deduction, 59 points. Resurrections in the last 7 days, 25. Skills, longevity fist, heaven forging energy, minor mastery, military spear. Arts, minor mastery. Heavenly demon disintegration technique, proficient. Iron yang art, minor mastery. 3 pattern, rippling wave energy, first layer. Saintless spirit, equalizing art, fluent. Deployment, 100%, 100%. Other rewards, vitality growth. Congratulations, host, on achieving an A rank evaluation for the first time. You have unlocked the ability to freely allocate skill points. Commencing final settlement. Total resurrections, 30. Total lifespan deduction for host, 30 years. Current remaining lifespan, 58 years. Bonus skill points for first A rank evaluation, 200 points. System upgraded. Host, please continue your efforts and show us your style. After reading this, Qiao Mu was stunned. His face went pale as he quickly grabbed the system panel and repeatedly exclaimed, "What the hell? You never told me resurrection deducts my lifespan." I had a vague suspicion. So this means my newbie protection period is over, and it's deducted all my previous debts in one go. If I had known this earlier, would I have only practiced the longevity fist? But just a moment later, Qiao Mu broke into a smug grin. He ran a hand through his hair. Sister Xue once said that after mastering the longevity fist, you can lock your vitality at its peak and extend your lifespan. If I had focused entirely on the longevity fist, I might have already perfected it by now. Soon, his smugness reached its peak, as if he were standing on a mountaintop, raising a hand to declare his own greatness. Am I a demigod now? Immediately after, he picked up his spear. Good thing the A rank evaluation gave such generous rewards, otherwise I'd be at a huge loss. Then he swaggered off. Whatever, now's not the time to worry about this. Wang Song, he is still waiting for me. I'll figure out the lifespan deduction after I deal with Guo Yan. Back with Guo Yan, a subordinate rushed forward, knelt before him, and reported, "This is bad, Lord. Something's happened at the city lord's mansion." A group of unknown people emerged from every corner of the mansion. They took advantage of the weak defenses, killed all the guards, and have taken over the mansion. Hearing this, Guo Yan's face twisted in fury, his eyes wide with rage. The moment the subordinate finished speaking, Guo Yan pointed his sword at him and ordered, "Recall everyone to the city immediately." The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." Outside the city, soldiers stood in a tight formation with their shields ready. At their head was Guo Yan. Before them, a mob of peasants was advancing, armed with all sorts of makeshift weapons. As soon as they saw him, they raised their weapons and chanted together, "Don't let him get away. We must avenge Hero Qiao. Kill Guo Yan." Faced with the people's cries, he grew furious. Guo Yan gritted his teeth and snarled, "A bunch of worthless peasant worms." Then, Guo Yan pointed his sword at the crowd and commanded his soldiers, "Kill them for me. Leave no one alive. Kill them all." Following his command, the soldiers behind him raised their bows in unison and loosed their arrows. Countless sharp arrows flew toward the commoners, but before the arrows could reach them, a brilliant red light, fast as lightning, suddenly shot past the crowd from behind. At his unexpected appearance, everyone in the crowd stared in astonishment and exclaimed, "Hero Qiao, you're not dead." It wasn't just the common folk. Guo Yan himself was trembling in utter shock. "Qiao Mu, no, that's impossible. I killed you with my own 2 hands." Qiao Mu paid no mind to his expression, charging forward with his spearhead and roaring, "Guo Yan, I've come for your life." At his word, the commoners quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. "Everyone, charge. With the righteous hero Qiao, we'll kill Guo Yan and overthrow Yan Cheng." Seeing the grim situation, one of Guo Yan's soldiers asked his comrade with a hint of anxiety, "Brother, things aren't looking good for our side. What should we do?" But he was met with only silence. Seeing his friend had vanished, the soldier's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Holy crap, where'd he go? Not only that, but the other soldiers also began throwing down their armor and weapons and deserting. "That Qiao guy. I don't know if he's a man or a demon. How are we supposed to fight that? For the measly pay we get each month, why should I risk my life? The people of Yancheng already live miserable lives. To slaughter them, that's worse than being an animal. I joined the Guo family army to protect the peace here. And if I actually massacre the citizens today, I'll never be able to face Chen Tang again." That's right. He didn't even hesitate to abandon Zhou Wen, who followed him for so many years. "We'll only meet a worse fate. You foolish city lord. This old soldier is done." Before leaving, a few of them didn't forget to bid Guo Yan farewell. Let's bounce. See ya." Seeing his subordinates deserting one after another, Guo Yan angrily pointed his sword at them and threatened, "Don't you run. All of you, get back here. Anyone who disobeys will be executed." While he was distracted, Qiao Mu's attack took the opportunity to rush toward Guo Yan, catching him by surprise. But he reacted quickly. Guo Yan drew his sword and blocked Qiao Mu's attack. Qiao Mu stared at him, his eyes wide with conviction. "Guo Yan, you brought this upon yourself today. Now, die." Faced with his arrogance, Guo Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "Just by you?" As Guo Yan prepared to strike, Qiao Mu quickly dodged his move. However, the sword still grazed his face. Feeling the cut on his cheek, Qiao Mu glanced sideways, gritting his teeth as he thought, such powerful sword energy. This bastard is still this strong even when he's injured. Then, without giving him another moment to think, Guo Yan charged forward again, shouting furiously, "It's all your fault. All my years of careful planning have been ruined by you. I want you dead. All of you from the Qiao family must die." At that moment, blood sprayed from Qiao Mu's body. The force from his attack slashed across Qiao Mu's abdomen, and then his bicep. After taking several hits, Qiao Mu collapsed to the ground, trying to use his spear to prop himself up. But Guo Yan had no intention of letting him go. Guo Yan raised his sword high, channeling his power and roaring, "It's over." It was his pure Yang infinite sword technique. He charged at him with his sword and yelled, "Die." To his amazement, his sword and technique were stopped cold by Qiao Mu's bare hand. This sight left Guo Yan in utter shock. As he grasped the sword, Qiao Mu also unleashed his own power. Seeing this, Guo Yan was stunned. His body trembled as he stared at him and stammered, "You caught my sword with your bare hands. Don't tell me you've completely figured out my sword style. Impossible. We haven't even exchanged 10 moves. You can't have." Qiao Mu smirked. "If this were our first time clashing, of course, I couldn't have figured it out. But this is the second time we fought." Hearing him mention this left Guo Yan stunned once more. The second time. Then, he slowly uttered, "You are?" Qiao Mu's silhouette slowly sharpened in his eyes. But before Guo Yan could finish, Qiao Mu unleashed his power. He used his hand and spearhead to stab deep into Guo Yan's body, and then immediately pulled the blade out. Guo Yan instantly collapsed to his knees, his voice filled with rage and resentment. "Damn you. Arg. To think I, the great city lord, was played like a fool. What, Qiao Mu? It was you all along." Qiao Mu. With his final words, Guo Yan took his last breath and collapsed. Immediately after, Qiao Mu proudly raised his spearhead high and roared, "Guo Yan is dead. The one who killed him is Qiao Mu of the Qiao family." Seeing that he had defeated Guo Yan, the crowd around them erupted in cheers. "Hero Qiao! Hero Qiao! Hero Qiao! Hero Qiao! Hero Qiao! Hero Qiao!" He felt a surge of pride from their praise, but the more they cheered, the heavier his eyelids became. "Hero Qiao! Hero Qiao! Hero Qiao!" Suddenly, Qiao Mu collapsed to the ground. He slowly closed his eyes, his face pale as he thought to himself, "Perfect. A quick death right after finishing the job. I should be able to get an A-rank evaluation for this one." Just then, He appeared out of nowhere, looking at Qiao Mu with extreme worry. "Uncle Qiao, are you okay?" He immediately scooped Qiao Mu up and declared, "Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to save you this time." Hearing this, Qiao Mu's face turned even paler as he screamed internally, "Let me go. I don't need you to save me. He, you are a cruel man." In a room, Qiao Mu was covered head to toe in bandages, his face dark and scowling in extreme discomfort. He hovered over him, constantly saying, "Uncle Qiao, you're finally awake. Look at your body. It's so sturdy. Seems like you're recovering well. But your complexion isn't looking so good, like you're full of pent-up gloom." A moment later, He stood before him, a worried expression on his face. He placed a hand on his chest, bowed his head with a sigh, and reported the situation. "Right now, the meridians in your body are almost completely destroyed. You have less than 10% of your internal energy left. I'm afraid you'll need a long period of rest and recuperation to recover. Yancheng is extremely backward in both medicine and martial arts, so it'll take me some time to find a solution." But in an instant, his expression changed. He rushed forward, grabbed Qiao Mu's hand, and promised, "But don't you worry, Uncle Qiao. I will definitely use all my strength to heal you." Qiao Mu didn't reply, thinking to himself, "You don't have to worry. As long as you don't save me, I can get back on my feet immediately." Qiao Mu paid him little mind, slowly putting on his robe and sighing, "I'm going out for some fresh air." He thought to himself, "Can't fight him, but I can run from him. I'm out of here." Seeing this, he asked curiously, "Uncle Qiao, are you going to look for that protector?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel shocked, his expression filled with disbelief as he asked, "Body double? What body double?" But deep down, he was panicking, thinking to himself, "It's over. I forgot my body double is still out on the street." Seeing that he didn't seem to remember, he spoke up to remind him, "It's that decoy body double. Uncle Qiao, you prepared so meticulously, even arranging for an imposter to act as you." To deceive Guo Yan, Qiao Mu forced a smile, trying his best to look natural. He put a hand behind his head and asked awkwardly, right, right. So, where is that body double now? Song, his gaze became incredibly determined as he replied, don't worry, Uncle Qiao. He died a heroic death, so we gave him a grand funeral. His grave is already covered in chrysanthemums. From now on, during the tomb sweeping festival, he'll have all the spirit money he needs. Hearing this, Qiao Mu's face turned a bit pale. He thanked him faintly. Well, thank you for going to all that trouble. Qiao Mu slowly put on his shoes. As if remembering something, he asked, oh right, are there any other Wuji strongholds near Yancheng? Song. He glanced over and replied, not that I know of, but their forces are over in Heiyang Prefecture. A glint of surprise appeared in Qiao Mu's eyes. Heiyang Prefecture. Is that in the north? Song. He replied, that's right. After hearing this, Qiao Mu rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully recalling the Wusheng Lingxi art as he thought to himself. No wonder, ever since I started practicing the Wusheng Lingxi art, I felt something in the north drawing me in. Thinking about it now, it must be Heiyang. The Qiao family must be there. At that, Qiao Mu immediately got out of bed and declared, all right, I'm heading to Heiyang Prefecture right now. I'll leave things here in Yancheng for you to handle properly. Song, he said worriedly, you're going now, but your wounds haven't healed yet. Why don't you wait a little longer? Seeing his concern, Qiao Mu smiled. He walked over to Song He, gently patting his shoulder and affirming, staying here won't heal me anyway. Who knows, maybe I'll find a cure in Heiyang. But in his head, he thought, honestly, the main reason is to get away from this jinx. Song. He hesitated before replying, that's true. Seeing his determination to leave, Song He took out a pen and paper, placed them on the table, and began to write. Wait a moment. Since you're set on going, Uncle Qiao, I can write you a letter of introduction. I have an old friend named Shen Qinghe. He's an official in Heiyang Prefecture. Helping you find a position should be no problem at all. Hearing this, Qiao Mu couldn't help but stare at Song He in amazement and blurted out, huh? Aren't you a mountain bandit? How do you have an old friend who's an official? Don't tell me you have dealings in both the criminal and legitimate worlds. Song. He replied calmly, we were just colleagues in the past, it's not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Qiao Mu exclaimed happily, I knew it. A mountain bandit who can't be an official isn't a good mountain bandit. When he saw Song He writing his name, he quickly reminded him, just call me Qiao Mu in the letter. I've already killed Guo Yan, and I don't want to cause too much of a stir. He agreed, got it. After finishing the letter, Song He carefully sealed it in an envelope and handed it to him. Well then, Uncle Qiao, I wish you a safe journey. Qiao Mu took the letter and exclaimed, kid, you're really not half bad. All right, I can't treat you unfairly either. He carefully tucked the letter into his shirt and said to Song He, come on. I'll take you to split the loot. In a room filled with countless gold, silver, and jewels, Song He looked at the treasures piled up and couldn't help but exclaim in anger, that bastard Guo Yan. To think he plundered so much of the people's blood, sweat, and tears. He's truly worse than an animal. But in contrast to Song He's righteous indignation, Qiao Mu happily dove onto the pile of treasure, singing, I'm rich, I've hit the jackpot. He suddenly sat up, wiped a bit of drool from his mouth, and looked at Song He. Kiddo, you take all this money. Hearing him, Song He was stunned and blurted out, what? You're giving it all to me. Qiao Mu's expression grew serious. He turned to glance at the gold and made a proposal. There are still many citizens outside who are starving. We can't just ignore them. Take this money, buy grain, and distribute it to the people. They will definitely be grateful to you. Right now, Yancheng has no lord, and it won't be long before the higher-ups send someone. Instead of getting another person like Guo Yan, it would be better for you to take over Yancheng. Use it as a base to carry out your grand plan. He then slowly walked over and gently patted Song He's shoulder. Song He's eyes widened in amazement as he whispered, Uncle Qiao. Then he happily lunged forward and threw his arms around Qiao Mu. Uncle Qiao, you are truly a man of principle. You treat money as if it were nothing. My admiration for you is like a great river, flowing endlessly without stopping. Seeing Song He about to hug him, Qiao Mu gave him a weary look and held out a hand to push him away. Stop. It's not like I'm leaving empty-handed. He then held up the Pure Yang Infinite Art Manual, pointed at it, gave a wink, and said, this divine technique manual will be mine. Seeing the book Qiao Mu had chosen, Song He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. You have a sharp eye. The Pure Yang Infinite Art is one of the top-tier techniques from ancient martial arts. Is that so? Let me take a look, he replied, opening the book. But as soon as he did, his expression immediately darkened. His face changed as he read the contents. Should your Yang essence leak, the art will fail. Should you preserve it, you will achieve mastery. One must maintain their chastity, To cultivate this divine art, one must practice complete abstinence. Song, he said with a helpless tone. Ah, Uncle Qiao, aren't you already married? It seems this book isn't meant for you. Hearing that, Qiao Mu was extremely dissatisfied, thinking to himself, what do you mean it's not meant for me? My body is still that of a 15-year-old boy. It's just that practicing this art means not a single drop of my vital essence can escape. But I'm a hot-blooded young man. How could I possibly hold back? He slapped his forehead, his expression one of utter disappointment. Just then, Song, he reached into his robes as if searching for something. Then, he pulled out a book and presented it to him. If not that one, then how about you take a look at this 100 Changes of Flesh and Blood manual? Uncle Qiao. As soon as he saw the book, Qiao Mu asked curiously, and what is this thing? Song, he explained. This is a modern martial art created by the martial saint. This book is divided into several stages, from easy to difficult. The first part covers some disguise techniques. The secret techniques inside include transformation arts and the bone shrinking technique. If you can master them, you'll be able to precisely control your own flesh and blood, transforming into any shape you desire. Qiao Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that just like the 72 transformations? My God, what is with today? My luck is off the charts, isn't it? Song, he added, ahem, but the contents are extremely profound. Learning it will take a great deal of time and effort. Once you've recovered, we can research and discuss this together. It won't be too late for you to go to Heiyang Prefecture after that. He then brought a hand to his mouth, faking a cough to subtly entice Qiao Mu. Upon hearing this, he looked extremely suspicious and thought to himself, he wants to drag me into this again. If he keeps me here any longer, I really won't make it out alive. But just a moment later, Qiao Mu snatched the book from Song's hands and ran off. Qiao Mu will repay Teacher Wang's kindness in the future. Farewell, Song. He calmly watched his retreating figure and muttered to himself, oh well, we'll meet again someday. When that time comes, we'll have him join our plan. As evening approached, Qiao Mu ran to a house. He rushed to open the door and softly called out, Sister Sui. Seeing no one inside, Qiao Mu stepped in. He looked around and wondered to himself, has Sister Shui already left? Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him. It was Qin Shui. She came closer to Qiao Mu and gently covered his eyes with her hands. It hasn't even been 7 days. Where would I go? Hearing her voice, he immediately perked up and happily boasted about his achievement. Ha ha. Today is exactly the 7th day. I've already taken care of that detestable Guo Yan. Suddenly, their eyes met and they both spoke at the same time. Hemph. Sister Shui, what's with that outfit? Qiao Mu, you're carrying luggage. Don't tell me? Qiao Mu put a hand behind his head, looking at Qin Shui sheepishly as he spoke. Sister Shui, well, I have to go to Heiyang Prefecture to look for the martial saint and any trace of the other half of the longevity fist manual. So, we might have to be apart for a while again. Hearing where he was going took Qin Shui by surprise. She exclaimed, Heiyang Prefecture? What a coincidence, I was just planning to go there too. Seeing this, he gave her a little wink and said, is it really such a coincidence? It's not because you can't bear to leave me and just want to follow me, is it? At the same time, he thought to himself, as expected of a love-struck girl. Faced with his smugness, Qin Shui immediately denied it. Who's following you? Heiyang Prefecture is home to many immortal sects. It's a suitable place to begin the path of cultivation. Qiao Mu asked doubtfully, really? Qin Shui, not seeming to care much, quickly turned her back and left, leaning on her staff. Humph, believe it or not, I'm leaving first. Qiao Mu hurriedly chased after her, calling out, hey, I was just kidding. Don't be mad, Sister Sui. At Shen Qinghei's residence in Heiyang Prefecture, Qiao Mu handed the letter to the man and bowed respectfully. My name is Qiao Mu. I was sent by Teacher Wang to see Magistrate Shen. The man was Shen Qinghei, the magistrate of Heiyang Prefecture City. Shen Qinghei looked at him suspiciously and said, are you really the one he recommended? He said, you were severely injured, but you look perfectly healthy to me. Qiao Mu replied, flustered, well, there's a reason for that. At the same time, he thought to himself, I died one more time before coming here, and along the way, I learned a bit of the pure Yang infinite art and the flesh and blood 100 transformations. Qinghei looked at him and asked, by the way, where is this Teacher Wang who recommended you working now? Qiao Mu put a hand behind his head and replied, Teacher Wang lives as a hermit in the mountains. He's very mysterious. I only happened to meet him once. He looked at the letter and said, ha, he recommended you after just one chance meeting. Oh, well. If he doesn't want to reveal himself, we shouldn't force it. It's truly a pity. Seeing his handwriting makes me feel quite nostalgic. I remember back then, if it weren't for the prescriptions he wrote himself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive today. But enough of that. I naturally trust anyone he recommends. However, We only have 2 openings here. One for a clerk, and one for a constable. Pick one. Qinghe then carefully tucked the letter into his sleeve and let Qiao Mu choose. He held a hand out in front of him, his eyes filled with determination as he made his choice. In that case, I choose to be a constable. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, investigating cases is a relatively flexible job. I can also use this opportunity to move around the city and search for clues about the martial extreme society. Qiao Mu bowed respectfully and introduced himself. I am Qiao Mu, a new constable. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people nearby leaned in and started whispering. Lord Shen is known for being impartial. How could he let this guy get in through the back door? What's this person's background? Just then, a woman stepped forward, breaking up the 2 men's discussion. Quiet. This beautiful woman was head constable Chen Yingshu. She looked at them and issued a warning. Now that the new recruit has reported for duty, he's one of our colleagues. You all should treat each other well. Now that everyone's here, let's discuss the case. You've probably heard about it, the case of the impermanence demonic beast in Hanyang Prefecture. The moment she finished speaking, some of the people standing there looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were completely stunned. In contrast to their shocked expressions, Qiao Mu was extremely curious. He raised a hand to his chin and asked, an impermanence demonic beast. Yingshu explained, recently in Hanyang Prefecture City, a demonic beast has appeared, wreaking havoc and taking human lives. They say this demonic beast is called impermanence, and it's a strange species that feeds on death energy. Every time it appears, it takes a life, just like the black and white impermanence from the underworld. That's why they call it that. The demonic beast's power is immense. Many martial artists have tried to capture it, including many 5th and 6th rank masters, but they all lost their lives. Hearing about the demonic beast, not only did he not feel fear, but he was actually quite intrigued. He thought to himself, it's that strong. That means this beast is worth killing. Yingshu walked past Qiao Mu and said calmly, however, we will be investigating this case with the Xuantian sect. Hearing that name, Qiao Mu thought to himself, Xuantian sect. He frowned, recalling something Qin Shui had once told him. Not long after the Qiu family was annihilated, a Taoist temple called the Xuantian Temple was built right on the Qiu family's land, and now it's been renamed the Xuantian sect. He gave a smug smile, thinking, what a coincidence. The Xuantian sect acquiring the Qiao family's land must be closely related to the martial extreme society. Thinking of the longevity fist manual, he stroked his chin and considered, there are no clues about the remaining fragment of the longevity fist manual. Perhaps I can start with this immortal sect. If I'm lucky, I might even have a chance to find other immortal cultivation methods. Shattering Qiao Mu's train of thought, a young man nearby put his head in his hands. He wailed, not again. Why do all these difficult cases always fall on us? The man next to him also fell into a state of despair. He continued dejectedly, all this hardship, and not a single bonus coin to show for it. Seeing their reaction, he couldn't help but get curious and sidled up to ask, brother, why is everyone so down? The man replied mournfully, sigh. How are ordinary constables like us supposed to handle a job like capturing a demon? Besides, the strongest among us, our captain, has only just reached the 7th rank. Qiao Mu pressed on, so, is this a mandatory mission? Isn't that a little reckless with people's lives? Hearing this, the man sighed and replied, sigh, what can we do? The imperial court just follows the orders of the immortal sects. We're always the unlucky ones. Just then, high up in the sky, a girl riding a paper crane looked down at them and spoke. There's no need for any of you to worry. I heard you discussing the case of the Wuchang demon. It seems I've arrived at just the right time. At her sudden appearance, someone below exclaimed, that's High Immortal Qiao Mu Yue of the Profound Heaven sect. Qiao Mu Yue slowly descended to the ground and announced, a demon is not something you people can handle. All you need to do is track the demon and inform me immediately when you find it. So, for this operation, I'll have to trouble all you constables, she said with a bright smile, winking at them. At that moment, the paper crane in the sky slowly vanished. Her beauty, combined with just a few instructions, instantly revitalized the group of weary men. They looked at her and exclaimed excitedly, one after another, thank you, High Immortal, for your concern for our safety. The High Immortal truly has a benevolent heart. Rest assured, High Immortal, we will definitely find the beast's whereabouts. Qiao Mu Yue graciously thanked them. Then I'll be counting on all of you. They quickly affirmed, we would go through fire and water without a second thought. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ying Shui crossed her arms and watched, a helpless look in her eyes as she stared at the men. Are these guys really this eager to be worked like dogs? The bearded man next to her placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Sigh. What diamond waves? What magnetic key? All we're good for is the grunt work. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu stood silently to the side, Not knowing what to say, he looked at them, his brows furrowed in annoyance, thinking to himself, if it's such a small matter, why doesn't she do it herself? Is she trying to use this to assert dominance over the imperial court? Back with Qiao Mu, she looked at the men and offered her suggestion. This demon feeds on death energy, so it often appears near those who are about to die, places like infirmaries, prisons, and so on. If you can't find any traces of it in those places, you can also gather people who are near death to use as bait to lure it out. Hearing her suggestion, a man put a hand behind his head and hesitated. Using people as bait? The young man next to him forced a smile and added, isn't that a bit cruel? Qiao Mu looked at them with an expression of pure innocence and said softly, oh, they're going to die anyway. Why not let them serve some purpose before they go? Just then, Chen Yingshui stepped forward. She crossed her arms, looked at Qiao Mu and asked, so if we do catch the monster, how will the High Immortal deal with it? Qiao Mu smiled nonchalantly and replied, heaven has a compassionate heart. I will take it back to the sect, punish it, and then let it atone for its sins by serving my immortal sect. But as soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yingshui couldn't contain her anger and shouted, what a load of crap about heaven's compassionate heart. It has killed the people of the Great Yan. And you're saying it gets to live on in an immortal sect. Where is the justice in that? According to the laws of the Great Yan, a murderer must pay with their life. Unfazed by Chen Yingshui's fury, Qiao Mu calmly replied, but the laws of the Great Yan only apply to the mortal realm. They cannot interfere with the affairs of an immortal sect. Therefore, it is only natural that demons are dealt with by us, the immortal sects. After hearing this, Chen Yingshui retorted in anger. Humph. Suddenly, Qiao Mu, who was standing nearby, raised his hand. Excuse me, High Immortal. His eyes were sharp, and his face was stern as he asked, what would happen if we were to, by some stroke of luck, kill the demon during this hunt? Chen Yingshui silently glanced over, observing him. Faced with his question, Qiao Mu seemed a bit uncomfortable. She said, I've already told you, it's very dangerous. If you encounter it, you must report it immediately. Pressing his advantage, Qiao Mu stepped closer to her and asked again, huh? But what if we're being chased and don't have time to report it? Are we not allowed to fight back? And if we happen to kill it while defending ourselves, wouldn't that be considered a great merit? Would the sect offer some kind of reward then? Like, say, a tour of the sect grounds? Qiao Mu lowered her head slightly and said, the sect is sacred ground. Mortals are forbidden from entering. Realizing his probing had failed, his expression soured with annoyance as he thought to himself, what? The people from the profound heaven sect are really arrogant. Looks like I'll have to find another way to investigate. Qiao Mu summoned her paper crane, turned back to look at them, and said, all right, that's all for today. I hope you can find a clue about the demon within 3 days. I'll be waiting for good news from all of you. With that, she sat on the crane and flew away. After Qiao Mu had left, a man looked towards Chen Yingshui and spoke. Chief, what should we do? If we actually listen to her, we're just marching to our deaths. She crossed her arms, watching Qiao Mu's departing figure. She declared, as officers of the Great Yan dynasty's court, we are not required to follow the directives of an immortal. Then, she immediately gave them their orders. You will all continue to investigate within the city. Don't miss a single location, and report to me immediately if you find anything. As for the rest, I'll handle it my own way. Qiao Mu, you stay behind. The men all responded in unison. Hearing his name called, he, who was about to leave with them, turned back to look at Chen Yingshui. She walked closer to him and asked, Lord Shen is known for his integrity and fairness. The fact that he recruited you proves you have real ability. So, were you intentionally provoking her just now, or do you really have a way to kill the demon? Hearing this, Qiao Mu ran a hand through his hair and smiled at Chen Yingshui. Chief, you think too highly of me. I was just asking an objective question. At his answer, Chen Yingshui immediately furrowed her brow and asked, oh, is that so? Qiao Mu looked at her and replied firmly, of course. Chen Yingshui didn't want to press the issue any further and ordered, fine. Then you go search for clues as well. He obeyed, replying, understood. After turning to leave, a curious glint appeared in his eyes as he wondered to himself, if the demon likes to feed on death energy, then why don't I just try dying? Zui Xianju, the Grand Tavern in the west of the city. His Majesty stood on the upper floor, looking down and observing the scene below. Outside, a flash of light appeared. He commanded, enter. It was the flying fish guard, Xu Xing. Xu Xing frowned, knelt, and reported, Your Majesty, I have news regarding Wang Song He. His Majesty slowly turned the jade ring on his thumb and ordered, speak. Xu Xing respectfully reported, the spy planted by Lord Shen's side has sent word. Lord Shen has arranged for a man named Qiao Mu to become a constable at the local yamen, and the one who recommended him was Wang Songhe. Wang Songhe's letter of recommendation didn't mention his specific circumstances, and it seems even Lord Shen is unaware. Your Majesty, there are rumors in the court that Wang Songhe has taken the path of cultivation. His Majesty slowly picked up the teacup on the table and said, "Baseless rumors. Ignore them. He despises immortals. How could he possibly cultivate? However, people's hearts are fickle. After disappearing for decades, he suddenly makes a move like this. The person he recommended must not be some amateur. Make the arrangements. I want to see what kind of man this Qiao Mu truly is." Great Dao Temple, Green Luan Peak. In a room, Ling Ling and Qin Shui sat facing each other. She looked at the girl and spoke. "Qin Shui, the last time I saw you, you were just a small child. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now you've finally come here. It truly must be fate." Hearing this, the girl felt extremely hesitant and stammered, "Venerable Ling Ling, I." Seeing her hesitation, Ling Ling reassured her. "I've known about the Qiao family's situation for some time. In truth, there is nothing wrong with either the path of cultivation or the path of martial arts. You were born with exceptional spiritual perception. If there is a better cultivation method available, why let it go to waste? If you don't want to join the immortal sect, staying here with me is just the same." After hearing this, Qin Shui no longer wished to object and agreed. Yes. Then, she slowly glanced out the window, wondering to herself, what is Qiao Mu doing right now? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu was in a jail cell, slowly scratching an itch with a look of utter boredom. After locking him in, the jailer glanced at him and warned angrily, "You better behave. If you cause any trouble, 10 lives won't be enough for you to lose." Qiao Mu's face was expressionless as he stated, "Don't worry, even if I were to die today, I wouldn't take a single step out of this jail." But after the jailer left, he raised a hand to cover half his face, his eyes glinting malevolently as he thought, "In any case, this is a chance to get myself killed that was hard to come by." The next morning, at the Xiao Sui Pavilion tea house, a man slammed a wooden block on the table. He looked at the crowd before him and began his story. And the hero Qiao Mu roared, "We are martial artists, we must advance and never retreat." With that said, he struck a single blow through the chest of the Yan City Lord, killing him instantly. Then he walked away decisively, leaving behind only the majestic silhouette of a true hero. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but cheer in admiration. "Bravo, that was amazing. Qiao Mu is a real hero." Qiao Mu, sitting at a nearby table, covered his ears with one hand while holding a peanut in the other. He stared at the peanut and muttered in frustration, "I have to admit, the story itself is pretty good. There's a demon causing trouble in the city, and even the storyteller knows how to keep up with the trends." As he examined the peanut, he thought to himself, "I originally planned to use the rumors in the city to predict the demon's movements so I could find a logical way to get myself killed. Instead, I've spent nearly half an hour listening to my own glorious achievements. What a complete waste of time." Suddenly, a man approached Qiao Mu, interrupting his thoughts and asking, "As the head constable of Heiyang Prefecture, you're not handling your official duties during the day, but are here listening to stories instead. May I ask, isn't that a dereliction of duty?" It was His Majesty, with Chu Xing standing beside him. Upon hearing this, Qiao Mu's expression immediately soured, and he retorted irritably, "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?" His Majesty smiled and replied, "I wouldn't dare. I was only joking." Qiao Mu observed him, thinking to himself, "This man is no simpleton. He has a majestic bearing, an extraordinary aura. One can tell he's an important figure at a glance. What's more, the man behind him is motionless, yet exudes a powerful presence. He's clearly a master." Then, Qiao Mu pretended to be unconcerned. He leaned back in his chair, yawned lazily, and asked, "How do you know I'm not working on a case? If you're so fond of lecturing others, why don't you go lecture the current emperor about fighting the immortals?" Provoked by his rude behavior, Chu Xing couldn't help but get angry and shout, "Insolent." His Majesty quickly raised a hand to stop Chu Xing's outburst, then calmly said, "This gentleman has a sharp tongue and an extraordinary spirit." He then opened his fan, placed it against his chest, and looked at him with a piercing gaze, asking, "I'm very curious. In your opinion, what kind of person is the current emperor?" Qiao Mu popped the peanut into his mouth, glancing at His Majesty with an extremely wary look, while thinking to himself, what kind of person could he be? He's a man who deserves to die. I've been plotting to assassinate the Emperor of Great Yan, but I still haven't had the chance. I heard a rumor the Emperor would be passing through Yan City, but I haven't seen any sign of him. I killed Guo Yan, yet the court didn't even issue a warrant for my arrest. I was actually hoping to be executed by the authorities. That's right, this must be my chance. These two might be local officials, If I curse the emperor right in front of him, get convicted, and die, I'll surely become famous throughout the land. That wouldn't be a bad way to be remembered after death. Having figured it out, he suddenly slammed his foot on the table, placed a hand on his chest, tilted his head back, and began to sing. The current holy emperor is a wise ruler, the likes of which are seen only once in 1,000 years. Upon hearing his singing, everyone in the tea house froze, staring at him dumbfounded, all activity coming to a halt. Huge question marks appeared above their heads. Hearing Qiao Mu praise him, His Majesty covered his face with his fan, smiling smugly, and asked, "Once in 1,000 years? Isn't that a bit of an overstatement?" Qiao Mu immediately winked at that. He looked at His Majesty and smiled, lavishing praise. "Not at all, not at all. Just look at how beautifully his era name was chosen. Yonghe. Eternal peace." The emperor surrendered to the immortals and begged for peace, paying them off just to lick their boots. So of course, a war will never break out. Isn't that eternal peace? At this, Chu Xing couldn't contain his fury. He clenched his jaw, trying to restrain his rage, thinking, what kind of twisted logic is that? How dare he call His Majesty a coward? The more he listened, the more the emperor felt something was off. He looked at him and asked, "But the immortal's power is immense. Even the martial saint was defeated and forced to retreat. 100,000 elite troops were completely annihilated. Could it be that the current emperor is focusing on the bigger picture? Model. There are some things you just have to give in to." Hearing this, Qiao Mu glanced at His Majesty with a look of contempt. He thought to himself, "So you're saying the emperor is playing some high-stakes game? Is that it, pal?" Qiao Mu smiled, pointed towards His Majesty, and calmly replied, "When you lose, you have to take the hit. If there's no other choice, of course, you have to concede. But whether conceding means hiding in the shadows or completely bowing your head as an underling, those are two different things." Every word he uttered was like a knife stabbing at His Majesty. After he finished speaking, Qiao Mu pretended to cry. He gently raised a hand to wipe away his tears. In Nanqing, 5 out of every 10 houses are empty. The people have been displaced, forced to become bandits. Everyone around him looked on with deep sympathy. After his tearful performance, Qiao Mu gestured, his eyes filled with firm resolve. However, the Lord of Niancheng, Su, may have been starving without anyone knowing, and the imperial court certainly neither heard nor cared. The emotions of everyone present shifted along with his mood. Qiao Mu slammed his foot on the table and continued speaking. "The emperor is said to have received the mandate of heaven to shepherd the people, but he treats them like livestock. Just to please the immortals, he can cut away resources at will. The people suffer, the court weakens. Who knows how many more Nianchengs have been created just for one son of heaven who stands above all others." His Majesty, who had been slowly fanning himself, stopped. His face darkened, and a gloomy atmosphere fell over the area. At this, Chu Xing could no longer hold back. He rushed forward, slammed his hand on the table, and roared in anger, "Treason! Such insolent nonsense!" Qiao Mu was not to be outdone. He angrily pointed at Chu Xing and shouted, "Why are you getting so worked up? Everyone knows the emperor sponsors the immortal sects. He even set up their headquarters in every major city, always welcoming the big shots to come and play. The favoritism couldn't be more blatant." Chu Xing glared at him furiously, defending His Majesty. "Shut your mouth. Do not insult the emperor." Unfazed, he shot back, "I'll curse him all I want. The emperor is nothing but a dog for the immortals." The crowd in the tea house watched this confrontation helplessly and started murmuring amongst themselves. Which family is this warrior from? Daring to publicly curse the current emperor like that. This is 100 times better than my storytelling. So exciting. Turning back to Qiao Mu, His Majesty, with a grim expression, watched him stare back defiantly. The emperor thought to himself, "You're practically standing on my head and cursing me. You must have recognized who I am. Are you deliberately trying to frame me? Or perhaps, these words are the will of the former Minister of Justice, Wang Songhe. Years ago, Wang Song, he died advising the emperor that he must never, under any circumstances, submit to the immortals. The current state of the world is exactly as he predicted, and now he has recommended this man. Setting other things aside, this man is truly skilled at psychological manipulation. He even managed to provoke the ever-calm Chu Xing. Chu Xing lunged forward, pointing his sword directly at Qiao Mu. "By the laws of the Great Yan, you have slandered His Majesty in public. After interrogation, you will be executed." Seeing this, not only was Qiao Mu unafraid, but he steadfastly pointed to himself and declared, "I am guilty for my words alone. This disaster has nothing to do with anyone else. I alone did this, and I alone will bear the consequences." Seeing this, His Majesty couldn't help but wonder in confusion, this insane, self-destructive act, what kind of ploy is this? After watching the endless argument, His Majesty held out his fan in front of Chu Xing, stopping him. He ultimately doesn't understand matters of state. He's just a loudmouth. Let's end it here for today. Farewell." With that, he quickly turned and left. Seeing this, Qiao Mu was stunned. He panicked and wondered to himself, "What the? I've already washed my neck clean for you, and you're just going to let me go like that? Don't go. I can curse you even more fiercely." He reached out, watching their departing figures. Chu Xing walked beside His Majesty, worriedly asking again and again, "Han, are you all right?" His Majesty answered honestly, "I'm having a little trouble breathing." Suddenly, a soldier appeared in the tea house and barked, "Who is Qiao Mu?" Hearing his name called, he immediately spun around, pointing at himself excitedly. Me, that's me." The soldier glared at him angrily and said, "Someone reported you for speaking treasonously about the court and slandering His Majesty in the tea house. Come with me." Hearing this, Qiao Mu cheerfully exclaimed, "You're here to arrest me, right? Hurry up and do it. I absolutely won't resist." Back in the present, Qiao Mu gripped the prison bars. Looking at the two jailers outside, he repeatedly asked, "My good sirs, when exactly are you going to execute me? You're not really going to wait until after autumn, are you? Waiting until after autumn is too long. We must seize every day, every hour. We can't waste the people's tax money. Let's do it now. No need to pick an auspicious time. And when you carry out the sentence, I hope it's a lively affair." I'm a man who loves a bustling crowd. Faced with his strange reaction, the two jailers couldn't help but feel terrified, cold sweat dripping down their faces. They looked at each other and whispered, "Who the hell is so eager to die? Don't tell me he knows he won't be killed. Does he have someone powerful protecting him? Who could be that powerful to dare and protect someone who insulted the emperor?" Seeing him being too noisy, one of the jailers whipped his hand hard with a long rope. "Behave yourself. This is the death row ward. Don't even think about getting out." After that, Qiao Mu stopped asking questions and causing trouble. He sat down, clutching his hand, and thought to himself, "Death row, huh? Then I've come to the right prison. I remember. That Wu Chang monster likes to eat the souls of the dying, doesn't it?" In the cell across the way, a man was coughing incessantly. The man coughed while looking at his own shadow on the wall. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open in utter shock. Appearing before him was an enormous cat with eerie green eyes. It let out a soft meow, and the cat slowly approached the man. It looked at the old man with its shimmering eyes and meowed softly. The old man smiled gently, reaching out to stroke its soft fur, and asked, "Oh, it's just a cat. You gave me quite a scare. Why did you run in here?" As if it understood his words, it let out a soft meow in response. The old man picked up the cat. His whole body was weak, trembling constantly as he tried to inch his way closer to the bars. This prison is a place of yin and filth. Even the rats crawl out from the underworld here. It's not clean. You won't find anything good by coming here. Come on, I'll see you out. But after just a few steps, he couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed to the ground. Qiao Mu, in the opposite cell, immediately rushed to the bars. Looking towards the old man, he asked worriedly, "Sir, are you all right?" The old man struggled to sit up, smiled at him, and replied, "I'm fine, perfectly healthy." To prove it to you, he pulled up his shirt, revealing arms as thin as twigs, and showed them off proudly. "Back in my day, I was a master thief who stole from the rich to give to the poor. I was a pretty famous figure in the martial world, you know." But seeing the wounds on the old man's face made him skeptical. "But it looks like you're hurt pretty badly." Hearing this, the old man snapped back angrily. "Nonsense! How could a master thief like me get hurt from a simple fall?" But the old man paid it no mind, pointing upwards as he began to brag about his achievements. "I remember years ago, I single-handedly fought some strange master from a rich family for hundreds of rounds with my sword. If it wasn't for one careless mistake that got me caught, I'd still be a renowned hero in the martial world today." Qiao Mu stood watching him, thinking to himself, "Old man, stop bragging. This is just a final burst of energy before the end. There was also the time I robbed a merchant's caravan, and when I was a boy, I lived in a shabby little hut." Suddenly, the old man collapsed. He panicked and yelled, "Someone, help. Someone's passed out." Strangely, the cat that the man was holding earlier suddenly approached and jumped onto the old man's back. Its eyes blazed, flashing with an eerie blue light that looked incredibly sinister. His eyes widened in utter shock. A dark energy radiated from the cat as it slowly began to suck the life force from the old man. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but scream in horror. "What are you doing?" He quickly moved closer, putting a hand to the old man's nose to check him. The old man's breath had stopped. A look of panic crossed his face as he thought, "He's dead." Then, he slowly tilted his head. He glanced at the cat, calculating. "A person's death energy can increase a demon's power. If I'm not mistaken, that Wu Chang demon must be it. The cat had now grown in size, radiating a terrifying killing intent as it stared at him. Seeing the demon appear, a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. Qiao Mu held out his hand and provoked it. Excellent. Come on, then. Kill me. The cat narrowed its eyes and let out a soft cry. Meow. Staring into its eyes, Qiao Mu continued to taunt it. Come on. Don't you like to feed on death energy? A few seconds later, it lunged straight at him. Just as he'd hoped, Qiao Mu raised his fist and exclaimed with delight. Now this is more like it. This has to be a fight to the death. To his surprise, the cat suddenly shrank back to its normal size, jumped onto his arm, nuzzled against him, and started acting cute. Meow, he exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? Then, Qiao Mu became incredibly annoyed. He grabbed the cat's tail, trying to pull it off his arm. Get off. You're a Wuchang demon that kills without blinking. And here you are acting all cute and cuddly. Have you no shame as a demon cat? But the more he pulled, the tighter it clung to his arm. Seeing its satisfied expression, he sputtered in shock. And what's with that look? Can cats be attracted to guys too? As the cat refused to let go, a realization dawned on him. Wait a minute. This demon feeds on death energy. Is it clinging to me because I'm about to die? Just then, two people approached from a nearby hallway, talking as they walked. Where is the prisoner named Qiao being held? This way, my lord. Please follow me. It was the warden, smiling carefully as he led the prefect to see the prisoner. Lord Prefect, rest assured, no criminal can escape this prison. As quick as a flash, Qiao Mu sped away. In just a few short seconds, he was back in his cell. The warden raised his hand and pointed at him. Lord Prefect, this is the felon who cursed the emperor. Qiao Mu gripped the iron bars, smiled at the two of them, and asked, So, when's the interrogation and execution? Can you hurry it up? I can hardly wait. Strangely, the prefect looked at Qiao Mu, smiled respectfully, and replied, Lord Qiao, you must be joking. It was all a misunderstanding. I'm here to arrange for your release. The moment the prefect finished speaking, Qiao Mu became enraged. He shattered the iron bars, stared at them, and shouted, Released? What kind of joke is this? I've been to hell and back, dancing on the edge of life and death, and now nothing is going to happen? Witnessing this, the prefect and the warden just stared at him in silence. The prefect wiped the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, forced a smile, and explained, It was our mistake. Head Constable Qiao, it's only natural that you would break out of prison. He then turned to the warden and angrily ordered, What are you waiting for? Remove Lord Qiao's shackles. The warden complied with a clear, Yes, sir. Qiao Mu looked incredibly annoyed, rubbing his arm and muttering, Fine, whatever. I'll find another chance to get back in later. The warden, who was unlocking his chains, couldn't help but ask in shock, You want to come back? Nearby, the prefect watched him, thinking suspiciously. He clearly could have escaped, but he didn't. And even after cursing the emperor, someone came with an imperial edict to get him out. This head constable Qiao must have a terrifying background. He is absolutely not someone we can afford to offend. After the shackles were removed, he glanced at the prefect and said, One more thing. The man respectfully replied, Please, speak your mind. Qiao Mu looked toward the dead old man in the next cell and gave an order. Let this old gentleman rest in peace. To think he couldn't survive a simple fall. The prefect obediently replied, Head Constable Qiao, you truly are a kind-hearted person. I will certainly arrange a proper burial for him. The prefect gestured respectfully, leading Qiao Mu out. Lord Qiao, this way, please. Before leaving, he glanced back at the old man, wondering to himself, Come to think of it, where did that demon cat go? At the main government office, Shen Qing's voice rang out. It's only been 2 days, and you've already used your official position to cause trouble and get yourself arrested. What does that do to the reputation of the Guiguan Prefecture office? He yelled furiously at Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu held up his hand, looked at Shen Qinghe with a sincere expression, and began to explain, My lord, you know me. I deliberately caused trouble to crack a case, going undercover in prison to investigate and gather evidence. I hope you'll believe me. I have absolutely no selfish motives. Hearing this, Shen Qinghe's anger immediately vanished. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, Oh, so that's how it was. But just a few seconds later, Shen Qinghe lunged forward. His eyes filled with fury as he pointed at him and yelled, Do you take me for a fool? Did you really need to curse the emperor in front of everyone just to get into jail? Witnessing their confrontation, Chen Yingxue cleared her throat with a slight cough. Then, with a serious expression, she spoke up in Qiao Mu's defense. Qiao Mu, to get you out, he used his special privilege for the very first time. He even went to the prefect's residence himself to apologize to Lord Liu, and he brought gifts to compensate Prefect Liu. Hearing this, Shen Qinghe calmed down a bit. He sighed irritably and said, If it weren't for Mr. Wang's reputation, who would even care about him? model. Hearing this, Qiao Mu bowed his head respectfully, in thanks. Thank you, sir. At the same time, he thought to himself, you and Wang Song, here just stepping stones on my path to ruin. Shen Qinghe held out a hand and warned, that's enough. From now on, be careful with your words and actions. He said this. But Shen Qinghe still stole a glance toward Qiao Mu. He thought suspiciously to himself, although I went to save him, according to what that Lu fellow said, someone had already used a flying fish order to demand his release before I even arrived. The flying fish order. That's a royal decree given by the emperor to his personal guards, carrying the weight of his majesty's command. Could it be that his superior is the emperor himself? Was it the emperor who ordered him to curse at me? Could it be that the current emperor has such strange tastes? Didn't he let that guy curse him out to his heart's content? The more Shen Qinghe thought about it, the more he imagined a scene of Qiao Mu stomping on the emperor while relentlessly cursing, you damned fool, while his majesty would excitedly encourage him, don't stop, curse at me more fiercely. Shen Qinghe didn't want to discuss it further. He sat down at the table and asked seriously, all right, let's get down to business. Did you see that demon in the prison? Qiao Mu raised his hands and began to recount what he had seen. Yes, the demon is a cat demon, a calico with a mix of white, black, and yellow fur. It was about this big and appeared next to a death row inmate. After the cat demon consumed the inmate's death aura, it grew enormous, even taller than a person. But I didn't see it harm anyone. Hearing this, Shen Yingshu, who was standing beside them, frowned slightly. She voiced her suspicion. Every time the Wuchang demon appears, someone is sure to die. That part matches up. Some of the previous victims had wounds caused by claws, which do resemble injuries inflicted by a feline demon like a cat or tiger. Qiao Mu glanced at her with an annoyed look and retorted, the culprit isn't necessarily the Wuchang demon. At the same time, he thought to himself, the thought of a culprit like that is just impossible. Hearing this, Chen Yingshui couldn't help but ask quizzically, why do you say that? Qiao Mu crossed his arms and replied with a smile, is it possible that the cat demon is simply attracted to the death aura? That's why every time it appears at a murder scene, it's mistaken for the killer demon. Chen Yingshu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, you mean there's another demon? Over by the cliffside, the azure flying tiger roared at the group of people standing before it. Two girls were terrified. They looked at it and said one after another, Senior Sister Qiao Mu Yue, the Saintess's azure flying tiger is just too ferocious. We can't train it. Plus, every time you go out, sister, it goes berserk. The two of us really don't know what to do. Just then, Qiao Mu Yue approached from a distance, speaking nonsense. Taming spirit beasts is our duty. If the Saintess returns and blames us, none of us can bear the responsibility. She reached out and touched the azure flying tiger's head, smiling with delight. Good boy. Sit. At the same time, she thought to herself, these idiots. If I don't let the ferocious tiger go wild, how can I prove my beast-taming talents to the Saintess? How can I earn merit? Besides, the Saintess has to be in secluded cultivation for at least 1 month. This isn't too serious of a problem. Behind her, a girl who saw her soothe the demon beast exclaimed in admiration, Senior Sister is so amazing. She looked at her demon beast, a somewhat tyrannical glint in her eyes as she secretly plotted. Next, I'll use those mortals to capture the Wuchang demon cat. My status in the sect will definitely rise to a whole new level. That very night, Chen Yingshui stood with her hands on her hips and announced, this operation is to capture the Wuchang demon beast. Chen Yingshui spoke loudly before the crowd. Head Constable Chao saw it last night at the West City prison. Therefore, our focus is to search the west side of the city. We can't leave a single corner unchecked. Night had fallen, the moon was high, and she shouted the order. All right, everyone proceed with the plan and patrol the streets to hunt it down. The soldiers obeyed, shouting in unison. Qiao Mu was now walking alone on a deserted street, when suddenly a black shadow crept up behind him. Qiao Mu jumped and spun around, only to see a cat licking his leg. He gave a helpless laugh and bent down to pet the cat. Qiao Mu said, just as I thought. Ever since I left the prison last night, I've felt you following me. You're so clingy. Do you see me as a long-term meal ticket or something? The cat continued to lick his hand, which made Qiao Mu think of Qin Shui. He said, you sniffing around like this reminds me of Sister Shui, but she's much cuter than you are. Suddenly, Chen Yingshui's appearance startled the cat, and it panicked. She said, Qiao Mu, what's going on? That cat is. Right after that, its eyes glowed, and the cat quickly fled. Seeing this, Qiao Mu immediately chased after it. He said to Chen Yingshui, that's the demon cat I was talking about. The cat ran as fast as the wind, with Qiao Mu in relentless pursuit. He shouted to Chen Yingshui behind him, it's heading towards the western suburbs. Keep chasing, I'll go to the right to block it. No, it turned left. It jumped down. Keep up. At that moment, both Qiao Mu and Chen Yingshui stopped in their tracks. They stood before a large gate, looking in its direction, as Qiao Mu thought tensely. Did we lose it? No, that's not right. This demon cat is very agile. It should have been able to escape us easily. Why did it keep a certain distance, as if it were intentionally luring us here? Chen Yingshui said, this place. Qiao Mu asked in surprise, Chief, you know this place? The Yemen has investigated it. This is a newly formed gang, the territory of the Red Water Gang. A mysterious, dark aura seems to emanate from this Yemen. Chen Yingshui continued, the gang leader, Jiang Long, is a 6th-level martial artist. His strength is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Qiao Mu seemed to smell something, and his expression grew serious. He said, the smell of blood is so strong. Moments earlier, in the main courtyard of the Red Dragon Hall, a large man said, Jiang Long, leader of the Red Water Gang, pays his respects to the High Immortal. He clasped his hands and said with a smile, to be able to serve one of the 9 great immortal sects, the Mystic Heaven sect, is truly my honor. If the High Immortal can allow me to join the sect soon, so I can cultivate and learn the art of eternal life, I will certainly obey the High Immortal's every command. The girl named Qiao Mu laughed when she heard this, and she quickly took something from her sleeve. Qiao Mu said, since you are so sincere, I will naturally give you a chance. She pulled a mystical bag from her sleeve. Qiao Mu said with a smile, however, when it comes to joining an immortal sect, there are more martial artists than grains of sand in the Yellow River. I can't just grant your request so easily. Only if you pass my trial will I accept you. Hearing this, Jiang Long asked in surprise, a trial? As she spoke, Qiao Mu opened the bag, and a white spirit fox emerged from within. She continued, your rank only represents your level of internal energy. I want to see your actual combat abilities. Don't worry, this is just a little test, so it can't be too big of a deal. At the sight, the man appeared terrified. Seeing this, Qiao Mu sneered and said, scared now? You can give up if you want. But this longevity technique. Jiang Long immediately channeled all of his power. He said confidently, no, High Immortal, you misunderstand. I'm just afraid I might accidentally kill it. Rest assured, High Immortal, I will definitely hold back. A moment later, the spirit tiger had, at some point, pinned Jiang Long to the ground. Covered in wounds, he pleaded, High Immortal, save me. Standing from a distance with her arms crossed, Qiao Mu said, the impermanence beast can smell the aura of death, which only appears on those who are about to die. The aura of death on you, a mere 6th-rank martial artist, is incredibly strong. It was bound to come here once it caught your scent. With that, the spirit tiger bit into his neck, leaving the man's life hanging by a thread, ready to snap at any moment. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Qiao Mu just smiled and said, all right, spare his life for now. If you kill him, the aura of death will dissipate too quickly. However, when the spirit tiger turned around, its eyes were glowing, as if it had lost control. This immediately sent Qiao Mu into a panic. She thought that feeding it flesh and blood before would make it listen obediently. But today, could it be that this 6th-rank martial artist was a powerful tonic for it, causing it to unleash its ferocious nature? Suddenly, the sound of a cat came from behind. On the rooftop was the very demon cat that Qiao Mu had been chasing. Qiao Mu immediately turned around, raised the divine bag, and said, I knew you'd come. Surrender yourself. Instantly, the white tiger sprouted a pair of wings, let out a roar, and flew towards the cat, leaving Qiao Mu utterly stunned. The tiger immediately swiped its claws at the cat, but it managed to dodge in time. Seeing this, Qiao Mu's face paled. She thought, this is bad. The little tiger has lost control. If anyone finds out, the tiger leaped to pounce on the demon cat, shattering the roof tiles of the government office. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yingshui quickly said, look, up above, a surprised Qiao Mu said, a fox demon? So there really is another demon beast. Chen Yingshui immediately ran into the government office, shouting to Qiao Mu, follow me. Then she kicked down the doors of the government office. Seeing the man's corpse on the ground, Chen Yingshui said, we're a step too late. Qiao Mu replied, what? She turned to him and said, that tiger demon must be a spirit beast raised by the mysterious Heaven sect. Spirit beasts are usually controlled by cultivators. The beast tamer must be here. Qiao Mu turned and asked, are you saying the mysterious Heaven sect is behind this impermanence beast case? Just then, Qiao Mu suddenly noticed something. From above, the tiger demon attacked, causing the demon cat to fall to the ground. Qiao Mu caught the cat just in time, holding it in his arms as he jumped down. After landing on the ground, Qiao Mu let out a sigh of relief and said, a hero saves the cat. Perfect. Suddenly, from behind, the demon tiger lunged forward to attack, causing the demon cat to cry out in panic. As for Qiao Mu, he showed a look of fear. Suddenly, a pair of feet rushed forward using the hidden shadow steps technique. Chen Yingshu had arrived just in time to pull Qiao Mu and the demon cat away. She looked back at him and said, "The tiger demon is too strong, we're no match for it. My movement technique is fast, I can buy us some time. You go get help." With that, she threw Qiao Mu far away. Chen Yingshu yelled, "Go now." At that moment, the tiger was right behind her. Seeing this, Chen Yingshu immediately turned around. Suddenly, she thought in a panic, "I'm done for." Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Qiao Mu instantly rushed towards Chen Yingshu, using his fists to send the demon tiger flying. A powerful energy emanated from Qiao Mu's body. He said, "Sorry, Chief." The demonic power made him seem like a different person. Qiao Mu turned and smiled, "Can't let you take all the credit." Seeing this, Chen Yingshu yelled, "Qiao Mu, didn't I tell you to go get reinforcements?" He retorted, "No, Chief. You go get reinforcements. Leave the rear guard to me." From a distance, a figure seemed to be witnessing everything. Chu Xing watched from a tall tree, thinking to himself, "Fools. They could have clearly escaped, but they just had to walk right into death's door. This is just great. Now both of you will die here." He closed his eyes to think. The Emperor wants to keep this person. If he dies here, that would be bad. First, I should observe Qiao Mu carefully, investigate his situation thoroughly, and report anything to the Federation immediately. Suddenly, he frowned, looking towards Qiao Mu, who was still on the roof. Chu Xing thought to himself, the real killer controlling the tiger is still here. Sitting on a paper crane and watching, Qiao Mu said in surprise, "Troublesome constables. I told them that if they encounter a demon, they shouldn't fight it head-on, but report to me immediately. I can't believe there's someone so eager to die that they dare to charge forward." She thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Oh well, he's just a 6th-level mortal martial artist. He'll only serve as a tasty meal for my little tiger. I'll just wait until the little tiger is full, then I'll retrieve it." Seeing this, Xu Xing, watching from afar, was furious but didn't dare to make a move. He thought, the Emperor doesn't want to start a conflict with the immortals right now. If I act rashly, I'll only bring more trouble for His Majesty. I can only act according to the situation. At this moment, Qiao Mu was still bravely facing the demon tiger. It immediately swung its claws to attack him, forcing Qiao Mu to dodge. However, Qiao Mu was still wounded by those claws. He retreated, holding the wound on his side. Qiao Mu thought, this tiger demon is really something. Just the wind blades from its claws were enough to break through my protective qi, but instead of being scared, he was overjoyed, thinking to himself, dying under its claws will surely bring great benefits. Come on, kill me with your strongest attack. The demon tiger immediately inhaled a large amount of air. Then, it instantly unleashed a massive wave of demonic energy towards Qiao Mu. Seeing this, he happily savored the attack. He thought, excellent, let me die a glorious death. Suddenly, an arm wrapped tightly around his neck, stunning him. Chen Yingshu was now holding him tightly as she ran. She said, "What are you spacing out for? Dodge it." This made Qiao Mu sigh helplessly. "Stop getting in the way. Just let me die," Chen Yingshu said in confusion. "The tiger demon is very strong. We can't fight it head-on. We can only use movement techniques to restrain it, find an opening, and then deliver a fatal blow. I will now teach you the hidden shadow steps technique. Watch my movements carefully and memorize them." With that, Chen Yingshu began demonstrating the technique's movements while carrying Qiao Mu. Channel qi to the feet, mind and spirit connected. Step on emptiness as if it were real, and on reality as if it were empty. A cycle of heaven, circulating back and forth. This was too much for Qiao Mu, and his nose began to bleed. He thought to himself, I'm about to pass out, for crying out loud. If you want to teach me, put me down first. In this situation, not even a god could learn this. Suddenly, the system interface appeared, showing hidden shadow steps being downloaded, which made Qiao Mu's jaw drop in amazement. It works like this too. Just then, the demon tiger lunged to attack, sending Qiao Mu flying into the distance. Chen Yingshu suddenly cried out, "Qiao Mu." With no other choice, she tremblingly drew her sword from its sheath. She swung the sword at the demon tiger's head with all her might, but unfortunately, the blade snapped in two without leaving a scratch on the tiger. Seeing this, Chen Yingshu was completely stunned. She thought to herself, this demon tiger's internal energy is too profound. A normal sword can't even hurt it. Meanwhile, the demon tiger continued to launch dangerous attacks at her. Chen Yingshu dodged and calculated. Although the hidden shadow steps can evade its attacks, I can't inflict any damage on it. If this keeps up, even if Qiao Mu masters the hidden shadow steps, we're still guaranteed to lose. Looking down from above, Qiao Mu let out a faint smirk. she said, overestimating yourself. That's the Saintess's spirit pet. It's impervious to fire and water, and blades cannot pierce its hide. You might as well just wait obediently to be eaten. She continued, with even more arrogance, for a mortal like you, this is a great honor. At that moment, Chen Yingshu was still struggling to fight the demon tiger, but it seemed she was only wasting her energy. Just then, the system announced that the Hidden Shadow Steps had reached 100%. Qiao Mu quickly used his demonic power and rushed toward the demon tiger, activating the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Hidden Shadow Steps. Chen Yingshui was shocked when she saw him running over. She hastily held out her hand to stop him, shouting, "Get away! You can't beat it." Immediately after, the demon tiger unleashed a series of incredibly dangerous attacks. However, Qiao Mu seemed like a different person now. He dodged them with ease. The system announced, current available skill points, 204. To perfect the Hidden Shadow Steps, 126 skill points are required. Then, he stomped on the ground to launch himself forward. Qiao Mu said, "Tham Lam, give me more time." And with that, Qiao Mu leaped high into the air. He then slammed down onto the demon tiger's head, knocking it flat on the ground. Witnessing this scene, both Chen Yingshui and Chu Xing were so shocked they couldn't believe their eyes. Chu Xing thought in confusion. The internal power of that last attack far exceeds a 6th-level martial artist. Could that be the great Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique? What's more, he combined it with an incredibly fast movement skill, multiplying its power. Recalling the scene, he continued to think, and that reckless fighting style. All offense, no defense. This Qiao Mu guy is a true monster. Seeing Qiao Mu's terrifying power, Chen Yingshui couldn't help but feel doubtful. Is this how my family's heirloom Hidden Shadow Steps are supposed to be used? Watching him skillfully and continuously use his demonic power, she thought. Stealthy movement, agile footwork, swift motion. How did he turn it into something so violent? Could it be that I've been training it wrong all these years? Qiao Mu raised his sword menacingly and said, "Die." Just as he was about to strike the demon tiger, Qiao Mu Yue appeared and said, "Stop." She pointed at the demon tiger and said, "This azure flying tiger is the spirit pet of the Xuantian sex saintess. Hand it over to me now." Qiao Mu turned and replied coldly, "The rules of the immortal sect. What do they have to do with a mere mortal like me? This cursed beast has harmed countless people, according to the laws of my dynasty." With that, he decisively raised his sword and said, "It must be slain." Seeing this, Chu Xing thought in a panic, he's actually going to kill it. He's really determined to kill that demon tiger. How does he dare? How can a mere brute like him so easily do what even the current emperor cannot? Qiao Mu Yue was now in a complete panic. She stammered, You actually." Qiao Mu raised his blood-stained blade and said, "The murderous beast has been eliminated, but the one who unleashed the tiger to kill people, who disregards the lives of the common folk." As he spoke, he pointed his sword at Qiao Mu Yue and said, "Must also pay with their life." Hearing this, she trembled, unable to believe her ears. Qiao Mu Yue angrily pointed at Qiao Mu and shouted arrogantly, "If a spirit pet from the immortal sect causes trouble, it is naturally the immortal sect's business to handle it. It's not the place of a mortal like you to interfere. On top of that, you're falsely accusing me. That's a crime punishable by death." Hearing this, Chen Yingshu replied coldly, "Falsely accusing you? Then may I ask the esteemed immortal Qiao Mu Yue to explain why you are here?" Her gaze sharpened as she asked, "Are you here to catch the demon, or to release it?" In a panic, she summoned her crane and retorted insolently, "Do I, an esteemed immortal, need to explain my whereabouts to you? You acted on your own without reporting to me. You obstructed the immortal sect's work and even harmed the saintess's spirit pet." Qiao Mu Yue quickly climbed onto her crane and flew away, leaving behind a threat. "Everyone in this yamen, just wait for death." Chen Yingshui repeated her words with utter contempt. "You acted on your own without reporting to me, obstructed the immortal sect's work, and even harmed the saintess's spirit pet." Suddenly, Qiao Mu coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, startling her. Chen Yingshui rushed over, lifted him up, and called out, "Qiao Mu, are you okay? Stay with me." At that moment, he whispered weakly, "Save me." She shouted in a panic, "Don't worry, the captain and I will definitely find a way to heal you." "We will." But before Chen Yingshui could run for help, Qiao Mu's spirit left his body, leaving behind the words, "Don't save me." She quickly screamed, "Qiao Mu." The scene changes to early morning, with a cat relaxing on a tree branch, letting out a sound. The cat exhaled in satisfaction. Unlike those who are about to die and can only eat a few bites of death energy to fill their stomachs, this kitty is truly stuffed this time. The purity of the death energy on that constable was simply impeccable. The cat imagined a heart-fluttering scene and blushed bashfully, Plus, he even saved me last night. Meow. He's so special. I like him so much. Even so, what happened last night broke this kitty's heart. It's a shame that Constable was gravely injured by the demon tiger in the end. I even followed him all the way to the Yamen, but I was still a step too late. His life force ran out along the way. It lay there, basking tiredly in the sun. Who told this kitty to be a demon that feeds on death energy? Being noticed by me means your dying day has come. This kitty is probably destined to live a lonely life. Suddenly, something fell heavily onto the tree branch where the cat was lying, startling it into a shriek. Mayo wow. Qiao Mu fell to the ground and said in confusion, "Ouch, why did I resurrect in a tree this time?" Seeing him, the cat's mind raced. Meow meow meow. He's not dead. Immediately, it shot towards his stomach with immense force. This caused Qiao Mu serious internal injuries. He touched his face helplessly as the cat spoke. "Why is it you again? Are you really going to cling to me and never let go?" Finally, Qiao Mu warily opened his system panel while speaking to the cat. "Whatever. If you like me that much, I'll just consider you my lucky charm from now on." The cat quickly meowed in response. Right after, he looked at the stats panel and spoke. "Let's see what my death rating is this time, huh? I got that beaten up and only got a B+. Death rating, B+. Reason, eliminated a threat to the people. An upright and honest official. Reward for this death, 26 points. Current skill points, 104. Remaining usable life force, 57. Number of revivals in 7 days, 45. Longevity fist chi refining technique at lesser success. Sweet shadow steps completed. Wu Sheng, spiritual reason art at entry level. Other rewards show an increase in blood and chi. Qiao Mu stroked the cat's head, wondering in confusion, was the impact of my death not big enough? Impossible. This case was definitely reported by Chen Ying Shui. An immortal from the Xuantian Temple released a demonic beast to kill people, and Constable Qiao Mu risked his life to slay it. That should be considered a heroic act, right? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frowned. Unless, the case was suppressed halfway through, so no one even knows about it. No wonder these cultivators are so arrogant. They're certain the Imperial Court won't dare to make a big deal out of it. Fine. If the Yamen doesn't have the guts to stir up trouble, then I'll do it myself. Besides, I'm not a constable anymore. He spent 104 points, exchanging them for the longevity fist chi refining technique at 100% greater success. Qiao Mu quickly circulated the blood and chi throughout his entire body. After reaching lesser success with the longevity fist, I get a boost to my blood and chi every time I revive. But my physical appearance hasn't changed at all. Is it because my blood and chi have stabilized at my body's peak condition? Each revival consumes my lifespan, but at the same time, the advancement of the longevity fist extends my lifespan. After a moment, he opened his eyes. He said excitedly, "Now that I've reached greater success with the longevity fist, I wonder how many more years I can live." Qiao Mu picked up the cat and added, "Let's go. We'll change our clothes and head to the Xuantian sect to make an arrest." The cat seemed to understand, letting out a meow before disappearing with him. The scene shifts to the Xuantian temple. Qiao Mu appeared there. Looking at the surroundings, he said, "Isn't this the former estate of the Yin Chao family? Today is the 15th. There were quite a few pilgrims coming to the Xuantian temple to offer incense to the gods. Inside the quiet temple, an old woman suddenly grabbed an immortal and pleaded desperately. "Please, high immortal, I beg for your blessing. Please help me. My son and daughter-in-law were killed by a monster a few days ago." The old woman fell to her knees in grief, as she explained. "That day, my granddaughter hid in a cabinet. She was so terrified that she's become unresponsive. I beg you, high immortal, please save my granddaughter. This old woman will come to the temple every day to offer incense and donations." The immortal replied with a very indifferent attitude. "This is a temple, no shouting. Can't you see that your 5th rank vice prefect is up there offering incense? Go wait in the back. The immortals are busy, you know." Inside, a group of officials were kneeling and praying. "I pray the high immortal blesses my 9th concubine with a healthy son." The old woman couldn't listen and shouted anxiously, "I can't wait any longer. She's the only family I have left. I'll kowtow to you. I beg you, high immortal, please help us." The immortal maintained his cold attitude and yelled, "How many times do I have to tell you? Wait, if you keep making a scene, don't blame me for being impolite." Suddenly, someone stepped forward, interrupting them. It was Qiao Mu Yue, approaching. The man who was just shouting saw her and greeted her respectfully. "Senior sister." Looking down from her high and mighty position as an immortal, she questioned the grandmother and granddaughter. "You just said your son was killed by a monster, and this little girl here saw the whole thing." The grandmother quickly looked at her granddaughter and replied, "Yes. The child was terrified and was unconscious until today. But ever since she woke up, she's been like this. She doesn't hear people when they call her. The little girl's condition was indeed pitiful. The grandmother asked worriedly, "Hi, immortal," was my granddaughter's soul eaten by the monster? Qiao Mu, with some unknown thought in her mind, replied, It does seem to be a symptom of soul loss." She walked forward and said, "The two of you, please follow me into the main hall. I will personally treat the little girl." The grandmother stood up, overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, High Immortal." Just then, a voice stopped them. "Grandma, you can't go with her." It was Qiao Mu. He stood there, pointing seriously at Qiao Mu and declared, "She released a beast to commit crimes, causing multiple murders in the city. The culprit is this very high immortal, Qiao Mu." Hearing this, she looked behind her and was shocked at what she saw. Qiao Mu? Wasn't he beaten half to death by Little Tiger? How can he be here, completely unharmed? What is he planning? The crowd, not understanding what was happening, began to murmur. "Is he talking about the demonic beast case? I heard a lot of people died. An immortal from the Xuantian sect releasing a beast to kill people? That can't be right, can it? She's a high immortal of the Xuantian sect. They've always protected the peace in our He-Yang region." Qiao Mu's expression showed no fear as she laughed arrogantly. "Well, if it isn't Constable Qiao from the Yamen. As a Yamen runner, you should be impartial and proper in all your duties. Since you claim I released a demon to kill people, may I ask, do you have any proof?" The crowd, seeing this, also spoke up contemptuously. "That's right, he has no proof and is just making baseless accusations. Besides, you're just a lowly constable. Are you planning to arrest an immortal?" Among them, one person said excitedly, "Yeah, not even our current emperor would dare to do that." Someone behind him quickly hushed him. "Sheesh, don't talk nonsense." Having won the people's trust, Qiao Mu grew even more arrogant, twisting the truth. "Everyone, this constable and I had a small misunderstanding in the past, which is why he has come here to slander me. An official from the public Yamen is not allowed to enter the grounds of an immortal sect without permission. Qiao Mu, you have not only trespassed but also damaged the reputation of my sect." She paused for a moment, then glanced at Qiao Mu with a malicious glint in her eyes and asked, "So, what crime does that warrant?" He simply returned her glare with a cold look. Suddenly, the little girl pointed at Qiao Mu and screamed. It was her. Looking utterly terrified, she screamed again, "Tiger, fight the tiger." "Mama, Papa." Seeing her granddaughter's state, the old woman tried to comfort her. "My dear granddaughter, you've come back to your senses? It's all right, Grandma is here." The little girl looked to be in great pain, clutching her head and screaming. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd's whispers shifted direction. Did that little girl just point at High Immortal Qiao Mu? "I think I heard that the Xuantian sect raises a spirit beast. Could it be that she really did release a demonic beast to kill people? If the holy maiden of the Xuantian sect finds out about this, wouldn't she be?" The crowd's words sent a shiver of fear down Qiao Mu's spine. Unable to bear it any longer, she angrily launched a magical attack at them, screaming, "Silence!" Qiao Mu revealed her arrogant nature, shouting, "A bunch of mortals dare to disrespect me? Are you all looking to die?" Immediately after, she pointed at Qiao Mu and screamed frantically, "And you, Qiao Mu, a constable from the magistrate's office, yet you dare to lead a riot in a celestial sect. That's a crime punishable by death. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Everyone from the magistrate's office will also be executed." Suddenly, he calmly took something out from behind his back and spoke, "Is that so? But I'm not a constable from the magistrate's office. I am Qiao Mu's older brother, Qiao Qifu." He took out a spear wrapped in cloth, along with the words, "If the laws of the mortal world can't control immortals." It turned out Qiao Mu was a fake name. He then quickly gripped his spear, charged towards her, and yelled, "Then let me, Qiao Qifu, handle it." At the critical moment, a man jumped out to block the blow for Qiao Mu. His face was grim as he glared at Qiao Mu with contempt. "You foolish madman, you dare lay a hand on my senior sister, Qiao Mu." He then launched a sword attack at him. "Watch me slice you into 8 pieces." Qiao Mu excitedly met the attack. "Perfect timing. Let me see the power of your celestial sect." Suddenly, he noticed something was off and spoke up. "That's not right. This is swordsmanship. You're a martial artist. Why are you working as a lackey for a celestial sect?" The man replied to his question with an irritated tone. "Martial artists are just ordinary mortals, but I want to obtain the orthodox cultivation method of the Xuanmen sect and achieve the path of eternal life." Suddenly, the aura around him began to change. He said, "It's perfect timing. Killing you today will be a great merit. The Saintess will surely accept me into the sect. Witness my ultimate technique, Scorpio, Annihilation." The words had barely left his mouth when Qiao Mu sent a punch that broke several of his teeth. The single blow sent him flying backward, his body slamming hard against a wall. Qiao Mu held his pose and sneered. Scorpio, annihilation. I know that one. Suddenly, Qiao Mu noticed a talisman appearing behind him, flying in his direction. It was the malevolent Qiao Mu Yue who screamed, "Go to hell, Qiao Chifu." She unleashed the power of the talisman on Qiao Mu, a blazing red line of fire shooting towards him. The power of this talisman startled him slightly. Qiao Mu immediately threw his spear toward the line of fire. Immediately after, he saw his spear melt from the heat. Qiao Mu couldn't help but be shocked by the situation. My iron spear melted instantly. Is this the power of immortal arts? Even more surprisingly, a line of fire had already latched onto his hand. Qiao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, I've been hit. The flames spread across his entire body, causing him to scream in agony. Seeing this, Qiao Mu Yue smiled with delight and said, How does it feel? This is the true bone-dissolving fire talisman that the saintess bestowed upon me. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to use it. The flame it unleashes can destroy the soul and corrode the very bones. Just a single touch is enough to make it impossible to ever be saved. Her face was twisted with a sadistic expression as she spoke like a torturer. This flame will absolutely not be extinguished until it has burned you to ashes. This is the punishment you deserve for daring to provoke a celestial sect. Qiao Mu seemed to process that information and thought, it won't go out. He quickly stood up and charged at Qiao Mu Yue with the resolve, then let it burn. Either way, you're dying today. Heavenly Demon unleashed, full power. She began to back away in fear, screaming in panic. Are you insane? You're just a mortal. Why are you so determined to fight me? Qiao Mu cracked a smile and replied, Why? Because you, an immortal, have committed so many evil deeds, siding with demons and following a wicked path. His hand, already burned to a charcoal red, clenched with determination. Even if I die today, I hope that justice will still exist in this world. He charged at Qiao Mu Yue without hesitation. Qiao Chifu of the Qiao family invites the High Immortal to accept death. She, too, quickly got a taste of the true bone-dissolving fire talisman. Even at this point, Qiao Mu Yue showed no remorse, thinking, Impossible. I am an immortal. How can I die at the hands of a mere mortal? She reached her arm toward the mountain with a desperate plea. Save me, senior brothers and sisters. Why aren't you coming down? Why won't you save me? In the end, Qiao Mu Yue was killed by the very thing she took the most pride in. His entire body was still engulfed in roaring flames as he stood watching her. It's a good thing I put all my points into the longevity fist before, which is how I'm barely able to withstand this true bone-dissolving fire. Even so, this body is already done for. After a moment of thought, he finally felt a sense of comforting release. But this is good, too. Qiao Mu's eyes looked toward the old woman and her grandson, thinking with quiet satisfaction. At least Qiao Mu Yue won't have the chance to harm them anymore. Besides, publicly defeating an immortal is a good way to show my strength and regain my prestige in front of everyone. The flames were still burning all over his body, yet he was concerned about something else. On top of that, a heroic death, being burned to ashes by this dissolving fire, will definitely earn me a lot of praise. Suddenly, something grazed Qiao Mu's arm. It was a sword. With such force that it embedded itself in the railing, the sword had severed his arm. The pain made him scream out loud. The townspeople shouted in a mix of panic and concern. Hero Qiao, it's over. The Shuanmin sect is here for revenge. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Wait, look at Hero Qiao. Another person exclaimed in surprise, the flames on his body are gone. It was true. The fire surrounding Qiao Mu had completely vanished. Qiao Mu clutched his severed arm, leaning over to survey his surroundings. A buzz of discussion erupted from all sides. The flames on him disappeared. Really? It must be the protection of the gods. No, it's the protection of the heavens. That's right. Hero Qiao killed that evil immortal. His merit is immeasurable. The evil immortal's flame couldn't burn him to death. He narrowed his eyes at the sword stuck firmly in the nearby railing. He thought to himself, that's right, the thing that made the dissolving fire disappear was that flying dagger. The dagger cut off the arm that the dissolving fire was attached to. By cutting off the source of the fire, of course it couldn't keep burning. It seems whoever acted didn't want to harm me, but to save me. But why didn't you act a little sooner? I'm already burned to this state. At this point, I'd rather be dead. After realizing his current grotesque appearance, Qiao Mu wrapped his arms around himself, trying to cover his body, and grumbled to himself in frustration. My hair is singed, my face is ruined, my clothes are all burned off, but my iron crotch technique is indestructible. He then turned to the crowd nearby and asked, excuse me, everyone? Can anyone lend me a pair of pants? A man holding a pair of red pants raised them high and replied, no problem, Constable Qiao, you can wear mine. Beside him, another man holding brown pants added, Hero Qiao, in a righteous fury, slays the evil immortal. What a true hero. If you wouldn't mind, sir, I am willing to gift you my family's heirloom underwear. Hearing the man's words, he shouted angrily, You should keep that thing for yourself. Then, Qiao Mu spoke up. The Xuantian sect definitely won't let this go. You all should leave quickly to avoid getting involved. A man in the crowd exclaimed, But Hero Qiao, you're seriously injured. Why don't you come with us? Hearing this, his expression was calm as he replied, Don't worry, I have my own way of escaping. After all, even immortals are no match for me. The man in the crowd didn't try to persuade him further and simply agreed. All right, great hero Qiao. You must take care. Qiao Mu clutched his brown pants, glanced into the forest, and called out, All right, everyone's gone. Can the expert in the woods show yourself now? He then forced a smile, his eyes glinting strangely. A life-saving grace must be repaid like a boundless spring. Seeing this, Xu Xing leaned over, turning his head towards His Majesty and asked, Your Majesty, you had me save his life. But why does it seem like he's not happy about it at all? His Majesty gently raised a hand to his chin, his gaze thoughtful as he replied, He is indeed unpredictable, that Qiao Mu. To think he would actually confront an immortal over the case of the impermanent demon beast, even willing to risk his own life. Even a mere martial artist knows to uphold justice in the world. And yet we, the Emperor, dare not go against the will of heaven. How can we then bear the responsibility of the Son of Heaven? While the two of them were discussing this, outside, Qiao Mu was still smiling, trying to lure them out. Come on out. I'll be sure to thank you properly. Suddenly, on their side, Xu Xing knelt before His Majesty and admitted his fault. This servant deserves death. Your Majesty's plans are profound. Your position is different from this servant's. Of course, you cannot act as recklessly as he does. His eyes darkened as he looked at His Majesty with determination. In truth, this servant knows that Your Majesty has always cared for the world. It's just that the immortals are too powerful, and you have always had to endure humiliation and hardship. His Majesty frowned at him and commanded, What does a little humiliation matter? On the contrary, I wish I could be more like him, repaying kindness and vengeance decisively. All right, go and lead him away. Don't let the Xuantian sect find him. We will not stand by and watch a righteous man fall into peril. Xu Xing obeyed the command. In the distance, among the towering, overlapping mountains, a powerful gust of wind blew. As soon as they felt the wind, both of them looked over at the same time, their expressions stunned. Xu Xing cried out in panic, We're too late. Elsewhere, two men were playing a game of Go. One of them, holding a game piece, spoke up. Qiao Mu Yue is dead, and the bone-devouring departed fire talisman has been used, and to die at the hands of that mortal martial artist, no less. She was untalented, but always vying for favor. She deserved this disaster. It's just a pity she's tarnished the reputation of our Xuantian sect. The man sitting opposite him continued, Senior brother Qi Yang is in charge of guarding the Xuantian temple this year, isn't he? But he's gone traveling. I suppose this matter will fall to you and me. That's right. After all, the Xuantian temple is a place that relies on incense offerings. If we don't deal with that martial artist, the incense offerings will dwindle in the future. You and I will surely be reprimanded. He spoke nonchalantly as he held a game piece. Just then, on a nearby high mountain, a streak of pink light flashed. The man with the red dot on his forehead glanced over to observe. Then he said, Looks like we don't need to do anything extra. Let's continue our game. His Go partner, on the opposite side, replied, True. Since the bone-devouring departed fire talisman was used, she would certainly have sensed it. Back with Qiao Mu, a young woman was hovering in the sky on her sword, looking down at him. She was the saintess of the Xuantian sect, Wu Qingxin. Wu Qingxin frowned at him and asked, Who are you? Her appearance took him by surprise. He looked at Wu Qingxin and asked, Someone who seeks reason and distinguishes right from wrong. And who might you be, miss? Meanwhile, he thought to himself, Who is this woman? The martial saint's spirit rhino art should send someone from the Wuji society. Why is it reacting to a cultivator? She replied softly, How dull. Then she unleashed her magical power, looked at him, and said, When the immortal sects act, even if they are wrong, they become right. From her hand, a blazing red flame appeared, forming a circle. Wu Qingxin's flame shot forward and engulfed him. In an instant, Qiao Mu's entire body was submerged in Wu Qingxin's sea of fire. He screamed in pain, but just a few seconds later, he glanced at her, smiled smugly, and exclaimed, This departed fire is 10 times stronger than Qiao Mu Yue's. It seems you are the saintess, she mentioned. Excellent. Today is the 15th, a suitable day to light incense and worship the gods. I hope the exalted immortal can accept the incense offered by a mortal like me. Wu Qingxin did not reply to his words. She tilted her head to look at him and thought, This guy has the resonance of the martial saint's spirit rhino art. Ha! Has the Wuji society fallen so low that they have to send a level 6 martial artist to cause trouble? Qiao Mu's death is no great loss, but she was my person, after all. I cannot lose even a sliver of my prestige at this moment. The 2 auras hiding in the forest have disappeared. Fine, let them go. This is not the time for side issues. With that, she quickly flew away. On the ground, Qiao Mu was stroking his pet cat. The cat purred softly, its expression one of pure bliss, while it thought to itself, "This cat has hit the jackpot this time. This human can revive multiple times. This heavy aura of death is to die for." Meow, meow, meow. Just then, Qiao Mu checked his system panel with one hand while glancing at the cat in his lap and reminded it, "Hey, AVN, don't just focus on eating death energy. You have to lend a hand when we're fighting." In response to his reminder, it retorted in its mind, "This cat isn't good at fighting, but I'm great at acting cute and being adorable." The system notification appeared. Death evaluation, grade A. Skill points awarded for this death, 56. Remaining skill points, 56. Revivals remaining in 7 days, 35. Skills, longevity scroll, heaven refining strength, grand completion, 100%. Martial Saints Spirit Rhino art, proficient, 100%. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Art, mastered, 100%. 3 Pattern Overlapping Wave Strength A. Level 1, 100%. 100 Transformations of Flesh and Blood. Beginner, 100%. Iron Cloth Shirt, Grand Completion, 100%. Few other rewards. Increased Qi and Blood. Seeing this, his eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Well, the rewards this time are pretty good. It was worth dying." Immediately after, he sat down and continued to cultivate. Looking at the aura emanating from his dantian, Qiao Mu exclaimed happily, "The sea of qi in my dantian is swelling again. I'm already a 4th level martial artist. One more step, and I can begin spirit refining. Right now, I have 2 techniques that are useful for spirit refining, but they are the heavenly art of eternal vigor and the pure yang infinite art, and both are incomplete. The martial saint spirit rhino art is a secret spirit refining method for low-level martial artists, so it's different from true spirit refining martial arts. The system notification appeared. Martial Saint Spirit Rhino Art, 100% mastery. Then, Qiao Mu closed his eyes and began to seriously channel it, thinking to himself, if that saintess of the profound heaven sect uses the Martial Saint Spirit Rhino Art, and I can sense her with it, that proves she has some connection to the Martial Extreme Society. I have to investigate her and see if I can get any information on the spirit refining volume of the Eternal Life Fist Manual. A stream of energy flowed down. His eyes snapped open as he exclaimed in his mind, "Found her." At Spirit Spring, the residence of the profound heaven sect saintess, Wu Qingxin was slowly bathing in a pool. Sensing a disturbance, she thought to herself, "Someone from the Martial Extreme Society is sneaking in." At the saintess's shrine in a certain village, a group of villagers were lined up neatly, carefully kowtowing in worship. As they prayed, they chanted, "O great saintess, with your brilliant sacred flame, protect our holy village, drive away illness and exterminate demons." But the smoke from the incense burner just drifted through the air, enveloping a painting. After receiving their prayers, Wu Qingxin's eyes suddenly widened. She looked down at her hand and frowned slightly, thinking, the efficiency of absorbing from so far away is too low. To break through to the foundation establishment stage, I'll need much more power of faith and incense. Sensing something amiss, she immediately looked outside and muttered, "Someone from the Martial Extreme Society has snuck in." Behind a large nearby boulder, a dark figure was hiding. It was Qiao Mu. He had his hand clamped tightly over a young girl's mouth as he scanned the surroundings and muttered, "I can't believe the saintess of the profound heaven sect lives in such an ordinary place. After seeing those martial slaves at the gate, I'm starting to seriously doubt this saintess's actual worth." A few seconds later, the girl whose mouth he was covering suddenly struggled, desperately prying his hand away while trying to speak. "Lord Ghost, spare me. I'm just a servant my father forced into the sect. Blame the one responsible. The saintess is the one who burned people to death. I'm innocent." Qiao Mu looked at the girl with a suspicious gaze, and his expression immediately turned fierce as he threatened her. "I'm going to ask you some questions. You will answer honestly, or I'm taking you with me." Terrified of him, the girl stammered, I'll tell you everything." Qiao Mu let her go, resting a hand on his hip as he spoke. "All right, I'll trust you. But if you try to pull any tricks." Once freed, the girl trembled with fear, trying to shrink away from him as she stammered, "I definitely won't. My father is the prefect of Heiyang. As long as you don't hurt me, I'll have him perform the best funeral rites for you." Qiao Mu paid her no mind and quickly ordered her to answer. cut the nonsense. What's your saintess's background? The girl replied, wiping away her tears. The saintess. The saintess was once a disciple of Marshal Saint Ren. Her name is Wu Qingxin, and she's also his adopted daughter. Hearing this, Qiao Mu was stunned and asked again, isn't Marshal Saint Ren the biggest traitor to the heavenly sect? How could his adopted daughter be allowed into the sect? The girl immediately replied, Lord Ghost, you might not know this, but 40 years ago, Marshal Saint Ren lost to an immortal. After that, he resigned, founded the Martial Extreme Society, and then disappeared. To this day, not even the elders in our sect can find him. The martial path has been in decline ever since. After Marshal Saint Ren wiped out the major martial arts families, the scattered martial cultivators had no path forward. Then, about 10-something years later, our saintess joined the immortal sect. Although the saintess cultivates the martial path, her aptitude for the immortal path is also top-notch. Less than 5 years after joining, she surpassed all the other disciples of her generation. Later, the elders elected her as the saintess to become a role model for all the martial artists in the world. Since then, more and more martial cultivators have switched to joining the immortal sects. Even though my father forced me, it was actually because of the saintess that I cast aside my prejudices and joined the immortal sect. The saintess is my idol. The more she spoke, the more obvious her admiration for Wu Qingxin became. In contrast, Qiao Mu stood behind her, watching her with a weary expression. Qiao Mu slapped a hand to his forehead, looking rather helpless as he thought, a classic case of paying a fortune for a dead horse's bones. No wonder some martial artists are willing to become servants for the immortal sects. But cultivating immortality isn't that easy. Martial artists who join immortal sects are just low-class slaves with absolutely no chance of ever learning the core of cultivation. But Wu Qingxin joined the profound Heaven sect over 10 years ago, so the massacre of the Qiao family probably has nothing to do with her. In that case, I probably won't find any clues about the Eternal Life Fist manual here. He then turned back to the girl and continued his questions. What do you know about the Martial Extreme Society? Have you ever seen the saintess practice any martial arts techniques, or has she taught you anything? The girl flinched and turned to look at him, then answered sheepishly, my abilities aren't good enough. I'm not worthy of being taught by the saintess. I have to try twice as hard, take good care of the spirit beasts, worry about the saintess's meals and daily life, without eating, drinking, or sleeping. That way, I'm sure I'll earn her favor. Hearing this, Qiao Mu couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. Why does this whole immortal sect sound like an evil cult? Are they brainwashing people too? He then crossed his arms, looked at the girl, and asked sternly, so what realm is Wu Qingxin at right now? The girl smiled at him and answered proudly, Humph, our saintess is exceptionally talented. She's about to break through to the foundation establishment stage during this seclusion. Suddenly, a talisman shot forward from behind the girl. Seeing the danger, Qiao Mu immediately grabbed her hand and yanked her back. In that instant, the talisman erupted in a massive, violent explosion. Thick smoke and fire billowed out, blanketing the entire area. As the smoke and flames slowly parted, Wu Qingxin's figure gradually emerged. She pointed at the girl and said, loose lips. Seeing her action, Qiao Mu frowned and demanded, if I hadn't been quick just now, your little servant would have been turned to ash. What is a human life to you, saintess? An ant? After coming to her senses, the young girl looked at them in horror and cried out, you're not a ghost? Seeing him, Wu Qingxin exclaimed in surprise, it's you. He lightly covered his mouth and gave a fake cough, thinking to himself, looks like I'll have to explain this again. Then, Qiao Mu pointed to himself and announced, I am Qiao Zhang. The man you burned to death today was my younger brother, Qiao Qifu. The Qiao family has always been loyal to the nation, shouldering the responsibility of the world's prosperity without fear of death. You killed my brother, and I'm here to avenge him. But before he could say more, Wu Qingxin attacked. A huge explosion erupted, and flames spread violently all around. Seeing this, Qiao Mu frantically dodged and cried out, again. Then he glared at Wu Qingxin in frustration and asked, it was just a joke. We're both from the Extreme Martial Arts Society. Senior sister, why are you so quick to anger? At the same time, he thought to himself, I can't die this quickly. I need to get more information out of her. But she paid him no mind, continuing to unleash her power. She then took out a talisman, looked at Qiao Mu, and said, unbelievably foolish. Sooner or later, you're going to die at the hands of the martial saint anyway. I might as well put you out of your misery now. Seeing that she still wouldn't stop, Qiao Mu started to panic. He reached out a hand towards her, trying to stop her. Senior sister, what do you mean? I've never even met the martial saint, so why would he want to kill me? Is it because I have something I shouldn't have? He then raised his hand and answered his own question. Ah, I get it. It's the martial saint's spiritual rhino art. You and I both practice the martial saint's spiritual rhino art. Wu Qingxin didn't reply. her expression darkening as she stared at him. Qiao Mu, however, remained unconcerned, smiling as he casually asked, "Looks like I guessed right. It's because the martial saint's spiritual rhino art has a resonance. You think I'm the one the martial saint sent to kill you, and that you betrayed the martial saint and joined an immortal sect because you want to break this technique. Am I right?" At his words, her expression faltered for a moment, but a second later, she unleashed her power again, drawing her sword as she looked at him and said, "Today, someone from the Flying Fish Guard saved your brother's life. You people work for the Emperor. Has the martial saint already extended his reach to the Emperor of Great Yan?" Seeing the blade in her hand, he couldn't help but gasp inwardly. "That flying dagger, it belongs to the Flying Fish Guard. The expert who saved me this morning was from the Flying Fish Guard, but I have no connection to the Emperor whatsoever. I've even cursed the man before, so why would he save me?" Just then, Wu Qingxin began to channel her technique once more, and glaring at him, she demanded, "Where is the Emperor of Great Yan?" Qiao Mi replied, "If I told you I know absolutely nothing about any emperor, would you believe me?" Seeing his refusal to answer, Wu Qingxin immediately threw an attack talisman at him, shouting, "Then you're of no use anymore." As the talisman flew towards him, Qiao Mu smirked. He activated his Hidden Shadow Steps technique and thought, "What's wrong with this saintess? She attacks over the slightest disagreement. Looks like I won't be getting any information. Time to leave." But unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly rushed him from behind, shoving him hard in the back as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. He turned his head to look at her. "You?" Seeing his gaze, the girl's lips trembled as she whispered, "I'm sorry." Wu Qingxin's talisman struck Qiao Mu's body. A blazing crimson flame erupted, seemingly intent on incinerating him completely. He screamed in agony from within the fire. His screams gradually faded and then vanished into the blaze. Afterward, the little girl quickly ran to Wu Qingxin and knelt to beg for forgiveness. "Saintess, spare my life. I swear I won't say a word. I'll write to my father right now and tell him to build more temples for the saintess to provide you with more incense offerings." Wu Qingxin tilted her head and looked at the girl, speaking calmly. "Remember your place. If there are any more problems, I will personally turn the entire Liu residence to dust." The little girl obeyed, replying, "Yes." Inside Wu Qingxin's room, she walked in slowly and spoke. "Elder son, the Flying Fish Guard has been spotted in Heiyang Prefecture, near the Emperor of Great Yan." "Understood. Saintess, please continue to focus on your cultivation. Reach the Foundation establishment stage as soon as possible." A glowing blue communication orb hovered in front of the room. Wu Qingxin closed her eyes and sighed, thinking to herself, "The Mystic Heaven sect has been searching for the Emperor for a very long time. This intelligence will surely be a great service to the sect. Perhaps I can trade it for some spirit pills and elixirs to aid my cultivation. I must raise my cultivation level quickly, and one day, I too will join the ranks of immortals in the Mystic Heaven sect." In her mind's eye, countless tablets appeared, surrounding the space. On the central tablet were the words, "Great Virtue, Great Accomplishment, Mystic Heaven, Immortal." At a tea house, Jiang Chen looked at the crowd and told his story. That man, Xiao Qifu, was burned by a strange flame and thus became a legendary Qifu incense stick. In the flames, he roared, "Not even an immortal can withstand this Qifu incense stick of mine." After hearing this, the crowd cheered wildly. This Qiao Qifu is truly a great hero of the mortal world. Qiao Mu sat nearby, casually sipping his tea with a look of pure bliss. "Ah, this is so relaxing. Drinking tea while listening to people praise me. This feeling is absolutely incredible." Just then, his body twinged with pain. He frowned, looking at his hand as he spoke. "But man, being burned to death really hurts. And it's happened twice now, with nothing left behind. The second time, I even got a C rank evaluation. What a total loss." The system notification panel appeared. Evaluation for this death, C rank, low. Cause of death, suffocated by excessive incense. Skill points awarded for this death, 10. Remaining skill points, 46. Usable life points remaining, 55. Resurrections, remaining in 7 days, 25. Everlasting Fist Technique, Proficiency, Grand Completion, 100%. Martial Saints Spiritual Rhino Art Proficiency, Mastered 100%. Phantom Sword Art Proficiency, Introductory 100%. Other rewards increased chi and blood. After looking over the notification, he became quite displeased and shouted in anger, "I may want to die, but I absolutely will not die so meaninglessly. Wu Qingxin, the next time we meet, I'll be the one sending you on your way." Then, Qiao Mu slowly lifted the teacup to his lips and took a deliberate sip, thinking to himself. But on second thought, although Wu Qingxin is afraid of the martial saint, she still dared to openly join an immortal sect. It's highly likely the martial saint planted her in the immortal sect as part of a scheme, and she's using this as an opportunity to escape his control. So, what's the strange secret behind this martial saint's spiritual rhino art? If it weren't for the resonance, I never would have known so many people from the extreme martial arts society were hiding here in Haiyang Prefecture. In the southern continent, at the Mystic Heaven Sect's mountain range, inside a chamber, several elders were seated in a circle. The man in the center was Elder Sun of the Mystic Heaven Sect. Elder Sun looked at the people around him and began to speak. Wu Qingxin sent word that the Emperor of Great Yan has appeared in Haiyang City. The old man with pink hair is Elder Tian Xing of the Profound Heaven Sect. Elder Tian Xing looked at them with an extremely excited expression. He's finally here. Our plan is halfway to success. The young man with jet black hair sitting nearby is a deacon of the Profound Heaven Sect, Taoist Qi Yang. Taoist Qi Yang looked at them. He frowned slightly and then voiced his opinion. According to the agreement, in half a month, Emperor Yangge is supposed to disguise himself as a common pilgrim, go to the peak of Qingqiao Wood Mountain, and kneel before the statues of the Profound Heaven Sect's immortals. But for the past month, he's been dodging us left and right, and even I haven't been able to contact him. Could he be planning to break his promise at the last minute? Hearing this, Elder Sun gently stroked his beard and said thoughtfully. To help conceal his movements, the sect master brought the Heavenly Crow Mirror treasure and stationed himself in the central continent to blind the other 8 great immortal sects. And today, he dares to send the Flying Fish Guard to save a mortal martial artist, and even dares to trespass into the Profound Heaven Temple. Hearing this, Elder Tian Xing immediately shot to his feet, roaring furiously. Does he really think the Great Yan Empire exists under the thumb of the immortal sects today because he weighed the pros and cons? 40 years ago, the 9 high and mighty immortal sects wiped out the elite forces of Great Yan. If we wanted to change the dynasty, all it would take is a wave of our hand. Across from them was another deacon of the Profound Heaven Sect, Taoist Qing Yang. Taoist Qing Yang looked towards Elder Tian Xing and spoke calmly. Elder Tian Xing is right, but the ancient texts say, an emperor's heavenly mandate is decided by the heavens. If one is not fated for immortality, they cannot achieve eternal life. Cultivators like us are extremely wary of an emperor's fortune. If we can avoid it, we absolutely must. Amidst everyone's debate, Elder Sun spoke up. Avoiding it is true, but it's also true that we don't need to sit on the throne ourselves. What we cultivators need are all the resources of the mortal realm, including the power from incense and prayers. What's the use of being an emperor of the mortal world? He's nothing more than the king of a troop of monkeys. We should be the ones pulling the Monkey King's strings. Elder Tian Xing was quite pleased to hear this. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Regardless, in half a month, he'll have to kneel whether he wants to or not. At that time, our Profound Heaven Sect will be the first immortal sect to be bowed to by the Son of Heaven of Great Yan, ushering in an era of prosperity and making us the foremost among the 9 great immortal sects. Elder Sun continued, it's not convenient to cause trouble right now. We should let the Emperor relax a little now and then to show the magnanimity of our immortal sect. Since it was Wu Qingxin who used leaf fire to burn that man to death, it's only natural she should be the one to help the Emperor save face. Taoist Qi Yang frowned slightly and uttered, what do you mean, martial uncle? Elder Sun gently opened the lid of his teacup and spoke. Initially, making Wu Qingxin a saintess was just a ploy, using her as bait to eliminate the martial Saint Ren and make him disappear from this world. It's a pity that after so many years, the martial Saint Ren still hasn't taken the bait. He then looked at his reflection in the tea and asked, if that's the case, what's the use of keeping her around? On His Majesty's side, Chu Xing bowed his head slightly, carefully reporting with his hands clasped, Your Majesty, I have investigated. This man named Qiao Qifu has no connection to the Qiao family of Haiyang that was annihilated by the martial Saint Ren. Furthermore, there are rumors in Yan City that the Qiao father and son are both righteous men, with the air of ancient chivalrous heroes. Their family motto is to die for the righteous path. Among their inherited martial arts is an ultimate technique called the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Technique. Hearing this, the Emperor asked in confusion, their family's ultimate technique is Heavenly Demon Disintegration? Isn't that family afraid of ending their bloodline? Chu Xing replied, I'm not sure about that either. As if sensing something unusual, his eyes filled with alarm. Chu Xing looked up at the streak of red light in the sky and shouted in panic, Your Majesty, someone is approaching. Taoist Qi Yang slowly descended from the sky before them. He smiled and said, Qi Yang of the Profound Heaven Sect pays his respects to the Emperor of Great Yan. The Emperor slowly stepped forward. He looked at Taoist Qi Yang, forced a smile, and said, What business brings an immortal master from the Profound Heaven Sect here? At the same time, he was extremely confused, thinking to himself, I've been delaying my trip to Qingqiao Wood Mountain and traveling in disguise the whole way. How was I suddenly exposed? Taoist Qi Yang looked arrogantly at the emperor and asked, I am, of course, here to urge the emperor on his journey. It's about a half-month's journey from Heiyang to the Qingqiao Wood Mountain Range. It's about time you set out, isn't it? Then, he smiled with extreme smugness. Oh, that's right. Yesterday, a mortal martial artist dared to trespass into the profound heaven temple. I heard the emperor and the flying fish guard by your side might have had something to do with it. Seeing this, the emperor froze, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at him. Chu Xing, standing beside him, was just as shocked, thinking in a panic, yesterday, when I saved him, I only used an ordinary throwing knife. It had no distinguishing features of the flying fish guard. How could they have found out? No, wait. Wu Qingxin is a disciple of the martial Saint Ren. She's knowledgeable in all worldly martial arts. She must have recognized my throwing knife technique, the flying star hand, a signature of the flying fish guard. The emperor glanced at Chu Xing, thinking to himself, how careless. I can't believe that even though Chu Xing and I were so cautious, we still left an opening. So, is the profound heaven sect planning to use this to reprimand me as a warning? Meanwhile, Chu Xing was filled with regret, blaming himself. This is all my fault. The emperor thought to himself, this is truly outrageous bullying. But right now, I can't find any other way to escape this kneeling ordeal. He looked at Taoist Qi Yang and said with a forced smile, Immortal Master, please don't be offended. Yesterday was. But before the emperor could finish, Taoist Qi Yang immediately cut him off. What happened yesterday was that the saintess acted with bias. The profound heaven sect is a righteous sect of the mystic arts. We always act with integrity and will naturally handle this matter fairly. Therefore, the profound heaven sect has decided to strip Wu Qingxin of her status as saintess and expel her from Heiyang City. Hearing this, the emperor was utterly stunned. The emperor looked at Taoist Qi Yang with wary eyes and wondered, how can this be? Are the cultivators of the profound heaven sect easier to reason with than those from other immortal sects? They even seem to care about right and wrong. What on earth are they hiding? Having achieved his purpose for meeting the emperor, Taoist Qi Yang prepared to leave. He looked at the emperor and said, now that this matter is settled, you should set out immediately. In half a month, we'll meet at Qingqiao Wood Mountain. After this careful reminder, he immediately departed. Taoist Qi Yang quickly transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. On Jiang Chen's side, he was leaping across rooftops, desperately trying to escape. Jiang Chen slid to a stop on the ground, glanced over his shoulder, and called out, You followed me all this way, so why hide? Show yourself. At the same time, his hand gripped the hilt of his saber, ready to draw. Just as he finished speaking, a man stepped out. Relax, I mean you no harm. The man gave Jiang Chen a respectful bow and introduced himself. My name is Qiao Mu. I heard you're the fastest at gathering information about Heiyang, so I came to ask about some recent news. The moment he saw Qiao Mu, Jiang Chen's defensive demeanor vanished. He rushed forward, grabbed Qiao Mu by the hands, and said excitedly, Qiao Mu, you're from the Qiao family. It has to be you. You look just like the other great heroes from the Qiao family. My name is Jiang Chen. Back in Yan City, I was publicly humiliated by Guo Yan's son. Thankfully, the heroes of the Qiao family stepped in to help me. I am incredibly grateful. This sudden outburst from Jiang Chen completely startled Qiao Mu. Yes, I am from the Qiao family. And you are? At the same time, he thought to himself, so it's you. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have recognized you at all. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chest, smiling proudly as he explained his purpose. Ever since that day, I've traveled far and wide, spreading the tales of righteous heroes like the Qiao family, encouraging more people to rise up against the corrupt imperial court and those hypocritical immortals. Hearing this, Qiao Mu, who was standing behind him, scratched his face in exasperation and asked, Aren't you afraid of offending the officials and the immortal sects? Jiang Chen smiled and calmly replied, It's no big deal. Catching me isn't that easy. By now, since you were tailing me, you've probably realized that I'm no ordinary person. At this, Qiao Mu chimed in, Not only do you carry a blade, but your movement techniques are exceptional. You are definitely not an ordinary storyteller. Seeing that his guess was spot on, Jiang Chen didn't deny it and immediately admitted, That's right, I'm actually a member of the Qingqiao Tower. As soon as he finished, both Jiang Chen and Qiao Mu looked at each other awkwardly. Qiao Mu lightly scratched his nose and asked, The Qingqiao Tower? What's that? Seeing his reaction, Jiang Chen exclaimed, You mean you've never heard of it? He then began to explain. When the martial sink purged the old martial world, the Qingqiao Tower managed to survive. Our tower master is the renowned Bai Xiaoxing, famous throughout the entire martial world. He has eyes and ears everywhere, gathering all sorts of information from every corner of the Jianghu. The famous weapons list and hero rankings that circulate in the martial world were all created by our master. Even after hearing all this, Qiao Mu's expression remained unimpressed. He simply muttered as if he already knew. Oh, so it's an intelligence agency? This lukewarm reaction from him took Jiang Chen a bit by surprise. He replied, well, something like that. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, geez, what a cold reaction. Jiang Chen put a hand to his face, feigning a pitiful expression. It's all because those slackers in the tower recently came up with some ranking of beauties in the Jianghu. And the worst underwear of the year summary, not to mention the guide to the brothels of Jiangnan, which has really damaged the Tingxiao Tower's reputation. That's probably why you've never heard of us. At this, Qiao Mu's attitude did a complete 180. He took out a pen and paper, moved closer to Jiang Chen, and repeatedly asked about the things he just mentioned. Tell me more about those in detail. Seeing this display, Jiang Chen thought to himself, so this is the kind of stuff you're interested in? He then quickly explained, my main responsibility is to spread the truth about the Jianghu. I really don't know much about those bizarre rankings. However, the Star Xuan emissary of the Martial Extreme Society is currently recruiting people who have practiced the Martial Saint's Spirit Rhino art. In accordance with the Martial Extreme Society's kill order, anyone who makes a significant contribution will be taught a top-tier technique from the Martial Saint, and their target this time is the Saintess who joined the Xuemen sect and betrayed the Martial Saint all those years ago, Wu Qingsun. After hearing exactly what he wanted to know, Qiao Mu immediately turned and rushed off. Before he left, he called back, thanks, brother. I'll treat you to tea sometime. Jiang Chen helplessly watched his departing figure. Meanwhile, as Qiao Mu ran, he thought to himself, no wonder Qingyang Prefecture is suddenly crawling with so many people from the Martial Extreme Society. It turns out they're all targeting Wu Qingsun. If I can manage to sneak my way into this hunt, I might get a chance to obtain the latter half of the longevity fist technique and maybe even join the inner ranks of the Martial Extreme Society. The one to get Wu Qingsun's blood. Must be me. At the Yunshang Tower, observing the surrounding crowd, he thought to himself, this is strange. There are so few people here. Trying to take on Wu Qingsun with just this group is a complete suicide mission. While he was sitting and having a drink, a bearded man approached him and started a conversation. Little brother, judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be from the Martial Extreme Society. Are you also here for the spirit cultivation technique, like me? Seeing this, Qiao Mu eyed the man with suspicion and asked, how should I address you, big brother? Is there something you want from me? The man smiled and replied, just call me Old Hu, little brother. The honorable emissary isn't here yet anyway, so I was just looking for someone to chat with. He then sat down next to him and added, you're so young, yet you're already a 4th-rank martial artist. You must possess a superior internal arts technique, right? To be honest with you, the technique I practice is a superior one I obtained from the Martial Extreme Society. Even though it's only half a manual, it's truly remarkable. I also have a unique secret manual of my own. We could discuss an exchange. Qiao Mu looked at the man and raised his teacup in agreement. But if it's only half a scroll, I suppose one has to get more involved with the Martial Extreme Society later on. At the same time, he thought to himself, half a scroll again. It seems the Martial Extreme Society holds back the latter half of many of their manuals. Any martial artist who wants to advance further has no choice but to work for them. At this, the man gave him a broad smile, raised a hand, and proposed. Even half a scroll is already excellent. In the past, all the superior techniques were held by the major martial arts sects, and those with less natural talent could never get close to the core techniques. It's much better now. You can get one just by completing a mission. Besides, half of a superior martial art is enough to keep many people training hard for a lifetime. Just then, Qiao Mu suddenly asked nonchalantly, to be honest, we've been sitting here for an hour already. Why hasn't the Star Xuan emissary shown up yet? When are we setting out to capture Wu Qingsun? Could he be scared? Before the man beside him could answer, a new voice shot back, ha ha, you ignorant brat. How dare you speak so disrespectfully of the honorable emissary? The man crossed his arms, glaring at their group with a provocative stare. The honorable emissary has a foolproof plan to deal with Wu Qingsun. Is it a brat like you's turn to speak nonsense? Hearing this, another burly man turned around to look at their group. Wu Qingsun is not only the saintess of the immortal sect, but also a disciple of the martial saint, proficient in the departing flame talisman technique. Yesterday, she burned a high-grade martial artist to death, a member of the Qiao family, who has been very famous in the martial world recently. The Qiao family is so powerful they can even curse the emperor and get away with it. Qiao Mu, who was behind them, covered his mouth and laughed. Oh, is she that impressive? At the same time, from another side, a figure completely covered in robes suddenly added, if you're all scared, you can go home. After all, The martial saint will only pass down his techniques to the one of the greatest contribution. One less rival means a higher chance to earn merit. As the cloaked man finished speaking, the other four all glanced at each other. Qiao Mu slowly placed his teacup on the table. In that instant, the man in blue robes charged forward with his sword, attacking the bearded man. Qiao Mu and the burly man also rushed toward each other at the same time. A chaotic scene erupted in the room. The burly man threw a powerful punch at Qiao Mu's chest, but as soon as it made contact, a wave of energy radiated from him. Seeing this, the man's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself, "Iron shirt technique." Seeing that his last move had no effect, the burly man clenched his fists. The blue veins on his arms bulged and became clearly visible. He looked at him and declared, "Very well, then I'll let you witness the power of my iron wall divine palm. Let's see if your technique can overcome my iron palms." He then shot forward like an arrow, attacking Qiao Mu. He raised his hands in front of his chest, using them to block the man's attack. The man didn't let up, continuously attacking him. Qiao Mu blocked and counterattacked at the same time, thinking to himself, his punches are relentless and non-stop. The strength of this palm master is considerable, but at most, it's only about 50 or 60% of my own. Defeating him won't be difficult. On the other hand, that guy over there, his whole body exudes the aura of a true master. The others must have realized it too, which is why no one dares to make a move on him. In the corner, the fully cloaked figure was sitting and cultivating his power. At that moment, Qiao Mu grabbed the green spear behind him. Looking at the man rushing toward him, he thought to himself, "If that's the case, I'll pretend to be defeated first." Before the man could attack Qiao Mu, he had already cleverly grabbed the green spear and dashed away. Losing his momentum, the man slammed hard into the wall. As for Qiao Mu, he used the green spear to attack the cloaked figure sitting on the chair from behind. The figure quickly spun around, drew his blade, and countered his attack. At the same time, the blade instantly broke in two. The surrounding tables and chairs were sent flying, and a cloud of dust billowed up. His face darkened as he looked at the mysterious person before him. He growled softly, "You clearly could have killed me instantly, but you deliberately held back. So, you were intentionally luring us into attacking just to test our strength. Am I right?" Realizing he'd been discovered, the Star Mystic Envoy was utterly shocked. The others who were fighting also stopped in unison, looking over at them with unconcealed amazement in their eyes. The Star Mystic Envoy turned his head to look at Qiao Mu and asked, "How did you figure it out?" He calmly replied, "There isn't just one person here who practices the martial saint's spirit rhino art. It wasn't easy to spot you mixed in with these people. But if one pays close attention, it's clear that the aura you emit is far superior to ours." Most importantly, hearing this, the man couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, "Was that last move an attempt to rip off my outer robe? And I didn't even notice it at all." Then, the Star Mystic Envoy looked at Qiao Mu and asked, "Young brother, your skills are excellent. May I ask your name?" He held out his hand in a respectful gesture and replied, "I am Qiao Zhang." At the same time, he thought to himself, "I'll just use this name for now." As soon as he heard the name, the bearded man asked in surprise, "Qiao, are you that hero Qiao who has recently become famous throughout the land?" Seeing this, he sighed warily and replied, "That's right. The person who was burned to death was my biological brother." The Star Mystic Envoy held out his hand, looked at him respectfully, and said, "So that's how it is. Young brother is here to avenge his senior brother. This mission is not easy. Martial artists without sufficient strength will only be throwing their lives away in vain. Please forgive my presumptuousness in testing you. Fortunately, all of you have reached the 4th grade, which means you can certainly eliminate the traitor Wu Qingxin and receive a generous reward. You're too kind, honorable envoy. We will definitely give it our all." "Very good. I have prepared horses at the inn. We cannot delay. Let's set off immediately." Seeing this, Qiao Mu spoke up and asked, "Tell me, where is Wu Qingxin now? It seems she's no longer in the city. I can't sense her anymore." The Star Mystic Envoy replied, "Rest assured, Soul-hooking Hand Xu Cheng and several other 4th grade martial artists have already gone ahead and have located Wu Qingxin." The bearded man added, "I know him. He's been a famous master for many years. His specialty is hard-style martial arts. His fighting style is reckless, making him one of the top experts among the 4th grade." At that moment, the entire group mounted their horses and set off together. As they were riding, the Star Mystic Envoy suddenly spoke up. "There's a saying that internal energy is limited to the 4th grade, but Xu Cheng has mastered the martial saint's spirit rhino art. The martial saint once said, 'This secret art is the measure of whether a martial artist can step onto the path of spirit cultivation.'" After hearing this, Qiao Mu had a realization and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. He truly is a master." In the forest, a corpse was impaled on a sharp wooden stake, surrounded by blazing red flames that were slowly consuming it. Seeing this, the star mystic envoy exclaimed, "It's Xu Cheng." Observing the scene, the bearded man couldn't help but cry out in indignation. Impaled with a wooden stake and burned alive. That demoness is utterly ruthless. Qiao Mu looked on and said, Wu Qingxin deliberately slowed down the burning speed. Her purpose is to make us watch him burn alive, to intimidate us. Hearing him speak, the bearded man turned to look at him. His expression filled with curiosity. He asked, "How are you so experienced with this, Brother Qiao?" Qiao Mu replied awkwardly, My Qiao family has studied this subject quite thoroughly." At the same time, he silently asked himself, how could I not be experienced after being burned to death twice? Suddenly, the star mystic envoy sensed something and shouted, "I have a new reading. There's a village deep in the forest. Wu Qingxin is there. After her." The entire group spurred their horses and gave chase toward the Saintess village. On a calm, moonlit night, inside a grand hall, a woman stood lost in thought before a statue of a beautiful and gentle girl, as strange sounds echoed around her. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly flames are 49, and 1 is the human variable. In her hand was a green, sound-transmitting jade. A voice emanated from within it, "Wu Qingxin. Although you committed an error and were expelled from the sect, losing your status as the Saintess, every trial is a test. As long as you can return to the Xuan Tian sect's headquarters on Qiao Mu Mountain, you can still become a disciple of my Xuan Tian clan." Wu Qingxin's face darkened as she threw the jade to the ground. It clattered loudly as she thought furiously. "You know perfectly well that the Wuji Association will hunt me down if I leave the Xuan Tian temple, and you even took my spiritual artifacts. And you still tell me to go to Qiao Mu Mountain. It seems you have no intention of letting me return alive." A small boy peeked hesitantly through the hall's entrance and called out softly, "Your ladyship, the Saintess." Seeing Qingxin's face, the boy with a smudged face asked excitedly, "Are you the Saintess? My mom said you saved all of us. You're a very, very kind immortal." She didn't answer, instead sizing him up with her eyes, thinking, could this be the child Lu Zifu sent? Did he send the surrounding refugees to the Saintess village to provide me with incense and the power of belief? Just then, an old woman came and gently placed a hand on the child's shoulder, asking, "Why did you run all the way here? The Saintess has appeared in spirit. Please forgive this child for offending you." The child excitedly pointed inside and boasted, "Aunt Lin, look!" The Saintess stepped out of the painting. Aunt Lin led the boy away, telling him, "Hurry back to your mother. Don't run around so late at night." The little boy waved his hand and said innocently, "Goodbye, Aunt Lin." Only then did Qingxin speak. "Did you bring that child into the village?" Aunt Lin didn't turn back right away. She kept her eyes on the child and explained gently, "They were all refugees who came from other places due to natural disasters. Seeing how pitifully they were starving, I brought them all here." Later, the prefect from the city sent silver and people, so the village gradually stabilized. At this point, she finally turned her head and asked, "It's been so many years. Has the Saintess been well?" Wu Qingxin replied with a blank expression, "Thank you for your concern, mother." Aunt Lin was a bit surprised and said hurriedly, "The Saintess jests. How could this humble woman be so fortunate as to be the mother of an immortal?" This humble woman had 2 daughters, but many years ago. She glanced sideways as Qingxin continued her sentence. They died. The old woman was quite surprised by Qingxin's words. Wu Qingxin lowered her head slightly, her face filled with sorrow as she began her story. That year, in his quest to seize the secret manuals, Wu Shengren wiped out the sects of the world, and finally, he came to the Lin family. "To protect everyone in the household, you offered me, the one with outstanding martial talent, to Wu Shengren in exchange for our safety. But in the end, you still couldn't protect the Lin family. Wu Shengren only adopted me to use me as cultivation fodder for his martial path." Aunt Lin's face paled as she stammered, "What? How could this be? He clearly promised me back then." Qingxin stepped out onto the hall's veranda as she continued her story. "Wu Shengren violates his own rules and holds no regard for even the laws of the mortal world. Why would he care about a single life? I entered the immortal sect to cultivate only to escape his control, and now the sect has abandoned me as well." As she said this, she lifted her head to look at the crescent moon in the night sky, her voice softening. "But I don't blame you, mother. I have never blamed you. 10 years ago, you established the Saintess village to help me cultivate, but despite trying everything I could think of, I was never able to achieve a breakthrough. Now, the Wuji Association is hunting me, and it's unlikely I'll survive. I came here only to see you one last time." She let out a cold snort, lamenting, "The Saintess is nothing but an ill-fated weed." Aunt Lin remained silent, half of her face now shrouded in darkness, her expression unreadable. Qingxin turned decisively to leave. "Please take care of yourself in the days to come." Aunt Lin, who had been quiet, suddenly shouted, "Saintess above." Her face was now filled with a greedy and cunning look, completely different from before, as she pleaded. This humble woman boldly wishes to ask the Saintess for a blessing. The scene changes. At this moment, Qiao Mu's group had arrived at the Saintess village's territory. Old Hu frowned, his temper flaring. This ghostly village is so gloomy and creepy. Should we just charge right in? The Star Xuan envoy beside him calmly advised. Don't be rash. Let's come up with a plan first. Qiao Mu was shocked to see a dense crowd of people blocking the village gate. Wait, someone's coming. They must be the reinforcements Wu Qingxin called for. Another person reassured them. They're just villagers. Don't panic. The grimy-faced child from before was leading them, running forward excitedly to ask, Misters, are you looking for the Saintess? Old Hu chuckled and knelt down to greet the child. That's right, little one. Can you take us to her? Suddenly, patches of fire appeared all over the little boy's body. Holding a talisman in his hand, his face turned terrifying as he said, No, you are bad people. The child, now completely engulfed in blazing red flames, shot towards Old Hu. Old Hu's eyes widened in shock, forgetting to dodge. Quick as a flash, Qiao Mu grabbed him and pulled him aside, shouting, Get out of the way. Unfortunately, a bit of the strange fire had already touched his arm. Old Hu drew his saber, and unleashing a technique, warned, Stand still, don't move. Then, he decisively swung his blade, slicing the flame away. Qiao Mu praised him with amusement. Not bad, Old Hu. One slash from your blade and even the bone-corroding ethereal flame is gone. You have to teach me that. Old Hu laughed heartily and replied modestly, I just peeled off the outer layer of skin that the fire was stuck to. It's just a little trick. Then he realized this was no time for jokes and assumed a fighting stance. Enough talk. That demoness must have sensed our arrival and prepared an ambush. Qiao Mu cursed in frustration. To think she'd use a child. How utterly shameless. These villagers have been completely brainwashed by her doctrine. They're beyond saving. On the other side of the village gate, the villagers, now like soulless puppets, began to advance, chanting continuously, Protect the Saintess, death with no regrets. Protect the Saintess, death with no regrets. Among them was Aunt Lin. She was now grinning maniacally, raising a talisman and chanting a summoning command as strange flames swirled around her. Sacred flame of heaven, burn my withered body to ash. Protect the Saintess, death with no regrets. Her face slowly disappeared into the flames, still repeating the words like a machine. Protect the Saintess, death with no regrets. The villagers had now turned into a sea of fire, rushing to attack Qiao Mu's group. His band of brothers stood in a line, ready to face the attack. Someone recognized the strange fire and yelled, It's the bone-corroding ethereal flame. Fall back for now, don't let it touch you. Damn it, that demoness actually resorted to this trick. Without another word, Old Hu stomped his foot hard, launching himself like an arrow straight into the sea of fire. A single, powerful slash annihilated the corrupted villagers. Qiao Mu watched and nodded in approval. Amazing. He even managed to dodge the bone-eating soul fire. How could Old Hu do that? Qi Zheng explained, It's the butcher's cleaver technique. Old Hu is the descendant of the greatest master of the blade. Qiao Mu asked doubtfully, The greatest master of the blade? Before and after the War of the Immortals, the martial saint was ranked 11th on Bai Xiaosheng's martial arts hero ranking. But at that time, the number one hero on the list was a saber master with the surname Hu. Qiao Mu clenched his fists excitedly. Whoa, even stronger than the martial saint back then. In that case, I have to learn everything I can from Old Hu from now on. While fighting, Old Hu gave out orders. Everyone, I'll handle things here. That demoness must be hiding nearby. The rest is up to you. The villagers swarmed toward them like an endless tide, still chanting, Sacred holy fire, burn away my decrepit body. Unconsciously, Auntie Lin's eyes filled with tears. She reached out toward Old Hu, still shouting that slogan, Protect the holy maiden. Death with no regrets. Before her, Old Hu rushed forward with his saber. In that instant, she seemed to remember her adorable little daughter running to hug her. Tears started streaming down Auntie Lin's face. She sank into one last beautiful illusion and closed her eyes in contentment. Shinner. All those emotions were transmitted to Wu Qingxin, who was inside the temple. Wu Qingxin's expression changed as she realized something. She wrapped her arms around her trembling body. Mother is dead. She bit her lip and mumbled, How could this be? Then a cruel smile spread across her face. Why is there so much faith power? Why didn't you die a little sooner? With this much power, I can definitely break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Qiao Mu's team charged in. Old Hu said, Just as I thought. She's here. Old Hu smirked. Demoness, your day of reckoning has come. He took the lead and charged forward. This achievement is definitely mine. Wu Qingxin launched a sword in retaliation, arrogantly saying, "You're courting death." The spiritual sword shot forward and pierced right through old Hu. The other three charged, attacking from three sides and shouting. The demoness is strong. Attack from three directions. She frowned, formed a hand seal, and cast a spell, creating clones to take on all three of them. Qiao Mu thought to himself, "Real clones? Did I end up in the Hidden Leaf Village or something?" Even while thinking, he dodged one of her sword strikes and countered, thrusting his own sword straight through Wu Qingxin's head. Unexpectedly, her phantom clone began to transform into an ethereal flame. He was shocked and realized, this is bad. This incarnation was created from a soul fire talisman. Then he screamed in agony as he was engulfed and burned by the flames. Seeing the other three all swallowed by the ethereal fire, Wu Qingxin laughed smugly and continued her incantation. "You sinners who have been incinerated, go to hell and burn for all eternity." She burst through the roof and flew straight into the sky, looking down from above. She declared, "The mortal world is full of suffering. The great Yan dynasty's court is unbearably weak, and the taxes in the prefectures are too heavy. Only my village of the Holy Maiden offers the suffering a chance at rebirth. It is the true paradise on earth." Seeing her floating in midair, the ignorant villagers cheered fanatically. "Look, it's the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden has descended. Thank you, Holy Maiden, for guiding us to paradise early. Thank you, Holy Maiden." Those people all held up a talisman together and chanted in unison, "Fire of the immortal gods, burn away the sins of the mortal world. Let the holy flame blaze, incinerate our decrepit bodies, and guide us swiftly to the realm of bliss. Let the holy flame blaze, incinerate our decrepit bodies, and guide us swiftly to the realm of bliss. Guide us swiftly to the realm of bliss." Wu Qingxin laughed coldly. "Very good. More. Soon, I'll be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. You think a few ants like you can kill me? Where did you find the nerve to come here and court death before me?" Then her expression suddenly changed, and she glanced behind her. Qiao Mu, his entire body glowing red, activated his heavenly demon disintegration mode and charged forward. "Die, demoness." Meanwhile, old Hu slashed through another puppet. The villager puppets were still chirping those nonsensical slogans. "Guide us swiftly to the realm of bliss. Guide us swiftly to the realm of bliss." Annoyed, old Hu clicked his tongue and cursed, "Will you shut up already?" Just as he said that, he saw a streak of white light flash by. It was the afterimage of Qiao Mu and Wu Qingxin locked in combat. He couldn't help but admire him. Even after being burned by that vicious fire, he still has the strength to fight. To risk his life against Wu Qingxin, he's truly a resilient one. She was shocked, unable to accept it, and asked repeatedly, "You again? You should have been burned to a crisp by me long ago. Why? Why are you still alive? Why are you immortal?" Qiao Mu leaped to dodge a palm strike and retorted, "I can die, but you're not allowed to live." With that, he smiled confidently and unleashed his move, throwing hundreds of powerful punches at her in the blink of an eye. She dodged while running her mouth. The rage of an ignorant fool, a foolish battle. You dare to dream of fighting magic with your physical body? Just wait until you're burned to ashes. I'll be the one who wins in the end. Qiao Mu got right in her face and sneered, "You won't live to see it." From behind Wu Qingxin, the three other heroes charged forward. "Brother Qiao, we're here to help. Brutes like us should follow your lead. Kill her to extinguish the flames, and let's go down together." They performed a combined sword attack, striking her from all four sides and shouting in unison, "Die, demoness!" The sheer force of their attack created a massive, blinding explosion. The smoke and dust began to clear, revealing the brutal scene of the battlefield. Qi Zheng was half kneeling, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Old Hu, leaning on his sword with one hand, wasn't in much better shape. Through the smoke, the figures of Qiao Mu and Wu Qingxin slowly became clear. She spoke in weak, broken sentences. "It seems, in the end, I was not fated for the path of immortality." Wu Qingxin had been run through the stomach by Qiao Mu's sword. She hissed in pain, asking, "You've killed me. Do you really think you'll be able to live?" He replied coldly, "Everyone here knows that the bone-eating soul fire is immortal and inextinguishable. We're killing you because you've committed too many evil deeds." Wu Qingxin burst into a fit of insane laughter. "Me, evil? You fools who practice the Holy Spirit Rhino art are all just walking a path to certain death. Have you ever stopped to think why practitioners of the Holy Spirit Rhino art can sense each other? Why can any martial artist practice it?" Behind her back, one hand was secretly holding a talisman. She continued stalling for time, saying, "It's because it was originally a special secret art created by the martial saint to make it easier to hunt down high-grade martial artists." A look of shock also appeared in Qiao Mu's eyes. Wu Qingxin began to tell a story from the past. 40 years after the War of the Immortals, the martial saint traveled across the 9 provinces, gathering 3,000 outstanding martial arts geniuses. They became disciples of Wu Shengren. Some even became his adopted sons and daughters. Wu Shengren taught them the best cultivation techniques and the most profound martial arts, which of course included the martial saint's spirit rhino art. However, anyone who practiced the martial saint's spirit rhino art would ultimately become sustenance for Wu Shengren himself. Wu Shengren would kill them and steal their cultivation base. Out of Wu Shengren's 3,000 disciples, how many do you think are still alive? Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, Wu Shengren would hunt them all down, guided by his intuition. She began to laugh again, a crazed, alluring sound. In this vast world, from the martial world to the temples, from the secular realm to the immortal sects, there's no place left for you and me to exist. But the only response she got was the sound of a sword plunging into flesh. Qiao Mu coldly tilted his chin. I'm listening. Say more. She screamed, don't you get it yet? We are all just stepping stones on Wu Shengren's path to martial dominance. What I am today, you will be tomorrow. Qi Zheng didn't know what to say, watching anxiously in silence from a distance. She still tried to bewitch him. Spare me. I have a chance to overcome this calamity, so we no longer have to live under the shadow of death. Qiao Mu just decisively pulled his sword out. Wu Qingxin's eyes widened in shock as she fell. He added, with a single, emotionless sentence, if you die, you die. Then he gave her a contemptuous, arrogant smile and said, whatever kills me only makes me stronger. Her body went stiff and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The villagers began to stir. The saintess is dead. No way, this can't be happening. But then, how did it turn into joyful shouts? The saintess isn't dead, she has ascended. The saintess has ascended. From this day on, we are no longer the village of the saintess, but the village of the goddess. Qiao Mu witnessed this chaotic scene and could only sigh. They say the leaf fire is hard to extinguish, but I see it's nothing compared to the unpredictability of the human heart. Then he walked over to his comrades and asked, everyone, are you all okay? Qi Zhang gave a weary smile and replied, we almost couldn't hold on. Luckily, now that Wu Qingxin is dead, the leaf fire has weakened considerably, but Lao Hu is seriously injured and completely drained of energy. He can't help us anymore. He then proposed a plan. Everyone, try circulating your energy to see if you can hold on a little longer. Then we'll figure out a way to put out this fire. They agreed immediately. All right, we'll listen to the esteemed envoy. The 4 of them then sat cross-legged in a circle, circulating their energy in silent concentration. Qiao Mu looked at them and thought to himself, you guys hang in there. As for me, I've already got 1 foot in the grave. I'm just waiting for the final summary. This time, I took care of the saintess, so the evaluation should be good. Lao Hu was the first to regain consciousness and spoke up. Little brother Qiao, you've performed a great service by killing the saintess this time. There aren't many who can impress me, Lao Hu, but you're one of them, especially since you weren't bewitched by Wu Qingxin in the end. Your gallant attitude of looking down on life and death is even more admirable. He chuckled humbly. You flatter me, Lao Hu. Without you, I'm afraid we couldn't have even gotten past those villagers. Not forgetting to remind him, oh, right, you promised to teach me your saber techniques. Remember, Lao Hu agreed heartily, don't you worry. Once we get inside the city, I'll immediately. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Lao Hu's chest, cutting him off. Qiao Mu cried out in alarm, Lao Hu. A flurry of blades shot forward, and everyone was hit by her attack. It was the bone-devouring leaf fire. Wu Qingxin wasn't dead. Wu Qingxin was back and stronger than before. She snorted contemptuously. A bunch of brutish martial artists like you actually thought you could kill me. She then flew in front of him, taunting him arrogantly. I just used the most basic immortal art to conceal my life force. Not even a peak martial artist could detect it. Even though I suffered a fatal wound, I only needed a talisman to recover completely. This is the power of immortal arts. Martial arts can never surpass it. You martial artists are only fit to kneel at the feet of us immortals. Even Wu Shengren is no exception. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from somewhere, causing Qingxin to freeze. A piercing gaze and a deep voice seemed to wrap around her. Qingxin, I sent you to cultivate in the profound heaven sect for over 20 years. And how much time did I give you to put on this show? Beads of sweat, big and small, streamed down her face. She couldn't even stammer out a single word. Wu. A burly male figure appeared and continued, I thought you might show some actual skill, but this is all you've got. The figure gradually revealed a massive build and a sinister face, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Her attack was easily blocked by Wu Shengren. Qingxin was caught off guard, only able to stammer incoherently. No way. Absolutely impossible. The immense power from his foot shattered the ground into pieces. Everyone nearby was sent flying several meters by Wu Shengren's spiritual energy. When his threatening voice boomed out, "You don't recognize me now that I've changed my clothes? Fine." Dust flew everywhere. The terrifying power of Wu Shengren's strike left Qiao Mu stunned. His face contorted under the pressure, his arms straining to keep his body balanced. He couldn't help but be shocked by Wu Shengren's overwhelming presence. The Li fire was extinguished in an instant, just like that. Chu Seng raised a hand to shield himself from the damage of Wu Shengren's spiritual energy and exclaimed in tense astonishment, "His aura, it's 100 times stronger than Wu Qingxi's." The Jingshuan Shi spoke slowly, as if his words carried an undeniable weight. "There's no mistake. That is Wu Shengren." Wu Qingxin's voice was filled with disbelief. She stammered, each word seeming to get caught in her throat. "You? Why are you?" The overwhelming aura radiating from Wu Shengren was so powerful that Qingxin couldn't even stand steady. He cut her off. "Why was I able to break the two-way induction rule of the martial saint's spirit rhino art? Why couldn't you sense me first? Why was I able to unilaterally conceal my whereabouts?" Her thoughts were easily seen through by Wu Shengren, and she could no longer maintain her composure, staring at him in wide-eyed, panicked shock. Wu Shengren glared, his eyes like sharp blades, his cold and authoritative words hanging heavily in the air. "Are you worthy of questioning me?" Terrified, Qingxin immediately fell to her knees, not daring to look up, her voice stammering as she pleaded earnestly. I apologize, adoptive father. I was just so astonished by your cultivation level." She cursed herself internally. "I'm such an idiot. Just because he couldn't do it 20 years ago doesn't mean he can't do it now. That means he's even stronger than before." A murderous aura emanated from Wu Shengren's body. His imposing presence silenced everything around him as his emotionless voice rang out. "I named you Qingxin, is that I hoped you would have a clear state of mind, but yours still lacks refinement. The martial path refines the spirit, the immortal path builds the foundation. Are you afraid that after you break through, you'll still die at my hands, causing your Tao heart to completely shatter?" The martial saint glanced down at Wu Qingxin, who was groveling at his feet, and showed a hint of magnanimity. "Very well. If you want to live that badly, I will give you one chance." Wu Qingxin's face lit up with joy as she raised her head, feeling as if she'd just been pulled from the depths of despair. She hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, adoptive father." Before she could even finish, the martial saint's voice boomed like a clap of thunder. "Defeat me, and prove you have the right to live." Her breath caught in her chest. Her eyes widened in the dark as she stared up at the martial saint. The martial saint's majestic figure remained unmoving, his sharp, sword-like gaze piercing through her with a cold, challenging glare, as if testing to see if she had the courage. Wu Qingxin's entire body froze as if struck by lightning. Her eyes flew open, her pupils shrinking in utter shock. Her face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was choked up, unable to utter a single sound. Her mind was in chaos. All these years, I've exhausted myself trying to escape him, living a wretched life in fear. But this day, it finally came. The martial saint lightly raised his hand, and his spiritual energy erupted, its oppressive aura spreading out. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, his voice filled with challenge. "Come on, you disobedient and useless child." She slowly got to her feet, thinking to herself, "He's serious. If I can't win, I'll definitely die." Under the crimson crescent moon, Wu Qingxin shot to her feet, her body tense like a drawn bowstring as she faced the martial saint's powerful aura. She stood firm, as if about to charge. Qiao Mu furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as a calculating thought crossed his mind. Is Wu Qingxin going to fight to the death? Perfect. This is a good chance to observe the martial saint's true strength. Wu Qingxin's brows knitted together as she suddenly shot forward, charging towards the martial saint without hesitation. The martial saint stood as still as a mountain, completely motionless, the crescent moon illuminating his cold, unshakable face as his eyes followed her every move. She suddenly leaped from the ground, shattering the earth beneath her feet and sending broken stones flying. Her body shot into the air like a sharp arrow, her gaze unwavering as she prepared to strike. Qiao Mu's face twisted in surprise, his pupils shrinking as he clenched his teeth. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She actually dares to attack him head-on. She wants to compete in martial arts with the martial saint. The martial saint remained motionless, his body firm and unmoving, letting her charge right at him. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Qingxin, carefully observing her every subtle movement. There was no worry, as if he had already anticipated her every action. However, instead of attacking him head-on, she suddenly zipped past the martial saint like a gust of wind. Her feet pushed off the ground with such force that pebbles shattered and flew through the air in a small wave. The martial saint's silver hair fluttered in the wind. The martial saint clenched his fist, his eyes darkening as rage began to boil. Qiao Mu's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide as he exclaimed, "Oh no, is she making a run for it?" Wu Qingxin knew full well what would happen if she dared to face the martial saint directly. She put all of her strength into fleeing, trying to find an escape route. The thought of escaping this place consumed her. "I can't win. I'll die. I'll die." And so she bolted forward, the wind screaming past her ears. But she didn't dare look back. Fear consumed her mind as she thought about the immortal sect. She would kowtow and confess her sins. No matter the humiliation, as long as she could stay alive, she would do anything. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure bore down on her. In the blink of an eye, the martial saint appeared right in front of Wu Qingxin, moving so fast that space itself seemed to warp around him. His eyes flashed with a terrifyingly overwhelming killing intent. The spiritual energy radiating from his body was so powerful, it felt like it could crush everything around him. A fierce gale swirled around him. The martial saint had only just extended his left hand, but it already felt like there was nowhere left for her to run. The martial saint gave her no chance to escape. His entire imposing figure lunged forward like a ferocious storm, carrying a suffocating, overwhelming power. His large, powerful left hand shot out like a claw, grabbing her face without a hint of hesitation. She was paralyzed under the martial saint's bulging muscles, unable to even make a sound. Qiao Mu, stunned, turned his head to watch and exclaimed, "So fast. Is that something a martial artist can do?" The martial saint stood on the temple roof, 1 foot forward, radiating a crimson aura. In his hand, he held the face of Wu Qingxin, who was caught off guard and powerless to resist. He spoke to Wu Qingxin with contempt. "Back then, I saw that your talent wasn't bad, and I had some expectations for you. But now, even your escape speed is this pathetic. Sparing your life back then was truly a mistake." The martial saint erupted with a blue light, its terrifying power crushing down on Wu Qingxin. In the midst of her agony, the martial saint's voice rang out. "Fortunately, mistakes can be corrected." Tears streamed down her pale face. Under the blinding blue light, she could do nothing but endure the pain that was tearing her body apart. As she neared death, her survival instinct kicked in, and she cried out in desperation, her weak voice pleading, "No, don't. Adoptive father. Give me one more chance. I want to live." The martial saint merely glared, without a shred of sympathy, his muscles tensing and veins bulging, carrying the blazing blue light that spread out and then began to tighten, as if to incinerate her. Knowing there was no escape, amidst the maddening pain, Wu Qingxin could clearly feel every cell in her body slowly disintegrating under the martial saint's terrifying power. There was no hope left. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes wide open. Her pupils now shrunk to the size of a pinhead, her vision blurring, signaling the cold, cruel arrival of death. All she could do was scream in despair. On what grounds? Why do I have to be the one to die? I just want to live. The immortal sect treated me like a disposable pawn. You treat me like food to be consumed. Do you have any idea what it's like to live your entire life in fear? The martial saint's power gradually corroded her life force. Her skin grew gaunt, her wrinkled lips were drained of vitality, yet that force continued to scream resentfully, as if cursing the martial saint. "One day, you'll end up just like me. You won't even find peace in death." Finally, under the moonlight that was slowly losing its blood-red hue, Wu Qingxin's body was now nothing more than a dried-up skeleton, still enveloped by the blue rays of the martial saint's power. With his majestic aura and overflowing spirit energy, he let go, allowing Wu Qingxin's skeleton to slam hard into the temple roof before falling to the ground. The pile of bones landed in front of the stunned faces of Chu Xing and the Xuanxing emissary, who were watching the situation unfold. Wu Qingxin's once rosy and beautiful face was now nothing more than a literal dried-up corpse. Chu Xing, his face smeared with dirt, looked down at the skeleton and spoke, his voice laced with a hint of fear. "I'm afraid we're going to end up just like Wu Qingxin." The Xuanxing emissary stood beside him and said calmly, "You're scared?" Chu Xing turned his head in surprise to look at him. Beneath the hood, his expression was unclear as he continued, "Every martial artist in the world knows that only a martial saint could accomplish something like this. The principle of the Martial Extreme Society is to use the limits of martial arts to slaughter all immortals and usher in an era of peace for all." Qiao Mu, standing behind them, interrupted the Xuanxing emissary with a smile. But after the martial saint was defeated, the first thing he did was massacre all the prominent martial arts families of that era. He clenched his fist, looking directly at the martial saint as he spoke. "The strong draw their blades against those who are stronger, while only the weak draw their blades against those who are weaker. When you couldn't kill the immortals, you turned to killing your own people. Can someone like you truly bring about an era of peace?" Chu Xing turned back in shock and asked, "Brother Qiao Mu, what are you doing?" The martial saint's massive body stood firm under the crescent moon, a faint red light enveloping him, lending him the majestic air of a superior being as he answered from above. Are you trying to teach me what to do? Qiao Mu slowly raised his hands, each movement calm and deliberate as if touching the air itself, carrying an invisible force that seemed to stir the currents around him. Small wisps of wind swirled endlessly as he continued the martial saint's thought. A person of great virtue does not seek to live by harming others. He is willing to sacrifice himself to achieve benevolence. In the fight against the immortals, hundreds of thousands of martial arts families have been sacrificed, along with your 3,000 disciples and 100,000 brave warriors. If all of them could be sacrificed, Qiao Mu's eyes were full of unbridled hatred, the resentment hidden deep within them, as an invisible wave of spirit energy began to rise, spreading throughout the area. He raised his hand as if in defiance. Then, Martial Saint, why don't you die? Under that same moon, Qiao Mu stood opposite the imposing Martial Saint, challenging him from below. The moonlight was like a hazy veil, reflecting the gentle breezes that hinted at the battle about to erupt. The Martial Saint chuckled, his excited voice ringing out. Interesting. Truly, very interesting. You, little brat, are far more interesting than Wu Qingxin. But a moment later, his face darkened, his eyes turning the color of blood as his fading spirit energy suddenly surged stronger than ever before, and he commanded Qiao Mu, come up here and accept your death. From below, Qiao Mu was undeterred, smiling defiantly back at the Martial Saint. You come down here and let me kill you. The Martial Saint crouched down on the temple roof, his hands on his thighs, looking down as he gave Qiao Mu an order. Go. Find yourself a weapon you can wield. The blood-red moonlight cast an eerie glow on the dark temple roof. The Martial Saint casually crossed his arms, glancing down like a superior being looking upon a lowly insect with indifference. His voice echoed as if he were bestowing a blessing upon the weak. I will wait for you. Qiao Mu slowly walked towards the sharp saber that was stuck in the ground. He focused all his strength into his leg, raised it high, and stomped down hard, causing the stones to shatter and fly. The saber, which had been firmly embedded in the earth, immediately spun and flew into the air. In a flash, the sharp blade was in Qiao Mu's hand, his movements swift and masterful. His hand gripped the hilt tightly, feeling every contour of the cold, sharp material in his palm. With a flick of his left hand, Qiao Mu pointed the tip of the blade up, aiming it straight at the standing Martial Saint, a defiant smirk on his face as his sharp eyes met the man's. Qiao Mu's expression was determined and fearless, every move a declaration of war. Instantly, Qiao Mu launched himself towards the Martial Saint at an unbelievable speed. The ground exploded with dust from the force of his push-off, shattering rocks and leaving only the afterimage of his powerful, unstoppable charge. Qiao Mu bounded forcefully across the rooftops, his hand gripping the saber as he shot forward like a rocket. The Martial Saint sat serenely ahead, completely unmoved, as Qiao Mu approached with decisive and precise movements like an unstoppable storm. Qiao Mu's gaze was ice-cold, devoid of any emotion, as he ruthlessly swung the saber at the Martial Saint. His hand tightened on the hilt, his muscles tensing. The force from the powerful swing seemed to rip through the air, creating a strong gust of wind. The Martial Saint effortlessly blocked Qiao Mu's mighty thrust with just his index finger. The sound of the impact was soft, creating only a tiny spark that flashed in the air and then immediately vanished. In an instant, Qiao Mu's entire powerful assault was stopped dead by a single, simple touch from the Martial Saint. Qiao Mu still gripped the saber with both hands, his eyes locked on the Martial Saint before him. A flicker of doubt rose in his heart. He's not using any spirit energy. He blocked it with just his physical body. Qiao Mu said to himself, if that's the case, then the only option left is to risk my life. He gave a sinister smile and, at the same time, unleashed the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Qiao Mu swung his saber relentlessly, each strike powerful and decisive. The Martial Saint casually parried every blow without the slightest difficulty. While blocking, the Martial Saint offered praise. Military spear arts, specializing in breaking the bones and sinews of the strong, combined with the heavenly demon disintegration. Indeed, a brilliant way to use force against force. But Qiao Mu moved quickly, constantly changing direction, his saber whistling through the air in a barrage of relentless attacks. Qiao Mu closed in behind the Martial Saint, putting all of his strength into a thrust aimed squarely at the man's broad back. The sharp tip of the saber struck his back as if hitting solid rock, and the blade became stuck, unable to be pulled out. The Martial Saint didn't flinch. He slowly continued, your techniques are fluid, to have learned so many martial arts at such a young age. But the heavenly demon disintegration is a technique that harms the enemy 1,000-fold while harming yourself 10,000-fold. Qiao Mu tried to pull the blade out to no avail, and could only cry out. The tip of the blade is being sucked in. The trapped saber vibrated slightly in Qiao Mu's hands. The martial saint suddenly gave a powerful shrug of his shoulders, and the saber in Qiao Mu's hands instantly shattered into countless pieces. Qiao Mu was thrown back violently, his body sent sliding across the temple roof. He tried to cling to the slippery surface, his hands reaching out to regain his balance. Internally, Qiao Mu marveled, incredible. As expected of the man at the pinnacle of martial arts, a perfect opponent to farm points from. He grinned, revealing his teeth, and initiated the everlasting fists opening stance, saying to the martial saint, "Don't get cocky, old man. The heavenly demon disintegration isn't the only thing I know." The martial saint stood towering over Qiao Mu, his presence an absolute, overwhelming threat. The entire Qiao family, even using their longevity fist, was no match for me, let alone you by yourself. The martial saint swung his arm, slamming it down on Qiao Mu and smashing through the temple roof. The roof shattered under the force of his terrifying attack. The martial saint's powerful punch made the entire temple tremble violently. The roof crumbled and fell, and a thick cloud of dust rose up, blanketing the entire area. Chu Xing watched the scene unfold, trembling with worry for Qiao Mu. Junior brother Qiao. Beside him, the starry emissary could only sigh, what a pity. The temple roof had a massive hole punched through it by the martial saint. Dust and stone debris rained down from above. On the ground, the spot where Qiao Mu landed was now a deep crater, a small hole shrouded in dust, his body nowhere to be seen. The martial saint slowly walked toward Qiao Mu's location, his voice echoing softly. "Weren't you the one who wanted to know why it's always others who have to be sacrificed? Why wasn't I, the martial saint, the one to die? It's because you are all weak." He began to speak of his past. The world may know the name of the martial saint, but they don't know that the martial saint was not born this way. In the first half of my life, my martial path progressed without limit, and my career as an official was also incredibly smooth. It wasn't until the immortals were defeated that I gave up my official post to wholeheartedly pursue the martial path, creating the martial saints' spirit gathering art and seeking out the 10 strongest martial arts masters in the world. I taught them the complete martial saints' spirit gathering art and made a pact to fight to the death 10 years later. The final victor would absorb the martial arts of all the others and achieve sainthood through martial arts. Back then, any of the 10 greatest masters in the world could have become the martial saint, but only I survived until the very end. He spoke coldly. The strong devour the weak. That is the greatest principle in this world, and it is my martial path. He looked down at Qiao Mu, saying with contempt, "And you are weak." The martial saint continued to address Qiao Mu's body, its state of life or death still unknown. "All your ribs are broken, and with the added backlash from the heavenly river disintegration, you're no different from a dead man." He walked out of the temple without a single glance back, remarking with disdain, "You're too weak to even be worthy of my absorption." Qiao Mu lay there, his body motionless, save for the slight twitch of a finger. His fists suddenly shot out toward the martial saint's back, but the martial saint easily caught Qiao Mu's punch with just one hand, spitting out in annoyance. A final, desperate struggle. "Is it?" The martial saint was suddenly surprised when he realized the punch came from just Qiao Mu's right forearm. He sensed something was wrong. He's missing an arm. Qiao Mu's left fist suddenly slammed powerfully into the martial saint's face. The force was so great, it warped the man's features. Qiao Mu roared, 3-pattern rippling wave force. The first wave strikes with 60% of my power. The second wave unleashes 70%. Qiao Mu continued his assault. The martial saint's eyes followed Qiao Mu's every move, thinking to himself, "This kid." To find an opening to counterattack, he actually cut off his own arm. Qiao Mu attacked relentlessly, the second wave striking with 60% of his power. As the second wave unleashed 70%, the martial saint dodged each blow and couldn't help but marvel internally. Such resolve. Rare. Truly rare. Qiao Mu landed a precise blow on the martial saint, forcing him back several steps. Standing outside, a worried Chu Xing shouted for Qiao Mu, "Brother Qiao." The starry emissary beside him spoke. "To think the martial saint is actually being pushed back." Chu Xing replied, "You know what that is. That's the Qiao family's 3-pattern rippling wave force. A single punch only uses 60 to 70% of one's strength, but it simultaneously releases a second burst of force in a very short time. The two forces stack on top of each other, like overlapping ocean waves, creating a destructive power that exceeds 100%. His face beamed with confidence. He roared with encouragement, "Brother Qiao, you can do it. Defeat the martial saint." Over here, the martial saint was taking every one of Qiao Mu's blows without dodging. He lifted his head, a sinister smile on his face. Interesting. More interesting than I imagined. Suddenly, he lunged forward and grabbed Qiao Mu's face, just as he had done to Wu Qingxin. Chu Xing screamed in alarm. That's the same move he used to devour Wu Qingxin. Brother Qiao is in danger. Qiao Mu, his neck being squeezed tightly, still managed to speak to the martial saint with a trembling voice. Who are you looking down on? You want to devour me now? I, Qiao Mu, am the weakest in the Qiao family. We still have many powerful elders and reclusive clan patriarchs. We are the generation that pursues the ideal of sacrificing ourselves for the greater good of humanity. A man-eating martial saint is not worthy. Qiao Mu let out a faint laugh and asked mockingly, Martial saint, I ask you, even if you devour all the flesh, skin, and bone of the entire Qiao family, will you be able to slaughter the immortals? Chu Xing and the starry emissary stared, wide-eyed, as the martial saint grabbed Qiao Mu and lifted him high into the air. Chu Xing was stunned, whispering, Qiao Mu, what is he doing? Is he selling out his own clan? No, that can't be right. He must have another motive. For example, using the Qiao family's name to issue a challenge to the martial saint. But isn't that just a death wish? The martial saint chuckled lightly, his voice booming. If you're so eager to die, then I will grant your wish. Qiao Mu's throat was squeezed so tight he couldn't breathe. In an instant, blood erupted from his mouth, staining the ground red. The martial saint released his grip, and Qiao Mu's body fell limply to the ground. Chu Xing screamed, Brother Qiao. The martial saint slowly turned his head to look at Chu Xing and the starry emissary, and spoke, You too as well. Continue to fear me and to hate me. Grow stronger. And one day, stand before me again and kill me. That is your only path to survival. The starry emissary held Chu Xing back as his mind reeled with questions. He's not going to kill us. No, it's not that he won't kill us, but that the time isn't right yet. He's waiting for fruits like us to ripen before he comes to harvest us. He pointed directly at the martial saint and shouted, I won't let you get your way. I'll tell the entire world what you've done today. The martial saint, while casually using a technique to heal Qiao Mu, replied calmly, Then tell the entire world. I shall respectfully await all challengers. The moonlight lost its blood-red glow. Qiao Mu outwardly questioned the martial saint. Why didn't you kill me? Do you want to use me as bait to lure out the Qiao family? But in his heart, he lamented, Why didn't you kill me? This broken body of mine is completely ruined. Don't let my efforts be in vain. He raised his middle finger, cursing at the martial saint, who was calmly drinking water. Spit it out, you damn old bastard. It's not that you don't dare to kill me, is it? That's right, you must be afraid of my family's revenge. The so-called martial saint is nothing but a coward. The martial saint brought the bowl to his lips and replied, Whether you want to die is your business. Whether I let you die is mine. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly wiped his mouth, his gaze shifting back to Qiao Mu. Tears streamed down Qiao Mu's face as he collapsed, sobbing, I get it. You want to see me live out the rest of my life in this broken body? A life worse than death. You're so cruel. The martial saint ladled more water, laughing heartily. What's wrong? Giving up so soon? Qiao Mu demanded petulantly. Get lost, or are you going to give me something? The martial saint promised, Don't you want a divine cultivation technique? Just help me with one thing, and I'll give you the best one. Qiao Mu took the bowl of water from his hand and said with a mischievous smile, We were just fighting to the death a moment ago, and now you want my help? The martial saint pointed to the other side and replied calmly, Don't be so quick to refuse. Look over there. That's a scenic spot in the southern continent, the Qingjiao mountain range. On it, there's a Taoist temple called Qingyun Temple. The sect master of the Xuantian sect is currently there, and the path up the mountain is endlessly lined with lanterns for worshippers. He snorted and continued, It's one thing for the common folk to be ignorant, but recently, even the emperor of Daiyan has gone there to pay homage. Qiao Mu asked in confusion, That dog emperor is going to worship an immortal? Has he really lost all his backbone? The martial saint gave a faint smile. Immortals are just cultivators. What does the emperor's worship signify? You should know, right? The actions of the Son of Heaven are followed by the people. The whole country worships immortals, and superstition runs rampant. In the long run, the people will no longer be able to stand on their own 2 feet. Qiao Mu remembered with a start. Zhang Duzai's secret letter mentioned an assassination before, so this is what it was about. The martial saint smirked and made his demand. Since you're so eager to die, why not do something big before you go? Assassinate the Daiyan emperor right in front of the Xuantian sect's cultivator. Qiao Mu pressed his lips together, looking at him thoughtfully. The martial saint added, If you succeed, I'll give you a supreme technique. Once you've mastered it, you can come challenge me again. If you die, your family can come seek revenge. I'll take on as many as they send. I can even give them the supreme techniques. Qiao Mu grinned, accepting the offer. All right then, kill the emperor, get your technique, and then kill you. What's not to like? He calculated inwardly. My grand plan to assassinate the Dayan Emperor is back on. Killing two birds with one stone. Why would I refuse? Seeing this, the martial saint laughed heartily in praise. Excellent. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Qiao Mu then asked the martial saint a question, mentioning old man Hu Dui. Did old Hu really exist, or was he you all along? He answered. He was the 10th ranked expert in the world at the time. I defeated him that year and took his identity. Qiao Mu was shocked. No wonder you've lived for so many years. Suddenly, something rushed towards Qiao Mu and the martial saint. As if expecting someone, the martial saint spoke calmly. You're finally here. Looks like you shook them off. Huh. But it doesn't seem like it was easy. A familiar scene flashed through the martial saint's memory. The failed war against the immortals, her body still lying right under the eaves of the house. Qi Zheng, his body in tatters, spoke up. If I die one day, it definitely won't be for you, martial saint. The martial saint sneered. Pitying your own kind? You can give it a try. But your comrades aren't here, are they? How many of them came? Qi Zheng answered the martial saint, but his gaze was fixed elsewhere. 4 people at the Foundation establishment stage. The Xuantian sect really did use Wu Qingxin as bait to lure you out. The martial saint scoffed, a tool that has outlived its usefulness. It was just for the final battle before the emperor's worship. Qiao Mu's mind was filled with questions. Did this guy just fight an immortal? A diversion? How do you create a diversion? Besides, he was clearly heavily injured, yet he recovered in an instant. The martial saint touched Qiao Mu and told Qi Zheng, I almost forgot. Heal him. He still has an emperor to kill. Qi Zheng turned to look at Qiao Mu, then shot forward, getting right in his face. Qi Zheng stared intently, examining Qiao Mu, and then said, So that's how it is. You've lost an eye, nearly all of your bones are damaged, and you're missing an arm. Seeing this, Qiao Mu immediately spoke up. Stop looking. It's this bad. There's no way you can save me. Qi Zheng said it was fine, then started digging into his own body to pull something out. A moment later, he held out a piece of an internal organ in front of Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu yelled in horror. You've got to be kidding me, man. What are you doing? Qi Zheng calmly reassured him, it's all right. Qiao Mu didn't understand what was happening and could only say, Huh. Qiao Mu's severed arm now looked no different than a Lego piece. Qiao Mu was flustered. Are you serious? You think I'm a Lego? Suddenly, Qiao Mu felt a shocking jolt of pain. In an instant, his missing arm had grown back completely. A green light began to spread upwards. He gagged and threw up the thing from before. He stared at his hand in amazement, completely impressed. It really healed. This medical skill is probably even better than Wang Songhe's. I have one more rival now. The martial saint walked away without looking back, reminding Qi Zheng, I'm leaving him to you. Heal him up and get going soon. Our target is already on his way. The scene shifts to a place with dense trees, everything bathed in sunlight. The Dayan Emperor sat in his horse-drawn carriage, his hand touching his sword thoughtfully. At the same time, in a tea house in Hucheng, a storyteller was recounting the battle between the martial saint and Wu Qingxin. The story I'm telling today comes from a handsome swordsman who wished to remain anonymous. It's said that a few days ago, the martial saint met with the holy maiden of the immortal sect, Wu Qingxin, in a desolate area on the outskirts of the city. The two of them fought back and forth, clashing fiercely like fire under the moonlight. The storyteller spoke as if he were a witness. Then, the martial saint forcefully pushed that holy maiden down, ultimately crushing her into a human-shaped pancake. The crowd below shouted in anger, that bastard. He wouldn't even spare his own adopted daughter. After raising her for so many years, he just devoured her completely. What a demonic beast. A man with a topknot and a scarred face spoke up. You people from the Ting Chao Pavilion are getting more and more unreliable. How dare you spread nonsense about the martial saint? Wu Qingxin was a traitor to our martial path. The martial saint clearly absorbed her internal energy to deal with a traitor. This is for the greater good, a contribution to the way of martial arts. A long-haired man standing nearby pointed at the man with the topknot and retorted, Bullshit. You're just a shill. We all know how many people have been tricked by the Wuji Society into practicing demonic techniques. If the martial saint devours you tomorrow, will you also think it's a contribution to the martial path? The man with the topknot shot to his feet. What's that got to do with me? The martial saint only absorbs martial artists at the 3rd rank of spirit refinement and above. I'm only at the 8th rank. The long-haired man drew his sword and shouted back, easy for you to say. Once the martial saint has devoured his 3,000 disciples, you'll be next. The man with the topknot also raised his sword. You're lying. Inside the tavern, arguments flew back and forth. The martial saint is the last hope for us martial artists. If he can kill an immortal, what's the big deal if I let him absorb my energy? Are you too the martial saint's dogs? Why are you so obedient? Standing outside, the red-boned Taoist heard the commotion and muttered, an internal energy absorption technique. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu, the star envoy, and Qi Zhang were riding on their journey. The star envoy spoke up to ask Qiao Mu, Qiao Zhan, how's your injury? He replied, it's completely healed. Mr. Wu's methods can truly bring back the dead, even regrowing flesh and bone. Qiao Mu turned to the star envoy. Is this Mr. Wu also one of the martial saint's 3,000 disciples? In all the days I've been around him, he hasn't said a single word. The star envoy replied, that's right. He is one of the martial saint's 7 sages. Qiao Mu asked, puzzled. The 7 sages are the few with the strongest cultivation among the martial saint's current 100 disciples, and each possesses at least one unique ultimate skill that surpasses even the martial saint. He thought to himself, 3,000 people were culled until only 100 remained. How is what the martial saint did any different from that evil cult's holy maiden, Wu Qingxin? Qiao Mu continued to ask, so, is Mr. Wu's ultimate skill his medical arts? The star envoy hesitated. I'm not sure about that. Qi Zhang, who was ahead, suddenly answered for the star envoy. You could say it's medical arts. Someone who has just been initiated into the 100 transformations of flesh and blood naturally wouldn't be able to sense it. Qiao Mu looked confused. The 100 transformations of flesh and blood, isn't that a cultivation technique created by the martial saint? Qi Zhang explained, the 100 transformations of flesh and blood is actually a skill. Only martial artists at the 3rd grade spirit refinement realm or higher can use it. The version you have is just the basic one. Compared to the complete technique, it's nothing more than a superficial cosmetic trick. Qiao Mu's eyes lit up. Then is there a chance I can obtain the real 100 transformations of flesh and blood? Qi Zhang dodged the question and turned to the star envoy. Is the rumor about the emperor being in whose city true? Ignored, Qiao Mu complained in frustration, hey, don't change the subject. The star envoy answered clearly, this information came from Mo Qiao Mu Ji, the sect master of the Qiao Mu Yue sect in whose city. He used to be a star envoy, so it's probably not wrong. He continued, besides, whose city is the closest to Mount Qingxiaomu, so it wouldn't be strange for Emperor Yongke to stop in whose city while being escorted by the Red Sun Taoist. Qiao Mu smirked. The emperor is as slippery as an eel. If the intel is wrong this time, we might have to attack Mount Qingxiaomu directly. Qi Zhang, expressionless, stated calmly. Not a bad idea. Qiao Mu joked, you're really something else. A mission of 10 deaths and 9 lives. Yet you see it as an interesting job. Qi Zhang added, it would be even better if it's a one-way trip. Qiao Mu grinned from ear to ear and poked Qi Zhang's cheek. With a mindset like that, no wonder the martial saint didn't kill you. Qi Zhang said nothing, turning to look at him with a gentle smile. Qi Zhang looked ahead and reassured him. Don't worry, brother. If anything happens, I'll definitely be right behind you. All you have to do is run. Qiao Mu went, oh. Qi Zhang continued slowly, the martial saint dragged you into this to give you a test. If you pass, he'll train you to be a future pillar of the martial path. But if you fail, you'll just become his food, and you'll only be considered to have passed his test if you survive. Qiao Mu was stunned. What? I have to survive? He yelled resentfully. Wait a minute. Dying doesn't count as passing? This isn't what we agreed on. I was fine with just giving the technique to my Qiao family. I had no objections. Qi Zhang replied curtly. We'll go to the Qiao Mu Yue sect first to meet Mo Mingji. Star envoy, you go inform the martial saint. The star envoy obeyed. Qiao Mu, ignored again, flared up. Hey, don't you dare change the subject. At the foot of Mount Qingxiaomu, in whose city, the entrance to the Qiao Mu Yu sect was silent. Qiao Mu spoke up. This is supposed to be one of the major sects from before the Ultimate Martial Arts Association, so why is there no one at the gate? Qi Zhang nodded. No one to receive us. It is indeed strange. From inside, the sound of sobbing could be heard. Qi Zhang's sharp senses picked up the crying, and moreover, the scent of blood. Qiao Mu grew anxious. Something's happened. Could the immortal sect have learned of our plans and set a trap? Qi Zhang stepped forward, pushed the gate open, and said to Qiao Mu, let's go in and see first. If it really is a trap, we can turn the tables and capture them. Interrogating them for information wouldn't be a total loss. Qiao Mu gave in. That's supposed to be my line. How is a divine doctor like you more violent than me? The two stepped into the courtyard. A rustling wind swept up the leaves. The door before them was slightly ajar, giving off an ominous feeling. Qi Zhang threw the door wide open, and both were horrified by the scene inside. Mo Mingji was gripping the neck of the only surviving martial artist, lifting him high into the air. The man had no chance to resist, helplessly pleading for his life. Before he could finish his sentence, he went limp in Mo Mingji's grasp. Mo Mingji spoke as if he knew Qiao Mu and Qi Zheng would arrive. You're here. He dropped the martial artist's body, which blended in with the other mangled corpses, making it impossible to tell them apart. He suddenly lunged, aiming for Qi Zheng's face, and screamed, I've been waiting for you for so long. Qiao Mu jumped in front of Qi Zheng to block, unleashing his technique. 3 pattern waves strength, second wave. Qiao Mu bared his teeth in a dangerous grin, grabbing Mo Mingji's wrist defiantly. Let go of the divine doctor. Your fight is with me. With that, Qiao Mu hurled him out into the courtyard and charged forward to battle him. The two clashed, their martial skills evenly matched. From the sidelines, Qi Zheng reminded Qiao Mu, Qiao Zhang. He is the sect master of the Qiao Mu Yue sect, Mo Mingji. In his prime, he was a 4th-grade martial artist. Now that he's 70, he's dropped to the 6th grade. Qiao Mu scoffed, just a 6th grade? What's he so arrogant about? Watch me torture him to death. Qi Zheng added, but Mo Mingji has absorbed the blood essence and power of many disciples in his sect. He might have recovered some of his strength by now, so it's very likely he's back at the 4th grade. Just as Qi Zheng finished speaking, Mo Mingji activated his iron cloth shirt technique, and Qiao Mu was sent crashing into a wall. Qi Zheng asked nonchalantly, Qiao Zhang, you okay? Qiao Mu, his face pale, retorted, I almost died. Could you please not deliver your warnings in installments? Blood dripping down his face, Qiao Mu wiped it with his hand and admitted, this 4th grade is actually pretty strong. Is this old geezer really 70 years old? Mo Mingji charged again, screaming, why do you insist on resisting? You're clearly weaker than me. Resistance is meaningless. Qiao Mu swiftly dodged his attack. The old man continued to scream insanely, as if giving Qiao Mu advice. Just let me absorb your power. We can both save face. Wouldn't that be better? Qiao Mu strategized in his mind. As expected of an old man from the Ultimate Martial Arts Association, this twisted logic is exactly the same as the martial saints. His internal energy is about 50 to 60% stronger than mine, but as long as I use the heavenly demon disintegration, I should be able to suppress him. But, just as Wu Qizheng said, this test isn't to the death. I guess I'll save the heavenly demon disintegration for later. Qiao Mu circled around Mo Mingji, looking for an opening to use his hidden shadow step. Qizheng observed the situation thoughtfully, using his superior footwork to constantly reposition and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. It's not a bad strategy. It would probably work against an ordinary opponent. But right now, Mo Mingji isn't the kind of person who follows a predictable pattern. Mo Mingji had already seen through Qiao Mu's movement patterns. With sharp reflexes, Qiao Mu arched his body back, dodging the old man's ultimate technique. He was startled. This old geezer saw through my footwork that fast. He planted a hand on the ground for support and powerfully kicked the man in the chest, unleashing the 3-pattern butterfly wave technique. Second butterfly wave. Qiao Mu's kick had completely shattered his sternum. Qiao Mu analyzed the situation. Mo Mingji's sternum is broken. I have the advantage. But Mo Mingji stubbornly grabbed Qiao Mu's leg, retorting, No, I've caught you. Qiao Mu couldn't believe it. Isn't this old geezer afraid of dying? Mo Mingji yanked on Qiao Mu's leg. Qiao Mu's leg was pulled so hard that his head slammed onto the rocky ground. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, his mind reeling in confusion. What the hell? How can he be so badly injured and not even react? Qiao Mu realized it. No, that's not it. This guy is trading blows, injury for injury. While Mo Mingji held his head down, Qiao Mu kicked with all his might, trying to snap the man's neck back. After kicking the man away, Qiao Mu immediately scrambled backward, struggling to get to his feet. One thought kept running through his mind. All offense, no defense. Back in the day, I would have prayed for an opponent this reckless. But now I have to survive. My hands are tied, and it's making this fight incredibly frustrating. He glanced over at Qi Sheng, who was approaching him. Qi Sheng clarified, Haven't you noticed yet? Mo Mingji isn't in his right mind at the moment. He's not going to listen to reason. Every single one of his attacks is a kill shot, with no thought for defense. He wants you dead. If you have any trump cards left, I advise you to play them sooner rather than later. Mo Mingji flexed, his muscles bulging and rippling. His hands swelled in size, and his fingernails grew long and sharp, not unlike a fox spirit unleashing an expansion technique. His biceps swelled, veins bulging across his arms. He grinned smugly as his hands expanded, his nails now like talons. If you can't be a seed, you'll become sustenance. His 2 giant hands lunged forward to snatch Qiao Mu. In a panic, Qiao Mu executed his hidden shadow step, his eyes wide with terror, but he was still caught in Mo Mingji's grasp. Qizheng watched intently, wondering to himself, is this how it ends? Mo Mingji was certain he had won. It's over. Just be a good little meal for me now. Qiao Mu responded. What was I even overthinking for? Mo Mingji was taken aback. Qiao Mu's body was being crushed, but he didn't have any major injuries. He still had the strength to issue a challenge. If we're going to fight, let's go all out. Then, Qiao Mu erupted with immense power, stunning the other man, who couldn't react in time. He furiously punched and kicked Mo Mingji in the face, giving him no chance to retaliate. Finally, Qiao Mu unleashed his ultimate technique, Heavenly Demon Disintegration, and sent Mo Mingji flying 10 meters. The man skidded across the rocky ground, struggling to stop his momentum and push himself back up. The berserk rage from before was gone. He stammered, what's happening to me? Before he could even sit up, Qiao Mu kicked him back down, but Qi Zheng quickly intervened. Let him live. Qiao Mu raised his hand, intending to end him. Qi Zheng proposed, the berserk aura around him has vanished. He should be in his right mind again. Why don't we figure out what happened here first? Qiao Mu scoffed and took his foot off Mo Mingji's chest in frustration. Consider yourself lucky. The old man clutched his chest, coughing weakly as he began to speak his mind. I had originally intended to die at the hands of the martial saint, letting him absorb my cultivation, but for Lord Wu Qizheng to take it instead. That's not so bad either, Qizheng told him. Your life force is still strong. You're badly injured, but it's not fatal. It's too soon to be giving your last words. Besides, explaining what happened here would be far more useful. Mo Mingji's expression grew pensive. He began his story. Yesterday, in Hu City, I happened upon Taoist Qi Yang of the Xuantian sect. He was escorting some of the emperor's men, so I decided to follow them in secret. Qiao Mu asked him, so Qi Yang came to silence everyone to keep the emperor's whereabouts a secret. Mo Mingji explained, no, I'd already scouted the situation. He wasn't the least bit concerned about us discovering the emperor's movements. He was only here to investigate the power of the martial saint spirit tempering art. Mo Mingji trembled with fury as the image of Taoist Qi Yang crushing his son to death flashed before his eyes. He recalled the man's disdainful words. This technique for absorbing internal energy is nothing special. No matter how much you consume, you'll never be more than a common brute. Mo Mingji had pleaded helplessly. Stop. I'll be your opponent. Let my son go. He screamed his son's name, but the final image seared into his memory was that of his only child being incinerated, not even bones left behind to bury. Mo Mingji's body trembled as he continued to speak. He didn't just kill many disciples from my sect. Even my only son died a gruesome death at his hands. I went after him, ready to risk my life, but I couldn't even lay a finger on him. Qizheng reasoned, so you lost your son, and half your life's work was destroyed, so you lost your sanity and absorbed the energy of your surviving disciples. Mo Mingji corrected him. It wasn't an accident. I did it intentionally. A group of martial artists suddenly appeared, surrounding Qiao Mu and Qizheng. Qiao Mu remained calm and taunted. How interesting. You even had reinforcements lying in wait, planning on taking us both down, are you? Qizheng stood silently in the center of the ambush as the martial artists slowly closed in. Qiao Mu took a defensive stance, his eyes scanning their surroundings as he thought. These people are from various sects, and they're all experts. I can't afford to be careless. His mind raced, calculating an escape route. Fighting while surrounded is a huge disadvantage. Breaking through the encirclement first is the best plan. Mo Mingji ordered the martial artists, all of you, kneel. Instantly, the entire group knelt before Qizheng and Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu was utterly bewildered. What is happening? They're surrendering before we've even started fighting? Is my aura really that strong? Mo Mingji then began to explain his intentions. Right now, I am nothing but a withered old man. If I hadn't spread false information, how could I have possibly lured the martial saint here? I'm old already. I might as well sacrifice this useless body of mine to invite the martial saint to kill me first and then go and kill that abomination. These people are all martial artists whose homes and families were destroyed by those things, and their wills remain strong. I have passed the martial saint spirit tempering art onto them, and I have now recovered to the 4th rank. He clutched his chest with pride. Now, I'm finally worthy of becoming food for the martial saint, am I not? Qizheng couldn't comprehend his mindset and asked, I don't understand. Why are you so determined to die for the martial saint? The old man shook his head and explained, we are not dying for the martial saint. We wish to die for the person who stands at the very pinnacle of the martial world. Mo Mingji's mind drifted back. Back in the day, when everyone resisted the mutants and faced their oppression, they all charged forward, united against a common enemy. But now, they bow and scrape before the mutants, building holy temples, making offerings, and praying for their protection from natural disasters. But how could the common folk know how many of these so-called disasters were actually created by the mutants themselves to win over the people? It was then that he overheard the conversation between Taoist Qi Yang and Qing Yang. Qing Yang asked Taoist Qi Yang, Senior brother, Master told us to wait for the disaster to strike. So why did he send us to provide relief? He laughed arrogantly. This is the path of faith power that Master always speaks of. The cunning Taoist Qi Yang explained. This Daiyan dynasty must be in chaos. It won't work if there isn't chaos, but too much chaos won't work either. When the mortal world is in misery and the people are suffering, only then will they burn incense and worship the gods, providing an endless supply of faith power. Qing Yang understood. If war, famine, and disaster cause the population to plummet, that won't do either. So, just when they're about to reach their limit, we must step in and save them from their peril. Taoist Qi Yang said smugly. Junior brother, you learn fast. Qing Yang said politely, it's only because senior brother is a good teacher. After recalling this, Mo Mingji slammed his fist on the stone floor. He exclaimed with a trembling voice, if this continues, we'll eventually become nothing more than livestock raised by the mutants. Qiao Mu glanced at him, the answer already clear in his mind. No wonder Wang Song, he said that the recent string of disasters was truly abnormal. Ya Cheng was full of displaced people, who had lost their homes and turned to banditry. Could this also be the work of the immortals? Mo Mingzi stood up and said, the immortal path is strong, and the martial path is weak. The martial path has lagged behind the immortal path for ages, but there are legends in this world of attaining the Tao through martial arts. The martial saint is the greatest hope for us martial artists. He and his disciples clasped their hands and pleaded, we are willing to become the vanguard of the martial path, to serve as stepping stones to destroy the mutants. Even if we can only close the gap by a little, we are willing. Qiao Mu slapped Mo Mingji across the face and cursed, willing, my ass. The blow sent snot and drool flying from Mo Mingji's face. Mo Mingji clutched his face, pointed at Qiao Mu, and shouted, you ignorant fool, you don't understand anything. Qiao Mu slapped him repeatedly across the face, giving him a piece of his mind. Shut your stinking mouth. You can't save yourself, and heaven can't save you. You brought this suffering on yourself, and now you're dragging others down with you. Mo Mingji's eyes rolled back, his body tensing as he listened to Qiao Mu's lecture. You talk a big game about saving the world, but you can't hide your own smug satisfaction. If you're really doing this for the people of the world, then don't your disciples count as people? Before you drained them dry, didn't you hear their cries for help? How is what you're doing any different from those mutants? After his lecture, Qiao Mu cradled his swollen hand, whimpering in pain. Mo Mingji staggered, slowly backing away. No, this is all for the sake of martial artists, right? A large, familiar silhouette appeared behind him and spoke. Are these your last words? Mo Mingji turned his head in fear, seeming to recognize the person as he stammered, Martial Saint. The martial saint glared at him fiercely, grabbed his face, and slammed it down. Mo Mingzi let out a final, agonizing scream as he was reduced to a dried-up skeleton, his mouth agape and his stiff tongue falling to the ground in front of his disciples. The martial saint stared down with contempt, threatening the remaining men, feeling powerless against the mutants. Are you? After all hope was lost, you decided to pin your faith on the so-called leader of the martial path. A bunch of pathetic weaklings, wanting to be my stepping stones. You're not even worthy. The martial artists broke out in a cold sweat, their faces pale as they dared not look the martial saint in the eye. The martial saint ordered the rats, all of you, get lost. The terrified weaklings fled in panic, not daring to linger for another second. Qi Zhang reported the situation to him. Since the news about the Qiao Mu Yue sect was fake, should we continue searching for Emperor Yonghe? The martial saint raised a hand to stop him, saying, there's no need. We've received news from the other branches. Emperor Yonghe has reached Qiao Mu town. Qi Zhang replied, Qiao Mu town. Then the emperor must have already reached Qingyun Temple. Qiao Mu then spoke with confidence. The plan to assassinate the emperor on the road is no longer viable. Now, there's only one path left for us. March straight into Qingyun Temple and kill Emperor Yonghe. In Qiao Mu town, a waiter called out, welcome, esteemed guests, please come in. Qi Zheng and Qiao Mu followed the waiter into the inn to rest. As Qiao Mu followed, he wondered to himself, this is really strange. Along the entire way, I haven't seen any farmers or fields, only shops selling incense, paper, and candles. Could it be that the people here survive solely by selling goods and renting rooms to pilgrims from elsewhere? The waiter chuckled, answering his unspoken question. You two must be from out of town, right? We don't need to toil away in the fields here. The immortal masters of the Xuantian sect took pity on our difficult lives, so as long as we chant scriptures, pray daily, and go up the mountain to worship the gods on time, we don't have to worry about food or clothing. Of course, this only applies to locals, and getting a town residence permit isn't easy. The waiter held up a tag carved with a large character Xiang and below it, the words, Town Resident. He revealed the requirement for a residence permit. One must pray devoutly day and night, without interruption, for 10 years. But compared to the ever-increasing taxes from the imperial court, this is an incredible blessing. Other towns are taxed up to 20 years in advance, and the people can barely eat their fill. Because of that, the gates of Qiao Mu town have been practically trampled flat by refugees from all over Nanju. After speaking, he tucked the tag back inside, puffing out his chest as if it were something very special. Qiao Mu scoffed inwardly. It's just a plaque. What's the big deal? Qiao Mu then asked another question. So if no one is producing anything, where do the immortal masters get the money and food needed for the townspeople to live? The waiter continued. The immortal masters are immensely powerful. Perhaps they can create it out of thin air. The waiter announced, here's your room. Please rest well. If you need anything, just call for me anytime. Qiao Mu grunted in acknowledgement and let the waiter leave. He put his hands on his hips and said to himself, they take peace negotiation money from the imperial court to feed their followers and let the court take all the blame. These mutants are really clever. Qi Zheng ordered Qiao Mu, get over there and take your clothes off. Qiao Mu clutched his arms fearfully across his chest to cover himself. Martial master, don't tell me you have some strange hobbies. Qi Zheng helplessly tried to explain himself. You used the heavenly demon disintegration technique before. Your injuries are severe. I'm going to help you heal. Qiao Mu took off his shirt, revealing his ripped muscles, and teased him in a flirtatious tone. Stop pretending. I know you just lust after my body. It's so comfortable looking at this. Qi Zheng snapped, pulling out his knife to threaten him. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? Qiao Mu hurriedly explained. It was just a joke. Please don't take it personally, mister. Qi Zheng sheathed his knife, pouted, and called Qiao Mu boring. Qiao Mu stroked his chin, looking at the stone in his hand and marveling. No matter how many times I see this, it's still incredible. The 100 transformations of flesh and blood is truly a miraculous art. Qi Zheng stared at Qiao Mu, his eyes as cold as ice. Is that so? Then you should try it. He suddenly slashed at Qiao Mu's chest, leaving the boy standing there in stunned silence. Then, Qi Zheng applied something to the fresh wound he'd just inflicted. A squirming, wiggling mass writhed in the open gash. Qi Zheng analyzed. Your external wounds are fine, but the internal damage from the heavenly demon disintegration grand art is quite troublesome. Your meridians are injured. When my flesh and blood enters your body, it can directly repair the internal damage you sustained. Qiao Mu grinned as he looked down at his sealed wound and asked Qi Zheng, does this mean I can use the heavenly demon disintegration art whenever I want from now on? Qi Zheng, his face pale, dipped his hand into a basin of water. I advise you not to be reckless. It will take at least 3 days for your meridians to fully heal. Of course, this won't interfere with your plan to assassinate the emperor. Qiao Mu grew uneasy. 3 days. Do you know the exact time the emperor will be making his visit? Qi Zheng added, on the 1st of next month, the emperor will perform an incense offering ceremony to the gods at an auspicious hour. The time for action is near. I'm giving you this technique. He took something out from inside his robes. Qiao Mu, like an excited cat, bounced around behind Qi Zheng. Qi Zheng placed down a book titled 100 Transformations of Flesh and Blood, and Qiao Mu's eyes lit up in instant recognition. The 100 Transformations of Flesh and Blood. This is the comprehensive art you mentioned before. He grabbed the book and eagerly flipped through it. Are you really giving this to me? You can't take it back, you know. Infinite recovery combined with the heavenly demon disintegration art. I'll be invincible. Qi Zheng was calm. Of course. The system interface appeared. 100 Transformations of Flesh and Blood. Downloading. Qiao Mu sensed something was off. He turned and anxiously guessed. To show such kindness for no reason means you're up to no good. Is this the martial saint's idea? Qi Zheng replied, you can just consider it my idea. Qiao Mu fumed. What do you mean consider it? Don't give me these vague answers. Qi Zheng turned to Qiao Mu. You and the rest of the Qiao family are all heroes who value righteousness over life and death. But I hope you can learn to value your own life more. The martial saint has always been resolute, trusting only himself. For this operation, what trump cards and schemes does he have up his sleeve? Even I don't know the true extent of his power. Qiao Mu understood Qi Zheng's unspoken warning. You're afraid I'll put my blind faith in him and sacrifice myself for the sake of righteousness, only to die a meaningless death. Just like Mo Qiao Mu Ji, Qi Zheng turned his back without another word. Qiao Mu said, a true sacrifice for righteousness is something to be respected. It's an ideal I haven't been able to achieve. But what happened to Mo Qiao Mu Ji wasn't that. Qi Zheng pushed open the door, his voice echoing back. Many people, just like you, believed the martial saint's words, but they're all dead now. Qi Zheng walked out, leaving Qiao Mu alone in the room. He scratched his head, deep in thought. This Qi Zheng seems rather friendly towards me. Is it because we're kindred spirits, or is he hiding some kind of scheme? I'm seeking a worthy death, but I still have my own principles. The Martial Extreme Society and I were never on the same side, much less allies. 3 days later, at the Xuantian sect, the grounds were packed with worshippers offering incense. A chime echoed through the temple. The auspicious hour had arrived. The Emperor of Daiyan walked ahead of Chu Xing and entered the sanctuary. Qiao Mu shoved his way through the crowd, struggling to take a single step. He thought to himself, "It's way too crowded. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered pretending to be a pilgrim." Qiao Mu glanced back, thinking, the martial saint's spirit sense technique can detect others. There must be members of the Martial Extreme Society among these pilgrims. The martial saint himself is probably hiding in this crowd. Chu Xing was stopped. Halt. Taoist Qi Yang informed the Emperor of Daiyan. Ahead lies the main hall of our immortal sect. Martial artists are not permitted inside. Qing Yang stepped forward to invite him to offer incense alone. The Emperor of Daiyan scowled and ordered Chu Xing, "You will stay here." Chu Xing cupped his fists in obedience. Understood. The Emperor of Daiyan stepped inside. The temple courtyard was thick with incense smoke. He lit 3 sticks, his mind racing. We are well aware that cooperating with the Xuantian sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. If we were just an ordinary pilgrim here to worship the heavens today, perhaps we would still have a chance to turn the tables in the future. Taoist Qi Yang and Qing Yang stood behind him. He smiled faintly and nodded at Qing Yang. Instantly, a powerful light erupted from within the temple, engulfing the space before the Emperor of Daiyan. A voice called out from the light, "Emperor Yang He." The Emperor of Daiyan stood frozen, completely stunned. Apparitions of immortals appeared, repeatedly interrogating him. "Why do you not bow in the presence of the immortals? Why do you not bow? Why do you not bow? Why do you not bow?" The Emperor of Daiyan's face drained of color, his thoughts spiraling. "We've been tricked. They used the pretext of an alliance to lure us here to offer incense, but their real goal is to make us kneel before them for all the world to see." The demanding voices continued to echo. His face was etched with anxiety. Fear gripped his heart. "No, we will not kneel. We absolutely will not kneel." The Emperor of Daiyan stumbled backward, only to find the ground behind him had become a bottomless cliff, leaving him no path of retreat. His eyes widened in terror as he looked down. From below the cliff, grotesque spirits with blood-red eyes reached for him. "We invite your majesty to bow to the immortals. We invite your majesty to bow to the immortals." The spirits grew more and more distorted, their faces twisting into horrifying shapes as their haunting voices grew clearer. "We invite your majesty to bow to the immortals." Outside, Chu Xing couldn't guess what was happening. What is going on? The crowd of pilgrims was prostrated before the temple doors, chanting in unison, "We invite your majesty to bow to the immortals." Chu Xing's mind reeled. A bell chimed and all the pilgrims seemed to become possessed. "Do they know His Majesty is here today?" "No." Chu Xing screamed, "Your Majesty, something is wrong with these pilgrims. Don't listen to them. Your Majesty, your Majesty." The Emperor of Daiyan's thoughts grew frantic. Even the common people are on the side of the immortals. It has come to this. Further resistance is futile. His legs trembled and began to buckle. Perhaps completely surrendering to the Xuantian sect is the only true path. Outside, some martial artists from the Martial Extreme Society muttered to each other, "Is that dog emperor actually going to kneel?" Another one warned, "Be patient. Don't ruin the master plan." The words had barely left his mouth when the martial artists were all cut down by Taoist Qi Yang before they could even react. He simply swung his sword. The pilgrims who came here today were all devotees cultivated by the Xuantian sect. A seed had long been planted in their hearts, just waiting for the right moment to sprout. But the silent visitors were none other than assassins from the Wuji Martial Guild, and he pointed his sword towards them. "Do you foolish mortals truly believe you can ruin my immortal sect's grand plan? I want you to open your eyes wide and watch the Yanghe Imperial Demon manifest before us. When that happens, the Xuantian sect will be the unrivaled power in this world, reigning supreme for all eternity." A figure appeared beside the temple bell, and a moment later, the great bell was kicked hard, sending it hurtling towards the Emperor of Great Yan. Qing Yang rushed forward, yelling, "Who dares cause trouble?" He slashed once, splitting the bell in two. The Emperor of Great Yan was stunned, only now snapping out of his daze and stumbling back. Chu Xing ran to his side worriedly. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The Emperor of Great Yan let out a sigh of relief. "That was too close. My mind was muddled by that immortal sect just now. Who was it that helped me?" Qiao Mu leaped down. "No one came to help you. I'm here to kill you." The martial artists were horrified. Who is this reckless brute? Is he just charging in like that? Is he trying to get himself killed? The Emperor of Great Yan recognized him. Qing Yang stood protectively in front of the Emperor, raising his sword in fury. "You miserable little ants, you dare ruin the great work of my Xuan Tian sect." He swung his blade, and a powerful stream of green light shot into the sky. "I will tear you into 100 pieces." Qing Yang slashed down viciously. Qiao Mu looked up at the light source without flinching as the slash caused a massive tremor, crashing down from above and striking the ground directly. A blinding light flashed, creating a rift that seemed to tear space itself. The slash left a deep chasm, splitting the earth in two. The Emperor of Great Yan was astonished by Qing Yang's power, only able to watch as the other martial artists trembled, too afraid to move. With a cold expression, Qing Yang ordered the crowd, "Anyone who offends the Xuan Tian sect will be killed." The common folk scattered in a panic, seeing superhumans fighting and calling others over to watch. "They're fighting. Elder Qing Yang is punishing the warriors of the Wuji Martial Guild." "Really? Let me go see." Someone tried to stop him. "Immortals are fighting, and you still dare to watch? If you get caught in the crossfire, you'll be dead. Run." The dust and smoke from the quake filled the air, obscuring everything. Chu Xing thought to himself, he hasn't even reached the spirit-tempering realm. He couldn't have predicted this. Under an attack like that, he's definitely dead. Qing Yang hovered in the air, looking down on the martial artists with contempt. "Do you see it now? This is the gap between an immortal and a mortal. None of you will be leaving this place alive today." Suddenly, pulsing with spiritual energy, Qiao Mu appeared right behind him. "Isn't it cold up there?" Qiao Mu swung his saber down. Qing Yang blocked it with his sword, but the force of the blow sent him hurtling back to the ground, unable to keep his footing. He was shocked. Impossible! His life force clearly vanished just a moment ago. Why is it even more terrifying now? Qiao Mu lunged forward with a challenge. "Great Immortal, are you scared now?" Qiao Mu relentlessly attacked with his saber, and Qing Yang didn't counter, focusing only on dodging Qiao Mu's strikes. Qiao Mu calculated. "Even though I can't beat him, I can take the hits. I was instantly annihilated before, but that's exactly what I wanted. Not only did I get a handsome reward, but my body was also obliterated by the sword energy, saving me the trouble of cleaning up." The system interface appeared. Death Assessment. The Immortal Soul Realm Sword. The skill bonus for this death is 56 points. Remaining skill points, 50. Usable life points, 54. Revivals in 7 days, 4 out of 5. 72 points have been spent to exchange for Flesh and Blood 100 transformations, minor mastery at 100%. This opportunity was perfect for completing the minor mastery of Flesh and Blood 100 transformations, granting me infinite recovery. Now, as long as I control the output within a certain range, I can freely use Heavenly Demon Disintegration. And with 4 revivals left, even if I have to use them all up, I can drag this out until I finally take you down. Qiao Mu swung his blade enthusiastically at the dodging Qing Yang. The saber struck Qing Yang in the chest, but it didn't cause any damage to his body. Qiao Mu was stunned. Golden body protection. "I was just toying with you." The brat Qing Yang grinned maliciously, his hands preparing a new technique. 10,000 Dharmas, sword art. Qiao Mu was blasted backward, a sword impaled deep within him. He sat motionless, his body covered in grievous wounds. The martial artist cried out, "Damn it! Is this the true power of an immortal?" A martial artist about to reach the 3rd rank is nothing but a plaything in their eyes. Qing Yang snorted in contempt. "With your heart pierced by a sword, not even an immortal could survive that." Suddenly, a blade swung at Qing Yang. Terrified, he turned to see that Qiao Mu's recent wound was healing itself. He spoke, "It truly is a divine sword. Even a great immortal would have to stay clear of its edge. But even with a good sword, your swordsmanship is garbage. That last attack was a little off." He gloated, thinking to himself, "How could you possibly hit it? I used Flesh and Blood 100 transformations to move my heart." Qiao Mu raised his sword. "How about you let a mere martial artist like me teach a great immortal how to properly use a sword?" He unleashed the pure Yang infinite sword technique. Qiao Mu leaped forward, slashing down. Qing Yang retreated to avoid the blow, as the sword in Qiao Mu's hands became a flurry of continuous attacks. The members of the Wuji Martial Guild cheered from the sidelines. "Go. Kill that bastard. Show that scumbag the power of us martial artists." "That was awesome, junior brother. If you win, I'll sing your praises for the rest of my life." The Emperor of Great Yan thought to himself. To think he could counterattack. Perhaps the path of martial arts truly can stand against immortal cultivation. Qing Yang was humiliated, his thoughts racing. How can this be? How dare he use my own treasure to walk all over me? If I fail, the Xuantian sect will lose all face. The senior brother and the elders will surely punish me severely. I cannot lose. Even if I have to burn my own vital essence, I must kill him. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Primal Yin Dragon Fire. Qiao Mu was engulfed by the technique, screaming in agony. Qing Yang laughed triumphantly. My primal yin dragon fire will turn you to ash. Even a spirit-tempering martial artist would be completely obliterated. Still watching, the system appeared again. Revels remaining in 7 days, 3 out of 5. Qiao Mu erupted with power, breaking free from the flames. Well then, I really must thank you, great immortal. You even saved me the trouble of disposing of the body. To show my gratitude for sending me on my way. All Qing Yang could see was the image of Qiao Mu charging at him with immense power, unable to believe his eyes. How? How is this possible? Taoist Master Qi Yang descended, suppressing Qiao Mu and pinning him to the ground. He cursed at Qing Yang, useless. You can't even deal with a single nameless nobody. Still in a state of shock, Qing Yang stammered, I was just careless. Pinned to the ground, Qiao Mu couldn't move. He thought, I can't budge. So this must be Qi Yang. He feels even harder to deal with than Qing Yang. Taoist Master Qi Yang turned to the Emperor of Great Yan and spoke righteously. Emperor of Great Yan, please rest assured. The Xuantian sect will absolutely not allow these assassins to harm a single hair on your head, but you've always been a man of propriety. So, you will certainly kowtow to the Xuantian sect to show your gratitude, won't you? The Emperor of Dalian was helpless, not daring to object. This is outrageous bullying. A blatant threat against us. Today, we either kowtow to the immortal sect or die at the hands of assassins. Choosing spoke up to reassure him. Your Majesty, with me here, you don't need the Xuantian sect's protection. Taoist Qi Yang sneered. Even if you're a martial artist at the spirit refining stage, you can't possibly stop so many assassins. The martial saint appeared. With a whoosh, a single strike was instantly unleashed, flying straight toward Taoist Qi Yang. He quickly dodged the blow and moved behind where the Emperor of Dalian was standing. Chu Xing stood in front of him. Your Majesty, be careful. The flying star blade collided with the attack and instantly shattered. Chu Xing was astonished. A single cough was able to destroy my flying star blade. Could it be? Taoist Qi Yang laughed triumphantly, shouting, after letting your minions run wild, you still couldn't help but make a move yourself. The old rat who's been hiding in the sewers for 40 years has finally shown his face. The martial saint advanced, each step causing small ripples of energy on the ground. Qiao Mu watched, thinking to himself, as expected, this assassin is no simple foe. Assassinating Emperor Yang He right under the nose of the Xuantian sect is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A man like the martial saint couldn't possibly place all his hopes on me. The best plan was to have someone stir up chaos and then wait for an opportunity to strike, and I am the one leading the charge. Taoist Qi Yang shouted, today is the day Emperor Yang He pays homage to the immortals, and it's also the day the immortal sect will completely eradicate its enemies. Junior brothers, come. Follow me and kill the martial saint. Dozens of his disciples swarmed the martial saint, leaving him with no escape. Taoist Qi Yang floated in the air, gloating, you, the pinnacle of the mortal martial path. You've certainly made progress over the past few decades. It's just a pity you fall into the demonic path and deserve to be killed. The martial saint unleashed his absolute power. His oppressive spiritual energy was suffocating as he sneered. If I am the demonic path, then does that make you the immortal one? A powerful aura spread through the area, seeming to suffocate everything with his might. Demonic or immortal? Taoist Qi Yang lost his arrogant demeanor from before. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. The victor is the one who decides. The martial saint's voice rang out. Qing Yang stepped forward and pleaded with Taoist Qi Yang. Senior brother, I was careless just now. Please give me another chance. Taoist Qi Yang smirked. You're going to use that technique? A Qing Yang formation. Hundreds of swords arranged themselves into a swirling vortex. He gave the martial saint a cold smile and said, you are the pinnacle of the martial path. This is the strongest sword technique I've spent 30 years perfecting. Take it, if you dare. The other disciples watched in admiration, as expected of senior brother Qing Yang. The power of this sword formation is truly terrifying. We were hoping to exchange a few blows with the martial leader, but it seems we won't get the chance. The martial saint was unharmed. Hidden within the cloud of dust, he spoke with contempt. 30 years of cultivation? Just to kick a little dust on me? He beckoned to the disciples. All right, stop wasting time. All of you, come at me. Enraged by his arrogance, the disciples all charged forward at once. One wielded a palm leaf fan, another a universe gourd, and a third unleashed a volley of golden talismans. They all launched their attacks at the martial saint simultaneously, causing a massive explosion that kicked up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring everyone from view. And yet, the martial saint stood tall within the dust cloud. Completely unscathed, the disciples trembled in fear, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? How can a body of flesh and blood withstand our immortal sect's magic artifacts? without a single scratch. Is he even human? For Chu Xing, this confirmed his suspicions. He was filled with admiration. Truly worthy of the title, Martial Saint, to think he could master the art of predicting an enemy's moves to such a degree. He foresaw their attacks and used a movement technique with infinitesimally small motions to precisely dodge every single blow. It looked as if his body hadn't moved at all. This requires a coordination of body and spirit that has reached a divine state. Otherwise, a single mistake would mean complete annihilation. The Martial Saint's voice echoed. Are you all done with your performance? Now, it's my turn. The Martial Saint threw a punch right in front of Taoist Qi Yang. Blood splattered everywhere, but it wasn't Taoist Qi Yang's. He looked to his side in shock. Qing Yang's head flew from his shoulders, his body still standing and trembling, unable to react. Qing Yang's corpse finally collapsed to the ground. A disciple screamed, "Senior brother Qing Yang." The crowd stood slack-jawed, unable to process what had just happened. Several martial artists from the Ultimate Martial Association raised their blades and charged. The Emperor of Daiyan declared, "The time has come. Kill them." Chu Xing took a defensive stance to protect the Emperor. "Your Majesty, leave this to me. You must retreat to the main hall for safety." He unleashed his flying star hand technique. The martial artists realized it would be difficult to kill the Emperor of Daiyan. Damn it, we can't get close to him. He's a master at the spirit refining stage. Qiao Mu thought to himself, something's wrong. This is all going too smoothly. The Xuantian sect can't be this weak. Besides, Qi Yang is still completely calm, looking perfectly at ease. They must have another trick up their sleeve. He waved his hand, attacking one by one. Before they could even resist, the Martial Saint sent the heads of the Xuantian sect disciples flying. He laughed viciously, affirming once more, "The strong are the immortals, and the weak are the demons." The remaining disciples attacked relentlessly, but the Martial Saint blocked and parried every single blow. The temple grounds were now a ruined battlefield. The Martial Saint changed his target and charged, intending to kill the Emperor of Daiyan. Chu Xing quickly moved to block him, giving the Emperor a chance to run into the temple. The Martial Saint shouted, "Emperor Yonghai, where do you think you're going?" Chu Xing unleashed his flying star hand, trying to create an opening for the Emperor of Daiyan to escape. The Martial Saint struck Chu Xing hard, warning, "Get in my way, and you die." Chu Xing was slammed into a stone pillar behind him. The Emperor of Daiyan cried out in alarm. Chu Xing clutched his stomach, forcing himself to speak to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, run." The Martial Saint lunged forward, about to grab the Emperor, and taunted, "Think you can escape?" Suddenly, from within the ink-black darkness of the temple, a brilliant red light flared. The light shot out, shielding the Emperor of Daiyan from the Martial Saint. The Martial Saint was struck by the light. His scream echoed through the area, a cry of suffocating pain. The Martial Saint shielded his face with his arm, his eyes looking up to find the source of the light. A pitch-black vortex began to swirl, like an abyss swallowing the light, blanketing the entire area in an eerie darkness. In the center, a single, brilliant red gleam pierced through the gloom. A dense web of red and orange lightning flashed violently. A giant face emerged from the darkness, a dark, terrifying face rising like some ancient demon. The monster's horrifying voice boomed, "Mortal martial artists, you have made a grave mistake." The martial artists, witnessing this horrific sight, felt their wills crumble. They stammered, unable to speak. It's a monster with a human face. How are we supposed to fight that?" A voice echoed from the dark tornado. "For a mortal to kill an immortal is an act of unforgivable rebellion. The punishment is 5 lightning strikes, until both body and soul are utterly destroyed." As the mortal died, the monster unleashed a chaotic storm of lightning, striking down upon the mortal realm like the claws of a malevolent god. The lightning bolt shattered the Martial Saint's protective aura as if he were being skinned alive in the middle of the world, incinerating the very space around him. His screams echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Qiao Mu was stunned, his heart in turmoil. This was their backup plan? No, this was their opening move. These powerful figures had been sitting back and watching the show from the very beginning. If Taoist Qi Yang hadn't been strong enough, they wouldn't have even bothered to intervene. A spell of this magnitude, could the Martial Saint withstand it? The Martial Saint's wounds tried to heal themselves, but in the next second, the monster's power blasted his flesh apart, his body slowly disintegrating. Every bolt of lightning that seared through his body left deep, unhealable gashes. In his despair, the Martial Saint reached a hand toward the void, as if grasping for something far, far away. The Martial Saint's hand was pointed toward the Emperor of Great Yan, who stood shielded behind Chu Xing. The end was inevitable. Under the crushing pressure of the lightning, it felt as if the entire sky was collapsing. The Martial Saint's body began to melt away, pieces of his flesh turning to ash, carried off by the whirlwind back into nothingness. Yet, his hand remained, frozen in a gesture, as if signaling someone or trying to etch one last thing into memory. Qiao Mu was rushing towards the Emperor of Great Yan's back. An indescribable, chaotic feeling surged within the Emperor of Great Yan. He watched as the martial saint was consumed by the furious sea of lightning, which incinerated both his body and soul. In that blinding ocean of light, the tall figure warped into a distorted shadow, flickering as if about to be erased from existence. The dark clouds slowly drifted away, making way for the brilliant sun. Where the martial saint once stood, only a scorched, steaming crater remained. It was unclear where his body had vanished to. Chu Xing was astounded, clutching his chest in disbelief. How can this be? The martial saint. He's really? The Emperor of Great Yan spoke. He's dead. In the end, the path of martial arts still lost to the path of immortality. Taoist Qi Yang shouted triumphantly. The leader of the martial path committed blasphemy against the heavens. He had to face the 5 lightning strikes. Turned to dust, body and soul annihilated. The crowd reacted with enthusiasm. Good riddance. There's no more martial saint in this world. That man-eating demon should have been struck down by the 5 lightning strikes long ago. In contrast to the crowd's joy, the martial artists from the Tai Chi Society fell into despair, having lost their final hope. Impossible. How could the martial saint die? He was our greatest hope as martial artists in the fight against the immortals. After struggling for so many years, I finally reached the 3rd rank, only for it to end here. Qiao Mu thought to himself, it's hard to believe. Even someone as strong as the martial saint still lost to an immortal. To martial artists, the martial saint was the embodiment of the previous generation of martial arts masters, like a brilliant sun illuminating their path. Now, that brilliant sun had faded. The path of martial arts was gone. Hope vanished in an instant, and all the heroic aspirations in their hearts were completely extinguished. He sighed, recalling the martial saint's words. The victor is a god, the loser is a demon. That sentiment had come back around all too quickly. Suddenly, the person standing in front of Qiao Mu was incinerated, letting out a bone-chilling scream of pain. Taoist Qi Yang commanded his disciples, "What are you all standing around for? Follow me and kill these insolent martial artists who dare to defy us." The disciples obeyed. "Yes, senior brother Qi Yang. Kill them." One by one, the martial artists were beaten to a pulp. A motionless martial artist trembled and mumbled. Even the martial saint died at the hands of those immortals. What's the point of us practicing martial arts? This so-called punishing immortals with martial arts is nothing but an illusion. The path of martial arts is dead. Qiao Mu stepped forward and grabbed the sword that was lunging at the martial artist. Qiao Mu spoke. Things in this world rarely go as we wish. Are you really going to give up after one setback and let others slaughter you at will? You all came here for a righteous cause. How can you give up so easily? So what if the martial saint is dead? Does that mean we can't succeed without him? So what if we have to die here today? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to drag a few immortals down with us before we die? The martial artists' spirits were bolstered. Their will was restored, and they encouraged one another. We're all 3rd-rank martial artists. If he can do it, why can't I? Heavenly demon disintegration. How can I let a junior look down on me? Open the 8 gates and fight them to the death. Even if we die, we'll die on our feet. For the path of martial arts, kill. Both sides fought fiercely, each trying to protect their honor. Chu Xing exclaimed in awe. That Qiao fellow has actually taken the martial saint's place, reawakening the fighting spirit of the martial artists. The Emperor of Great Yan was deep in thought. He never expected there to be warriors in this world who would still bravely face the immortal sex without fear of death. If the world's martial artists could unite, perhaps they could truly stand against the path of immortality. Suddenly, as his thoughts were flowing, he was violently pulled backward. He yelled, "Chu Xing!" Chu Xing quickly turned and called back, "Your Majesty." The Emperor of Great Yan was slammed backward. Chu Xing rushed to catch him, blaming himself. "This humble servant deserves death for allowing your Majesty to be frightened." The Emperor of Great Yan reassured him, "We are fine. It was just a fall." The towering statue beside them called out, "Emperor Yonghe." The Emperor of Great Yan was startled, realizing it was the divine statue from his previous illusion. But this time it was real. The statue commanded him to kneel, and his body immediately and involuntarily buckled. The Emperor of Great Yan was furious, thinking to himself, "So you finally stopped pretending, forcing us to kneel before you directly. But why are they suddenly in such a hurry? The martial saint is dead. There should be no one left to stop them. I will not kneel." Qiao Mu yelled as he charged in. A powerful pillar of spiritual energy rushed forward. Chu Xing was surprised. "It's you. You're not dead yet," Qiao Mu replied. "It's not that easy to kill me." Qiao Mu leaped high into the air, facing the colossal statue's face. He firmly believed that even if they killed Emperor Yongge, there would still be an Emperor Yongzong and an Emperor Yongge. It's better to just destroy the divine statue. leaving the emperors with nothing to worship, and end this threat for good. As he finished speaking, Qiao Mu slammed his fist onto the top of the statue's head. Chu Xing was once again astonished, wondering, is he really trying to destroy it? How can a human be this reckless? This is just suicide. As Qiao Mu repeatedly struck the statue, his skin began to crack, his body enduring immense pressure, yet it continuously healed itself. Chu Xing stared at Qiao Mu. He watched him try to destroy the divine statue, thinking, impossible. His meridians are repairing themselves even as they're constantly being damaged, and at the same time, his cultivation level is rapidly increasing. Third rank, second rank, first rank. He's almost catching up to the martial saint. In contrast, the immortal statue's power was weakening rapidly. Qiao Mu roared frantically. It's just a worthless piece of rock. What's so great about it? Break. In an instant, the immortal statue shattered into pieces under the tip of Qiao Mu's staff. The statue on the right followed suit, and the one on the left suffered the same fate. The collapse of the immortal statues sent tremors throughout the entire temple. Taoist Qi Yang rushed over, yelling, "Who is it? Who dares to touch the main hall of my profound heaven sect?" His eyes widened in utter shock. Qiao Mu taunted back, "What took you so long? You had an illegal structure here, and I helped you take care of it. Why aren't you thanking me?" Taoist Qi Yang was seething with rage, grinding his teeth. "You're nothing but a lowly ant, yet you have the audacity to insult an immortal sect. I swear I will grind you to dust." Qiao Mu challenged him. "Bring it on. I've just finished digesting the martial saint's flesh and blood, so I'm brimming with power. You'll be the perfect practice dummy." Suddenly, spiritual energy rushed in from out of nowhere. It completely enveloped Qiao Mu's body. Qiao Mu felt that something was off. He knew in his heart, this isn't right. This isn't Taoist Qi Yang's technique. Could it be those smaller immortal statues? A voice echoed through the temple. "A mortal who scorns the immortals shows the ultimate disrespect. When you enter the 9 nether hells, you will be eternally plunged into the endless void." Eternally plunged into the endless void. Qiao Mu gritted his teeth, refusing to submit. Taoist Qi Yang arrogantly sent his flying sword towards Qiao Mu, sneering, "You're courting death." Tightly bound by the spiritual energy, Qiao Mu remained defiant. "Even if I die today, I'll make you damn false immortals suffer a fate worse than death." Taoist Qi Yang retorted, "Then this immortal shall grant your wish." The Emperor of Great Yan stepped forward to stop him. "Immortal Elder, please wait." Taoist Qi Yang growled, "Emperor Yongge, what is the meaning of this?" he proposed. "Before paying my respects, would the immortals of the profound heaven sect permit me to ask a few questions?" Taoist Qi Yang spoke for the immortals. The elders have not objected, which means they consent. Qiao Mu thought in confusion, what the hell is this damn emperor trying to pull now? The Emperor of Great Yan turned to him. "Qiao Mu, you don't seem to be one of the martial saint's men. So why are you here?" Qiao Mu put on a punchable, arrogant smirk. "I already told you. I'm here to kill you. And more importantly, I'm here for a little bit of backbone." The Emperor of Great Yan asked, bewildered, "Backbone?" Qiao Mu rattled on without missing a beat. "The martial saint is dead, and everyone in the martial arts world is crushed. It's like they've lost all hope and can no longer fight. But you are the Emperor of Great Yan. The whole world is watching you. If you kneel, the entire nation will follow suit, and the will of the people will completely crumble. If you're just going to kneel, you might as well just die." The Emperor of Great Yan asked with a helpless smile, "Do you really want me to die? But even the martial saint, the master of the martial path, is dead. What use is this fiery spirit of yours now?" Qiao Mu shot back, "The dead are dead. Are the living supposed to just give up? The martial saint is dead. Following your logic, it's because he was weak, and no one else is to blame. If the martial leader of this generation failed, then we'll have another in the next generation, and the one after that. If our predecessors don't dare to make sacrifices, and only know how to compromise and kneel, how can we possibly hope for the next generation to have a strong backbone?" Qiao Mu took a deep breath and declared heroically, "From this day forward, I will shoulder the burden of the martial path. I will become its leader." The crowd outside was stunned, and a few men laughed in admiration. "Well said, kid." Taoist Qi Yang scoffed. "You, the one who claims he'll shoulder the martial path, is now a prisoner at the feet of our immortal sect. How truly fitting." But Qiao Mu remained resolute. "One person can't do it alone. If I fail, then in 1,000 years, someone else will follow. Sooner or later, we will catch up to you freaks." The Emperor of Great Yan suddenly felt something materialize in his hand. He thought to himself, this feeling. A glowing sword was now in his hand. He drew the dazzling blade, and its light shone upon the immortal statues. The Emperor of Great Yan held out the sword. It was the Human King's sword. Taoist Qi Yang was shocked. Emperor Yongke can wield the Human King's sword? and he dared to bring it here. The spiritual energy binding Qiao Mu vanished. He exclaimed in awe, "What the hell is this human king's sword? Is it really that powerful? It can even affect immortal arts." The Emperor of Great Yan thought to himself, "The first ancestor is watching over me. My gamble paid off." He then explained, "The first ancestor of the Great Yan dynasty conquered the world on horseback. Not only did he command the mightiest army of his time, but he himself was the strongest martial artist in the world. After the first ancestor passed away, the sword he always carried became the human king's sword, worshipped in the ancestral temple. Much like the imperial seal of the realm and the 9 provinces cauldron, it became a symbol of humanity's imperial power. It carries the national fate of the Great Yan." The emperor said to himself, "If we had been unable to awaken the human king's sword today, it would have been a dead end, with no other options left. But now, we wish to see just how cautious these immortal sects will be when it comes to interfering with an emperor's destiny." Elder Singh spoke, "So this is Emperor Yonghe's trump card? We have truly underestimated him." Elder Sun added, "That sword was originally nothing more than a mortal item. It was only after many years of receiving worship and incense offerings that it absorbed the destiny of a mortal emperor." The green-haired elder chimed in, "An emperor's destiny is an illusory, intangible thing. Getting involved with it won't necessarily impact the lifespan of cultivators like us." Elder Zing turned to Elder Sun, "Then why don't you test that theory?" Elder Sun said decisively, "Emperor Yonghe's worship of the immortals is a grand affair that affects our incense offerings. It cannot be halted now." Qi Yang. Act. Taoist Qi Yang hesitated. "Elder, I." An immortal descended from above, interrupting, "Fellow Taoists of the Profound Heaven sect, have you been well lately?" Elder Sun was taken aback. Fellow Taoist Qing Yi of the Central Continent's Great Taoist sect. He thought to himself, his arrival at this exact moment cannot be a coincidence. We must have let the news of Emperor Yonghe's worship slip out. Our plan was to establish temples and shrines, to receive the worship and incense offerings from the people of every province. And the Great Tao sect has the deepest roots and receives the most worship of any immortal sect in the Central Continent. Elder Sun grew cautious as a realization dawned on him. Our plan to deceive the world has been exposed. This means the sect master and the Tianwu mirror in the Central Continent must be in danger. No wonder that kid was able to destroy the sect master's statue. It must be because the sect master no longer has the power to sustain it. Qing Yi clasped his hands in greeting. "Let's get straight to the point, fellow Taoists. This humble one will not mince words. Everything your sect master has been doing in the Central Continent has come to light. The other major immortal sects are all aware of it. This business with Emperor Yonghe's worship ends now." Elder Sun anxiously asked, "How is our sect leader doing now?" Qing Yi replied gravely, "This matter is now over. Your sect leader will naturally be unharmed." Meanwhile, Qiao Mu couldn't help but ask the Emperor of Great Yan, who was staring at the sword in his hand, "You never intended to bow from the very beginning, did you?" He explained that as the ruler of a nation, he could not kneel. The Emperor of Great Yan pondered this with a solemn expression. "I truly wasn't certain. This time, it was all just luck." But was it really just luck? Thinking of this, he looked over at Qiao Mu. The summoning of the human king's sword was probably related to this man. The immortals descended, approaching where the Emperor of Great Yan stood. Qing Yi informed him, "Emperor Yonghe, the immortal worship ends here. This incident was caused by someone from the Xuantian sect acting on their own initiative. It has nothing to do with our immortal sects." He then asked, "Emperor Yonghe, would you be willing to return with me to the imperial capital of the Central Continent?" The Emperor of Great Yan clasped his hands and said gratefully, "Then I shall trouble you, great immortal." He rejoiced inwardly, "I don't have to kneel after all." Elder Zing stared intently at the Emperor of Great Yan, concluding in her mind that the Emperor must have had a contingency plan. Could he have secretly notified the Great Tao sect and the other immortal sects beforehand? How else could this be such a coincidence? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu, whose mouth had no cooldown, started flailing around wildly, trying to get her attention. "Hey, have you all forgotten something? Hey, look over here." Elder Singh was absolutely furious. She had reached her breaking point. Turning to strike Qiao Mu, she declared, "This man has disrespected the gods and immortals. He deserves death." Qiao Mu was secretly overjoyed. "This is perfect. A divine punishment. My points are saved." But the Emperor of Great Yan stepped in front of Qiao Mu, saying, "Esteemed immortals, please wait." Qiao Mu looked surprised on the outside, but inwardly, he wanted to tear the Emperor apart. "You're ruining my perfect plan." Elder Singh frowned, questioning the Emperor of Great Yan. "You wish to spare this man? A mortal emperor. Do you really think you're so special just because you're protected by worldly fortune? Don't forget, we have plenty of time." Qiao Mu, on the other hand, did his best to provoke her. "I, Qiao Zhang, have long disregarded life and death. Why would I need the Emperor's protection? My only regret is that I can't rip off the masks and expose the true faces of you abominations. He shook the Emperor of Great Yan, chiding him internally. Just get on with it already. Stop playing games with saving my life. The Emperor of Great Yan stated firmly, no. This man plotted to kill the king. According to the laws of Great Yan, he must be thrown into the heavenly prison and then publicly beheaded. Qiao Mu's eyes sparkled with emotion as he thought, I almost changed my mind about Emperor Yonghe. I can't believe he's actually a good person. I absolutely must die today. Elder Sun chimed in, that arrangement is acceptable. When we reach the imperial capital, I'll trouble fellow Taoist Xing Yi to oversee it. This will also serve as a warning to the mortal world that anyone who blasphemes against the gods and immortals commits an unforgivable crime and cannot live. Xing Yi stroked his beard thoughtfully. Fellow Taoists, rest assured. Seeing so many immortals, the crowd began to whisper, I can't believe we're seeing so many immortals at once. Quick, pinch me. I must be dreaming. The crowd respectfully wished the immortals boundless blessings and a life as eternal as the heavens and earth. The Emperor of Great Yan thought to himself with some pride, since ascending the throne, this is the first time I've been able to negotiate directly with the immortal sex, right? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu, locked in a kango, sniffled as the crowd cursed him and pelted him with rotten eggs and vegetables. That scoundrel, Qiao Zong, dared to offend the immortals, and yet they spared his life. Their compassion is truly boundless. Ling Ling urged her junior martial sisters. Let's go. 2 of the 9 great immortal sects are gathered here. This surely isn't a good sign. Cultivators like us who follow the ancient methods shouldn't get dragged into this. As Qin Shui walked past Qiao Mu, she suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. She spun around, feeling a strange connection. Qin Shui lifted her blindfold, struggling to open her eyes. Her blue eyes glowed. Qiao Mu. She hastily grabbed her senior sister's arm to ask her a question. Senior sister, was that man just now handsome? The senior sister looked over at Qiao Mu, who was currently licking his own hands and feet, and was rendered speechless. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. He was injured, so I couldn't get a clear look, but he did seem quite handsome. I think his surname is also Qiao, just like you. What was his name again? Chao Zhang, I believe. Do you know him? Qin Shui swayed, nearly losing her footing. Her senior sister quickly steadied her, reminding her with concern, be careful. Your eyes are no ordinary thing. Even though you've entered the immortal path, the pure eyes are still a heavy burden on you. Now you're even tripping on flat ground. Qin Shui worried to herself, injured. What has he done this time? What exactly is he up to? She glanced through her blindfold, feeling as if something was falling. Qin Shui remembered that day, a voice echoing in her mind. The affairs of the world are constantly in flux. As long as his life force hasn't been extinguished, we are destined to meet again. She gave a gentle smile. Her senior sister asked curiously, Junior sister, you still haven't answered my question. Do you know him? Qin Shui replied, No, I don't. The scene shifts to a desolate mountain forest, where the distant silhouette of a large man is slumped over a tombstone. Wu Qiangkun walked forward, calling out, Godfather. The man replied, You don't need to call me Godfather anymore. The martial saint no longer exists in this world. The martial saint sat before a tombstone engraved with the name Wu Qizheng, staring at the grave. Wu Qizheng, I've told you before, sentiment is your fatal flaw. It was only natural that you would use the 100 transformations of flesh and blood technique to take on my appearance. You died in my place, even though I know, in your heart, you didn't die for me. The martial saint's adopted son, Wu Qiangkun, asked in confusion, Godfather, I don't understand. Was Qisheng's sacrifice truly worth it? Why didn't you just storm the mountain gate and kill Emperor Yonghe yourself? The martial saint replied slowly, If I kill this Emperor Yonghe, another will just rise to take his place. If that's the case, it's far better to use the death of the martial saint to buy time for the martial world, to find a way to defeat those aberrations. Firstly, this was a chance to probe the true strength of the Shuwen Tian sex elder. A sacrifice like that is valuable. Secondly, my martial saint spirit, Qiju technique has reached a bottleneck and I need more time to develop it. Wu Qiangkun grew even more puzzled. But you could have just gone into hiding. Why fake your death? The members of the Martial Extreme Society who took part in the assassination are all dead now. The martial saint cut him off. This martial world has no need for a martial saint. I have dominated the martial arts world for 40 years. More and more practitioners have followed my path, yet not a single one has appeared who can stand as my equal. The people of this world only know how to blindly admire the strong, seeing me as the standard bearer for the entire martial path. However, once that standard bearer falls, they will be like a snake without a head, a dog without its master. My very existence has become an obstacle. What the world truly needs is for a new generation of masters, ones who can surpass me to continually emerge. Only then will we have a chance to resist the immortal sex. Wu Qiankan asked again, Godfather, are you trying to motivate the martial artists to become stronger on their own? But what if this plan backfires? The martial saint sighed. Who could possibly know? No matter how bad things got, could they be worse than the martial saint, suppressing the martial arts world for 40 years? He then asked about Qiao Mu's situation. Right, about Qiao Zong. Is everything going smoothly? Wu Qiankan reported that the imperial capital's sky prison is heavily guarded, making it a bit tricky to deliver the cultivation technique to him. The martial saint stroked his beard, his expression serious. I do not go back on my word. This cultivation technique must be delivered, and it must be delivered appropriately. A martial arts seed, this brave and unafraid of death. Perhaps he should try other ways of entering the path. He suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, the sky prison. The martial saint gave his instructions. Wu Qiankan, you do this. And then you do this. Wu Qiankan grew anxious. Like this? He'll die, won't he? The martial saint laughed heartily. You think that brat would be scared? You've done well with recent matters. You had the hidden agents of the Grand Tao sect act in a timely manner to get that Taoist Qingyi to the southern continent. While I'm away, the martial extreme society will be under your command. Wu Qiankan cupped his hands and accepted the order. Only after the martial saint had left did Wu Qiankan look up. He gazed at Qi Zhang's grave and said, Qi Zhang, you always said my adoptive father and I were very much alike, both like a junior martial saint, but I can't seem to figure out his intentions. The evening sun gradually set. 2 days later, in the Yan City Lord's manor, Jiang Shen sat across from the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man spoke first. We're old acquaintances, after all. You're not even going to offer me a cup of tea. Jiang Shen sneered, his reply like a punch to the gut. So you're not dead after all. Tea is for guests. Someone who shows up uninvited can hardly be called a guest. The silver-haired man spoke seriously. Back then, I gave up my official position to practice martial arts, while you, Wang Shanhe, gave yours up to pursue the immortal path. 40 years have passed. I am the true martial saint, and you are a fake city lord. Where is your Tao? With the path you're on, can you even achieve immortality? Jiang Shen retorted, What do I need immortality for? I only cultivate spells, not immortality. If the Tao is strong, I'll cultivate immortality. If martial arts are strong, I'll practice martial arts. What I desire is nothing more than a prosperous and peaceful world with a strong country and wealthy people. The silver-haired man sneered. Your talent in martial arts is average, and you don't know how to suck up on the immortal path. This is all you'll ever amount to in this life. Not to be outdone, Jiang Shen shot back. Well, it's still better than someone like you, whose hands are drenched in blood. After slaughtering nearly half the martial arts world, you faked an assassination attempt on the emperor. But in reality, you faked your death just to keep on living. The man pulled out a pouch. The only thing in this world tougher than my fist is that eloquent mouth of yours. Catch. Jiang Shen was puzzled. An immortal's storage pouch. What's in here? The silver-haired man said curtly, Your fists. A few immortal artifacts fell out of the pouch. Jiang Shen was stunned. The Profound Heaven Treasure Scripture. This is the foundation-building scripture for cultivators of the Profound Heaven sect. And these are talismans and magic treasures from an immortal sect. Where did you get all this? The silver-haired man boasted proudly. Over the years, I haven't killed a large number of immortal cultivators, but I still managed to gather a few of their inheritances. These are much stronger than the half-baked Taoist arts you practice. Jiang Shen clutched his robes and feigned a compassionate refusal. Do you know how many martial artists would willingly guard the doors and run errands for immortal Taoists, just hoping to one day receive these things? This gift is too precious. The man propped his chin on his hand and said politely, Don't misunderstand. The deviants have a theory about the karmic fortune of mortal dynasties. It's said that emperors of the mortal world carry karmic fortune on them, which is why emperors cannot achieve immortality. Even if an emperor cultivates the Tao, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. And even if you succeed in your cultivation, should you ascend to the throne in the future, you won't live for very long. Consider these things an offering for your future grave. Jiang Shen's compassionate expression vanished as he greedily swept the pile of immortal artifacts into his arms. If that's the case, then I'll gladly accept your good wishes. The silver-haired man sneered, Fool. Using the immortal path to restrain the deviants is a path that requires countless years. With your limited karmic fortune, you probably can't walk it anyway. Jiang Shen countered. If we can enlighten the people, why should we worry about the deviants leading them by the nose? Your martial path trades human lives for time. My immortal path is to buy a little time for the people. The silver-haired man said, Those with different paths cannot walk together. Jiang Shen suddenly remembered and changed the subject. Right, who was the one who died in your place? The silver-haired man gazed into the distance, silent. One rainy night in a gloomy forest, before a tombstone engraved with the name Wu Qizheng, a person holding an umbrella spoke. As long as my death can benefit you in the end, does that make it the righteous path? I already told you, even if I die, I will never die for you, even if you are my biological father. Wu Qizheng stood in the rain, touching the gravestone bearing his own name. When the 100 transformations of flesh and blood is deduced to its final stage, it can separate flesh and blood, awaiting a chance for rebirth. Although my power is greatly diminished, this allowed me to hide from the intuitive perception of the martial saint's spirit rhino art. I already gave the fully deduced 100 transformations of flesh and blood to Qiao Zhang. I hope he can realize the extraordinary nature of this secret art. I hope that one day in the future, he will kill the martial saint. Meanwhile, cat ears had sprouted on Qiao Mu's head. Chained by his feet, Qiao Mu still had a bright smile on his face as he exclaimed, "This cultivation technique from Wu Qizheng really has some wonderful uses. I am Super Cat." The cat beside him couldn't even be bothered to meow, its face a mask of disgust as it looked at Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu bared his fangs and yelled at the cat, "What's with that look? You think I'm some kind of filth, huh? Don't you run. Today, I'm going to pet you until all your fur falls off." Suddenly, a voice came from the other side of the prison. "That calico cat you're raising is quite spiritual. I wonder how it got into this sky prison." The words were like a warning of impending danger. Qiao Mu stroked the cat in his arms and cheerfully exclaimed, "Where else could it have come from?" "The window, of course. Don't let its fatness fool you. It's fake fat. It can squeeze through a window that small. How should I address you, sir? Seeing as you're able to read so many books even in prison, your background must be quite extraordinary, right?" Hai Wuya sat in the opposite cell, picking up a book and replying with a smile, "Hai Wuya. As for family background, let's not talk about it. It's just that after being here for 30 years, I've gotten to know everyone." His answer made Qiao Mu frown slightly, his eyes full of suspicion as he said, "Is that so? Then I guess you're the big brother around here. Please look after this little brother." In his heart, however, he already had a partial answer and thought to himself, the martial saint's spirit rhino art is reacting. Is he from the martial extreme society? But his aura is only at the 9th grade. How strange. He saw the problem with my body at a single glance. This old man is not simple. The man didn't seem to mind. He put the book he was holding aside and spoke up. "We can consider ourselves old friends at first sight. I have a medical book here. Although it can't save your damaged meridians, it can at least help you relieve some of the pain." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, "Model." Hearing that Lord Wei had summoned him, Qiao Mu slowly stood up. As he rose, he said, "There's no need for a physician. This body of mine is beyond saving anyway." Hai Wuya, from across the way, heard this and asked with great curiosity, "The greatest divine constable in the realm, Bu Wayne himself, is summoning you. What crime did you commit?" In response to his question, Qiao Mu turned his head, his eyes darkening slightly as he answered, "Killing the king." His answer completely stunned the old man, who stared in shock. Seeing Qiao Mu slowly climb the steps that had been lowered, he remained silent. He went back to focusing on his book, but as soon as the young man was gone, he immediately put the book down and wondered to himself, just who in the world is this person? Wu Qiankun suddenly walked up to him and asked, "Hai Wuya, it's been a long time. How have you been?" His sudden appearance shocked Hai Wuya, who exclaimed, "Wu Qiankun, what are you doing here?" He replied succinctly, "Have you found a successor for your technique yet?" At his question, the old man's gaze immediately grew sorrowful. Hai Wuya picked up the book beside him and asked, "What a strange question. If I had found a suitable successor, what would I still be doing here?" Wu Qiankun immediately retorted, "If you haven't, then the sword demon wants you to pass the technique on to someone." Hearing this, Hai Wuya shot him a look, his eyes filled with displeasure as he asked irritably, "So this is the sword demon's will? Who is it?" In response to his question, he immediately answered, "Xiao Zhang." On Qiao Mu's side, a man in black robes walked ahead of him, while a subordinate beside him bowed respectfully. "Lord Bu, I have brought the man here." The man immediately replied, "Very well. You're dismissed." The subordinate turned and walked away. Without a shred of fear, Qiao Mu sat down in the chair behind him. He casually said, "If you want to torture me, just get on with it. If I so much as frown, I lose." Hearing this, the man immediately spun around. His eyes, filled with killing intent, stared at him as he asked, "So you're the one who plotted to assassinate His Majesty?" And this man was none other than the realm's greatest divine constable, Bu Weiyan. This terrifying killing intent made Qiao Mu feel quite intrigued, and he thought to himself, this feeling of pressure, a spirit-tempering martial artist, even stronger than Chu Xing. Seeing the look of amazement in his eyes, Bu Weian grew even angrier. He approached and growled, "You've got some nerve. I've been wanting to meet you for a while to see what you're made of." But faced with his anger, not only did he not feel frightened, but he looked thrilled, thinking to himself, "Here it comes. This is going to be another good haul of points." Surprisingly, as he approached him, his anger vanished, and his attitude a complete 180. Bu Weian placed a hand on his shoulder and said with a bright smile, "I heard you gave those freaks from the Mystic Sky sect a piece of your mind. Truly impressive. Don't worry. His Majesty only sent me here to ask about the Qiao family." This action startled Qiao Mu, who asked in a low voice, "You mean, the Emperor isn't going to kill me?" To his question, the man cheerfully replied, "How could that be? You're a designated death row inmate, convicted without need for a trial. They prepared a lavish banquet over there. We can talk while we eat." Hearing this, Qiao Mu felt somewhat relieved and replied with a smile, "My last meal? Huh? In that case, I can rest easy. I'll be sure to tell you everything without hiding a single detail." 2 hours later, Bu Weian held a piece of paper and began to read. "So, Hero Qiao, what you mean is that your Qiao family is a great clan that has lived in seclusion for many years, always wandering with no fixed home. Your ancestors lived as recluses in remote mountains or on islands off the coast. You don't have many descendants, but your family rules are incredibly strict, with precepts passed down that demand rigorous self-discipline, and your ancestors were not well known. They were great masters of martial arts who lived simple lives, indifferent to fame and fortune." Meanwhile, Qiao Mu sat beside him, completely unfazed, taking big gulps from a large wine jug. As he drank, he replied, "That's right." At his answer, the man carefully folded the paper, tucked it into his robes, and spoke. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that a clan like yours places such importance on dying in the right place. As a family precept, the Qiao clan is truly a rare and strange family. Thanks to you today, Hero Qiao, I will have someone escort you back to your cell now." But Qiao Mu didn't seem to care much. He was only focused on the chicken dish on the table and asked, "Can I take this chicken with me?" Hearing his request, the man said enthusiastically, "Of course, you can. I'll have them pack it up for you right now." Seeing his wish granted, Qiao Mu was overjoyed and thanked him. The divine constable is truly generous. After eating and drinking his fill, he happily left, carrying the carefully wrapped chicken. But Bu Weian, sitting behind him, watched as his eyes gradually darkened. He gave him a grim look, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Great Hero Qiao." The young man looked at him, held out his hand with a bright smile, and offered, "I am Fang Yuan. I overheard everything about your family just now. Truly a clan of loyalty and righteousness that commands respect. If Great Hero Qiao has any requests in the future, just let me know." He was a guard at the heavenly prison. After speaking, without waiting for a reply, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and slapped him hard on the back, then immediately offered, "Great Hero Qiao, this chicken must be heavy, right? Let me carry it for you." This sudden offer startled Qiao Mu a bit. "Are you serious?
A prison guard like you being so polite to a death row inmate like me. Does that make any sense?"
Fang Yuan heard this and replied enthusiastically, "Of course, it makes sense. Ever since I was a child, I've admired great heroes like you, Great Hero Qiao." After returning to his cell, he placed the carefully wrapped chicken in front of Hai Wuya and said, "Old Hai, I brought something good for you." Smelling the fragrant aroma wafting from the food package, the old man asked, "Is that the scent of the honey-roasted chicken from the capital city's tavern?" Qiao Mu immediately returned to his own section, sat down, and said generously, "One shouldn't be rewarded without merit. I just don't like being in anyone's debt." Hearing his words, the old man blurted out, "Is this about that medical manual? But you didn't even use it, did you?" Qiao Mu just smiled. He held out his hand and said, "It's the thought that counts." Hearing his words, the old man smiled and thought to himself, "What a straightforward man." That sentence of his probably meant. At the same time, he recalled his conversation with Wu Qiankun. Hai Wuya looked at him and asked, "Qiao Zhang, wasn't he sentenced to death for offending an immortal sect? He's living on borrowed time. Even if he learns my technique, what good would it do?" Wu Qiankun turned towards him and replied, "In your 30 years in the Sky Prison, weren't you also just living from one day to the next? Was your 30 years a waste? Why?" At his question, the old man lowered his head slightly and spoke sorrowfully. "But my technique is unlike any martial art, ancient or modern, and it is still incomplete. If you practice it recklessly, at best, you'll suffer from qi deviation. At worst, your body will explode and you'll die." Upon hearing this, Wu Qiankun immediately added, "Whether to practice it or not, and how to practice it, depends entirely on Qiao Zhang's own thoughts." Back in the present, seeing the figure of the man relaxing peacefully, sleeping in the opposite cell, he fell into deep thought. He couldn't believe this kid could still sleep so soundly even with his death day approaching. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu casually lay down, crossed his legs, and exclaimed, "Eat and drink my fill, get a good night's sleep." And then it's off to the execution ground. As if having made up his mind, the old man thought to himself while simultaneously unleashing his spiritual energy. Perhaps this kid can really succeed in practicing my technique. Over with Bu Weian, he was intently reading a book, speaking aloud as he read. This Qiao Zhang has a resolute personality, not unlike Hai Wuya. Fang Yuan, who was carrying a stack of books nearby, chimed in, "Indeed, my lord." Bu Weian frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Qiao Zhang's testimony about the Qiao family is full of holes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was just making it up. But the rumors about the Qiao family in the martial world are no lies. It will be difficult for His Majesty to find information about them. Suddenly, he turned to the young man and asked, "Oh, right. How has Mr. Hai been lately?" The young man immediately replied, "Still reading." It seems he was even promoted back to the 8th rank recently. Hearing this, he was a bit stunned and exclaimed, "Wasn't he in 9th rank? He's already over 80 years old and can still advance." Back with our hero, Hai Wuya was channeling his martial spiritual energy. A tremendously powerful blue energy enveloped his body. This caused the man, who was just about to fall asleep, to sit bolt upright and watch intently. Qiao Mu held his hand out in front of him, exclaiming in utter shock, "What's happening?" His cultivation realm is rising rapidly. 8th rank, 7th rank, it's still climbing relentlessly. At his words, the old man's eyes immediately glowed as he looked towards him and replied, "Qiao Zhang, someone has instructed me to pass on my entire life's knowledge to you." Hearing Hai Wuya's words, Qiao Mu immediately became ecstatic. He moved closer to the old man's cell, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Well then, I won't be polite. May I ask what peerless divine art this is?" At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems the technique promised by the Supreme Martial Society has arrived. In response to his question, the old man lowered his head slightly and replied, "It's not exactly a peerless divine art, but it could be called a method of longevity." This made him exclaim in utter astonishment. "Huh." Qiao Mu gripped the iron bars of Hai Wuya's cell, unable to contain his excitement as he asked, "The technique you intend to teach me, could it be the longevity fist?" The old man smiled at him with satisfaction and asked, "The Qiao family's longevity fist, speaking of which, your surname is also Qiao, isn't it? Do you know where the longevity fist originated? Why is it that this fist art alone possesses the unique trait of one's qi and blood not weakening in old age?" Hearing this, Qiao Mu became pensive. He placed a hand on his chin and began to think. "I've heard something about it. It seems it was taught by an enlightened immortal." Wait a minute, an immortal? Seeing that he still didn't seem to understand, the old man immediately began to explain. Actually, among the 9 great immortal sects, there is one called the Longevity Sect. The cultivators of the Longevity Sect once researched the integration of martial arts and the immortal path, and from that research, they created the Longevity Fist scripture. It's just that this path was never fully cleared, so the Longevity Fist scripture was abandoned, eventually falling into the hands of the Qiao family. Hearing his explanation, Qiao Mu grew a little worried, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as he thought, the Longevity Fist is a path that was never fully cleared, and what's more, it was abandoned by long-lived immortals. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his expression grew serious. He looked at Hai Wuya and asked, "Wait a moment. Just now, Mr. Hai, you said you would teach me an art of longevity. Does that mean the uncleared path of the Longevity Fist has now been completed?" Then, Hai Wuya placed his hand close to the ground and began to channel his spiritual energy. From his palm, a blue energy slowly radiated outwards. For those who cultivate martial arts, it's normal for their qi and blood to decline in their later years and for their bodies to weaken with age. But what if one's qi and blood could continue to grow stronger, to keep breaking through? After channeling his spiritual energy into the ground for a moment, vibrant flowers spontaneously grew inside his cell. Seeing the flowers created by spiritual energy before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. So that's how it is. That's how it is. The principle of the Longevity Fist is like a human-shaped balloon, storing all the body's qi and blood within, slowing down decay and extending one's lifespan. However, once it deflates, the stored qi and blood are rapidly lost, causing the body to quickly deteriorate. Although the risk is high, if one has the courage to maintain it, they can prolong their life. The more he listened, the more intrigued he became. Qiao Mu immediately rushed forward, pressing his face against the iron bars of the old man's cell, and asked eagerly, "By this logic, Mr. Hai, you don't actually have to hold back, and you can still increase your qi and blood, becoming stronger with each passing year. The more your qi and blood increase, the longer you can live." It truly is a method of longevity. So, what's this technique called? His reaction startled Hai Wuya a little. He took out his manual, held it up in front of him, and said with a forced smile, I call it the Human Tao Scripture, but the technique isn't fully developed yet. So for now, it's called the Sumeru Mountain King Scripture. Seeing this, he asked with a hint of suspicion, Old man Hai, are you messing with me? A single technique with two names? This isn't one of those things where to practice it. You must first. You know, right? The old man looked at his manual and replied, I originally named this technique the Sumeru Mountain King Scripture, but Mount Sumeru was too small to contain my philosophy of martial arts and the human Tao, so I changed its name to the Human Tao Scripture. In my vision, this technique will be a martial art that anyone can practice, even someone with poor aptitude, as long as they are persistent enough, can cultivate it. It's just that their cultivation speed will be a bit slower. Therefore, this Human Tao Scripture is not just an art of longevity for martial artists, but also an art of longevity for the path of martial arts itself. Upon hearing this, Qiao Mu was completely stunned. He raised a hand in front of him to shield his eyes from the light radiating from Hai Wuya. So bright, damn it. I was totally played by this old man. Suddenly, he let out a sigh and said, However, this is a technique I created myself, and it's not yet complete. Learning it could lead you down the wrong path, causing you to suffer from cultivation, madness, and die. Qiao Mu looked at him with a steely gaze and replied, So what? It's just death. I, Qiao Zhang, would welcome it. After hearing his resolute answer, Hai Wuya's spirit surged. He stood up, looked at him, and shouted, Fine. If that's the case, are you ready? Qiao Mu was just as excited. He knelt down, holding out his hands, ready to receive the old man's secret manual. I'm completely ready. But before he could receive the manual, the old man's words struck him like a heavy blow. Tell me your dream. If not for the ideals of the martial path, why do you cultivate? This confirmation question made Qiao Mu extremely annoyed, and he shot back, Why do I even have to answer a confirmation question? Hai Wuya slowly stroked his long beard and replied seriously, Of course. Because this old man truly does not understand you. You're a death row inmate for killing the king, yet you seek eternal life. Isn't that a contradiction? At this, Qiao Mu stopped being flippant. He lowered his head and answered seriously, Does one need a reason to seek eternal life? Everyone wants to live forever. It wouldn't be so bad to get a glimpse of the method for eternal life before I die. Even so, he was still a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, This is so troublesome. I'll just make up some random reason to trick this old man. Just as he finished speaking, the two of them stared at each other in silence, a rare stillness filling the cell. After a few minutes, Qiao Mu suddenly sighed. He opened his eyes, looked at the old man with an arrogant smile, and said, I cultivate martial arts simply to become stronger. My goal is to make my fists bigger and harder. His answer left the old man completely astonished, thinking to himself, Could he be a sword demon? Qiao Mu slowly rose to his feet, and as he did, he continued, Because there is too much injustice in this world. Only when your fists are strong enough can you stand up against that injustice and use them to enforce fairness. If your fists aren't strong enough, if you lack the ability, then rushing in won't just get you killed. You might fail to save anyone and could even bring disaster upon your loved ones. All I seek is peace of mind that comes from understanding these worldly principles. Faced with his resolute gaze and determination, combined with the powerful aura emanating from Qiao Mu, Hai Wuya couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. But the serious mood didn't last for long. After finishing his answer, Qiao Mu immediately reverted to his usual self. He scratched himself all over and asked the old man, Phew, I'm done talking. Does Master Hai have any more questions? I'm so itchy. All this serious talk is giving me goosebumps. Although the old man looked at him with complete exasperation. After just a few moments, Hai Wuya relented and handed him the secret manual. To follow one's own heart in search of principle. That's truly something to aspire to. It's yours now. Qiao Mu took the secret manual, his eyes filled with determination, and said, Many thanks, Master Hai. At the same time, he thought to himself, Coming to this world, I have experienced death so many times, and each death has taught me one thing. The people suffer, their hearts are ignorant, and the world is unjust. If I don't seek power from above, anyone can cause my death. Some deaths were amusing, but others I could not accept. The rage against this injustice has long ago built a sturdy wall in my heart, and sooner or later, I will shatter it. During this solemn moment, someone suddenly fell from above. It was Fang Yuan. He struggled up in pain, rubbing his bottom and crying out, Ouch, that hurts. I was listening so intently that my foot slipped. Faced with the murderous glares from the two men, Fang Yuan immediately tried to explain. Great Hero Qiao only took one chicken. I was worried he might choke, so I brought some wine over. I really wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Hai Weiai paid no attention to his explanation. He glanced at Qiao Mu and asked, "He knows about the human Tao scripture now. How do you plan to deal with him?" At the same time, he thought to himself, even though all of Qiao Zhang's meridians are severed, killing a mere prison guard should still be effortless for him. Contrary to his thoughts, Qiao Mu turned to look at Fang Yuan and replied nonchalantly, "Deal with him. Why would I? You and I are just prisoners in this imperial jail, and it's not like our families own this place. It's perfectly normal to have a guard watching us. Besides, don't you want the martial path to achieve immortality?" As he spoke, he walked over and took the wine jug from the guard. Then, Qiao Mu held the jug out in front of Hai Weiai and asked, "Then we should share it so that everyone can practice it. Only then can it truly be called the human Tao scripture, right?" Seeing his actions, the old man smiled faintly, stroking his beard as he replied, "When drinking with a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are still not enough." At the same time, he thought, I wasn't wrong about him. It's just a shame that both you and I are men on the verge of death. Cultivating the human Tao scripture takes an immense amount of time and effort. With each new level, the time required increases exponentially. I have been in this imperial prison for 30 years and have only reached the 4th level. Everything beyond that is just speculation. By fulfilling my dream of passing on this Tao before I die, you've ensured I have no regrets. Afterwards, the three of them poured the wine and raised their cups together. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, His Majesty gazed pensively at the sword hanging before him. He narrowed his eyes, recalling Qiao Mu's appearance, and thought to himself, the founding ancestor named this sword the Sword of the Humane King. What exactly did he mean by that? When Qiao Zhang appeared, the Sword of the Humane King suddenly resonated. Why? The records state that the Qiao clan is a great hidden clan, so it seems they must have many clan elders, right? It's a pity. Qiao Zhang hasn't even reached the 3rd rank of spirit refinement. I fear this hidden clan will have little chance to prosper. He then glanced down at the book and brush on the table. Shattering his thoughts, a subordinate entered and reported respectfully. Your Majesty, there is news from the imperial prison. Hai Weiai recently had a breakthrough. He has reached the 7th rank while in the prison. He has also been in frequent contact with Qiao Zhang lately. The two of them are often seen whispering to each other. His Majesty turned to look at the subordinate and gave an order, Hai Weiai. They've both been in the imperial prison for nearly 30 years, haven't they? He was formerly the Minister of Rights and is now over 80 years old. If he doesn't leave the prison, I'm afraid he'll die of old age in there. Forget it, let him go home. The subordinate immediately bowed his head and then asked, As you command. Then, how should we deal with Qiao Zhang? The people from the Great Tao sect have been pressing the matter again recently. His Majesty looked up, lost in thought for a moment, and then gave the order, execute him. At that very moment, Qiao Mu had already been brought out to the execution grounds. Despite that, he remained fearless, defiantly looking at the crowd around him. In the stands, Fang Yuan gazed at him, his eyes welling up with immense sadness. He thought to himself, Senior Qiao, you will live on in my heart forever. Up on the judgment platform, the warden began to draw a rod from a bamboo tube, looked at him, and spoke. Criminal Qiao Zhang, for the assassination of His Majesty and for insulting the divine immortals, your crimes are unforgivable. By order of His Majesty, I am Qin Shiqing, warden of the celestial prison. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the wooden rod at him and roared, Execute! A tall, muscular man grabbed his shoulder, shoved him forward, and commanded, Get on your knees, now. But Qiao Mu refused to kneel, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to stand firm. Qiao Mu looked at the big man behind him, his gaze resolute as he declared, You can take my life, that's a small price to pay. But my knees are stubborn, they don't know how to kneel. Hearing his declaration, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This is the first time I've ever seen someone refuse to kneel at their own execution. He's facing death and still won't admit his mistakes. That bastard really is stubborn. To face death without bowing down. Now that's a true hero. The other two guards were infuriated by this. They both grabbed him, trying to force him to his knees, still putting on a show when you're about to die. I've been running these execution grounds for years. You think I can't handle a young punk like you? Qin Shiqing left his seat and approached Qiao Mu. Move aside, you useless fools, he snarled. Trying to make a heroic scene right before your death? Qiao Mu met his gaze, his eyes full of pride as he retorted, Then let me die, and I'll show you what a real hero looks like. Infuriated by his words, the warden stepped forward, raised his foot, and viciously stomped on both of Qiao Mu's knees, trying to force him to the ground. The blow was so forceful it shattered his kneecaps instantly. After breaking his legs, the warden sneered at him. With your legs broken, the only thing you can do is kneel. But the sight that met his eyes left the warden utterly stunned. Qiao Mu's face darkened, radiating an intense killing aura. Even with his legs shattered, he refused to fall, standing tall in the middle of the courtyard like an unbreakable pillar. Qiao Mu let out a savage grin. Listen closely. He then faced the crowd and roared, I am Qiao Zhong. I bow to no heaven and kneel to no earth, and I will certainly never kowtow to that dog of an emperor and his pack of damn freaks. Witnessing this, the horrified crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, gods. You can see his bones sticking out. To think someone in this world is so fearless. But going up against the emperor and those aberrants, not even a dozen lives would be enough. Hearing this defiance, Qin Shiqing grew enraged. He turned to the executioner, Shi Zhan, and commanded, What are you standing there for? Cut him down. At the order, the executioner stammered in panic, but he's still not kneeling. The warden snapped back, I don't care. Do it. Following the order, Shi Zhan gathered his courage, rushed towards Qiao Mu, and raised his executioner's blade. With a single swing, his head was severed from his body. Watching the execution, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with utter shock. Jiang Chen placed a hand over his heart, looked up at Qiao Mu's body, and made a silent vow. A great tree grows from a tiny sprout. Great hero Qiao's final words. Jiang Chen understood. I will not fail you. I will ensure the legacy of the Qiao family continues. Nearby, Fang Yuan was filled with grief for Qiao Mu, crying ceaselessly while whispering in his mind, Senior Qiao. He remembered the moment he escorted him to the execution grounds. He had looked at Qiao Mu and said, Great hero Qiao, you taught me your martial arts. I haven't even begun to repay this enormous debt, and now my benefactor is leaving this world. I am so useless. Qiao Mu had smiled, replying calmly, If you really want to repay me, then leave some silver for me under the leaning ancient tree in the Huayu cemetery. Someone from the Qiao family will come for it. Back in the present, Fang Yuan planted his spear firmly into the ground and vowed to himself, Great hero Qiao, rest easy. I will absolutely fulfill the promise I made to you. He stood tall and proud, gazing towards the execution grounds. After the beheading, a figure appeared out of thin air, perched high above. She watched the scene below with great interest and murmured, Interesting. A member of the Qiao family. I'll remember this. Inside Qiao Mu's sea of consciousness was the longevity lock. Qiao Mu stood proudly with his hands on his hips, looking at the lock. His eyes filled with anticipation as he wondered aloud. I can't wait to see what the reward for this death will be. A system notification popped up. Death assessment. S rank. The reward for this death is a grand perfection skill point, plus a bonus of 200 points. Remaining skill points, 200. Revivals available in the next 7 days, 5. Seeing the message on the system panel, he grew excited and urged it on. It's S rank. Give me the reward, now. The moment the words left his mouth, a huge pile of rewards fell right on top of him. Longevity scroll, heavenly strength training at perfection. Heavenly demon disintegration, grand art at perfection. Flesh and blood, 100 transformations at 100% perfection, and hidden shadow steps at 100% perfection. The massive pile of rewards knocked Qiao Mu over, but that didn't stop him from cheering. This is just what you'd expect from an S-rank reward. Suddenly, another notification panel appeared. 3-pattern wave technique, triple overlapping waves, Sumeru Mountain King Sutra at the 5th level, Martial Sync Spirit, and West Art Minor release. This completely astonished him, causing him to cry out in surprise. So, aside from these 3 mysterious golden martial arts manuals, all my other techniques are perfected now? Qi and blood. Is this a refresh notification? And it's gone down even further. Qiao Mu slowly closed his eyes, recalling his past memories. My body feels like it's aged 60 years, and those 60 years of martial arts training is equivalent to several lifetimes for any other martial artist. So, does that mean my Qi and blood dropped because this massive skill adjustment pushed my body beyond its limits? No, that's not it. It must have dropped to rock bottom. But after cultivating the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra to the 5th level, my Qi and blood recovered to 70% of their peak. Suddenly, the lock floated closer to him and began to expand. One of the chains wrapped around it snapped, and a notification appeared. With the first chain broken, each subsequent death will now award double the previous amount of skill points. The system will no longer display remaining lifespan. Life point deductions will now be based on the death assessment and will occur randomly. Each death will result in a deduction of life points. If the host objects, a one-time appeal may be used. A successful appeal will restore the life points lost from that specific death. After reading the notification, this left Qiao Mu extremely confused, wondering to himself, what does that mean? Before, I only lost a year each time I died. Does this mean my entire lifespan can be deducted at any moment now? So, risking my life increases the benefits. but it also comes with greater risks, huh? In response to his question, a notification panel immediately appeared. An alarm sounded, warning. Host's brain is at risk of overload. Forcibly ejecting from the sea of consciousness. Reading this message left Qiao Mu incredibly frustrated. He shouted in anger, "Hey, can't you at least give me a hint?" A few seconds later, he was teleported to a forest by a lake. Qiao Mu leaned on his hands, looking at his reflection in the clear water before him. His eyes were full of contemplation as he spoke to himself. Speaking of which, I've already cultivated the Mountain King scripture to the 5th level. Hai Wuya said he only reached the 4th level. I can't believe I surpassed 30 years of his research in the blink of an eye. As if he realized something, he suddenly smiled. Moreover, my appearance has remained that of a 20-year-old. I used to think it was because of my vitality, but looking back now, the system must have used the longevity fist and the Sumeru Mountain King scripture to adjust it for me. The anti-aging effect is already maxed out. Then, Qiao Mu clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Furthermore, Hai Wuya's Sumeru Mountain King scripture is still incomplete. If I continue to interpret and practice it, the effects might become even more powerful. I'll study it slowly later. For now, I need to go get the rest of my reward. In a nearby cemetery, a man was intently digging a grave. As he dug, the man said, "A little deeper. Great hero Qiao's life's work can't be carried away by stray cats and dogs." Suddenly, Qiao Mu walked up and appeared behind the man, asking, "What are you doing?" The moment he spoke, the man jumped in fright and screamed his lungs out. Fang Yuan quickly turned around, kowtowing repeatedly before him and frantically apologizing. "Seniors, my apologies for the disturbance. Please forgive me." Seeing the man's terrified expression, Qiao Mu smiled slightly and said, "So you really came? What an honest kid." But when the young man saw him, he couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "Great hero Qiao." Seeing how happy he was to see him, Qiao Mu immediately leaned down to look at him and asked, "You seem so happy to see me. Aren't you afraid I'll harm you?" But Fang Yuan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at him with great excitement and replied, "Great hero Qiao was a hero in life and a valiant spirit in death. Why should I be afraid?" Qiao Mu picked up his bundle, looked at Fang Yuan, and explained, "Unfortunately, I'm not Qiao Zong. I'm his clansman named Qiao Mu." Hearing this, Fang Yuan immediately raised his hands in a respectful gesture and introduced himself. "I see. In any case, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Greetings, Senior Qiao. This junior is Fang Yuan, a jailer at the Heavenly Prison." When he opened the bag, Qiao Mu couldn't help but be amazed by what he saw. So much silver, and even the humanity scripture. "This isn't what we agreed on." Seeing his surprise, Fang Yuan placed a hand on his chest and proudly explained, "Senior Qiao taught me martial arts in prison. This silver is part of the agreement between him and me, a gift to the Qiao family. As for the humanity scripture, Old Hai hoped it could continue to flourish in the hands of the Qiao family." He looked over at the young man, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he thought, "This kid isn't just rich, he's also honest. I can work with him." Suddenly, thinking of something, Qiao Mu picked up the secret manual and offered it to Fang Yuan with a slightly teasing expression, asking, "But a precious martial arts manual like this, are you sure you don't want to keep it for yourself?" But as soon as he held the manual out, Fang Yuan immediately waved his hands and refused. "How could I? That's Senior Qiao's final belonging." His eyes suddenly grew sad as he spoke. Besides, having a loved one's belongings stolen is truly the greatest injustice in life. Hearing this, Qiao Mu was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, you've got a story to tell? Let's hear it." A few minutes later, the two of them sat together under a large, ancient tree. Under the full moon, Fang Yuan shared his troubles with Qiao Mu. "My family was originally a merchant clan in the imperial capital. Although I wasn't my parents' biological son, our whole family lived together in harmony and happiness. Thanks to his sharp eyes, my father could identify true treasures and appraise items, becoming the wealthiest man in the imperial capital. But fortune is fickle. A few years ago, my father chanced upon the Blood Sun map, a treasure that can help martial artists break through in their spiritual cultivation. Who would have thought that this very thing would lead to my father's death? After my father passed away, our family's assets were carved up by the one family of the imperial capital, and my younger sister, Fang, also went missing. I became a prison guard, hoping to use my connections with the government to find my sister. I later found out that the martial artist was a subordinate of the Wan family named Sword Demon. I wanted to get revenge, but then the head of the Wan family, Wan Ronghua, managed to get in with an expert from the Great Tao sect." Hearing this, Qiao Mu, who was beside him, patted his shoulder and consoled him. "Kid, avenging such a deep-seated hatred is not something you can do." "Even so," Fang Yuan replied without a hint of giving up, "my father's death must be avenged." Suddenly, Qiao Mu slapped Fang Yuan's shoulder and declared, "So let me do it." At his declaration, the young man was stunned, his face turning pale as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Huh? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu was thinking excitedly. The Blood Sun map, a high-level martial artist, the Great Tao sect, North Star points. Fearing he would be in danger, Fang Yuan anxiously tried to persuade him. That's the Great Tao sect. Even the Emperor doesn't want to confront them directly. Senior, please reconsider carefully. However, Qiao Mu was incredibly determined, refusing to back down, and replied, "Just thinking about it excites me. My Great Tao has been starving for far too long." Fang Yuan was still terrified as he spoke. "This is a personal matter for this junior. I wouldn't dare trouble senior." Seeing this, Qiao Mu immediately made a suggestion. Simple. "You can take my surname, Qiao." His suggestion left the young man utterly stunned. That's even an option. Qiao Mu smiled with amusement and replied, "Good boy, don't you worry. I'll definitely help you take care of Wan Ronghua." Outside the city, Qing Yi descended slowly from the clouds. Seeing him appear, a subordinate immediately bowed his head respectfully. "Greetings, immortal Qing Yi." Qing Yi hovered in the air, stroking his long beard as he looked down at Qin Shiqing and asked, "Qin Shiqing, in all the years you've worked for the Great Tao sect, we have all seen your devotion to the Tao." Qin Shiqing slowly lifted his head. With a slightly panicked expression, he replied, "Immortal Master, you flatter me. It was nothing." A figure slowly emerged from the void behind Qin Shiqing. It was Dao Zhen. "Nothing? You're far too humble. Killing your wife to prove your Tao. That kind of enlightenment is truly beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. Unfortunately, you still lack a spiritual root. You fundamentally have no aptitude for the immortal path." Her sudden appearance made him panic. Feeling as if his every secret had been exposed, he immediately bowed his head and admitted his faults. "This lowly one knows my aptitude is dull, but my heart is devoted to the Tao. I beg the immortal master to show this humble one a path to enlightenment." Dao Zhen said nothing. She silently glanced at him, thinking to herself, "An extremist fanatic. I can see right through him with a single glance. He's of no use to my own enlightenment. How boring." After this thought, Qing Yi raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy as he looked at the man and asked, "Although your aptitude prevents you from cultivating immortality, have you ever heard the rumors of entering the Tao through martial arts?" Hearing this, a startled Qin Shiqing couldn't help but look up at him and ask, "Entering the Tao through martial arts?" Qing Yi replied, "That's right. After the sword demon passed away, the martial artists of the world were like a dragon without a head. If you succeed, you could become the one to lead the martial path of this world. At that time, you'll have the chance to represent our immortal sect, the Great Tao sect, dominate the world, and be crowned king. Such an achievement is far more extraordinary than simply becoming an outer sect disciple of the Great Tao sect." At that moment, his hand was enveloped in blue spiritual energy. Within the flow of energy, a line of text appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shiqing immediately bowed his head and pleaded, "Thank you, immortal master. From now on, I am at your command." Qing Yi didn't reply, his brows slightly furrowed. His eyes were filled with suspicion as he thought, Emperor Yonghe has drawn the human king's sword. But dealing with it is simple. As long as the Great Yan dynasty is destroyed and the nation's destiny shatters, the human king's sword will naturally lose its radiance. At that point, the throne can be inherited by a puppet like you, establishing an immortal kingdom in the mortal realm that belongs to the Great Tao sect. After giving them their instructions, he immediately turned to leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to add one last thing. "Right now, there is one more task you must do. Dao Zhen will entrust you with it." The two of them raised their hands high in a respectful salute, saying in unison, "We respectfully see off the immortal master." "Yes, master." After Qing Yi left, Dao Zhen raised her hand and looked towards the man, speaking gleefully. "Wan Ronghua, the richest man in the imperial capital, is one of our sect's most important sources of incense offerings. Master has observed the celestial phenomena, and it seems he is about to face a calamity. This matter is of some importance." Hearing this, Qin Shiqing turned to look at her. He bowed respectfully. "I obey. I am willing to devote my entire being to the immortal master, without hesitation or sacrifice." Dao Jin was extremely pleased to hear this. She raised her hand and placed it on his head, praising him. Such an obedient boy. Her action startled him, and he couldn't help but think to himself, even if he's just a boring mortal, if you keep prodding him, sooner or later he'll become interesting. For now, you'll be my little toy for amusement. He, on the other hand, trembled intensely. His eyes filled with hatred as he thought, "I must endure this. Only by achieving merit can I secure a place in the immortal sect. I absolutely must protect Wan Ronghua." At the execution grounds, as night fell, A lonely Hai Wuya gazed at the blood stain left by the young man on the ground. He picked up a wine flask and slowly poured its contents onto the ground. Little brother Qiao, it felt as if we were old friends. It's a shame our time together was so short. The very day you left, His Majesty restored my position. How ironic fate can be. Just like you, my remaining days are likely not enough to decipher the complete Human Tao Sutra. In the end, I won't get to see the day the Human Tao flourishes, but that's all right. The Sumeru Mountain King Sutra has been entrusted to the Qiao family. Just as you said, as long as the flame is passed on, in 100 or 1,000 years, it will surely become a wildfire. At that moment, high above, Dao Zhen was looking down. She floated in mid-air and began to write on her scroll. Hai Wuya failed the imperial examinations multiple times, was once instructed in martial arts by the martial sage, viewing it as a shortcut to an official position. Later, due to an incident with an immortal that angered Emperor Yonghe, he spent 30 years in the imperial dungeon. His life is transient as a mayfly in the vast world. Yet his mind remained unusually steadfast, dedicated to glorifying the human Tao. As she wrote, she couldn't help but wonder, is this just a fanciful dream or a truly lofty ambition? This is far more interesting than the matter of the mortal realm's fake martial sage that Master assigned me. After she finished writing, the scroll slowly closed. Once Hai Wuya had left, she approached the bloodstain and murmured, "Come to think of it, this Qiao Mu, even Hai Wuya held him in such high regard. Who exactly were you? What was your story?" As soon as she finished speaking, Dao Zhen immediately took out her brush and dipped it in his blood. She used that very brush to draw a talisman. After the talisman was completed, it floated in midair. The remaining droplets of his blood were drawn into it one by one. When the talisman vanished, it left a line of text hovering in the air. Dao Zhen stared at the words, her eyes filled with astonishment. With a bewildered expression, she asked aloud, "What? No soul?" But a moment later, she clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. "Interesting. This is truly fascinating." As if struck by a new inspiration, she immediately took out paper, preparing to write. A new character to write about. This is so much fun. On a nearby rooftop, a dark figure was watching her intently. It was Pei Wei-en. He squatted, resting his chin on his hand as he looked down and thought to himself. The great Dao sect, Qing Yi, Dao Zhen, Qin Shiqing. The martial sage has just died, and already all the demons and monsters are crawling out of the woodwork. Meanwhile, with Qiao Mu, a man pointed to the house before them and said, "Mr. Lu Renze, this is the old Wan family estate that you wanted to rent." Qiao Mu surveyed the house once and replied with satisfaction, "Very good. I'm quite pleased with it." He was currently using the alias Lu Renze. After getting his approval, the man immediately left. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. This is excellent. Someone actually rented this estate where someone died, and at full price, too." Qiao Mu smiled in response to the man's farewell. His eyes narrowed slightly, a smug expression on his face as he thought, and just like that, the old Wan estate is mine. Next up, it's my turn. At the same time, Qiao Mu recalled his conversation with Fang Yuan. She had said, "You still have a treasure map." Fang Yuan had elaborated, "That's right. The treasure map is split into the sun and moon maps. My father hid the sun and moon maps. The sword demon spends all his time at the Wan estate. Only a treasure for soul refinement can lure him out. The blood moon map is the best choice. Back in the present, inside the study, model." From a hidden compartment in his study, Qiao Mu took out a carefully tied bamboo tube. Finding it made him incredibly happy, and he whispered, "Found it. Job done." With his task complete, Qiao Mu immediately tucked the bamboo tube into his robes. Just then, Fang Yuan's words suddenly surfaced in his mind. Besides, having a family heirloom stolen is one of the most painful things in life. Qiao Mu suddenly sat down on the floor. "Since I'm already here, I might as well give that kid an extra gift." He then began to circulate his spiritual energy. The human Tao scripture started its deduction, and a brilliant golden energy radiated from his body. Qiao Mu gently closed his eyes, slowly sensing that power. After a moment of channeling, to his surprise, dark red drops of blood began to fall to the floor. By now, Qiao Mu's body was riddled with wounds. He clutched his chest and cried out in pain. "I almost had a chi deviation." Mr. Hai was right, deducing this cultivation technique is incredibly dangerous. Even so, he refused to give up, determined to master it no matter what. Qiao Mu began again, absorbing the breath of the earth, thinking to himself, "It's fine. Isn't it just a little blood?" One more time, but just a few minutes later, his body reacted abnormally. His face turned pale, and his eyes filled with absolute horror. Having some setbacks is to be expected, perfectly reasonable. A little confused, he thought, "I think a little." Bit more came out. When Qiao Mu moved from his spot, a liver was lying on the floor. His eyes widened in horror as he thought to himself, my liver exploded. Even so, Qiao Mu didn't want to give up. By now, his body was trembling uncontrollably from the severe injuries. Still, he comforted himself. Well, it is a top-tier martial art, after all. This is normal, totally reasonable. Let's continue. But just a few minutes later, 2 of his teeth fell out. So what if I lost a few teeth? It's fine. A little while later, he accidentally urinated blood. Normal, totally normal. Just peeing blood. Next, one of his ribs also burst out of his body. Whoops, a rib accidentally flew out. After a few more incidents like this, Qiao Mu's body was damaged beyond imagination. He clutched his chest, trembling as he slowly got to his feet. It's fine. The power of this Mount Sumeru King scripture is just a bit overwhelming. This time, it's my fault for being too strong. Having such pure internal energy isn't always a good thing. Qiao Mu stepped onto a small stool. Oh well, I guess this is a good way to test the newly upgraded system rules. He stood up, grabbed a rope that was already tied to the ceiling, and declared, even if I'm unlucky enough to die, dying on the path of humanity's rise is not a wasted life. System, you better be reliable. Help me start over. As he finished speaking, Qiao Mu decided to hang himself. Half a month later, a crowd stood before the hall, staring in horror. Is the Wan family ancestral home the Hall of King Yama? A man in an orange shirt collapsed onto a table, tears streaming down his face as he wailed, "Heaven is punishing me. 8 deaths in half a month. 8 people. The rent has dropped to a fraction of the original price and still no one will rent. No one will buy. My sales record, my monthly commission." Seeing that everyone was looking their way, the man in the blue shirt raised a hand to calm them. My apologies. He's just taken a huge blow. However, after hearing the story, the man in blue also spoke with a hint of fear. But the story is truly bizarre. Every tenant died in a strange way. Don't tell me we've actually provoked something unclean, have we? Maybe we should invite a Taoist priest to take a look? The man in orange, his face pale, raised a hand and replied, and what good would that do? Then, the man in orange grabbed the blue-shirted man's collar and screamed, I don't care. We've been best friends for years. You have to take responsibility and help me sell this place. Only a ghost would buy it. Hearing this, the man in blue shot back in terror. Sell it my ass. Everyone knows people have died in that house. Suddenly, from outside, Fang Yuan stepped forward and announced, I'll buy it. Hearing that, the 2 arguing men immediately fell silent. The man in orange turned his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, Really? What's your price? Fang Yuan immediately placed a banknote on the table and said, Based on the current price, 100 taels. Bring me the deed of sale. Hearing this lowball offer, the man in blue let out a contemptuous laugh. Fang Yuan, is that you? At the same time, the man in orange beside him added, Are you kidding me? You couldn't even buy the house for 1,000 taels, and you think you can get it for 100? Besides, considering the old friendship between me and your master. Seeing them hesitate, Fang Yuan immediately turned, picked up the banknote, and started to leave. If you're not selling, then forget it. At that moment, the 2 men couldn't keep up their act any longer and rushed to stop him. Wait! The man in orange glanced at him, his eyes filled with greed as he said, Given my old friendship with your master, I couldn't possibly sell this house to anyone but you. After the transaction was successful, Fang Yuan reached behind his back and secretly gave Qiao Mu a signal. At the same time, Fang Yuan thought smugly, Senior Qiao truly is a divine strategist. He told me to bring the money today and I'd be able to get the old house back, and I really did. Meanwhile, the man in orange, acting as if he'd struck gold, happily led the way. I'll take you to the house now. Qiao Mu, sitting in disguise, at a nearby table sipping tea, looked towards Fang Yuan with a very satisfied expression and thought, all those times I died in your house weren't for nothing. The experiments these past few days show that deaths with low ratings haven't touched my lifespan reserve, only costing me a few months. It seems the death evaluation has to be A rank or S rank for there to be a high risk of losing lifespan. Just then, the system panel appeared, displaying the death evaluation from cultivating the human Tao scripture. Skill points awarded for this death, 4. Remaining skill points, 4. Usable lifespan, 54 years. Revivals within 7 days, 1. Revivals within 1 month, 5. He glanced at it, a bit disheartened, as he recalled all his failed breakthrough attempts. I've used up all my skill points during this period, and I still couldn't decipher the 6th level of the Mount Sumeru King scripture. With no progress on it, my chi and blood will just keep decreasing with every revival. But at least I have a direction, and my progress is decades faster than Hai Tian had predicted. I'll just have to keep pushing to complete the human Tao scripture as soon as possible. That night, a figure was lurking in front of the house, watching. It was Fang Er. She stared at the house, her eyes filled with sorrow. Then she asked aloud, "Brother, now that you have money, can you buy back the Fang family's old house?" After a moment, she sighed and answered her own question. "To think your life is so much better now. Seeing you living so well, it feels like a knife in my heart. It's even more agonizing than losing my own money." Just as she finished speaking, Wan Ronghua came up from behind and wrapped his arms tightly around her. "Fang Er, it's time to go home," he said, looking at her gently. "We're already at the door. Why don't you go see your father?" Fang Er's brows furrowed, and she looked at him with unwillingness in her eyes. "My lord, that man is only here because his worthless mother married into the family. How could he ever be considered a true member of the Fang clan? Besides, before he died, that so-called father of mine left him a huge inheritance, showing no regard for me as his daughter. I want nothing to do with the Fang family ever again." A moment later, Wan Ronghua gently helped Fang Er up, and they left together. Fang Er declared, "This is for the best. Being Wan Ronghua's concubine is far more dignified than being the young lady of the Fang family." Without any resistance, Fang Er went along with him, replying, "You are right, my lord." Inside the house, Fang Yuan spoke up, looking a bit confused. "Senior Qiao, my father went to great lengths to find these 2 apple trees. He made my sister and I plant them with our own hands, so we would always support each other, just like them. Now that I have our home back, all I want is to find my little sister and bring her home." This was nothing new to Qiao Mu. He propped his chin on one hand, picked up an apple with the other, took a thoughtful bite, and replied, "That's bound to happen sooner or later. What's next is dealing with those 2 enemies of yours." Fang Yuan, holding the scroll, asked, "So what's the plan, senior? Are we going to secretly leak information about the Blood Moon painting?" Qiao Mu asked back while chewing. What kind of businessman does things in secret? Then, propping his chin up, he smiled at him and asked, "Where did your father usually sell his antiques?" The question caught the young man off guard. "Huh?" he blurted out. Qiao Mu immediately clarified, "The Blood Moon in the Sky painting, an ancient masterpiece from hundreds of years ago. 10,000 silver taels, non-negotiable. Come and take a look." On the outskirts of the city, Song Lin held a painting, glancing at the crowd around him. His style of dress, coupled with his loud proclamations, made the onlookers suspicious. They kept glancing at each other, whispering, "Where did this old con artist come from? The nerve of him, trying to attract attention like this in the imperial capital." Exactly. "The brushwork on that painting is so flashy, it can't possibly be worth that much." Inside a nearby pharmacy, a man in brown robes shot a look in Song Lin's direction. The scene shifts to a forest, where the sword demon has just split a massive boulder with a single strike. He tilted his head, looking suspiciously at the man in brown robes behind him. "Are you sure what you said is true?" The brown-robed man clasped his hands, bowing his head respectfully. "Absolutely," he confirmed. "That old man said it himself, and when he unrolled the painting, I saw that it matched your description perfectly, my lord." The sword demon didn't respond. He fell silent, his gaze lost in deep thought. "So the Blood Sun painting is only half of the whole. No wonder I've been studying it day and night without any breakthroughs. It seems the sun and moon must be brought together to unlock the mystery within." His mind made up, he turned to the man in brown and demanded, "Where is that old man?" The scene changes back to Song Lin. He was now walking silently through a small alley, a large, imposing figure trailing behind him. Despite knowing he was being followed, he continued to walk with complete calm. Seizing this chance, the sword demon lunged forward, swinging his sword in a swift attack. But the result of his attack left him utterly stunned. How had Song Lin suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away? The sword demon instantly realized what was happening. He stared at Song Lin's distant figure and thought to himself, "So that's how it is. Why? Why did my instincts scream that if that last strike had connected, I would have been the one to die?" Song Lin slowly turned his head, an overwhelmingly powerful killing intent erupting from his body. He gave the sword demon a slight smile and spoke, "Anticipating your opponent's every move. A martial artist who has achieved spirit refinement. I take it you are the one they call the sword demon." The sword demon couldn't answer, overwhelmed by this terrifying power. He used his sword, stabbing it into the ground to brace himself against the force. At the same time, he thought frantically, "He was targeting me. Damn it all. Since when did I piss off an old monster with such immense vital energy? But he clearly isn't even a spirit refinement martial artist." Yet, there's a strange sense of familiarity. The sword demon spoke up, "Hold on. I don't believe we've met. I've admired you from afar for a long time," Song Lin replied, thinking to himself. "Aside from the martial saint himself, this is my first time facing a true third-rank spirit refinement martial artist." This is the perfect chance to see what it's like firsthand. Don't let me down. The sword demon held his hands out in front of him, bowing respectfully to Songlin as he tried to take his leave. You must be joking. The leap from chi refinement to spirit refinement is a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The gap between us is far too great. How could I possibly bully an elder such as yourself? I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, a single thought raced through his mind. I can't take this old monster head on. I'll just play along for now. I was supposed to be the one doing the intimidating. How did the tables turn so completely? But Songlin had already anticipated his plan. Songlin rushed forward to attack, a grin of pure excitement on his face. Excellent. Let me see for myself just how vast this gap between 0 and 1 truly is. But as Songlin prepared to lunge, the sword demon frantically threw up his hands to stop him. Wait. In your presence, sir, I am obviously the 0. You are the 1. Songlin was rendered completely speechless. Seizing the opportunity, the sword demon immediately turned to flee for his life. Why did he suddenly stop? Who cares? This is my chance. Run. But he didn't get far before he was met with a powerful kick from Songlin. The single blow sent him flying into the distance. Songlin lowered his leg, looked at his fallen opponent, and said, "So this is the extent of a third-rank spirit refinement martial artist. You aren't even worthy of forcing me to use the heavenly demon disintegration." Trapped, the sword demon fell into a panic. He looked at Songlin and stammered out a threat. I'm with the Qiao Mu Martial Arts Association. If you press this any further, the Qiao Mu Martial Arts Association will surely not let you off. Songlin crouched down, getting closer to him, and smiled with disdain, then continued his question. Oh? The Qiao Mu Martial Arts Association. Are they impressive? Cold sweat poured down the sword demon's face as he stammered. Oh, of course they are. At the same time, he thought, he's scared. Perfect. I might live through this. He quickly began his explanation. The Qiao Mu Martial Arts Association was founded by King Qin, a man who attained the Tao through martial arts. After the sword demon died, the martial pinnacle society was plunged into darkness and slowly declined. At that time, the only one who could uphold the pillar of the martial world was King Qin. So, you're scared now, aren't you? If you dare touch me, King Qin will definitely. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by a sharp slap from Songlin. Enough with the useless chatter. What does it mean to enter the Tao through martial arts? The sword demon, not giving up, rubbed the lump on his head and continued to answer. What's called entering the Tao through martial arts is advancing a step beyond spirit forging. What you train is the martial Tao golden body, breaking the body's limits, becoming impervious to blades and spears, unharmed by water and fire, and able to shatter all techniques with a single strike. The Wuji Society has plenty of filler members, but my martial path is not like that. Only spirit-forging martial artists are qualified to join the Qiao Mu Martial Tao. They are all top-tier elites. In response to his words, Songlin stroked his chin and spoke up. So, you guys are that strong? Huh. If you're interested, you could join too. With your strength, even reaching spirit forging wouldn't be a problem. Hearing that, he immediately retorted, Old man, you really dare to attack me? Aren't you afraid of the Qiao Mu Martial Tao's revenge? But as the sword demon finished speaking, he was immediately hit by a barrage of attacks from Songlin. The assault caught him completely off guard, and he stumbled back in pain, then looked at Songlin and roared, If the Qiao Mu Martial Tao is full of useless trash like you, then what do I have to be afraid of? For the longest time, I've always had a question about the difference between spirit forging and chi forging. He calmly held out his blood-stained hand to the side, looked at the man, and replied, Today, you will use everything you've learned. Let me see what that spirit-forging martial artist's intuition of yours can do. After speaking, Songlin raised his bloody hand in front of him. He looked down, his gaze dangerously profound. Without a moment's pause, Songlin lunged forward, striking with his open hand. Watch your left. The sword demon's eyes widened as he activated his preemptive awareness technique. After clearly sensing his opponent's weakness, a thought flashed through the sword demon's mind. I see it. His attack trajectory is perfectly clear. I can easily dodge this. No matter how strong your vital energy is, it's useless if you can't hit me. Just as Songlin's hand slapped him squarely across the face, he called out a reminder. Right side. He was completely unable to counterattack, left at the mercy of Songlin's storm of slaps. Realizing he still couldn't dodge the attacks, a sense of panic washed over him as he thought, how is this possible? I can clearly sense his trajectory, but I can't dodge it no matter what. His attack speed is faster than my spirit-forging senses. While he was momentarily distracted, Songlin raised his hand and delivered a final slap, sending the man flying. He skidded across the ground, his face planting into the dirt. Seeing that he could no longer resist, the sword demon immediately raised a hand towards Song Lin and begged, "Please, spare me. We have no history, no grudges. Why must you kill me?" Song Lin walked forward, unmoved, and placed a hand on the sword demon's head. His eyes were cold as he asked, "Why? Fine. I'll let you die knowing exactly why. You murdered the Fang couple for your own selfish gain. Did you ever think this day would come?" Hearing his words, the sword demon instantly understood. So that's what this is about. Fear finally took hold of him, and he begged frantically, "Spare me this once, my lord. I can tell you more about entering the Tao through martial arts." Song Lin ignored his bargaining completely and replied, "Give it up. I, of the Qiao Mu, have no interest." Seeing this, the sword demon quickly continued, "No, you'll definitely need this. Entering the Tao through martial arts means first forging the spirit, then forging the body. The people of the Lian Qiao Mu martial Tao all cultivate the golden body art, which is divided into 3 realms: copper reinforcement, bone tempering, and golden body. The physical strength of one who has entered the Tao is closely related to their spirit forging level. A third-rank spirit forging martial artist like me can, at most, only reach the copper reinforcement realm. To reach the next 2, you need." But before he could finish, the sword demon suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Song Lin couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing the man die right before his eyes, he thought to himself, "He's dead. There's no pulse. How could he die so suddenly? A goo worm, a life and death talisman, poison, or perhaps a restrictive curse from the immortal path." As he pondered, he knelt down to examine the body. After checking, he pulled a secret manual from the man's clothes. Song Lin quickly pocketed it for himself, thinking, regardless of which it was, this proves that the people of Lian Qiao Mu, the ones who hold the secrets to entering the Tao through martial arts, don't want to reveal too much. And what's more, they're decisive and ruthless. Suddenly, Bu Weiyan's voice rang out from behind him. "I can't believe what Xiao Zong said was true. The Qiao family really is a great hidden clan." Song Lin turned his head, glanced over, and said, "I sensed another presence here earlier. So it was you. I've heard of the divine constable of the imperial capital, Lord Weiyan, who patrols the night like a phantom. Meeting you today, I see your reputation is well deserved." In response to his words, Bu Weiyan smiled and respectfully clasped his hands. "You flatter me, sir." The moment he finished speaking, Song Lin lunged at him with a sweeping attack. The attack was so sudden that he was caught off guard and sent flying. Bu Weiyan looked at Song Lin and asked, "Elder Qiao, what is the meaning of this?" Song Lin immediately shot toward him to attack again. Calling out his answer, "A senior of Si Qiaoshang's family died unjustly at the hands of the imperial court. This is a debt that I, of the Qiao Mu, must repay." Song Lin advanced, aiming a kick at Bu Weiyan, but he quickly leaped up to dodge the blow. Seeing Bu Weiyan attempt to flee, Song Lin immediately gave chase. Realizing he couldn't escape, he spun around, crossed his arms in front of him in an X shape, and began gathering energy from his surroundings. He then unleashed the Ice Soul Divine Claw technique and charged at Song Lin. Song Lin shattered the layer of ice with a punch, but suddenly, his eyes filled with shock. After clashing in mid-air, they both landed on the ground simultaneously. Song Lin raised his arm, which was now frozen and trembling uncontrollably, and thought in astonishment, "He broke through my internal energy in an instant. Is this the power of a first-rank spirit-forging martial artist? Right now, I can easily defeat a third-rank martial artist, but this first-rank one has preemptive awareness, and his movement technique is far superior to mine." Bu Weiyan looked at him and proposed, "Elder Qiao, I mean you no harm. I just want you to clarify a few things about the Qiao family." Song Lin looked at him skeptically and asked, "Why should I trust a hunting dog of the imperial court? Remember the name. It's Qiao. Song Lin and I came here to clear Qiao Zhang's name." After that, he prepared to leave, thinking to himself, "That's enough of a test. It's best to stop here. Go ahead and report this to the imperial court. Help me draw even more hatred." As he was leaving, Bu Weiyan shouted a reminder from below. "The cold poison from the Ice Soul Divine Claw is difficult to cure, so go to the Xingling Clinic in the west of the city to find the divine doctor, Dong Xinglin." Song Lin replied, "Thank you for your kindness, your excellency." Below, after he left, the man watched his retreating figure and fell into deep thought. The people of the Qiao family are truly extraordinary. Although my claw technique could tear his skin, it couldn't go any deeper. The profound internal energy within him is simply astonishing, even more so than his physical body. I know you just wanted to use my mouth to spread the word, but facing the immortal sect and his majesty, isn't this like an egg hitting a rock? Especially now that the Qiao family has sacrificed themselves for justice, I'm not the type to kick a man when he's down. I definitely won't let you die a miserable death. Suddenly, Bu Weian looked up at the highest nearby roof and yelled, "Sir, have you seen enough? Why don't you come down and have a chat?" A figure appeared on the roof and darted away. Seeing this, he immediately gave chase, shouting as he ran, "You rat, don't even think about escaping." At the same time, he thought to himself, a third person absolutely cannot find out what happened today. Sometime later, drops of blood from Bu Weian's body dripped onto the ground. He clutched his bleeding chest. Bu Weian used the wall for support, taking one limping step at a time. As he walked, he spoke with great frustration. "Qiao Mu, my strength is limited this time. I can't stop your reputation from spreading throughout the imperial capital. Entering the Dao through martial arts is far more terrifying than I ever imagined." Meanwhile, over with Fang Yuan, he knelt before Qiao Mu with a look of immense joy on his face and expressed his gratitude. "Senior, Fang Yuan will never forget your great kindness for the rest of his life." Qiao Mu smiled and walked towards him, then helped him up and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to kneel." Fang Yuan smiled and continued. Then, Qiao Mu handed a scroll to Fang Yuan and reminded him, "The greedy sword demon brought the Blood Sun Scroll to kill me, but ended up dying a miserable death. Now this Sun and Moon Twin Scroll is returned to its rightful owner. Your parents' grudge has been partially avenged." But surprisingly, as soon as Fang Yuan received the scroll, he didn't keep it. Instead, he handed it back to Qiao Mu. Fang Yuan looked at Qiao Mu with sparkling eyes and said, "Although this Yin and Yang twin scroll brought ruin upon my Fang family, it is also a treasure. Today, I'd like to present this treasure to you, Senior. I hope you will accept it." This intrigued Qiao Mu greatly, and he exclaimed, "This doesn't seem very appropriate." At the same time, Qiao Mu thought to himself, "This item can help one break through to the spirit refining stage. It would be a lie to say I'm not tempted." Seeing his intrigued expression, Fang Yuan held out the scroll, pleading with him. "Besides, you were injured while helping me. I truly don't know how else to thank you." Faced with the boy's strange behavior, Qiao Mu gave him a helpless glance. After a moment of internal struggle, Qiao Mu decided to take the martial arts scroll. "Very well. From now on, my Qiao family will protect you." Inside the house, the two scrolls were open and laid neatly on the table. Qiao Mu stood there admiring the two paintings and muttered, "I have to see what makes this Sun and Moon scroll so famous. It doesn't look like anything special." Suddenly, a red light emanated from the painting. Qiao Mu lightly touched the two paintings. At that moment, a red substance began to flow out of them. It dripped onto the floor, forming a large puddle. From that puddle, Qiao Mu was instantly transported to another dimension. The space before him was now a forest, covered in a vibrant, blood-red hue. Looking at the scene before him, he asked in utter amazement, "Is this the true secret of the Sun and Moon twin scrolls?" His body was now enveloped in a blazing red power. It was the heavenly demon disintegration. Qiao Mu's eyes widened in shock as he thought, "What is happening?" The heavenly demon disintegration activated on its own. My blood energy is rising uncontrollably. A strange energy is flowing through my limbs and meridians, and my channels are throbbing with pain. The aura emanating from the Sun and Moon twin scrolls is continuously drawing blood energy into my body. An immense power flowed down from the moon above, being absorbed into Qiao Mu's body. Around the red forest, great winds began to howl. Qiao Mu stood in the center, radiating an incredible energy. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Heavenly Demon Disintegration has been upgraded. Heavenly Demon Disintegration is now ignited. After the upgrade was complete, Qiao Mu felt an immense power flowing fiercely within his body. He held his hand out in front of him and exclaimed joyfully, "I can't believe it. Even after perfecting the Heavenly Demon Disintegration, I was still able to break through. I'll call this upgraded version the Crimson Moon Blood Burning Art." But just a moment later, blood suddenly sprayed from his arm. This sight made Qiao Mu extremely flustered and confused. Bu Weian's Ice Soul Divine Claw is truly formidable. Even my 100 transformations of flesh and blood can't suppress the wound. Damn it. How do I stop the bleeding? It was fine just a second ago. But suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. His blood had now condensed, forming a long sword that radiated incredible power. He immediately wondered aloud, blood condensing into a sword. Is this guiding me to use a sword technique? Without further hesitation, Qiao Mu immediately grasped the sword and swung it in a wide arc. Looking at the power generated by the sword, Qiao Mu couldn't help but say with excitement, "By fusing my internal energy into my bloodstream and releasing it as a blood mist, I can create a real blood sword. This blood sword is very difficult to defend against, and its range of destruction is much greater than that of ordinary sword techniques. The Crimson Moon Blood Burning Art. The Blood Sword Art. A technique that consumes blood like this. It's perfectly suited for me." The early morning sun shone down on the Xinglin clinic. Seeing the massive crowd of people entering the clinic, Song Lin couldn't help but complain. Is this the clinic Wei Yan mentioned? It's so crowded. It seems that Divine Doctor Dong. This is a good chance to see what this Divine Doctor is capable of. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the Sing Lin clinic. What do you mean, Divine Doctor? I've been waiting in line for days. Now you're saying you're not seeing patients? Are you deliberately trying to let me die? 3 men in patched-up clothes started shouting, Everyone, come and see this. You call yourself a Divine Doctor, but you just watch people die. I'm dying right here. Divine Doctor? Ha! You're nothing but a fraud, chasing fame and money. Just then, a voice came from inside the clinic. He just has a mild cold. Dong Xinglin, holding a prescription, said calmly, The prescription is ready. Just take the medicine as instructed, and you'll be fine in 3 days. Right at that moment, the bald-headed man who had been shouting suddenly started coughing violently, spitting up a mouthful of blood, causing his companions to cry out. He's coughing up blood, and you call that a mild cold? You're a quack. You're trying to kill people for their money. Seeing this, many people in the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Come to think of it, I heard someone died in the Xinglin clinic recently. Could it be that Dong Xinglin's fame is all a lie? No wonder I've come so many times and never gotten better. Turns out he can't even cure anyone, huh? He used to treat people for free, but now that he's started charging money, he can't even cure them anymore. Hearing the increasingly harsh comments, a young boy couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to defend him. How can you say something so ridiculous? Divine Dr. Dong has been providing free consultations, saving countless lives. Without him, poor people like us would never be able to get treatment. This kicked off an endless shouting match between the two sides. Isn't it obvious he's just pulling a stunt to build his reputation? Everyone comes here because he's a divine doctor. This clinic must be making a fortune. If you think Dr. Dong is no good, then go somewhere else. Causing a scene here is just making the rest of us wait longer for treatment. What? Did I strike a nerve, so now you want to kick me out? I bet you're a shill planted by this clinic to scam us out of our money. Song Lin, standing on the edge of the crowd, watched as the boy was provoked to the point of being speechless and fell into deep thought. Then, his mind began to deduce with incredible insight. These 3 men have strong qi and blood. They're not ordinary people. Looking at the man who had just coughed up blood, he continued his deduction. That patient's bloody cough was clearly caused by his qi and blood flowing in reverse. Are they intentionally causing trouble? Just then, another person appeared out of nowhere, shouting frantically, Move! Everyone, please make way. Let me through. The man, holding a child, knelt before the clinic's entrance, pleading anxiously. Dr. Dong, please see my child first. He can barely breathe. Xinglin immediately walked over. Get up, quickly. Let me see the child's condition first. Seeing the doctor completely ignore them infuriated the troublemaker, who yelled, We were here first. Just as he was about to make a scene, his accomplice suddenly grabbed his arm and shook his head. Over on the other side, the worried father asked, Doctor, how is my son? Looking at the child's face, which was covered in a dense network of blood vessels, Xinglin's voice was grim. Ningxia Gui Chu. The two then exchanged more detailed information. All the cities in the central continent are guarded by immortal sects. Weak demonic creatures like this only dare to hide in the desolate mountains and forests. How did this child get afflicted by such a thing? We're originally from Tan County. Half a month ago, the area was struck by a man-made disaster, and countless people died. I just wanted to bring my son to the imperial capital to find a safe place. But then this happened. Hearing this earth-shattering story, the crowd started buzzing like a marketplace again. Another man-made disaster. I heard that the demonic cultivators of the Blood Lotus sect slaughtered tens of thousands of people in Tan County just to refine something called a 10,000 soul banner. So it's true. I heard about that too. Disciples from the righteous Great Tao sect went to eliminate the demons, but the magical battle between them spread to 2 villages, causing countless casualties. Not only that, a month ago, a battle between immortal cultivators destroyed half a city with a lightning tribulation. The civilian casualties were in the hundreds of thousands. Song Lin, who had been standing by and observing this whole time, couldn't help but feel indignant. It's these superpowered freaks again. No wonder people call them human disasters. They act so recklessly, fighting over followers and territory. In the end, it's the common people who suffer for it. Meanwhile, the father, clutching his child tightly, asked Xinglin, Excuse me, how much will it cost to cure this illness? To treat it, he must first drink an anesthetic powder. Then, I have to use a sharp knife to open his nasal cavity and remove the demonic maggot. After that, he'll need careful nursing, taking all these steps into account. At this point, he stated the total with some reluctance. It will cost at least 50 taels of silver. Hearing this amount, the troublemaker, of course, didn't miss the chance to add fuel to the fire. 50 taels. See, he really does just watch people die. All he cares about is money. We're poor people. How could we possibly have that much money? He reached a hand towards the father and began to manipulate him. Brother, don't be fooled. He's just using your son as a hostage to bleed you dry. As he finished speaking, a bag of money was suddenly placed on the ground. Song Lin had walked over at some point. He didn't waste words, stating directly, "Here are 50 taels. Please, doctor, treat the child." Seeing this one-of-a-kind gesture, Singlin was a bit stunned and exclaimed, "You." Seeing that the doctor was still dazed, Song Lin asked, "Is there a problem?" Afraid he might change his mind, Singlin quickly sealed the deal. "No, no problem. This is great. Achi, quickly carry the child to the inner hall and take care of him." "Yes, sir." On one side, the lucky father rushed to speak. "Such a righteous gentleman. May I have your esteemed name? I will spend the rest of my life repaying your kindness. My name is Qiao Song Lin. It was nothing, really." On the other side, the thugs were fuming. "Damn it, another person meddling. Ugh, I can't let him ruin Boss One's plan." Meanwhile, Xinglin was also shocked as he had a realization. He's Qiao Mu, the one who's become famous throughout the imperial capital recently. Turning on a dime, the three thugs who had been causing a ruckus just moments ago now rushed forward to flatter him shamelessly. "Oh, so you're the great hero Qiao. Your name truly precedes you. Hero Qiao, you are a role model for us all. Just meeting you has lifted my spirits immensely. The entire Qiao family are great heroes, the protectors of us poor common folk." The way they played off each other made Song Lin laugh heartily. "Oh, come now, you're too kind." No, no. We all saw it just now. You paid out of your own pocket to save that child. Truly a man of great righteousness and boundless compassion." At this moment, Xinglin finally realized what was going on. These people are intentionally causing trouble. How did I not see that they were just feigning weakness to prey on people's sympathy? If you help them, they'll just demand more from you. In the end, you become the fool who sacrifices for everyone, only to be cursed for it. Just then, one of the swindlers spoke up, making his demand. "We're poor folk too, and we can't afford our medicine. Since you're already doing a good deed, why not see it through to the end and pay for our medicine too?" He sounded sweet on the outside, but inwardly he was sneering. "Your Qiao family is always preaching about how every man is responsible for the fate of the world, right? Let's see you live up to that high pedestal. I'm just waiting for you to fall flat on your face." But Song Lin remained completely unfazed. Song Lin acted as if nothing had happened, pulling off a spectacular twist. Everyone's faces were a picture of shock, disbelief, and utter astonishment. The group of swindlers, as if someone had stepped on their tails, immediately started jeering. "Is the great hero Qiao just going to stand by and watch someone die? You're nothing but a hypocrite." Facing these accusations, Song Lin's calm voice rang out. "Don't get it twisted. Divine Dr. Dong and I are completely different." Brimming with killing intent, he violently raised his fist. "In my entire life, I'd hated hypocrites the most." Seeing that Song Lin was about to strike, one of the men immediately screamed in protest. "In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you still dare to attack? Everyone, look. The Qiao family is bullying a patient, using their strength to oppress the weak." But Song Lin pulled another shocking move. He suddenly pulled the man's hand into his own chest. Then, somehow, the guy was sent flying backward. He even spat out a mouthful of fake blood and screamed, such powerful internal energy. The onlookers at the door saw this and immediately started criticizing Song Lin. "Hey, just because he wouldn't help you pay for medicine doesn't mean you can just hit him like that. That's right, you people are shameless." The man quickly retorted, "I didn't do it. He's the one who's faking. If you don't believe me, just look. He's not injured at all." Surprise! Then Song Lin's heart started pounding loudly. He struggled to say, "I'm injured." A second later, his jaw dropped and his eyes went wide as he cried out, "Oh my God, my heart almost jumped out of my chest." With acting skills that would put Hollywood stars to shame, Song Lin coughed violently and milked the situation for all it was worth. "So, you're actually a martial artist. What is your purpose in coming here, pretending to be a weak commoner? Could it be that you were sent by someone to destroy the Xinglin clinic?" As things escalated, the crowd of onlookers joined in, cursing, "You animals! Great hero Qiao was generous enough to help, and when you couldn't scam him, you resorted to violence. Drag them to the magistrate." To the magistrate? In this awkward situation, the best of the 36 stratagems is to flee. Immediately, the sounds of pursuit echoed from behind. "Hurry! Don't let them escape. After them." Meanwhile, Xinglin and Song Lin, one genuinely concerned and the other acting, started talking back and forth. "Great hero Qiao, hang in there. I'll definitely find a way to save you. Quickly, bring out the hemostatic medicine. Dr. Dawn, I don't think I can hold on much longer." After pouring the hemostatic powder on, the wound suddenly healed in the blink of an eye. In front of Xing Lin's dumbfounded expression, Song Lin, brimming with an impossibly fake vitality, said, "I'm all better now." He killed two birds with one stone. He had dealt with the troublemakers and was now praising Xing Lin to dispel any suspicion from the crowd. As expected of divine Dr. Dong, truly masterful skills, saving a life in the flash of an eye. Xing Lin thought to himself, "But I didn't do anything." Seeing this, the crowd's attitude did a complete 180 as they began to cheer. Masterful skills. Divine Dr. Dong, please forgive us for doubting you before. Having a divine doctor like you to treat us is truly a blessing of 10 lifetimes. Xing Lin looked warmly at Song Lin and thought to himself, so that's how it is. It must be the legendary secret technique of the martial extreme society, right? Although this man acts on a whim, just as Wei On said in his letter, he is truly a great hero. My wait has not been in vain. And so, the afternoon passed peacefully. Soon, a star-filled night sky blanketed the heavens. A voice echoed in the grand courtyard. "Thank you for your help today, great hero Qiao." In the garden pavilion, Song Lin and Xing Lin were strolling and talking. "I have been waiting for many days, and now I find myself indebted to you, great hero Qiao. You knew I was coming. Lord Wei En informed me beforehand. I will certainly do everything in my power to remove the cold poison from your body. It seems today's incident isn't the first of its kind, is it? Sir, do you intend to just keep tolerating it? In recent years, the world has been in chaos. Natural and man-made disasters are everywhere. The number of sick and injured victims is countless, and the clinic has become increasingly busy. Offering free treatment inevitably attracts ordinary people looking to take advantage of small benefits. Originally, I didn't pay it much mind, but now there are just too many of them. They even end up delaying the treatment of those who are critically ill. It truly aligns with the saying, save the desperate, not the destitute." Hearing this, Song Lin agreed and added, "Sir, you save the lives of the masses. Not even the heavenly king himself could stop you. That in itself is a heroic deed. Just leave the idle troublemakers to people like me. Those who gather firewood to warm the masses should not be left to freeze to death in the wind and snow." Hearing this, Xing Lin couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. With these words from great hero Qiao, this old man feels greatly relieved. As they reached a room, light immediately shone upon the two of them, and Xing Lin spoke up. "As it happens, a guest arrived today who also has a deep connection with the Qiao family." Surprise. Surprise. The person in the room was none other than Yu Yai. Seeing that they had arrived, he spoke up. "You must be the great hero Qiao Mu, I presume? While Dr. Dong treats your injuries, would you perhaps be willing to play a game of chess with me?" After hearing this, Song Lin politely replied, "Of course. Of course. You've also taken great care of my Qiao Zhong. Let's talk while we play." And so, while Xing Lin treated his injuries, he began a game of chess with Yu Yai. While gently inserting a few acupuncture needles into his body, Xing Lin couldn't help but praise Song Lin's physique. "Great hero Qiao, this body of yours is anything but ordinary. To be able to withstand a blow from a first-grade spirit cultivator with just your physical body," Song Lin responded with a wry smile. "I was lucky. Brother Hai's Sumeru Mountain King Sutra helped enhance my vitality." Hearing this, Yu Yai concealed his own knowledge and smoothly changed the subject. "You're too modest, great hero Qiao. In your hands, that cultivation technique will surely flourish and become even more renowned. By the way, rumor has it that you possess a blood moon painting that can aid in spirit cultivation. Would it be possible for me to borrow it for a look?" Seeing his true intentions, Song Lin started to put on an act. "Perhaps what you were waiting for wasn't me, but the blood moon painting." As if seeing right through him, Xing Lin smiled and said, "Of course. We wouldn't ask to see it for free. I'll trade a superior martial art for your ancient painting. What do you say?" "What martial art?" Xing Lin took out a book titled Void Shattering Finger and introduced it. This Void Shattering Finger is a cultivation technique that allows you to use your finger as a sword, striking from a distance and injuring foes unseen. However, it requires the martial artist to possess profound internal energy to perform. It also includes methods for striking pressure points, which can also be used for medical practice. Seeing the Void Shattering Finger book, Song Lin's eyes lit up like headlights as he thought to himself, striking from a distance, injuring foes unseen. Isn't this the perfect match for my blood sword technique? He immediately took out the blood moon painting in front of the two and said, "You're too kind, really. It's just a couple of paintings, isn't it? Go ahead and look. Thank you." Then, Wu Yai and Xing Lin stroked their beards as they observed it intently. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the painting. This caused Xing Lin and Wu Yai to scream in terror. Immediately after, Xing Lin quickly sealed his own acupoints. Wu Yai did the same, letting out a breath before starting to calm his mind. Seeing this over-the-top scene, a bewildered Song Lin asked, "What's with you guys all of a sudden?" Xing Lin then explained, This painting is indeed a treasure, but if you haven't reached the spirit refining stage, you absolutely must not view it casually. In a mild case, you'd suffer from qi deviation. In a severe case, you'd die on the spot. Hearing this, Songlin asked back curiously, "But I was fine after looking at it yesterday. What gives?" Hearing that, the two immediately interrogated him. "Didn't the qi and blood in your body surge continuously, trying to break free from your body's restraints? And what happened after that?" Songlin scratched his head and said nonchalantly, "I broke through. Is that supposed to be hard?" Hearing this answer, Xinglin and Wu Yai were shocked to their core and screamed. He actually broke through just like that. Then, the two of them spat up blood, fell backward, and continued to yell, "This is utterly absurd." The next day, early in the morning at the Xinglin clinic, Songlin sat obediently while Xinglin took his pulse. His hand movements looked very professional. Just then, Xinglin's eyes suddenly widened in utter disbelief. Seeing this, Songlin asked with the cold demeanor of a domineering CEO, "What is it?" With his rich imagination, Xinglin pictured an erupting volcano, then explained, "Brother Qiao, your qi and blood are abundant, and your internal energy is profound, just like an erupting volcano. You far surpassed any third-rank spirit refining martial artist I've ever met, but you haven't even started refining your spirit yet. It's truly bizarre." After hearing this, Songlin asked like a bewildered fawn, "So I haven't broken through yet. Then how does one start refining the spirit?" Wu Yai, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Since ancient times, the exploration of the martial path has required passing through 3 stages. As Wu Yai spoke, an image of a mannequin covered in veins and muscles lifting weights appeared. The traditional energy refining period is limited by the body. When a person reaches middle age, their qi and blood decline, and their internal energy increases extremely slowly, if at all. This is the peak that current 4th-rank martial artists can achieve. Hearing this, Songlin thought to himself with satisfaction, "Before I met the martial saint, it seems that was the case for me too." At that moment, the mannequin was in the middle of cultivating, with Wu Yai's narration continuing in the background. After that, the martial saint opened the path of spirit refining, exploring the ability to use the spiritual soul to control internal energy. Although internal energy didn't increase by much, its release became more powerful, and warriors gained more versatility in combat. This time, Songlin was even more astonished. The most direct change is that their reaction time is faster, and they even get some special effects. In the final stage, the mannequin sat and focused on cultivation, with Wu Yai's voice still narrating. And now, we have the legendary path of entering the Tao through martial arts, but it's only a legend that few people know much about. Hearing this, Songlin silently agreed. The Qiao Mu martial path mentioned this. Then, he spoke up a bit languidly. "When you get down to it, spirit refining is just what people who can't progress in energy refining anymore, but still want to break through, choose as an alternative path. It relies on essence, qi, and spirit to achieve some sort of special effect, much like immortal arts." Wu Yai thought of an image of water flowing down a chute and then said, "The essence of the martial path is to refine essence into qi, and then refine qi into spirit. The level of one's martial realm is not determined by its weakest point, but by its strongest." On a wooden plank were carved the 2 words, "spirit refining." As Wu Yai's voice continued, "Right now, the path of spirit refining is dominant, and the martial saint became a powerhouse by cultivating the spirit, but I don't believe this is the true path." Then, the wooden plank carved with spirit refining suddenly flew straight up towards an immortal gate. Moreover, the birth of this path for warriors is indeed related to the lofty immortal gate. Xinglin, sitting beside them, also chimed in with his opinion. "Right now, your qi and blood are abundant, and you haven't reached the end of energy refining yet. We don't know if you can cultivate your spirit or not. Besides, even without spirit refining, you can still cultivate using its methods. This is truly beyond this old man's imagination." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly shone as brightly as the stars in the sky. "Brother Qiao could perhaps stay a few more days, so that I may conduct a deeper study." Sensing danger, Songlin's hackles immediately rose as he snapped. "What do you mean deeper study? Are you treating me like a test subject?" "Not at all. I'm just a little curious about your background." One after another, Wu Yai then spoke up to ask Songlin, "That's right, the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra. What level have you cultivated to now?" "Oh, that thing? It's given me a world of trouble. That's normal. After all, you don't fully understand martial arts yet. Even reaching the 3rd level would be enough to astonish anyone." "Well, surprise, old man." Songlin casually held up 5 fingers, startling Wu Yai. "Oh, so I'm at the 5th level then?" A second later, Wu Yai emotionally grabbed onto Songlin and gushed uncontrollably. "The 5th level. In just a few short days, you've accomplished what takes others half a lifetime. You're truly a great treasure, with such extraordinary aptitude. A talent like yours is seen only once in 100. No, 1,000 years. Brother Qiao, you are truly a divine being. Song Lin was ecstatic, but he still replied humbly, You praise me too much. The Sumeru Mountain King Sutra just happens to be compatible with my Qiao family's ancestral martial arts. I guess you could say I was able to connect the dots. Connect the dots, he thought to himself. This way, if one of us old monsters from the Qiao family shows up later, it won't be strange for them to know this technique. At this moment, Wu Yai laughed in satisfaction. Good, this is excellent. My path is not a lonely one. Although this technique is but a tiny spark now, give it enough time, and who's to say it won't become a sea of fire? Why would we need to worry about the martial path not flourishing? His impassioned rambling caused him to cough violently, making the other two worry. Relax. 30 years in the sky prison must have taken a toll on your body. Old Wu Yai, are you all right? After composing himself, Wu Yai stroked his beard and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. It wasn't until meeting Brother Qiao today that I finally knew what I should do. I feel that my time is running out. In my remaining days, I will do everything in my power to spread the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra, leaving behind a small spark for the future to ignite. The true path of the warrior, the true path of humanity, needs thousands of warriors to develop it together. I hope that your Qiao family will one day be able to walk this path. After hearing these words, Song Lin firmly replied, The task Brother Hai entrusted to me, I will do my utmost to complete. Then, he turned back to talk with Han Lin. All right, let's not be so serious. Let's talk about the commotion today. Did Divine Dr. Dong offend someone? Who else could it be? It has to be Wan Ronghua. Han Lin still remembered it clearly when Ronghua brought gold right to his door. He recounted that a few months ago, Wan Ronghua had come to discuss acquiring the Han Lin Clinic. I know exactly what kind of man he is. How could the Han Lin Clinic fall into the hands of that crooked merchant and become a tool for his greed? So I refused. That's why all these recent disturbances at the clinic started. Han Lin's voice continued. Ever since then, incidents like today's have been happening one after another. After hearing the whole story, Song Lin couldn't help but feel extremely disturbed. Before the Fang Yuan family's incident, something similar seemed to have occurred. This Wan Ronghua, using such dirty tricks in his business, he's truly vicious. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. So he asked, But you've been providing free medical care for years. The people should know you well. Why would they fall for these tricks? Han Lin sighed and explained the reason. In the face of disaster, life is what matters most. How can you expect everyone to be rational? With his X200, Wu Yai immediately deduced like Conan. There must be someone else fanning the flames. The people are seeking protection from others, so they won't even approach the clinic, and naturally, they won't trust the words of a doctor. They're stripping away the people's individual consciousness to make it easier to absorb the power of their faith. To completely change the current situation, you either have to enlighten the masses or overthrow the abnormals. He remembered when he tried to persuade everyone. Wake up, everyone. Don't believe the words of the abnormals anymore. Song Lin was completely at a loss, thinking to himself, They have concocted an 800-meter plan just to create an information bubble. These abnormals are really full of tricks. It seems Wang Song, he still has a long road ahead of him. At this thought, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes, and he continued to think, Enlightening the masses is beyond me, but I can do my best to remove the obstacles in their way. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Wan residence, Wan Ronghua was furiously cursing out his servants. Useless trash. You can't even handle a simple task like this. Master, please calm down. Fanger quickly helped him sit down. Master, getting angry is bad for your health. With Han Lin around, the Wan family can't possibly compete with the Medicine Emperor. I painstakingly plotted for months, and he was just about to be utterly ruined. It's all because of this useless bunch. It slipped right through my fingers. Just then, a servant quickly shifted the blame, passing the buck entirely. Master, it was all because of that Qiao Mu who showed up out of nowhere. We were so close to succeeding, but all he got in response was a porcelain vase thrown in his direction, followed by an angry shout, Get out! Hearing the name, Qiao Mu made Ronghua's blood boil. Seething with killing intent, he growled through gritted teeth, Qiao Mu, first, you killed the sword demon that served me, then you cut off my source of wealth. Old grudges and new. We'll settle them all at once. The venomous snake Fanger, standing beside him, also chimed in. And there's Fang Yuan. He's definitely helping Qiao Mu. Master, you absolutely cannot let him off the hook. At that moment, Ronghua's expression was utterly horrifying. He sneered, You want to fight me? Just you wait. Elsewhere in the city, Song Lin was walking and muttering to himself. If I'm going to stir up trouble in the imperial capital, I should naturally start with the richest man. Why bother with schemes? I'll just go straight to the Wan Manor and find him. As if things weren't peaceful enough, a dark figure suddenly appeared while he was smiling. Wan Ronghua, here I come. As expected, a Taoist woman suddenly bumped into Song Lin and cried out, indecent, in broad daylight. Old man, how could you take advantage of me in public like this? Then Dao Shu started sobbing and said, I don't want to live anymore. At this point, a crowd of onlookers gathered, chattering like a bunch of gossiping fishwives. Qiao Mu. I remember him. He's the one who was borrowing money in front of the Han Lin clinic yesterday to buy medicine and save someone. Isn't he supposed to be a good person? How could he do something like this? Hey, old man, you've got some nerve. Acting so calm after doing something so shameless. Surround him, don't let him get away. Someone call the authorities. But it only took one look for Song Lin to understand the situation. The incidents yesterday and today, the methods were identical. Someone was hiding in the shadows, inciting the public. Song Lin could tolerate a lot, but this was going too far. He chuckled twice and then spoke up. I took advantage of you, you say? All right, then. With a cold expression, he enunciated each word through gritted teeth. The burden of proof lies with the one who makes the claim. Understood. Song Lin pointed directly at her and issued a challenge. You say, I groped you. How do you prove it? Upon hearing this, another voice called out from the crowd. You old bastard, don't go too far. Are you going to make this lady strip in front of everyone to prove it? But Song Lin just turned his head and said nonchalantly, Go back and tell Wan Ronghua that his tricks are too simple. He shouldn't be in such a rush to cause trouble for me. I'll be coming for him. Just as he finished speaking, Song Lin immediately sensed something. He looked towards Dao Shu, who was casting an ice spell, which surprised Song Lin a little. Is this magic? As the layer of ice and snow at Dao Shu's feet gradually melted away, she suddenly spoke. Wan Ronghua does have some value, but for me to personally make a trip for him, it's truly beneath me. At that moment, her clothes had also changed. A noble hero, falsely accused in the street, criticized until his honor is completely destroyed and can only atone with his death. Dao Shu's current demeanor was incredibly arrogant. The battle was about to start, but instead of engaging, she just stood there talking. That's how the script was supposed to go. But great hero Qiao didn't even care and just walked away. You're really not like ordinary people. No wonder Dao Zhen likes you so much. Caught off guard, Song Lin didn't understand and asked, What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you? And who is Dao Zhen? Dao Shu raised her hand, and a sharp block of ice instantly appeared. I am the head disciple of the Dao sect, Dao Shu. Dao Zhen is my cold junior martial brother. I came out of seclusion specifically to have a match with him, but he ended up standing me up for a mortal plaything like you. Then, the two of them charged at each other while trading barbs. If that's the case, then I'll destroy you. Blood sword technique. Blood sword technique? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are all you cultivators sick in the head? As he spoke, Song Lin's blood sword technique was frozen solid by Dao Shu's sword. Not only his blood sword technique, but even Song Lin himself was being frozen, making him marvel inwardly. This frosty energy is so tyrannical, it even froze my blood combustion technique. So I'm dying again. Huh? Not one to keep him waiting, Dao Shu flew straight in for the attack. At that moment, Song Lin's eyes widened in utter shock. But then, Dao Shu suddenly smiled and said, So you finally decided to show your face. Finding you was quite the chore, junior brother. As she finished speaking, the sword embedded in Song Lin's chest suddenly began to glow, and the icy aura around his body slowly dissipated. A green portal appeared right where the sword had pierced him. Dao Zhen emerged, stepping out of the portal like a majestic god, and said, Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, senior sister. Glancing over at Dao Zhen, Song Lin couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. That's Dao Zhen. So someone from the immortal sect is actually saving me. Don't tell me. He's into me, is he? Wait a minute. Junior brother, he's a man. Dao Zhen snapped his fingers, and the ice on Song Lin's body instantly shattered. He then taunted, Your frost ice power is getting purer, senior sister. You've reached the late stage of foundation establishment, haven't you? Hearing this, Dao Shu flew into a rage, screaming, Don't mock me. You reached the late stage of foundation establishment ages ago. Today, you and I will settle once and for all whose sword is superior. With that, she charged toward Dao Zhen and Song Lin. Dao Zhen pushed Song Lin back while simultaneously unleashing a technique, saying, Get back. I'd rather not see you die such a boring death. After being sent flying at the speed of light, Song Lin finally managed to skid to a halt. In the sky, two celestial beings were clashing, sending the crowd of onlookers scattering in terror. Everyone, be careful. The immortals are fighting again. Run for your lives. Witnessing this scene, Song Lin thought to himself, Now that's what I call talent. Elsewhere, a mother and her 3 children were in imminent danger, But of course, Song Lin wouldn't let that happen. He flew over and successfully played the hero, saving 4 lives. Seeing the sheer power of the martial arts exchange up above, Song Lin couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. The blast radius is too big. There's a limit to how many people I can save. Meanwhile, the 2 Dao siblings were trading blows as well as words. Junior brother, you're only defending, not attacking. What are you scheming? If that's how it is, then your senior sister won't hold back anymore. The imperial capital is the heart of the great Yen dynasty. This is still a crowded street. After all, these people are an important source of our power. If we go too far, Master will punish us. Hearing that, Dao Shu snorted coldly and said loudly, "Don't you dare use Master to pressure me. So, you've learned to use mortals as a shield now, have you?" The impact from their clash sent shards of ice flying into the crowd of people. But Dao Shu remained defiant. It's just the lives of 1 or 2 mortals. Anyway, in 60 years, there'll be nothing more than a pile of dust. Even if I didn't act today, these mortals would eventually die from some other disaster, natural or man-made. At this point, the frost energy had gathered at the tip of her sword as Dao Xu's voice continued to ring out. I'm merely making that disaster arrive a little bit sooner. She raised her sword, brimming with the power of frost, and said with overflowing confidence, "Junior brother, you should focus on receiving my next move." The frost energy had now formed a massive vortex. Facing the disaster created by Dao Shu, the people on the street cried out in fear, "Help me. Father, don't worry about me, you go on ahead." Below, a father and son stood frozen, staring at the figure standing protectively in front of them. Song Lin looked absolutely battered at this moment. He roared in anger, "What are you standing there gawking for? Run, great hero." The man's trembling voice called out, "Great hero, just save yourself. Everything is decided by fate. Encountering this calamity is just my bad luck. For mortals like us to have lived this long is already a blessing from the heavens. I dare not ask for anything more." But Song Lin steadfastly replied, "That's right, but I have never believed in all that fate nonsense." As he spoke, the countless layers of ice encasing his body shattered before the astonished eyes of the man. Heavenly Devil unleashed, facing the massive vortex. The demon within Song Lin seemed to awaken once more. He spoke, "What heavens, what fate. All I see are 2 animals who disregard human life, and the blood-red maw behind them, ready to devour the mortal world at any moment." His eyes fixed on Dao Shu and Dao Zhen, who were looking all cozy up there. As his voice continued, "If we don't fight back, sooner or later, they'll devour us until not even our bones are left." Reaching this point, Song Lin took a deep breath, and then an earth-shattering shout erupted from him, "Dao Zhen." Hearing Song Lin's voice, the 2 of them froze for a solid 5 seconds. "You don't want this to get so out of hand that you can't clean up the mess in the end, do you? How about I help you take care of this crazy old hag?" Hearing him call her a crazy hag, Dao Su's face turned purple with rage. She cackled madly and said, "The lives of mortals are as worthless as weeds, but there are always a few idiots who think they've lived for too long." Instantly, she unleashed her mystic ice pearl and roared, "Go to hell, you meddling mortal." But Song Lin was prepared. He immediately unleashed his power, Crimson Moon Blood Refining Art, maximum power. Then, with overwhelming might, the 2 terrifying attacks were about to collide. The look in Song Lin's eyes now showed his endless determination. Against the mystic ice pearl attack, Song Lin used all of his surging internal energy to fight until the very last second. That's the power of a hero's righteous aura for you. He successfully intercepted Dao Shu's mystic ice pearl. The scene that had just unfolded before her eyes made it impossible for her to believe what was happening. How could he have blocked my mystic ice pearl? Dao Zhen, witnessing this from the side, nearly died laughing and then remarked, "Interesting. It took you that much effort just to block one attack. In your current state, how could you possibly team up with me?" Seeing him so distracted, Dao Shu furiously shouted, "Junior brother, my match with you isn't over yet. Don't lose focus." After dealing with the last attack, Song Lin, though disheveled, was still full of fighting spirit as he laughed and said, "Who said I wanted to team up? Dao Zhen. If you can't handle her, then I will. You've been fighting all this time and still haven't won. You might as well just stand back and watch. You can at least block the aftershocks from this battle, can't you?" Hearing this, Dao Zhen replied cheerfully, "Are you asking me to step in and handle the aftershocks to protect those commoners? Beating around the bush. You sure think a lot. Such a cheeky brat." Although Dao Zhen was rambling, he still created a barrier and voiced his agreement. "Fine. Besides, protecting the people of the imperial capital from disaster is the duty of our great Dao sect. And it just so happens that I don't feel like fighting. Anyway." With that, the jade green barrier was immediately deployed, enveloping a large area of the imperial capital's populace, just as he said. Seeing the citizens now outside the range of any potential aftershocks, Songlin thought, a barrier? Then I won't have to worry about anything anymore. Over here, after the barrier was set up, the two Dao sisters began to argue. Is that how a junior sister should act? I'm only doing this so senior sister doesn't make a mistake and get punished by master. The younger sister, Dao Zhen, amused, continued, besides, there's a good show to watch, so why wouldn't I do it? As she finished speaking, Song Lin erupted with his full aura and charged forward. Dao Shu, on the opposite side, immediately created a towering vortex of frost energy and declared confidently, ignorant fool, do you really think you can stop the mystic ice pearl? I wasn't using my full power just now. This time, I'll definitely crush you. But of course, Song Lin wasn't deterred by such nonsense and continued his charge. Unexpectedly, the frost energy once again enveloped Song Lin's face. He then collapsed, his body going limp. Seeing this, Dao Shu immediately started taunting Dao Jin, junior sister, my apologies. I accidentally broke your little toy. But at that moment, Song Lin's bloodshot eyes suddenly shot open, and he once again unleashed the power within him. It was so strong that the ground and rocks around him couldn't withstand it and exploded. A blood-red aura surrounded his entire body, creating a murderous intent that was dangerous, powerful, and insanely cool. Then, Song Lin activated his technique, erupting with energy and flying towards Dao Shu once more. Just like that, he continuously pushed into Dao Shu's frost vortex, each step echoing with a thud, continuing again and again and again. The most relaxed person right now was Dao Zhen. She was munching on melon seeds while pondering to herself, his blood energy is erupting. For a martial artist to be able to temper his body to this extent, it's a pity. No matter how fast he is, in the end, he's still just a body of flesh and blood. He's no match for Dao Shu at all. Inside the frost vortex, Dao Shu and Song Lin began a war of words. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. A moment ago, you were spouting such arrogant words, but you can't even get close to me. What a waste of a life. Why must you do this? What does it have to do with you, whether those people live or die? You compare yourselves to natural disasters, but did you know that even when faced with one, there are still people who, with their mortal bodies, stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods and reclaim their lives from disaster's grasp? His eyes were like steel, filled with endless resolve, and his voice was heroically loud. You say I'm a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I say I'm Jingwei, trying to fill the sea. Today, saving 10,000 people is saving, and saving one person is also saving. But as soon as he finished, Dao Shu appeared in front of Song Lin, preparing to strike. On a martial artist's entire body, the mouth is the hardest part to refine, because it's so tough. With that, she struck him directly in the chest, causing Song Lin to vomit blood before he could defend himself, and then he fell limply downwards. This attack was simply too much for a mortal like Song Lin. The ground below shattered from the impact of his heavily wounded body. The crowd outside could only stand stunned, looking on, their faces filled with grief and sorrow. Great hero Qiao. Mr. Qiao, don't sleep. Please wake up. Great hero Qiao. May you rest in peace. Dao Zhen watched the battle silently from above. She nibbled on a slice of watermelon and thought to herself, senior sister is trapped in my barrier. He clearly could have escaped at any time, yet he risked his life until the very end. Qiao Mu is getting more and more interesting. Just then, Dao Shu suddenly pointed at Dao Zhen and shouted, junior sister. This man is dead, but the contest between us is not over yet. Seeing this, Dao Zhen could only sigh, relent, and say, I know. I just have to fight you one more round, right? Before they could begin, a loud voice suddenly shattered the grim atmosphere. That's enough. A dark figure appeared in the sky, causing both sisters to cry out in surprise. Master Qing Yi appeared and said angrily, Dao Shu, have I spoiled you too much? I never thought you would be so insolent this time. He continued, fortunately, your souls haven't been harmed, and you showed some restraint. Come back with me. Hearing this, Dao Zhen obediently clasped her hands and accepted her master's command, but a sinister glint appeared in her eyes as she thought, I thought he was bravely fighting to his death. Could it be? Was he trying to stall for time from the very beginning? I guess he got lucky, stalling long enough for master to arrive. Qing Yi pointed at the barrier and shouted, dispel. The shimmering, floating crystal shards gradually vanished. A few people looked up at the sky, and someone suddenly shouted, the ice and snow have stopped. The frost is melting too. Another person yelled, everyone come out. It's safe now. Seeing that everyone was safe, the people knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you for your grace, immortal master. From the ruins, a small, mournful voice cried out, you evil people. They're the ones who killed my mother. They killed Mr. Qiao. You're evil. The woman beside her saw this and could only try to comfort the child and stop her from speaking. Honey, Hearing the child, Dao Shu glanced over. Reckless little spawn. Without turning his head, Qing Yi said just one thing: ignore it. He instructed his two disciples. Qin Shiqing is the pawn we've set up to handle this matter. It's time for him to act. Besides, the lowly mortals will forget everything with just a small favor. Dao Zhen thought to herself, is that really true? Cursing the immortal sect in public like this. It's never happened before. Looking down, she saw the little girl was still shouting. When I grow up, I'm going to become a martial artist too and defeat you, she thought. It seems something in the mortal world has begun to change. On the other side, Qin Shiqing pensively watched a letter disintegrate. Its instructions clear: cover up today's massacre, protect the immortal sect's reputation, and do everything to slander Qiao Mu. Guan Jinchen reported to the king, Your Majesty, Qiao Mu saving people from the deviant swords was an act of unparalleled heroism. He continued, Now, people are spreading baseless rumors about him, and some are even trying to frame Qiao Mu for crimes. Such a righteous man should not die with a tarnished name. The emperor, holding his forehead warily, said, We are a bit tired. Report any other matters tomorrow. The minister continued, Over 1,000 of your subjects suffered in this disaster. If it weren't for Qiao Mu, that number would have likely been in the thousands. So many people witnessed it. How long can your majesty cover for the Grand Dao sect? The deviants run rampant, causing disasters everywhere. This time, they've caused a disturbance right before your very eyes. Will the imperial court still retreat as it has always done? Your majesty, this old servant dares to ask, if we keep retreating, when will be the time we can retreat no further? The emperor pensively asked in return. Minister Hai, do you still remember the battle from 40 years ago? His voice grew somber as he continued. The martial saint led 100,000 elite soldiers to quell the deviant uprising, but before they even left Zhang province, the entire army was annihilated at Weston City. Weston City itself was leveled, without even a trace of ruins left behind. Model. A glint flashed in his eyes as he said, I saw with my own eyes the saint fall at that wench's hands. The gap is so vast, what could I possibly do? The old courtier thought to himself, so you don't actually have a plan to turn this around. Then why are you putting on this act? You're just relying on the human king's sword. You haven't foreseen the future, and you're gambling with the lives of everyone in the realm. Your Majesty, if you lose the hearts of the people, I fear that when you truly need to act, you will be powerless. The emperor quietly lamented the hearts of the people. He seemed to be thinking of something. Judging from last time, the southern continent immortal sect was wary of the human king's sword. Perhaps this was the key. Besides, if he lost the people's support and the nation's fortune declined, then the human king's sword would be useless. Finally, he slowly called out, Guards, relay my decree. At the same time, the Tianranju tea house in the imperial capital was buzzing with discussion. The news from the palace was true. Hai Wuya had indeed submitted his report. The men from the Six Fang Gate already went to the Great Dao sect personally. You're a step too late. The authorities have already posted a notice stating that this was caused by an accidental injury during a duel between disciples of the Great Dao sect. The Taoist priest continued to ramble on. The cultivator involved in this case has been punished by the immortal sect with 10 years of confinement and reflection. Qiao Mu was a righteous man who sacrificed himself to save others. If no descendants of the Qiao family come to claim the body, the authorities will arrange for his burial. He continued, This isn't Emperor Yonghei's style. Could there be some hidden mystery in all this? The court isn't covering it up like before, and the Great Dao sect is also taking responsibility. Jiang Shen chuckled and said cheerfully, Why must there be so many conspiracies and schemes? With a determined look, he said, The way I see it, all of this is simply what the people have been yearning for. The situation now is completely different from the past. The scene changes to a bright and windy space. Qing Yi spoke to his young disciple with a stern face. This is not your fault. Dao Shu will return to the sect for 10 years of reflection, but during this time, you must also act more cautiously and interact less with mortals. He frowned and continued. As for Wan Yonghua's matter, continue to assist Qin Shiqing. Dao Zhen bowed to her master. Yes. I witnessed the deaths of Qiao Zhong and Qiao Mu with my own eyes. So why did my soul-hooking technique fail to capture their souls both times? I wonder how many people are left in the Qiao family. Her lips curled slightly. If they're all characters like this, then this should be interesting. As Qiao Mu leaped across the rooftops in the night, the cold voice of the system rang out once more. This is not Emperor Yonghei's style. Could there be some hidden mystery in this matter? This death is evaluated as having extraordinary significance, a tear-jerking demise. This time's reward is 56 skill points. Remaining skill points, 60. Revivals remaining this week, 4 out of 5. Blood and key status, 66.6%. He was caught between laughter and tears. Thank you, big sister Dao Shu, for the gift of points. Next time we meet, I'll be sure to send you off to the western heavens nice and early. Looking toward the few remaining flickering lights, Qiao Mu thought. But a man must have his priorities. The deal was to clear the obstacles for Hai Wuya first. He perched on the roof tiles, looking at the several guards on patrol. Big Sister Dao Shu, you'll have to wait your turn. Qiao Mu smirked, a stone in his hand. Wan Ronghua, Qiao Mu of the Lin family has come for you. The woman reported nervously. Master, this disaster has already cost us too much. Wan Ronghua's face darkened. If it's ruined, it's ruined. What else can be done? That was a wench from the Great Dao sect. With a worried tone, he continued, you should be more concerned about other things. It seems there are still members of the Qiao family hiding in the imperial capital. What if they find out I asked the immortal elder from the Great Dao sect for help to attack them? A stone suddenly shot through the roof tiles at a terrifying speed, flying straight for his face. But before Wan Ronghua could even react, a hand caught the stone. He immediately shouted, what kind of job are you people doing? There's an assassin here. Seeing this, Qiao Mu panicked. There's an expert here. A guard spotted Qiao Mu, quickly pointing to the roof and yelling, over there, on the roof of the West House. Hiding on the roof, Qiao Mu's eyes widened in dismay. Busted. Suddenly, a figure flashed past him. It turned out to be Qin Shiqing. He glanced over and said softly, you seem to look exactly like Qiao Zhang. You must be from the Qiao family. His eyes suddenly turned vicious as he growled, perfect. Tonight, I'll eliminate any future trouble. Qiao Mu was no pushover and shot back, Lord Qin, I'll return those words right back to you. Qiao Mu laughed loudly and declared, I hear Wan Ronghua is protected by the Great Dao sect. Does your appearance here mean you're acting on the sect's orders? As an official of the imperial court, instead of working for the people, you're a henchman for those freaks. Have you no shame? Qin Shiqing remained silent, his expression growing darker by the second. Whoosh! The stone flew towards his face at a dizzying speed, making Qiao Mu flinch for a moment. Watching the stone approach, he thought to himself, using my own trick against me, you really underestimate me. Suddenly, the stone changed direction, veering off its intended course. The stone hit Qiao Mu in the eye. He covered his eye with one hand, using the other to steady himself and keep his balance. He chuckled and said, the spirit of a first-grade martial artist is strong enough to leave the body and control objects, almost like the sword control technique of a Qi refinement cultivator. But when infused with internal energy, its power is nothing to scoff at, though it lacks a bit of flexibility. Qin Shiqing looked up and replied softly, 3,000 great Daos. All rivers flow into one sea. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of guards appeared, pointing their sharp blades at him in unison. Qiao Mu scrambled to dodge the blades, rushing at him at breakneck speed, yelling, Lord Qin, you have the advantage, yet you're still holding back. If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. There's no glory in killing these small fries. Watching him struggle against dozens of guards, Qin Shiqing scoffed, when you can easily surround and kill an enemy, insisting on acting like some honorable master for a duel. That's what a fool would do. A surge of anger erupted. Qiao Mu focused his strength, and a spark flashed in his eye. Fine, if that's how you want to play, then I'll just skip straight to phase 2. He seemed to transform into a different person, moving with fluid grace, taking out the guards one by one. Qiao Mu threw the last henchman towards Qin Shiqing, adding, you brought these guys here, so I'm giving them back. Qin Shiqing was not to be outdone. He immediately drew his sword, and a brilliant light enveloped the blade. A 4th-grade martial artist, with blood and chi surging to this level. You've got some skill. With that, his figure shot towards Qiao Mu. He planted one foot to gather momentum, and just a moment later, Qin Shiqing's gleaming blade was about to touch Qiao Mu's arm. He doesn't know his own limits. Can't even see the disparity between us. A look of excitement appeared in his eyes. Looks like he's aiming for my left shoulder, but my intuition is screaming it's the right. He's fainting. Qiao Mu retreated, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. But the blade, as fast as lightning, still managed to slash his shoulder. He took a step back, clutching his bleeding arm. My intuition was wrong. As expected, the speed of a first-grade martial warrior far surpasses my own. That time with Wei En wasn't just a fluke, and now that I've used the muscle-wasting solution, my reaction speed is even slower. Qin Shiqing's face darkened as he roared, you haven't even broken through the 4th grade, yet you dare dream of manipulating your intuition in front of me. As he finished speaking, his figure shot forward again. He rained down relentless slashes on Qiao Mu. Trying to show off in front of a master, each cut drew blood, but he gritted his teeth and endured. It's actually a good thing. I haven't reached the spirit refining stage. If my level were too low, I'd be completely suppressed by his mental pressure, making me even more passive. Suddenly, Qiao Mu leaped down into the courtyard. He channeled all his power, his eyes blazing with determination. Where do you think you're going? He then took a ready stance. Damn it. I'll have to risk it all. System. Use all my skill points to upgrade the void-shattering finger. A system notification appeared. Consumed 60 points to upgrade void-shattering finger to minor accomplishment. In that instant, he seemed to absorb the very essence of heaven and earth. His power surged, and Qiao Mu broke into a satisfied smile. He unleashed a palm strike towards Qin Shiqing. The blast sent him staggering back dozens of meters. Qiao Mu looked down at his hand in astonishment. I had no idea the void-shattering finger was this powerful. Qin Shiqing stumbled. To think his internal energy could have this much power from dozens of meters away? With this kind of strength, if he reaches the spirit refining stage, he'll be a threat to me and the immortal sect. This man must not be allowed to live. He channeled all his internal energy and let out a roar. A brilliant golden light enveloped Qin Shiqing as he clenched his fist. His entire body became a colossal pillar of light. Qiao Mu took a defensive stance and smiled. Your aura just multiplied in an instant. You have a second phase too, huh? Qin Shiqing lunged forward at blinding speed, right into the most powerful technique Qiao Mu had just learned. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. It didn't penetrate. No, that's not right. It felt like hitting solid steel. Could this be the golden body art the sword ghost mentioned? Why is he a member of the martial sect? Suddenly, his hand was caught, and a fist flew upwards. Qin Shiqing punched Qiao Mu square in the chest. The punch sent him flying dozens of meters, smashing right through a wall and leaving a massive hole. Qin Shiqing's expression was cold. This is the price for messing with someone the immortal sect wants. From within the rubble, a voice, laced with cheerful laughter, echoed in the silence. The golden body art is truly impressive. His eyes lit up as he gave a faint smile. However, my objective for today has already been achieved. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the study. Master, a concubine cried out, collapsing beside Wan Ronghua. Someone, get in here. Something's happened to the master. Master? Qin Shiqing frowned, thinking to himself, Wan Ronghua is dead. Impossible. If he had made a move, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. Could it have been when I delivered the final blow? A warrior's killing intent is at its peak then, but so is their focus. His face then contorted with rage as he roared Qiao Mu's name. Qiao Mu, I'll kill you, he screamed, punching Qiao Mu repeatedly with a voice full of hatred. Kill me? I went through hell to kill my own wife, all to prove my loyalty to the immortal sect. This was my chance to prove my worth to the immortal sect. Ruined. You've ruined everything. Suddenly, Qiao Mu appeared behind him, laughing loudly. You'd even sell out your own wife. Qin Shiqing, you truly are a good little dog for the immortal sect. With that, he unleashed a crimson stream of energy that pierced through the man's body. Qin Shiqing screamed in pain. You're also from the Qiao family. At that moment, the system panel appeared. Death evaluation, B, rank. Resurrections remaining this week, 35. Skill points, 25. Remaining skill points, 25. Vitality, 60%. Qiao Mu looked down at the man on the ground and thought to himself. Qin Shiqing practices the martial sect's golden body art, yet he's connected to the great Dao sect. What are these heretics planning? He then leaped high into the air and called out, whatever your goals are, if you want revenge, come find me at the Qiao family estate. Qin Shiqing lay unconscious on the ground, defeated by Qiao Mu, a fresh wound on his face. Under the cover of darkness, Fanger quickly fled. The master is dead. I don't have any children. Staying here means death. It's better to find a place where no one knows me. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, making her cry out in alarm. Who's there? Fang Yuan smiled and called out gently, Little sister. It's been a while. She immediately recognized the person standing before her. Fang Yuan. Stop pretending. Fang Yuan, you chose to show up now just to see me in this pathetic state, didn't you? He quickly replied, His Majesty has ordered an investigation into the man-made disaster in the imperial capital. The Wan family is deeply involved. I am only here following orders. Fanger scoffed. 1 or 2 silver taels a month? Are you playing with your life? If you need money, just ask me. You didn't know, did you? I married into this family. I have money now, more than father ever did. Fang Yuan gripped his sword, asking in disappointment. You mean Wan Ronghua, don't you? He's the one who killed our parents. How could you marry him? You people colluded with heretics for your own selfish gains, committed so many evil deeds, repeatedly sent people to cause trouble at Singlin Hall, and even went after Senior Qiao. Hearing this, Fanger retorted, What does that old geezer from the Qiao family have to do with me? He brought it on himself, didn't he? So what? Are you going to kill me and take my money now? That old fool. He was so biased. I'm his biological daughter, so why did he leave the entire family fortune to an outsider like you? I'd rather be a concubine in the Wan family. At least after they seize their fortune, I'll get a piece of it. The moment she finished speaking, a flash of a sword flew past her, instantly severing Fanger's topknot. Gold, silver, and jewels tumbled to the ground. Fang Yuan spoke in a cold voice. You're right, father was biased. He left me the antique shop and the old house, but he set aside 70% of the antiques and paintings for his real daughter you to live on for the rest of your life. He also told me to make sure you were always fed and clothed. He didn't tell you, not because he favored me, but because he saw your true nature long ago. To you, the old house is just money, but to me, it's home. From this day on, my sister, Fanger, is dead. You are a concubine of the Wan family. If you have anything else to say it in prison. The scene changes and a notification panel appears. Void-shattering finger, minor accomplishment 100%, skill points 25, vitality 60%. Qiao Mu thought to himself, every time I use a skill or die and come back to life, it feels like my spirit goes off to cultivate somewhere else. It's as if the growth in these techniques is something I actually trained for myself. He stroked the cat and asked, System, can you explain this? Then, his face fell with disappointment. The number of things the system couldn't explain was growing. He'd have to find a way to figure them all out later. Plus, he'd lost a bit more of his ki and blood. He needed to advance the Sumeru Mountain King scripture as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a streak of light shot down toward him from above. It was Dao Zhen. She called out, Excuse me, are you the great master from the Qiao family? Seeing her, Qiao Mu looked surprised. You found me already? Fine by me. We can fight out here in this desolate wilderness without having to hold anything back. Dao Zhen spoke calmly. Don't be so quick to attack. There's no meaning in you dying by my hand. The people of your Qiao family deserve a more meaningful death. He frowned and got straight to the point. If you have something to say, spit it out. Stop beating around the bush. She recalled having fought Qiao Mu before. She mused that this was the third time her soul-snatching technique had failed to capture a soul. It seems that right after Qiao Mu died, you immediately appeared at the Wan family's residence. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? But if you two are the same person, that would be far too unbelievable. Just what kind of divine powers do the Qiao family possess? She moved closer to him and asked, Did you know that the mutant war that shook the 9 provinces 40 years ago has a hidden story? The world only knows that the 100,000 elite soldiers of the Great Yan dynasty were wiped out, with only the martial saint surviving. But what they don't know is that it was all just a deception. The survivors from that 100,000-strong army are still in a key territory of the immortal sect to this day, fighting to the death for Emperor Yonghe. Great hero Qiao, can you bear to see the remnants of that army live their entire lives without peace? Qiao Mu waved his hand dismissively and replied, Oh, is that so? I don't believe you. With the power gap between the immortal sect and the soldiers of Great Yan, how could they possibly defend a lone city for 40 years? Besides, after that battle, not even grass could grow within 100 miles. What lone city? Do you take me for an idiot? Dao Zhen quickly explained. That's because hundreds of miles around the city are covered by the immortal sect's great illusion array. Of course, mortals can't reach it. As for why the immortal sect kept those remnant soldiers alive for 40 years, there's naturally another purpose. Furthermore, that array is a one-way trip. It's a land of death. Once you step inside, you'll be trapped there until you die. Hearing this, he looked interested and asked eagerly, Quick, tell me how. Dao Zhen smiled and swiftly pulled out a talisman. Good. You're worthy of being the man I've set my sights on. This is a barrier-breaking talisman. Its only function is to help you enter the lone city. If you're lucky, you might even meet the greatest martial artist of 40 years ago, the sword saint Liu Yanbei. If by chance you have a fateful encounter, don't worry about thanking me. Just consider it the price of admission for this trip. Qiao Mu took the talisman, wondering to himself, didn't the world's #1 martial artist of 40 years ago already die at the hands of the martial saint? Dao Zhen sought me out, so her goal definitely isn't for me to go on a vacation. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Besides, this trip offers a very novel way to die. It's worth going. Let's leave it at that for today. Sooner or later, I'll have a proper fight with you. He then turned and walked away. Dao Zhen stood behind him, waving, and said with an expectant look, I'm really looking forward to seeing how you end up. In a small town before Anxi Pass, a waiter brought over a bowl of noodles and asked, Old man, are you trying to leave Anxi Pass? That won't be easy. The old man he was speaking to is actually a disguise from the flesh and blood 100 transformations technique. Hearing the waiter, the man looked puzzled. Why? The waiter quickly replied, We have the Iron Maiden guarding Anxi Pass, and young master Qiao Mu is an incredibly strong martial artist. Ordinary people can't get through. If you want to pay respects to the dead, the Forest of Stellas for the 100,000 brave soldiers is north of town. You can just go there." Hearing this, Song Lin recalled passing by that place and let out a sound of realization. "I passed by there on my way here, but why can't I leave the pass? Ultimately, why did the imperial court even establish a pass here?" He replied, "I don't know about that. To be honest, leaving the pass isn't necessarily a good thing. Before Angzi Pass was even established, quite a few people went into the desert, but they never came back. It's rumored that ghost soldiers passed through there." The people at the next table heard this and began to tease him. "Shopkeeper, you're spinning tales again. That's just ridiculous." He retorted, "None of you have even made it past the pass, so how would you know it's not true?" Another person chimed in, "The way I see it, the imperial court probably built this pass because they're afraid we'll go to the battlefield to pay our respects to the spirits and anger the mutants." Seeing them argue, Song Lin thought to himself, "It seems the people here are different from those in the city. They don't worship mutants at all." The shopkeeper shooed them away. Go on, always chattering. It's not like you're paying me extra." The two customers laughed loudly. "I'm not paying you." Suddenly, a group of people ran by, shouting, "He's here. He's here. He's here again today. Everyone, come on out and see." Song Lin saw this and asked, "Shopkeeper, where are they going?" This was when the crowd started buzzing again about someone storming the pass to challenge the Iron Maiden. Over the years, countless people have been defeated by her, so no one dared to come anymore, except for one person. That person comes every single day. He's been fighting her for over a decade. The scene then shifted to a man standing before the pass gate. He yelled, "Iron Maiden, Mr. Hai is here to challenge you." Song Lin eavesdropped while eating his noodles, calling himself Mr. But this guy's chi and blood are abundant, and his internal energy is pure. His strength isn't weak. He must be a divine realm martial artist. Suddenly, he noticed a flash of light from the opposite side. The Iron Maiden slowly rode out on her horse. He continued his train of thought. This person cultivates the martial saint's rhino spirit art. The martial extreme society is truly relentless. At this moment, the Iron Maiden stood majestically before the gate. Song Lin seemed to shy away, thinking to himself, "Strange. Something feels different this time." The challenger pointed directly at the Iron Maiden's face and roared, "It's been 14 years. Today, I'm asking you one last time. Will you let me pass or not?" She replied in a cold voice, "Angzi Pass is sacred ground. Anyone who disturbs the peace of the 100,000 heroic spirits beyond the pass will be killed." Hearing this, the man snorted coldly. "Same old story. But I'm sick and tired of hearing it. Listen up. My father has been reinstated. I am now the son of the second-ranked Minister of Rights of the Great Yuan Dynasty." Song Lin was bewildered. The Minister of Rights, Hai Wuya. Is this man Hai Wuya's son? The Iron Maiden then interrogated him. "Do you have a travel permit from the Imperial Court?" The man pointed at her and asserted once more, "Are you deaf? My father is the travel permit." Tai Niangzi galloped towards the man and flatly refused him. "Without a pass, you can't enter, even if your father himself came." Furious, the man used his violent blood technique, shouting, "If you won't let me through, I'll force my way in. You think I'm afraid of you." But in the next instant, Tai Niangzi sent him flying high into the air, tossing him far into the distance as a crowd of people watched. He finally crashed to the ground. A man holding a ruler measured the distance of his fall and shouted, "3 chi and 3 kun. That's 2 kun farther than yesterday." Hearing this, the crowd cheered. "Master Hai, your martial arts have improved again. Congratulations. Not only has his skill improved, but he's gained some official prestige today, too." "Amazing." The man scratched his head in embarrassment. You flatter me. You flatter me. I'm getting close. In a few more days, I'll definitely be able to defeat Tai Niangzi." Seeing this, Song Lin was puzzled. Wasn't he just defeated in a single move? A man standing nearby laughed and explained, "Ah, you must not know. The hundreds of families in our town are all relatives of soldiers who died in battle outside the pass. All we've ever wanted is to one day enter the pass and burn a letter for them. But Tai Niangzi always stops us here. After Master Hai arrived and learned of our situation, he started coming here to challenge her every single day. He's been challenging Tai Niangzi for a full 14 years. He went from a handsome young man to, well, the way he is now." Hearing this, he thought to himself, 14 years, just like that. Like father, like son, indeed. Just then, the man sighed, "It's useless that my father's an official. I really thought I might succeed this time." Song Lin walked over with a letter and comforted him. "Don't cry, young man. Isn't it just about delivering a letter? This is a complicated matter. You can't handle it. Let this old man do it for you." The man looked at Song Lin, surprised. "Who are you, old man?" Suddenly, he shouted, "Young lady, I wish to pass through. May I request a duel? Tai Niangzi galloped towards Song Lin. She thought to herself, this man's qi and blood are overflowing. He's no nameless wanderer. Then she asked aloud, and who might you be? He quickly introduced himself. This old man is Qiao Mu. Have you never heard of this old master's name? Well, this time, you should remember it well. Suddenly, he rushed towards Tai Niangzi like a gust of wind, unleashing his blood sword technique and aiming the tip of his sword straight at her. Tai Niangzi quickly used her spear to block his attack. Song Lin channeled all his strength into the sword in his hand to overwhelm her. In an instant, the mask on her face shattered into pieces. At that moment, Song Lin withdrew his technique and asked, does this old man have the right to pass now? Tai Niangzi admitted, this Angxi pass can only stop common folk. It cannot stop a true master. He observed Tai Niangzi closely. He thought, this Tai Niangzi doesn't look young. Has she been guarding this place alone for all these years? She then called out, old Master Qiao, please follow me inside the pass. Song Lin quickly agreed. Very well. He thought, now that she's shown her face, she's much easier to talk to. The man from before saw this and eagerly raised his hand. Can I come along? If we're going into the Great Desert, I can help old Master Qiao carry his luggage. Tai Niangzi looked at him with a scornful expression and replied, go and train for another 40 years. Hearing this, the man turned to plead with Song Lin. Great hero Qiao, then we can only rely on you to deliver these family letters. Great hero Qiao, we're counting on you. Softening, he replied, all right, give the bag to me. Everyone, wait for my news. As he spoke, he accepted the bags from the crowd. They replied politely, take care. Great hero Qiao. We will wait for your return. Travel safely, great hero Qiao. Farewell, great hero Qiao. At that moment, the gate closed behind them. Tai Niangzi dismounted and instructed, all right, straight ahead is the desert. Before leaving the pass, you must prepare enough dry rations and water. Song Lin replied courteously, thank you. Also, there is one more thing this old man would like to ask you. Tai Niangzi. Hearing this, she asked, what is it? Song Lin voiced his question, just now. When you came out of the pass, I sensed something. Where did you learn the martial saint's spirit rhino art? Are you connected to the Wuji Society? She immediately replied, the martial saint's spirit rhino art? I have not practiced it, and I have absolutely no connection to the Wuji Society. You don't need to pry into my affairs. I've been guarding this pass for all these years out of my own personal will. Song Lin smiled and said, fair enough. With a personality like yours, asking won't get me anywhere. He then wondered, if she's never practiced it, how could I have sensed it? What is she trying so hard to hide? Perhaps I'll find the answer on the road ahead, he then said aloud. In that case, I will take my leave here. Tai Niangzi offered a courteous warning. Take care. Old Master Qiao. I hope you will not end up like him. Then she stood and watched his figure slowly recede into the distance. The desert was now completely empty. Song Lin walked at a leisurely pace, thinking, if there is truly a remnant army still holding out in this great desert, then I will certainly do everything in my power to help free them. And if this is just some conspiracy, then at least I wasn't wrong. At least there isn't really an iron army of Guwushins that's still fighting to this day. Just thinking about a life like that is heartbreaking. According to Dao Zhen, I just need to find that great formation. Using the world-breaking talisman should reveal that fortress. Suddenly, he heard footsteps up ahead, and a suspicion arose in his mind. That sound. It's the clang of iron armor. Could I have found the remnant army so quickly? Song Lin's eyes widened as he looked ahead, realizing, are these the rumored passing spirit soldiers? Standing on high ground and looking down, Song Lin saw a legion of spirit soldiers marching. Suddenly, gusts of wind blew towards them. Following the wind, they slowly began to disappear. Seeing this, Song Lin was a bit surprised. They vanished in a blink of an eye. Doesn't this prove that this is the location of the Immortal Gates formation? At that moment, someone was standing behind him, watching. As if sensing their presence, Song Lin spun around and shouted, who's there? The person suddenly vanished without a trace, making him even more alarmed. They're gone. Such incredibly fast movement technique. Or perhaps, it wasn't a person at all. There's an 80% chance that the lone fortress is located right here. I might as well give it a try. Song Lin then lit the talisman in his hand. As soon as it caught fire, Song Lin could also see a flock of birds flying in the sky. Crows were flying towards a city gate. He squinted, then immediately recognized the scene. Spirit soldiers were attacking a city. At that moment, the legion of spirit soldiers charged ceaselessly towards the city gate, roaring, kill. Song Lin watched from above. He thought, everything Dao Zhen said was true. Those old soldiers are still protecting this place. Can it be that they've been fighting these spirit soldiers all this time? The nether soldiers attacked the city gate with a massive wooden club. From within the city, soldiers yelled, Brothers, defend the gate. Kill. A soldier, fighting another soldier, quickly struck it down. The creature dissolved, turning into a paper doll. The soldier continued to rally the troops. Hold them back. Fire. Fire. Don't let a single one through. Suddenly, a soldier was struck by an arrow from the nether soldiers, and they swarmed him. He grimaced, thinking to himself, "Finally, I can die." But just then, Song Lin appeared, unleashing his blood sword technique to wipe out the nether soldiers and save the man. The soldiers stared in shock. Is he from the outside? Have reinforcements finally arrived? Song Lin then spoke, his voice filled with admiration. "You all have defended this city for over 40 years. It's truly admirable. But even for the elites of the Great Yan, you must be exhausted. Why don't you get some proper rest? Leave the rest to me." With that, he charged into the fray. One of the nether soldiers lunged at him, but he parried its attack and smashed it in the head. Just as he took that one down, 3 more spears were thrust at his head. With a sweep of his staff, he knocked their weapons aside and then ran each of them through. Song Lin leaped high into the air, channeling all his power into his staff and bringing it crashing down to the ground. The impact instantly destroyed the nether soldiers, causing them to revert to their paper doll forms. The soldiers watched in amazement. Whose subordinate is that? So strong. Could he be reinforcements? Reinforcements are finally here. He's incredible. We both use the army's spear techniques, but he can unleash such immense power with them. Another soldier, scarcely believing his eyes, exclaimed in awe. But he's only one man. No matter how skilled he is, he can't change the overall situation. In the end, we're still on our own. Song Lin continued his assault on the horde of nether soldiers, turning them into paper dolls with every strike. He thought to himself, "These things are all just pieces of paper. No matter how many I kill, it's meaningless. At this rate, even with my abundant qi and blood, I'll eventually be exhausted." Suddenly, a fierce black cat leaped out with a meow. Song Lin saw it and called out, "Wu Chang, what are you doing out here?" Well, it makes sense. The death energy on a battlefield is the strongest. No, wait. At a time like this, you're still thinking about eating? The cat's eyes suddenly glowed with a green light. Song Lin immediately recognized it. Demonic eye resonance. He wondered, are those the souls of the dead? Instead of entering reincarnation, where are these souls trying to go? What's in that direction? It's too far. I can't see clearly. Green lights were emanating from the distance. It turned out they were coming from a game board. The woman standing next to Dao Shun smiled. "Senior brother Dao Shun, 3 million paper soldiers, and you only managed to kill 13 soldiers of the Great Yan, collecting only 13 souls on this board. You've taken a loss, senior brother." Holding the game board, he replied with a contemplative expression. "Those soldiers who have survived until now are no ordinary men. Of course, they'll only get harder to kill. Not to mention, there's an outsider martial artist stirring things up." The woman beside him spoke with a boastful tone. "Senior brother Dao Shun, don't be discouraged. Although these old soldiers are hard to kill, the quality of their souls is far superior to that of ordinary people. With the secret arts of the great Dao sect, with a bit more practice, what's to worry about not being able to refine a Dao army?" Dao Shun declared confidently, "Of course. Besides, this outsider martial artist is also excellent material." Back on the battlefield, Song Lin had completely wiped out the nether soldiers. The city's soldiers began to thank him profusely. "Thank goodness for your help, old sir. We were finally able to repel the enemy. Please, sir, come into the city with us." A commander stepped forward and clasped his hands respectfully. 6th rank commander of the Great Yan, Hai Ziwan of the Western Pacification Army, pays his respects to you, sir. Song Lin replied politely, "You all have held out until now. This indomitable will of yours leaves me, Qiao Mu, in complete admiration." The commander laughed heartily. "As soldiers of the Great Yan, it is our duty to give our all for the country. Earlier, I saw you using the army's spear techniques. May I ask, old Mr. Qiao, are you a soldier of the Great Yan?" He stammered in response, "Ah, yes, I am." He thought to himself, "I once served under Guo Yan and Yan Cheng. It wasn't for long, but I suppose it counts." Hearing this, everyone looked at Song Lin, and the atmosphere grew strangely tense. The commander sighed and then proposed, "Mr. Qiao, would you be willing to follow me somewhere?" Song Lin didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "Of course." As they walked, the commander explained, "In this city, apart from a few old soldiers, the rest are women and children who cannot fight. It's been 40 years. Xiangcheng is in ruins. It can't withstand any more fighting, and we can no longer hold off the paper soldiers of those heretics. 40 years ago, there were 100,000 soldiers. Now, only 300 old veterans remain, along with countless gravestones." Song Lin thought, the forest of tombstones outside Angxi Pass were all empty graves. Beneath this great desert city lies another forest of tombstones, holding the bones of our soldiers. The commander continued, Mr. Qiao, when you said earlier that you were a soldier of the Great Yan, that wasn't the truth, was it? You must have sensed it. Every day, my brothers hope that His Majesty still remembers the army and the people, and that he might send reinforcements to this city we're protecting. But 40 years have been wasted. In truth, we all accepted reality long ago. You claim to be one of our soldiers. We dare not accept that claim. One day, our bones will be buried here, and we will be completely forgotten. Hearing this, Songlin frowned. He then asked, Commander Hai, have you ever heard of the Great Yan's Minister of Rights, Hai Wuya? The commander asked in return, Hai Wuya, that is my father's name. Is he still alive? Songlin replied, he is. And he is still the current Minister of Rights. A few juniors in my clan have even received his care. Not only that, before I came here, I met a man who called himself Mr. Hai. Would that be your younger brother? He has been waiting for you outside Angxi Pass. He's been waiting for 14 long years. The commander spoke with a tone of contentment. I left for war at 20, and at 60, I still haven't returned. To know now that my father is well and my brother misses me, that is enough. Songlin was curious. Are there any other officers in the city? The commander replied, they are all lying here. It has been 20 years since General Li Changge, fell in battle. For the past 20 years, I have led the remnants of our army in this desperate defense, fulfilling my duty as a soldier and protecting the people in this city. Even while living on a knife's edge, I always hoped for the day I could return home. But today, I find myself a bit confused. Songlin asked, that Marshal Saint you mentioned. He was the former commanding general, correct? Why did he flee, leaving all of you behind in this lonely city to die? Du Yi sadly asserted that General Wu was not a deserter. The scene flashes back 40 years to a voice calling out, the conscripts are fighting to the death, while the marshal runs away. Li Changge, I am not the kind of man who clings to life and fears death. Changji questioned him. General, what's the point of dying at the hands of those abominations? The general shot back. So you're saying it's more meaningful to flee before a battle? Changji insisted. You are the strongest in our army of 100,000 men. You are our greatest hope. Hearing this, the general snapped. Then why don't you go? Don't you have a wife at home waiting for you? He angrily grabbed the general's collar. You think I don't want to go? If your martial arts weren't superior to mine, I would definitely run faster than you. You, I, and all the officers understand the current situation. We're trapped in here. Once those abominations make their move, we'll be like fish in a barrel. How can we fight? How much longer can we last? I beg you, Brother Wu, for the sake of Juju, for the sake of the world, think about this. Dying is easy, but enduring humiliation, suffering, and disgrace, surviving in secret, and silently waiting for an opportunity, that is far harder. The Great Yan needs a pioneer in martial arts, someone who can truly stand against the abominations, not a general who dies at their hands. At that moment, a group of soldiers outside called out respectfully, General Wu, we implore you to retreat. We implored General Wu to retreat. Seeing them act this way, a look of displeasure crossed General Wu's face. You all. Changji quickly urged. There's no more time. General, take this. He frowned and asked, do you all think I made this decision a long time ago? Changji quickly shoved a travel bag into his hands and said, in this bag is the essence of all our officers' martial arts, including the Lingzi Jue, my family's ultimate inherited technique. My wife and I studied for many years to reach our current level. This is what we offer you, the pioneer of martial arts. The path of cultivation is so powerful. Martial artists who want to advance can't just selfishly hoard their own little secrets. General Wu looked at him, surprised. Chang'e turned away and said resolutely, if this technique can be spread far and wide, our bloodlines can be considered to have been preserved. The other soldiers also placed their faith in him. The abominations are about to attack, he said with a hopeful tone. General Wu, you must survive. General Wu pressed his lips together tightly as everyone left with a final farewell. General Wu, take care. As the city gates were under attack, General Wu rode out of the city on horseback. His face was filled with determination, his eyes brimming with tears. General Wu's words, all of you, take care, still echo to this day. Sitting before Li Changji's grave, Du Yi continued his story. General Li led the soldiers and held out for a full 20 years, and to this day, the remnant army still stands strong. Song Lin thought to himself, the current martial saint is a man-eating demon who leaves no bones behind. 40 years is too long. I don't know if it's because his obsession runs too deep or if he was driven mad by despair over all those long years. Suddenly, Du Yi stood up decisively. All right, the story is finished. Old Master Qiao, I'd like to ask for your help with something. Hearing this, he didn't refuse and agreed. Go on, don't hesitate. He quickly made his proposal, hoping old Master Qiao would pretend to be a military official of the current dynasty, representing the Great Yan, enter the city and lie to the residents and soldiers that you are the vanguard of the Great Yan. Song Lin hesitated. Will they believe it? Even if they do, it will only be to comfort themselves. Du Yi stated firmly. With me vouching for you, they'll believe it. We don't understand why the abominations haven't wiped us out after all these years, but 40 years have passed. Human strength has its limits. With only 3,000 soldiers left in our remnant army, how much longer can we hold on? If death is certain and drawing near, then before the entire city is taken, let the soldiers and citizens have a few final days of happiness. At that moment, everyone in the city was gathering, whispering among themselves. Why hasn't Hai Dui's team returned? They've been gone for a long time. Seeing soldiers enter carrying the bodies of their comrades, they cried out, "They're back. It looks like many more have died. Heavens protect us. I pray my family is safe." Immediately, one of them recognized their lost loved one from their dog tag. It's old Zheng, and Fenger, too. What a cruel fate. I told their father and son to go to battle to support each other, not to go meet their maker together. My boy, you were born and raised in this city. You never saw the world beyond the great desert. Why did you have to leave so soon? The others were just as grief-stricken. It'll be our family's turn soon. Have we been abandoned by the outside world? Suddenly, a man on horseback rode up, declaring, "No, the outside world has not abandoned you. My name is Qiao Mu, a 10,000-man commander of the Great Yan's vanguard. The Great Yan has not forgotten you. Every sacrifice and act of perseverance over 40 years in this isolated city will be renowned throughout Juju. I am not alone. I am the one paving the way. I just met with Hai Dui. Reinforcements are on their way. Behind me are tens of thousands of our fellow warriors." Hearing this, the people cheered with joy. "This is wonderful. This is wonderful. We're saved. We can finally leave this place." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Liar," while the crowd was still joyfully chanting. "Thank you, Vanguard Qiao." "Welcome, Vanguard Qiao," Master Lu silently suspected. The outside world of Juzhou has long been rotten. The elites who died fighting here were the last pillars of the Juzhou human race. The 9 great cultivation sects of Juzhou have practically taken over every major city. This remnant army, this lonely city, was abandoned by the Great Yan long ago. Who are you? Really? Song Lin now took notice of him. Night fell over the isolated city's military camp. Song Lin lay looking up at the sky, thinking, Hai Ziyuan asked me to pose as reinforcements. That's just a false hope to quench their thirst. I have to find a way to help them leave. Perhaps there's a barrier formation here. Those spirit soldiers from the daytime were also created by magic. Besides, the souls all move in one direction. Someone must be manipulating them from behind the scenes. I have to find the mastermind. Suddenly, a sword flashed past the lamp beside Song Lin, extinguishing it. The tip of the blade was now pressed against his neck. Master Lu demanded, "You liar, why are you here?" Completely unfazed, Song Lin shot back. "It's you, the one who called me a liar during the day. Do you have any proof?" He retorted angrily, "Cut the crap. Never mind that the Emperor of the Great Yan wouldn't dare challenge the cultivators. Even if the Emperor went insane, why would he? You want an old man with one foot in the grave to lead the charge?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, is he from another region, like me? There was a martial artist before me. He was able to enter the lone city. Then he spoke. "Fine. I'll tell you who I am." Song Lin planted his hand on the ground and kicked straight at Mr. Lu's face. "But you have to beat me first." He blocked the kick and thought, his movement is good. "In that case, let me see what you've got." Mr. Lu also leaped into the air, quickly using the Green Lotus Sword Immortal technique to attack Song Lin. The old man also used the shadow-seeking steps to dodge Mr. Lu's attack. The two of them were now locked in a relentless battle. He glanced at Song Lin and swiftly attacked him with his sword, but Song Lin was too quick and dodged his move. Then, he attacked Mr. Lu in a circular motion. He thought to himself, his movement is too fast. No, his speed far surpasses that of an ordinary martial artist. Then he snorted. "If all you do is run, how can you call this a spar?" Unhurried, Song Lin smiled and asked, "How fast can this old man's lightness skill be?" Getting impatient already, Mr. Lu wondered, how can an old man possess such agile movement? Could it be some advanced disguise technique? And his true form is that of a strong young man. He then slashed straight at the old man. Song Lin immediately seized the opportunity. "An opening! I've got you!" He clenched his fist, concentrating all his power into his hand, and used the overlapping wave force technique. The first overlapping wave, a powerful punch shot towards Mr. Lu. He was sent flying by Song Lin's power, leaving him completely stunned. Such powerful force. Compared to his movement technique, his vital energy is even more absurd. After one strike, his power didn't decrease, it actually increased. Song Lin once again used the overlapping wave force technique, second overlapping wave. Seeing this, Mr. Lu grew even more bewildered. What on earth is this technique? He thought as he frowned and blocked the attack. This can't be. His energy is still growing stronger. Suddenly, the image of a dragon appeared above Song Lin's head. He continued to use the overlapping wave force technique. Third overlapping wave. Song Lin's power continued to surge as he clenched his fist and punched forward. Mr. Lu's jaw dropped as he saw the brilliant light of the energy blast coming right at him. Song Lin's single punch sent him flying out of the tent. Mr. Lu finally managed to steady himself on the ground after taking that incredibly powerful blow. He remarked in awe, "The amount of one's internal energy doesn't lie. This is a water grinding technique, something that can only be accumulated through long, arduous years. But your lightness skill is like that of a young man. How on earth did you manage that?" At this moment, Song Lin walked out of the tent and confirmed, "What this old man practices is the new martial way of this era." Mr. Lu looked intrigued. "The new martial way? Interesting. In that case, I would like to learn more." The old man agreed, "I am willing to oblige." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Mr. Lu." Du Yi walked over and exclaimed, "No wonder there was such a loud noise this late at night. Mr. Lu, why are you here? And why are you fighting with Lord Qiao?" Mr. Lu sheathed his sword and replied, "My apologies, Du Yi. There were a few things I had to verify for myself." Du Yi scratched his head and explained sheepishly, "You mean about Mr. Qiao pretending to be the reinforcements, right?" "Actually, I was the one who asked him to pretend." He replied coolly, "I had a feeling that was the case. I, Lu Yanbei, have been rude. I hope Elder Qiao can forgive me." Song Lin replied courteously, "You're too kind. If Mr. Lu had already guessed the reason beforehand, then this fight was to test my skills personally, wasn't it? Moreover, you didn't expose me in front of everyone during the day because you wanted the soldiers and citizens to feel at ease." Mr. Lu spoke up, "You have Du Yi's trust, so I'm sure it wasn't misplaced. Everyone has finally found a glimmer of hope. I couldn't bear to expose the truth. Your martial prowess is outstanding, and I am truly impressed. But in the end, it's not enough to solve the lone city's problems. This whole act can only give them a moment of happiness before they die." Du Yi said in a sad tone, "But that's still better than spending their last days waiting to die in despair." Suddenly, Song Lin challenged, "So what if it's an act? We just have to defeat the mutants, right?" Knowing this was impossible, Du Yi tried to stop him from having such thoughts. "Elder Qiao, you can deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. Every month, the Shadow Soldiers come to attack the city. The next time they arrive, with these remnant soldiers and their broken morale, I'm afraid it will be our last battle. Besides, we don't know how many Shadow Soldiers will come, even if you can fight 100 men at once. In the end, one person can't fight an army." Song Lin crossed his arms, looking mysterious. "One person may have their limits, but I've heard there's a peerless master hiding in this lone city. Have you two ever heard of the sword banished immortal?" Hearing this, the two of them looked at him in silence, not answering. Song Lin immediately deduced from their reaction, "So, you two know him?" Mr. Lu answered honestly, "I won't hide it from you. The sword banished immortal's name is Lu Yanan. He is my biological younger brother." Du Yi also chimed in, "Elder Qiao, although the sword banished immortal is powerful, he is cold-hearted. If you want to seek his help, I'm afraid it's hopeless. 20 years ago, before General Li Chang'e passed away, he went to beg him to take action, but he remained completely unmoved. He just sat back and watched as our soldiers died in battle. In his 30 years in the lone city, he has never drawn his sword. To this day, he still hides away in his residence, refusing to take a single step outside." Meanwhile, in another location, Yanan was sitting in a courtyard carving something. He then spoke, "After all these years, I still can't escape the city inside Zhen's heart. I don't have the courage to let her eyes see me as I am now." A voice rang out, "Old feelings have now turned to resentment. Beautiful dreams have always been the easiest to shatter. 30 years have passed in a flash. Beauty fades in the blink of an eye. You've grown old now too, haven't you? I only regret that my skills are limited. I don't dare to carve her eyes. I don't dare to capture her full beauty." Standing outside, Song Lin heard this and wondered, "So, your younger brother is this sentimental?" Mr. Lu replied awkwardly, "Elder Qiao, please, follow me inside first." As he entered the house, Song Lin looked around in surprise. The inside was filled with statues of beautiful women. As soon as Yanan saw Mr. Lu, he greeted him, "Big brother, it's been a while. Why are you always surrounded by old people? Couldn't you have brought some beauties with you?" His brother immediately reprimanded him. "Didn't you say you've lost all face? Let them get a good look at your current state. Aren't you ashamed?" Song Lin was also surprised by this. This is the sword banished immortal. He looks like a shut-in who's obsessed with figurines. He replied dejectedly, Big brother, my feelings for them are real. It's just that my heart was broken long ago, shattered into many pieces, and each piece loves a different person. You can't just destroy the genuine bond I have with them because you weren't as well liked as I was when you were young, Mr. Liu explained angrily. It's not that I wasn't liked, it's just that I was solely focused on studying the way of the sword. I didn't want to end up a degenerate like you, Song Lin speculated from the side. Aside from his ageless exterior, this man had none of the bearing of a banished immortal. I can't gauge his true strength. People like him are either truly weak or terrifyingly strong. The Phantom soldiers are attacking. To defend this city, we need him. I have to find a way to make him act, he thought. Then, he asked politely, It's strange. You don't have a single sword on you, yet you call yourself the Sword Immortal. Isn't that just asking to be ridiculed? Yan Nan sneered, holding a carving knife. You're old, but your knowledge is shallow. How can any sword compare to this other blade I hold in my hand? Right now, I am without a sword in my hand, and there is no sword in my heart. I have already surpassed my elder brother's realm of formless wooden swords. Song Lin didn't understand and asked Mr. Liu, What's he saying? Translate. He explained in frustration. He means he has no sword in his hand, and he no longer has the spirit or fighting will of a swordsman in his heart. Hearing this, he asked, So doesn't that mean he's completely washed up? Mr. Liu sighed. 30 years ago, he suddenly vanished. I searched everywhere for him. A year ago, I learned he'd been tricked into this isolated city by a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Only then did I find out he had become like this. Song Lin recounted, but from what I know, he had a 10-year pact with a martial saint and was later defeated by him in a duel. Hearing this, Mr. Liu looked shocked. What? That happened? Ah, Nan. Could it be that you've been carrying an injury from that battle with the martial saint all these years? Is that why you've been pretending to be so demoralized, refusing to fight? Yan Nan immediately denied it. Old man, I never went to that duel. I never wanted to practice that stupid martial saint's spirit rhino art in the first place, but the martial saint was so serious about it that I just casually nodded along. I'm just a rogue wanderer. The fate of the masses isn't something I can carry on my shoulders. That kid, the martial saint, he comes from a line of court military officials. He carries the world in his heart, trying to fight an impossible battle, while I just want to look out for myself. After hearing this, Mr. Liu scolded him angrily. The greatest of heroes serve the country and its people. How can you say such ridiculous things? Song Lin stopped him while asking Yan Nan, So you're just hiding in this isolated city like a coward? Yan Nan scoffed contemptuously. Old man, don't try to stir things up. This clumsy attempt at goading me. You think I'd fall for that? Hearing this, he also thought angrily. This guy really is a lost cause, stubborn as a mule. But that doesn't mean there's no way to handle him. Song Lin began to use a different goad. The Sword Immortal's romantic exploits are known to all. It's just a pity that the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. All you can do now is stay here, carving statues of beauties and sighing at the ocean. Seeing Yan Nan freeze, he knew he had hit a nerve. He glared at Song Lin and cursed, Who's weak, you rotten old geezer. He walked over and put an arm around Yan Nan's shoulder, persuading him, Don't be angry. It's normal to have sown your wild oats and not be able to reap the full harvest. As it happens, this old man has a secret manual, the leading technique in the martial world today, guaranteed to be your pillar of heaven. It will let you face 100 beauties and achieve 100 victories, firm and unyielding. But he didn't care and pushed Song Lin's hand away. What modern method, ancient method? That kind of talk might fool people who've never left this city. But trying to fool me, the greatest under heaven, you're looking down on me too much. He quickly spoke up. In that case, let me give you a little demonstration. Seeing Song Lin doing something to his statue, Yan Nan roared in anger, Little Sue. You shameless old man, I'll kill you. Song Lin quickly explained, Hold on, just look. He glanced toward the statue and saw a hole had been punctured through its backside. Song Lin said proudly, This is the hard-style golden technique of the 9 continents, the iron crotch technique. When mastered, not only will it be as solid as a rock, but it can also be moved at will to strike directly at the weak point. Sword Immortal. You are a master of swordsmanship. If you master this sword, it will surely help you reach a new peak. Yan Nan replied with excitement. This iron crotch, it seems I've underestimated the heroes of the world. To think the 9 continents now has such a formidable golden technique. The two of them shook hands and shouted in unison, My path is not a lonely one. Only Mr. Liu stood on the side, completely lost as to what they were talking about. What are you two saying? Song Lin smiled and said, It seems the Sword Immortal is quite fond of this hard technique. In that case, this old man will pass it on to you today. Yan Nan quickly thanked him. Many thanks, Brother Qiao. From now on, you are my sworn brother from another mother. He let go of Yan Nan's hand and made a proposal. Since we're sworn brothers, we should still settle our debts properly. You wouldn't just take my secret manual for free, would you, brother? Song Lin smiled and clapped Yan Nan on the shoulder, saying sheepishly, Brother, if you want the iron crotch technique, you have to agree to help me save this isolated city, and we'll leave this godforsaken place together. Hearing this, he hesitated. This? Mr. Lu questioned angrily. What's the excuse this time? Don't you want this iron crotch technique? Yan Nan admitted, I do. He urged him, then fight. Yan Nan refused flatly, I don't want to. Mr. Lu was perplexed. You don't want the technique anymore? He replied, I want it. Song Lin thought to himself, the sword immortal entered this city 30 years ago. His strength might even rival the current martial saint. Can this isolated city truly hold him? Why does he stay here? Is he a masochist? Probably not. Then he asked aloud, Is it that you won't go and won't help, or you can't go and can't help? Seeing Yan Nan stand up, he quickly guessed, that was easy enough. I guessed right. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? I've got to get something out of him first. Song Lin whispered enticingly, Your brother won't make it difficult for you. If you won't fight, you can trade your own ultimate technique for the iron crotch technique. A resolve formed in his heart. I, Qiao, will not leave empty-handed. Yan Nan was immediately hooked, offering up the iron crotch technique with both hands. Big brother, it's just a trivial technique. Did you really need to trouble yourself to come all the way to my door for such a small matter? Whatever you need, it's all yours. Seeing this, he looked surprised and thought, I have to say, I preferred your arrogant and rebellious attitude from before. Mr. Lu stood behind them, watching the two whisper to each other. He just smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, Song Lin saw a sign that read, No entry for unauthorized personnel, and asked, Worthy brother, why is there a sign like this in your backyard? Yan Nan explained, The yard is just full of unfinished stone carvings, nothing worthy of an outsider's eyes. Big brother, let's continue our discussion on the martial way. Song Lin nodded in agreement as the sun climbed higher. He followed and asked, So you've never been in the back courtyard either? Mr. Lu replied, I'm also very curious. If it were just an ordinary portrait of a woman, he would have no reason to hide it. Don't tell me. Brother Qiao, do you think he's secretly hiding someone? In reality, 1,000 treasured swords were buried in the back courtyard, destined to one day emerge and slay immortals. But he was guessing in a completely different direction. It's also possible there's statues of his dozens of beautiful confidantes, without any clothes on. After hearing this, Mr. Lu thought it made sense. Brother Qiao, you have a point. But your trip here, Brother Qiao, surely wasn't in vain. Although I don't know the full story, my younger brother has been like an exiled immortal since he was young. He was even the one who guided my swordsmanship. He's never been a lazy person. No matter what outsiders gossip about, I still believe that one day he will pick up his sword again. Thank you, Brother Qiao, for helping him come back to life. I hope you'll stay for a few more days. Song Lin smiled and replied, Heroes meeting, sharing the same path. But my good brother, are the streets of the city usually this empty at this time? Mr. Lu immediately answered, It's not normally like this. Suddenly, the sound of arguing erupted. Why did the great Yan reinforcements consist of only one old man? It's not that I have a problem with old soldiers. After all, we've relied on old soldiers to defend this city until now. The commotion grew louder. Mr. Lu explained, Although Captain Hai has given his assurance, he's anxious about the city's people, and his judgment might have been off. With only you here, it's inevitable that people are suspicious. I'm afraid there will be even more doubt in a few days. Song Lin spoke reassuringly. I've already thought this through. Just leave it to me. At the Gucheng military barracks, a woman spoke up. Captain Hai, since you summoned us here, we hope you'll be honest. Are there really reinforcements coming? The captain quickly reassured them. Everyone, rest assured. I have investigated Master Chao's identity. There's no mistake. Another person asked doubtfully, but why did it take the imperial court so long to send someone? And just one old man. At that moment, Song Lin walked over and asked, Is Zhang Adai here? Adai approached on his crutches. Sir, this old man is here. He took out a letter and said, There's a letter for you. Adai took the letter, puzzled. Who would send a letter to an old man like me? Suddenly, someone called out for Dongsheng, and he replied, I'm here. His eyes widened and he stammered. This is. The crutch in his hand fell to the ground, and he burst into tears. It's a letter from my wife. Dongsheng looked at him, then read his own letter and shouted with joy. It's my mother's handwriting. This is a letter from home. Seeing this, everyone rushed over to Song Lin, asking for news of their own families. Sir, is there one for me? Wang Hu, I was here first. Zhao Laifu. Sir, has my little sister gotten married yet? The captain, standing on the side, spoke up. This is. Song Lin quickly calmed everyone down. Don't rush, don't rush. Lin Amiao held a letter and sobbed. It's second uncle. Second uncle passed the scholar exam. Dad, did you hear that? Our family has a scholar now. Song Laibao, Guo Wulang, Han Tiniu, and Ma Delang also received their letters one by one. Feng Liuzhu read a letter to Wu Shusheng. Your wife passed away from illness. She said she'll continue to wait for you on the other side. He didn't hear clearly and asked again. What? She remarried? Remarried is good. Remarried is good. She shouldn't wait for me. Afterwards, letters also arrived for Bai Yusei, Lu Gosheng, Cao Enyu, Dong Shizu, Deng Lu, Xu Chunsheng, and others who had already sacrificed their lives. The captain smiled as his soldiers received letters from their families. Suddenly, Song Lin approached and called out to Captain Hai, holding out a letter. The captain took the letter with trembling hands and burst into tears. Song Lin turned around and announced loudly, I am under orders to bring you all back home. The soldiers there were all stunned, then roared with joy. We're going home. We're going home. Mr. Lu stood on the city wall, watching everyone celebrating. This is wonderful. They're going home. Going home. He was so moved he started to cry. Old brother Qiao, you've changed Gucheng. Song Lin and the captain stood watching everyone read letters from their families. Seeing their happiness, the captain felt joyful as well. It's been a long time since I've seen them smile. Mr. Qiao, thank you so much. He then asked, Captain Hai, since you knew that one person's strength couldn't break out of Gucheng, have you ever considered having the entire city practice martial arts? Hearing this, the captain replied, I have. But that's easier said than done. Not to mention that not everyone can learn martial arts techniques. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to reach a high level in a short time. Song Lin explained, that is the limitation of the old way of learning martial arts. I have here a martial art called the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra, which anyone can practice. Although it's impossible for everyone to develop internal energy in just 1 month, the people of this city want more than just to improve their fighting strength. That's why we must encourage them, give them the belief that they can break through Gucheng's siege and contribute their own strength. The captain smiled and said, to think such a technique exists. Please, Elder Qiao, teach us. A moment later, Song Lin addressed everyone in Gucheng. Under the immense pressure from the aberrations, the martial path within the rift has developed for 40 years, and the martial arts of the 9 provinces have advanced rapidly. They have now surpassed the progress of the past several hundred years. To reach modern martial arts, what we call martial arts today is to seize yin and yang, grasp creation, gather immense power into one body, and use the physical form to shatter all immortal techniques. The techniques of the immortal path can turn oceans to dust and hundreds of miles into barren desert. But now, we are exploring the possibility of using martial arts to resist the immortal path, to use martial arts to defeat immortals. The Sumeru Mountain King Sutra that I practice is a prime example of this modern method. From this day forward, I will teach it to everyone without holding anything back. Every day, at the appointed time, I will teach at the barracks for 2 sessions. Anyone who wishes to learn may come. Men, women, old, and young can all learn. As he spoke, he thought to himself, the Sumeru Mountain King Sutra comes from the Human Tao Sutra, so the participation of the people is essential. The path that Hai Wuya entrusted to me begins here. Everyone immediately shouted, such a good technique, and he's teaching it to us for free. The people outside who can't learn this must be so jealous. Let's go for it. We'll practice until we drop. We'll train from the moment we open our eyes to the moment we close them, without stopping. When I was young, I was already determined to risk this life of mine. If we die, we die. It's better than dying on our knees before some aberration. The captain smiled and glanced at Song Lin. Everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. It's all thanks to him. I should do something equivalent to repay him. He called out, Mr. Qiao. There is a martial treasury in the city. It was previously built under the supervision of General Li Chang'e. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Qiao, you may go to the treasury to select a secret manual. Song Lin smiled in admiration. Something this good? Let's go. I can't possibly refuse. Du Yi agreed. All right. Once I'm done with my work tonight, I'll take you there, sir. As night fell, Du Yi introduced, these are the secret manuals in our martial library. Mr. Qiao, you may read whatever you wish, he replied happily. This Angzi City's martial library is almost as extensive as the Wuji Martial Arts Association's collection. This book seems pretty good. And this one is excellent too. Du Yi added, these are all techniques contributed by the masters in our army, so you could say they're a collection from hundreds of different schools. Among them, The most profound are the Military Path Martial Codex and the Military Path Spirit Rhino Art, created by General Li Zhanga. Hearing this, Song Lin asked, "The Military Path Spirit Rhino Art. Excuse me, Commander Du Yi, are you acquainted with Tai Niangzi?" Du Yi was curious. "Elder Qiao, you know the general's wife." He looked surprised. His wife. Then, he thought to himself, so, Tai Niangzi is General Li's wife. That's why she was able to learn the Military Path Spirit Rhino Art. The Martial Saints Spirit Rhino Art originated from it, which is why I can sense the connection, but there are some slight differences. Song Lin sighed and began to walk away. No wonder she was also able to defend the pass for so many years. Hearing this, Du Yi asked, "Defend the pass? What pass did Madame defend?" He recounted. The Imperial Court established an Angxi Pass, and through her Spirit Rhino Art, she sensed that General Li had passed away. So she requested to guard the Angxi Pass for 20 long years, always facing the wasteland. She said there was still a sliver of hope and wanted to wait for General Li's return, so she would continue to hold the pass for him. After hearing the story, Du Yi's heart ached, and he whispered to himself, "Madam, Mr. Qiao, you've been reading for so long. Have you found a technique you like?" Song Lin suggested, "There are too many techniques. How about you recommend one for me?" Du Yi took a book from a high shelf. This Military Path Martial Codex contains a wide variety of martial arts, including battlefield weapon skills like spearmanship, saber techniques, and archery, as well as methods for strategic planning. And then there's the incredibly mystical Military Path Spirit Rhino Art. I'm sure you'll like it, Mr. Qiao. If you're interested, why not take a look at both techniques? Song Lin accepted the books. "It would be rude of me to refuse. I'll take these two for now." "Oh, right, this book I have in my hand. Is it a historical record of the city?" Du Yi confirmed. "That's right. The 9 provinces may have forgotten us, but we can never forget the brothers who sacrificed their lives. So, all the people and events from over the years have been recorded in here." He spoke while reading the book. "In that case, I'll borrow this book as well. The story of Angxi City should be known by more people." Du Yi smiled politely and replied, "You're too kind, Elder Qiao." Suddenly, Song Lin remembered something and asked, "Ah, that's right. In all the years the city has existed, has no one ever really left?" He answered in a serious tone. "About 30 years ago, a child in the city was discovered by the Great Tao sect. At the time, everyone thought that if we could get one person out, it would be for the best, so we agreed to let the Great Tao sect take the child." He asked, "And what was that child's name?" Du Yi thought for a moment before answering, "I believe he was called Gu Zhen. A Taoist named Qing Yi took him away that year. He was also given a Taoist name. I think it was Dao Zhen." Song Lin's expression changed to one of surprise upon hearing this. He thought to himself, Dao Zhen is from Angxi City. Why on earth did he bring me here? And why is this isolated city trapped like this? Scene changed to the Dao sect. Dao Shun asked aloud, "A trip to the 100-mile wasteland to practice my arts now costs 100 spirit stones. It only cost me 50 spirit stones before. Isn't this price hike a little too fast?" The person standing next to him replied, "That place won't be usable for much longer, so everything is scarce and valuable. Besides, it's the only place with living people to use as practice targets. If the harvest is good, the cost is worth it." He frowned, thinking to himself, 100 stones is way too expensive. Last time, I only managed to get 6 usable soldier souls. What a waste. If I only get that much again this time, it'll be a huge loss. Suddenly, Dao Zhen walked over and asked, "Junior brother Dao Shun, are you short on money?" Seeing him, he greeted, "Hello, senior brother Dao Zhen. Have you just returned to the sect?" He smiled and replied, "I have. I recently acquired a rather miraculous military art scroll. I heard that junior brother Dao Shun is the best at controlling Taoist soldiers, so I'll give this to you." He then tossed a pouch to Dao Shun. He caught it and asked quizzically, "A military art scroll?" When he opened the pouch, inside was a pile of gold coins and a command flag. Dao Shun recognized it. "This is the sprout beans into soldiers technique. Are you really giving this to me?" Dao Zhen confirmed, "Of course, it's not for free. I want you to come with me to the 100-mile wasteland to kill someone. You've probably met him before. His name is Qiao Mu, just some mortal acquaintance of mine. A few days ago, he used a realm-breaking talisman to enter the wasteland." Dao Shun smiled and agreed. "Oh, him? Don't worry, senior brother. Once I master the sprout beans into soldiers technique, I'll go kill him for you." 1 month later, Yan Nan and Song Lin were sitting and talking. Yan Nan spoke up. "For the past month, you've been giving lectures at the military barracks every day. Big brother, you brought a vitality to this isolated city that it hasn't seen in decades." Song Lin remarked, "You know quite a lot for someone who never leaves the house." Yan Nan replied while reading, This King of Mount Yui Sutra is indeed quite interesting, but it's not very profound. It's useful for the old soldiers in the city, but useless to me. Your foundation is very stable. Big brother, you've already reached the 5th level, but you can still only train your physical techniques. You don't know the wonders of training the spirit. Songlin smiled and replied, 3rd rank spirit training grants sharp intuition and the ability to foresee events. 2nd rank grants a powerful mind that can probe the surroundings, and memories from childhood can be recalled at will. 1st rank spirit training allows one to manipulate physical objects, an effect similar to the object control arts of the immortal path. You, at the very least, have reached the 3rd rank, knowing everything in the city without leaving your home. You use your spirit to observe things daily. On the surface, you act indifferent, but in reality, you pay attention to everything, don't you? If you can observe the 8 directions, then I have a question for you. Yan Nan turned his face away and answered, I don't know. Song Lin continued to ask, that day on the battlefield, I saw the soul wraiths heading towards the mountain peak. Do you know what's there? He replied coldly, I don't know. He guessed to himself, is he getting angry just because I exposed him? Then Yan Nan coughed and asked, if you want to fight those aberrations, relying on physical strength won't be enough. Big brother, have you grasped any of the sword techniques you got from me that day? He thought angrily to himself. Now he's concerned again. He's this old and still playing the cold on the outside, warm on the inside game. What's the point? Suddenly, the system interface appeared. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing art is downloading. Song Lin hesitantly replied, not yet. That cultivation method of yours is quite difficult. Then he wondered to himself, is this sword art still downloading? Is it because I don't have enough skill points? Suddenly, a horn blared. Song Lin immediately turned to leave. It was the signal horn warning of an aberration attack. Sword banished immortal. I'm going on ahead. At that moment, Yan Nan opened his eyes and looked forward. Du Yi shouted loudly, let's give these paper people a taste of our golden martial arts. Come on, you paper freaks. I've been waiting for you for a long time. From within the cloud of dust, a giant shadow emerged. Seeing this, Du Yi stammered in realization. That's a monster. The creature slowly advanced towards them. The men asked in a panic, Wah, what do we do? He reassured them, what's there to be afraid of? They've changed, but we're not the same men we were before either. My fellow soldiers, think of your families back home. Charge. The soldiers roared and rushed forward as the monster swung its arm to attack them. A brave soldier heroically attacked its body. The monster swatted the soldier away with a single swing. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain, as did Du Yi. It sent him flying, but fortunately, Mr. Liu was there to catch him. He spoke up, Hi Du Yi, I've come to help you. Du Yi urged with concern, Mr. Liu, this giant is much tougher than the paper soldiers. It's incredibly strong. You must be careful. Seeing vines sprouting from the ground and attacking the soldiers, Du Yi immediately realized, these are beanstalk vines. What kind of magic is this? The monster continued its assault on everyone. It knocked people away and then used its vines to pin the soldiers to the ground. Meanwhile, Du Yi and Mr. Liu were working together to sever its vines. He recounted a story. Long ago, an old general in the army once said that the aberrations besieging our lone city without killing us was like a cat toying with a mouse. It turns out he was right. If a monster like this had appeared sooner, we never would have been able to hold out until today. The vines grew more and more numerous, injuring many soldiers. One soldier seemed unable to stand as vines continuously sprouted from the ground, but fortunately, Du Yi came and supported him. Be careful. The soldier asked, Hi Du Yi, what is this monster? We're completely powerless against it. Another man, holding a spear, shouted, If the city falls today, death is our only path. Hearing this, the soldiers seemed to gain renewed strength and fought with all their might. That's right. We'll fight to the end. Kill. The monster grew even more furious, its eyes turning crimson as it stared down the soldiers. Du Yi called out, General Li. The monster wrapped its vines around Du Yi, completely ensnaring his body. Du Yi trembled as he admitted, Your subordinate has failed. Suddenly, a blade of sword chi appeared right above the monster's head. It sliced through all the monster's vines, to everyone's astonishment. Then, the sword plunged forcefully into the ground. Standing atop the blade, Song Lin declared, Young man, don't be in such a hurry to die. Let this old man go first. Du Yi was overjoyed to see him and called out, Vanguard Qiao. The monster stared at him blankly, its eyes gradually becoming lifeless. The one controlling the monster could see Song Lin standing before it through its eyes. He spoke, The main event has arrived. At that moment, the sound of running footsteps approached. Song Lin shouted, Listen up, everyone. Reinforcements have arrived. Value your lives, heavenly demon blood-burning art. As Song Lin charged forward, slicing through vines, he called out, System, display my remaining blood and chi. The system immediately responded, Heavenly Demon blood-burning art has been activated. Calculating blood and chi status. He leaped up, grabbed a spear, and charged at the monster, stabbing it straight through the chest. The notification panel also appeared, blood and chi status at 80%. With each strike against the monster, Song Lin lost 5 points of blood and chi. By the time he landed, he had lost a significant amount, with only 20% remaining. At that moment, Yan Nan, who was carving a statue, suddenly paused. He wondered, dying in battle is admirable, of course, but what is the true meaning of such a sacrifice? Burning your blood and chi to defeat a powerful enemy. But how long can your internal energy and life force last? The vines were all severed by Song Lin. He panted heavily, thinking to himself, the paper soldiers before were just fragile shells. This being general has the strength of a key refining realm cultivator at the very least. The vines regenerate too quickly. If I keep cutting them like this, I'll run out of stamina soon. The aberration controlling this bean soldier must be somewhere nearby. I have to find a way to locate him. Just then, Song Lin's cat also broke free, and another cluster of vines shot up behind him. Song Lin turned to look. Seeing this, Mr. Liu shouted a warning, Old Qiao, look out. The vines transformed into a giant hammer and slammed it down on the spot where he was standing. Song Lin gripped the spear tightly in his hand and announced, My fellow soldiers, after you return to Jiuzhou, send my regards to your families from me. He then used all his strength to attack the vine hammer, causing both the hammer and himself to explode. The blast sent everyone flying, and they cried out in pain. After the smoke cleared, everyone looked ahead, anxiously shouting, Vanguard Qiao. They yelled his name as they ran towards the battle site, where Song Lin was sitting on the ground, completely exhausted. A worried Du Yi ran over and stammered, Old Qiao, you can't die. It's me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you to impersonate me. Suddenly, Mr. Liu shouted, Hi Du Yi, this monster isn't dead yet. Song Lin whispered softly, Don't blame yourself. Just hold on. Reinforcements will be here soon. Du Yi cried out, yelling, Old Qiao. From a distance, Dao Shun observed and let out a sigh of relief, then said, He's finally dead. A mere mortal that even senior brother Dao Zhen had to take seriously. As expected, he had a few tricks up his sleeve. The objective has been met. Should I continue the operation or return and rest? Although there's no rush, spirit stones are precious, and Dao soldiers are hard to come by. It's a pity so many of my being generals were lost. It will be difficult to harvest all 3 million of these old soldiers now. Continuing this fight would be a losing business. Suddenly, a giant cat's paw appeared from above. Pinned down by the paw, Dao Shun let out a cry. Song Lin remarked, So this is where you were hiding. Seeing the person standing before him, the man was so surprised he stammered, How can you be? Qiao Mu praised the cat. Wu Chang, you've done a great service this time. I'll reward you with this immortal master as a meal. It meowed happily. Dao Shun screamed, Let me go. You lowly demonic beast. And you pathetic mortal. Do you have any idea who I am? I am an immortal of the Dao sect, Dao Shun. And you dare disrespect me. This immortal will refine all of you into Dao soldiers. Qiao Mu repeated. Dao soldiers? So that's what this is about. That's why you set up this binding array here. You turn this place into an isolated fortress, all to imprison the souls of these old soldiers to refine them into Dao soldiers. He asked defiantly, So what if you guessed correctly? Since things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. This place is nothing more than a secret realm for my great Dao sect to deploy the soul summoning formation. For 100 spirit stones, sect disciples can enter here to harvest souls. But now, there aren't many souls left to collect. Once the last soul is harvested, this secret realm will disappear. Those old fools in the city are still hoping for reinforcements. What a joke. No one can break this soul summoning formation. None of you can escape. You can only wait here to die. With that, he burst into laughter. Qiao Mu stomped hard on his arm. Then he cursed, You use the Dao soldiers you create to turn around and kill the Yangtze army, just to have their souls refined, repeating this cycle for 40 years. You're a bunch of animals. He furiously kicked the man in the face. Though beaten to a pulp, Dao Shun remained defiant, pathetic mortal. At that moment, Qiao Mu decided to lay all his cards on the table. You said they couldn't wait for reinforcements? Let me tell you, I am the reinforcements. He used his void-shattering finger technique, pressing it hard against Dao Shun's head and emphasizing his words. Don't worry, you're not going to die. Just then, Wu Chang ran over to deal with Dao Shun's body. Qiao Mu turned to leave, saying, I'll borrow those auspicious words of yours. Elsewhere, 2D shouted, Brothers, hold on. Have faith in Vanguard, Qiao. Reinforcements will be here any moment. Everyone responded in unison, Yes. Suddenly, the monster began to tremble and then vanished into thin air. Seeing this, 2D wondered in surprise, is it over? Or is that aberration just playing some kind of trick? Suddenly, Qiao Mu appeared, calling out, 2D. Hearing the call, he turned to see Qiao Mu dragging a body behind him. Qiao Mu announced, Vanguard Qiao Sangshen of the Immortal Punishing Army, reporting for duty. 2D stammered, Elder. Elder Qiao? No, that can't be. He then walked over and asked politely, Excuse me, Vanguard Qiao, what is your relation to Elder Qiao? You two look so much alike. Qiao Mu lied without batting an eye. Qiao Mu was my third grand-uncle. I know he has passed away. That was his own choice. You shouldn't blame yourself. It was all the aberration's fault. And this here is the aberration from the great Dao sect, the one who unleashed those Dao generals. I've already eliminated them, so none of you need to worry anymore. It is the Qiao family creed. When the nation is in peril, every man has a duty to act. My third grand-uncle's death was meaningful. I'm sure he can rest with a smile in the Nine Springs. Besides, I've killed the culprit, so in a way, my third grand-uncle has been avenged. Hearing this, the crowd cheered. Well said. When the nation is in peril, using martial might to punish immortals, it's real. We're truly saved. 2D suggested, Vanguard Qiao, please, come with me into the city. We must celebrate tonight. Qiao Mu smiled and agreed. Of course. Seeing how happy they were, he felt a bit of that joy himself, but it seemed something else was weighing on his mind. Night fell. In an open-air pavilion, Mr. Liu excitedly approached Yan Nan with news. The second soldier from the Immortal Punishing Army has arrived. The whole city is celebrating. The aberration from the great Dao sect was really struck down by the Immortal Punishing Soldier. Yan Nan mused, killing a single disciple of the great Dao sect. Is that really worth celebrating? How naive. Have you people even considered how the aberrations will handle this? They'll retaliate fiercely, and this city will only be annihilated that much faster. Mr. Liu grew angry hearing this and snapped. What do you mean, you people? If it weren't for the soldiers fighting to the death, this lone city would have fallen long ago. There wouldn't even be a corner left for you to be here carving stone statues. Noticing a fallen statue, Mr. Liu looked surprised. Are you carving, Brother Qiao? Nan, you're not someone who's completely indifferent to everything, are you? You're also sad about Brother Qiao's death, right? Yan Nan gave a slight smile and asked, Second brother, what expectations could you possibly have for a piece of trash like me? Mr. Liu shouted, Even the women and the elderly in this city have more sense of duty than you. He then asked, Second brother, do you know why the aberrations only surround this city instead of slaughtering everyone inside? Mr. Liu replied, How would I know what those aberrations are thinking? Yan Nan calmly explained, The place we're in charge of is called a sect's secret realm. Mr. Liu was a bit confused. Yan Nan continued, The soldiers who die in battle here, their souls cannot pass on. Instead, they fall into the hands of the aberrations. They are treated as rations. The braver and more resilient the soldier, the nobler their heroic soul, and the happier the aberrations are. This is the truth of this vast 100-mile great desert. It's nothing more than a soul farm for an immortal sect, he demanded. What does that mean? Are you saying that the remnant army, by resisting so fiercely, is actually providing some kind of benefit to the aberrations? How do you know so much? Where did you learn this? Why didn't you tell me? Suddenly, Mr. Liu seemed to realize something and sat down at the table, sighing. You're right. How could you have said anything? The thousands of soldiers in the Iron Army, their unyielding will, their belief in survival, is all founded on protecting this city and killing the enemy. Telling them to just wait for death would probably be more unbearable than letting them fight to the end. Yan Nan spoke. There are some things where you can only do your best and leave the rest to fate. This is true in life and in death. Mr. Liu turned and walked away. Yan Nan looked at the statue and said, The high mountain and flowing stream are hard to find again. Now that I understand the way, I walk it alone. Suddenly, from the rooftop, Qiao Mu commented, That's not necessarily true. He smiled down at Yan Nan, and their eyes met. Yan Nan smiled back and asked, What do you mean by that? Qiao Mu jumped down and approached Yan Nan, saying, Those words just now, sword banished immortal. You weren't just speaking to your elder brother. You were speaking to me, Qiao Sangshen, as well. If you already know this place is an immortal sect's secret realm, then why are you still playing games with them? However, his next answer left Qiao Mu utterly baffled. I don't know. After that, Qiao Mu took out 3 martial arts manuals and presented them to Yan Nan. My third grand-uncle passed down the complete iron body technique to me, and based on that, I've even developed a new cultivation method, if you don't mind. The moment he saw those 3 books, Yan Nan lost all sense of shame and lunged to snatch them. Mind? I don't mind at all, not in the slightest. From this day on, I will train diligently and contribute my strength and brilliance to our Qiao family's techniques. From now on, you're my second brother. Doesn't that make everything perfectly clear? So now his own brother is his third brother. Hearing the new family hierarchy Yan Nan had invented, Qiao Mu was at a loss for words. Wait a minute, third granduncle. I'm your elder brother, you're my second brother. So what about your actual brother? What a good little brother, he said sarcastically. By the way, I also combined some secret arts from the Far East to create another new technique. I wonder if you might be interested. The moment he saw it, Yan Nam's eyes lit up. Yes, he definitely has it. But Qiao Mu didn't hand it over just yet, adding a few more words. You're too kind, young brother. I've long heard of your innate talent for swordsmanship, you understand. At this point, he was getting desperate. I understand. I'll trade with you. Moreover, I'll also teach you an ultimate killing move. Hearing this, Qiao Mu couldn't help but be curious. An ultimate killing move? Right after, Yan Nan began to enlighten him. Once the sword is drawn, it cannot be returned. Where I stand, there are no enemies. It gathers all of a warrior's essence, energy, and spirit into a single, ultimate sword strike. That is the heaven-slaying sword drawing art. The strength of your body, the internal energy from your dantian, and your spirit. If this sword strike can focus all of your power, then you will have successfully mastered the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art. The more he listened, the more Qiao Mu wanted to see it in action, thinking that words were meaningless without a demonstration. I'm about to witness the strongest move of the man known as the greatest swordsman of our time. Yan Nan didn't hesitate to give him a dazzling display and began immediately. A demonstration? A piece of cake. Watch closely. This next sword strike will be so epic it'll blow your mind. A tremendously powerful aura then erupted from Yan Nan's entire body. Qiao Mu waited with great anticipation to witness this one-of-a-kind demonstration from Yan Nan. I'm about to witness the strongest move from the man known as the greatest swordsman of our time. Yan Nan's eyes now blazed with a powerful aura. Heaven-slaying sword, drawing art. With a single slash, it seemed as if heaven and earth themselves were trembling. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye, and then the space returned to complete silence. It all happened so fast that Qiao Mu didn't even have time to feel anything. Is this really the strongest technique? Yan Nan then calmly replied, I reached the state of no sword in hand long ago. There is also no sword in my heart. Therefore, what I demonstrated was merely form without spirit. Hearing this, he was completely dumbfounded. So for the past 30 years, you really have been letting yourself go? Yan Nan didn't hide anything and answered honestly. I, the Sword Immortal, have always been a man of my word. If I say I'll give up, I will definitely give up. I'm not the type to secretly work hard in the shadows. I am the king of giving up. Hearing this, Qiao Mu had to concede. The man truly loved to talk in circles. But what was so profound about this heaven-slaying sword-drawing art that even the system couldn't successfully download it? To focus all of a warrior's essence, energy, and spirit into a single ultimate sword strike that is the heaven-slaying sword-drawing art, one must focus the body's strength, internal energy from the dantian, and the spirit to master it. The spirit. That's right. This is a sword art that can only be practiced by someone who has refined their spirit. Yan Nan then noticed Qiao Mu's contemplative expression. He wanted to share some of his experience with Qiao Mu, so he said, Little brother's sword art is powerful, but only those who have refined their spirit can even begin to learn it. I see that you, second brother Qiao Mu, are divinely martial, with a heroic and handsome bearing. You are extraordinarily talented, a pillar of the martial path. The only small thing you're missing is spirit refinement. Hearing this, Qiao Mu sought Yan Nan's advice. Well, worthy brother, you are the greatest swordsman. Do you have a way to help me refine my spirit? He was already prepared for this and confirmed. Of course, I do. Second brother, look behind you. Statues of beauties, tell me more. Yan Nan began to explain, I won't hide it from you. Your little brother was born a sword embryo, so I can see that this place, which looks like an ordinary courtyard with statues of beauties, is actually a trial ground for spirit refinement. Each statue is the culmination of my life's work, and what's more, they are fused with my spirit and sword intent. Combined with the exquisite layout of this place, there is a hidden formation within. As long as you, second brother, can break through this courtyard of beauties and comprehend the sword intent that I left behind, you will naturally be able to refine your spirit. It's just that. Because your little brother is far too much of a genius, the probability of you dying in there is much greater than that of you successfully advancing. The Xiao Shui group is very strong, you know. Who would have thought that Qiao Mu, completely unafraid, was determined to go all in? How could I possibly miss such a great opportunity? I'm really looking forward to refining my spirit. I wonder how all the cultivation techniques I possess will transform. I can't even imagine how happy I'll be then. Yan Nan didn't stop him, letting him experience it for himself. In that case, second brother, you must be careful. Activate the great mighty heavenly dragon formation. He drew a symbol right after. At that moment, the statues of the beauties awakened, each now holding a sword in their hand. They were no longer lifeless objects, but were now ready to confront Qiao Mu. To allow Qiao Mu to unleash his full potential, Yan Nan also left. What a strange person. In the end, what is the meaning of sacrificing oneself for others? Can you give me the answer, Qiao Tangshen? Or should I call you Qiao Mu? In any case, you're not a beauty, so it makes no difference to me. I just wonder if what you're trying to do will really go as smoothly as you imagine. At this time, Dao Zhen was holding some kind of treasure and was preparing to meet her master. Relying on her own senses, she couldn't help but wonder. Dao Zhen is dead. Although he hadn't mastered the bean soldier art, a single bean general couldn't have been destroyed so easily in such a short time. His killer's strength must far surpass his own. Is there truly such an expert in Goose City? Furthermore, not even Qiao Mu's soul was captured by the Great Soul Hooking Formation. It's happened again. I must report this to Master. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dao Zhen. Your master is currently in the imperial capital, busy for many days without rest. It would be better not to disturb him with this matter. Dao Zhen came before Qing Zhuo and bowed her head. Greetings, Martial Uncle Qing Zhuo. Upon seeing her, he immediately expressed his satisfaction. You did a good job with the matter of the King of Qin. He has already established his power. Next are the forces on the border. We will establish an immortal kingdom in this land of Zhangzhou. Among the 8 great immortal sects, aside from the Xuan Tian sect of the southern continent which suffered losses before, the other sects also intend to follow suit and establish immortal kingdoms in their own continents. Although this is a worldly matter, it is related to the grand plan of the immortal sects and is extremely important. Martial brother Qing Yi is too preoccupied to handle this. We should try to share his burden. Dao Zhen quickly accepted the command. Yes, this disciple will handle the matter in the Great Desert personally. Dao Zhen didn't need to say it, but Qing Zhuo could see right through her. Dao Zhen, why are you so interested in the mortal Qiao family? A mortal whose soul cannot be hooked. While strange, he is still just a mortal. Either the Qiao family members are a strange, soulless foreign race, or another great power has intervened. For example, some mortals who believe in ancient gods have their souls tainted, so the soul hooking formation would naturally be ineffective. Why are you so fixated on a foreign race? Could it be because you can't bear to see those people in the secret realm continue to resist, and you wish to use the Qiao family to close that secret realm? These words from Qing Zhuo had completely hit the nail on the head, exposing Dao Zhen's true intentions. Fearing she had forgotten, he wanted to remind her. Even though you've become an official disciple of our sect, as the only person to emerge from that secret realm, you are also the disciple forbidden from ever entering the Great Desert secret realm. Fearing a misunderstanding, Dao Zhen immediately explained, I have never had such thoughts. I ask for your fair judgment, Martial Uncle. If my assistance isn't needed this time, does that mean Martial Uncle has another plan? He didn't say anything more, only sinking into thought with a mysterious smile. Dao Zhen was suddenly startled as she realized something and asked, Don't tell me. Martial Uncle intends to make a move personally, she thought to herself. Qing Zhuo was one of the immortal sect elders who established the Great Formation 40 years ago. He pays no mind to Dao Shun or the 2 from the Qiao family. If he wants to act personally, could it be that he has another objective? Elsewhere, Qiao Mu was still taking on several statues all by himself. Although the Sword Immortal had said the statue's strength was not to be underestimated, but each one possessed a strength equivalent to at least a second-grade spirit refinement martial artist. How is this even possible? He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, preparing to watch for an opportunity to strike. After spotting a flaw in the statue, Qiao Mu immediately thrust his sword forward. However, the statues moved with such skill and finesse that he had some difficulty. Not only can they spiritually predict my attack trajectory, but even their reaction speed is faster than mine. Qiao Mu felt that fighting them was no different from fighting real masters. Are these things really just stone? Before continuing, he used a healing art to close his open wound. Qiao Mu temporarily set his sword aside and decided to use a blood art. Heavenly Demon Burning Blood Art. His eyes now glowed a fiery red, seething with killing intent. After pouring all his strength into his fist, Qiao Mu immediately attacked the statue. Qiao Mu's fiery fighting spirit showed no signs of diminishing, a fact the statues had to acknowledge. This man is truly tough. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down the first statue. Retreating already? Unwilling to accept defeat, they all charged forward to gang up on him. Qiao Mu was now forced into a passive position as the statues formed a circle around him. Still, he wasn't afraid of any of them and began to taunt them. Is this a sword control technique? Are they forming a sword array? Interesting. I thought they were only at the second grade, but it seems they're all first-grade masters. In that case, bring it on. Meanwhile, Yan Nan was relaxing beside a tree, so he's already reached the second wave this quickly. Theoretically, you should have first discovered the psychic imprint I left on the beautiful maiden's statue, and only after consecutively dodging a series of killing blows could you have activated the second phase. But because your blood chi is too powerful, you destroyed the maiden's statue, which in turn triggered the next phase earlier than expected. I don't know if this is a good or bad thing for you. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open in surprise. The presence of a third party had alerted Yan Nan. Why is this familiar aura so damn annoying? Old man, you're finally here. Go and summon the others. Overwhelmed by numbers, Qiao Mu could only weave back and forth to dodge the attacks for now. The attacks became so dense there were no openings. He could have used the hidden shadow step to evade and wait for a chance to counter. But now, just dodging was exhausting. I have to find a way to create some space. His back foot scraped against the ground to maintain his balance. Qiao Mu decided he had to escape this cat and mouse game and use all his strength to prepare a counterattack. Four-layered ripple. If he couldn't take them down in one go, he would chip away at them slowly. As long as their formation is slightly broken, I'll have the chance to completely crush them one by one. But what exactly is the Sword Immortal's hidden sword intent? A flash of sword light rained down, like a bright shower enveloping Qiao Mu's figure, converging into a brilliant point that spread across the sky. Qiao Mu stared blankly at the approaching sword. Before he could even react, the blade of light pierced straight through his body. He was so grievously wounded that he lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. The statues slowly approached his motionless body to confirm the kill. Just when they thought it was over, his voice rang out from behind them. Sisters, don't go just yet. Impermanence retract. The body just now was merely a clone of Qiao Mu's. I'm still alive and kicking. Let's fight again. A system panel appeared, showing that his health was still at 90%. His eyes were filled with a thirst for battle. I sensed it the moment I arrived. Before Qiao Mu now stood not just a few statues, but an entire army radiating immense power. He broke into a satisfied smile as he realized something. I think I get it now. The essence, chi, and spirit focused into a single sword strike, accumulated to its absolute maximum. This is the heaven-slaying defeat sword art. Use the mind to feel that stream of sword intent, then converge it within my sea of consciousness. A ball of energy, gradually coalescing from the latent streams within him, appeared in the void. It took the form of a child floating in a crimson space. Atop the small entity's head, a red mark appeared, emitting a cold, murderous aura. Qiao Mu's eyes were now blazing red, erupting with a ferocious sword aura. His mastery of the heaven-slaying defeat sword art shot up from 30% to 70% as his whole body released intense shockwaves. His foot stomped the ground, sending dirt and debris flying. Qiao Mu gathered all his strength and shot forward like an arrow, his eyes burning like fire. Qiao Mu went all out, delivering picture-perfect slashes straight at the statues. His exhilarated shouts echoed through the air. Big sisters, trying to step on me? Don't stop, I'm loving it. Captain Du was now at Yan Nan's location and couldn't help but ask, Sword Immortal, what did you have Mr. Lu call me here for? Things have come to this. If you agree to help, Yan Nan sighed before he could finish his sentence, and at that expression, Captain Du flared up. Not wanting an argument, Mr. Lu stepped in to stop him. Although Nan is unreliable, he never does anything without a clear purpose. Let's hear him out first. Yan Nan then revealed his speculation. It's likely that Elder Qing Zhuo of the Great Tao sect is on his way to destroy Lone City this very day. Hearing this shocking news, Captain Du was utterly stunned. What? Sword Immortal? Don't say things like that so casually. We barely survived that bloody battle. How can an immortal sect elder suddenly appear on the enemy's side? Seeing his misunderstanding, Yan Nan corrected him. He's not just an ordinary elder. Qing Zhuo's status is on par with the sect master of the Great Tao sect. His strength is top tier. Lurching from one shock to another, Captain Du froze for a full 5 seconds. Seeing how Yan Nan could speak with such detail, Mr. Lu couldn't help but ask, how do you know so much about the enemy situation? He didn't answer directly, but asked a question in return. Third brother, why do you think I came to the solitary city? Mr. Lu was stunned. Wasn't it for second brother? The next second, Yan Nan pointed towards the door. It's for third brother now. My second brother is outside. 30 years ago, that old geezer Qing Zhuo told me that I was a natural-born sword immortal seed, and he wanted me to sever my blood ties and join his immortal sect. Hearing this, he was anxious to know Yan Nan's response. What did you say to him? His face darkened as he hesitated. I told him, so I'm a sword embryo, your whole family are sword embryos. After that, I was locked up in this city. Back then, Qing Zuo was so enraged by the rejection that he imprisoned Yen Nam. You don't want to join my immortal sect, then stay in this mystic realm of the solitary city and temper yourself. I will help you sever your blood ties completely. This Tao talisman will be imprinted deep within your mind, causing the deaths of the city's soldiers and citizens to repeat before your eyes, day and night. If you dare to fight back, the imprint of the talisman will deepen, until you either become completely numb or go completely insane and slaughter the people here with your own hands. Once you sever your blood ties, the imprint will vanish. At that time, you can reconsider whether you want to join me. Hearing Yen Nam's story, the captain's eyes welled up with tears. So that's what happened. That fiend was trying to break you. No wonder you haven't drawn your sword in 30 years, silently enduring the scorn of the entire city. But in the next second, he said something chilling. Not at all. My motto is, if you have no morals, no one can ever bind you. Yen Nam thought to himself, I just don't understand what any of your actions mean. Fathers turning on their children, mothers abandoning them, masters showing no mercy. A fickle imperial court. Yen Nam mused that everything in this mortal world was meaningless, just one giant, traveling opera. Why take it so seriously? Suddenly, an image of Qiao Mu appeared in Yen Nam's mind. There's no other reason. My heart told me so. He repeated Qiao Mu's words to himself. My heart told me so. Qing Zhuo is targeting me. I definitely won't just stand by and do nothing. He made a silent vow. Right now, the only one my heart cares for is the older brother who didn't abandon me. No matter what, I will not sit by and watch him die in the solitary city. If you want to protect your family in the city, then I will lend you a hand. To manage their expectations, he added a disclaimer. But don't get your hopes up. I'm only about 20% confident. Are you too willing to take that bet? Both Mr. Liu and the captain looked at each other and pondered for a long time. Since they had nothing left to lose, the captain wasn't picky. We have no other choice. Yen Nam then led them to another place. Follow me. Mr. Liu couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, Nam. You really did have an ace up your sleeve. The door before them opened, revealing the scene inside. The moment he stepped through, Mr. Liu's jaw dropped. Is this Anxi City? Did you carve the entirety of Anxi City? Seeing the massive spectacle before him, the captain couldn't help but ask curiously, What did you carve this for? Yen Nam didn't say much, simply holding out his hand. You'll see. Miniaturis. A small stream of green light shot out from his finger. The entire model city, as if uprooted, began to slowly rise into the air. A moment later, it was floating completely in the sky, just like a flying castle. In an instant, the city shrank down and came to rest gently in the captain's palm. Witnessing this mind-blowing scene, he found it hard to believe. This isn't a martial arts technique. Is this immortal magic? Yen Nam confirmed it. That's right, it's an immortal technique. I am immortal sword immortal, so why must I join his immortal sect? I can ascend to the Tao of immortality on my own. Mr. Liu now looked at Yen Nam with pride in his eyes. This is the true Ah Nam, the unrivaled master of his generation. It will be hard for future generations to surpass him. For 30 years, others saw him as a useless nobody, but he used that time to secretly enter the true path of immortality. Yen Nam then raised a finger and revealed, I've only just entered the path of immortality. This is just a small, initial test of my power. I'm a far cry from the elders of the immortal sects. However, shrink. Suddenly, a burst of energy shot from his fingertip and enveloped Mr. Liu's entire body. But then, something even crazier happened in the next second as he was shrunk down and placed inside the model city. Yen Nam was doing this to protect them. He leaned his head in and explained, The battle between me and Qing Zhuo will undoubtedly have a massive impact. At best, mountains will crumble and the earth will split. At worst, the great Tao itself could be annihilated. You probably wouldn't survive the aftershocks, so you'll have to bear with being in here for a while. Hey, Captain, you have 1 hour to gather all the citizens in this city in one place. Save me the trouble of having to grab them one by one. Also, these stone statues in the courtyard are Tao soldiers I've refined using the immortal sex methods. Have the people drip their blood essence onto the statues. It can temporarily disrupt the fiend's magical tracking. The captain immediately agreed. All right, I'm on it. Although Yen Nam didn't show it, he silently hoped everything would be all right. Chao sang Sen. On our own, we have no way of breaking the solitary city's curse. But if you can achieve spirit refinement, you can coordinate with me to execute the heaven-slaying 8-sword technique. So, don't disappoint me. On Qiao Mu's side, the system panel showed heaven-slaying 8-sword technique, progress at 89.5%. Revivals left this week, 1. At this moment, he began to worry. I'm really screwed this time. Only one chance to revive left, and the reset timer isn't up yet. I might actually die here for real. The statue seized the opportunity while Qiao Mu was catching his breath and charged forward. But he didn't flinch, instead flashing a provocative smile. All right, let's change up our strategy then. System. Dump all my remaining points into 100 variations of flesh and blood. A statue thrust its sword at Qiao Mu, but its hand slipped, and he dodged the attack. On Qiao Mu's hands, threads created by his blood technique began to appear.
I've always wondered, if the heavenly demon disintegration can be upgraded after reaching its peak, can other cultivation techniques do the same?
With those last few point additions, I've been constantly thinking about 100 variations of flesh and blood, and I've finally created a strange new technique based on it. Flesh and blood clone. 100 variations of flesh and blood has upgraded into flesh and blood root transformation. Before I destroy the immortal statue at the Xuantian sect, Wu Qizhang once placed a piece of his own flesh and blood inside me. Besides healing my injuries, it also granted me the power of a spirit refinement martial artist. At that moment, I just thought, if Wu Qizhang could transfer power through his flesh and blood, then maybe I could also put my own flesh and blood into a host body to control it, forging a flesh and blood avatar. This often led to the avatar losing control. Today, by comprehending the sword intent in this battle, my mind is cleared, and I've finally succeeded in controlling the avatar. Multiple bodies, one consciousness, and the avatar has almost no effect on my own strength. It just takes some mental energy to control it remotely. You could say that as long as I have enough spiritual energy, I can control even more avatars. At the same time, the control distance is also greater. As long as I die enough times, I'll have enough host bodies to build an army of the undead. I'm truly overjoyed beyond words. Let's go. The real show is about to begin. The statues then charged toward Qiao Mu, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Yan Nan, on the other side, had already sensed the fluctuations from him. He was eagerly waiting to see what on earth would happen next. His talent isn't bad. He was able to imitate the sword-intent soldier technique so quickly to create a similar body. But what's the deal with his physical body? And what kind of martial art is that? Suddenly, a sound reached Yan Nan's ears. He didn't hesitate, spinning on his heel and stepping forward. You're here sooner than I expected. Second brother, I'll try to buy you some more time. You have to break through. The sun high above shone down, glaring brightly. With his peak strength, Yan Nan took down all of them in the blink of an eye. His Dao soldiers, however, remained motionless, showing no signs of activity. From high above, a familiar figure appeared, and it was none other than Qing Zhuo. After such a long time, he had a few words he wanted to say to him. It's been a while. Mortals often say that a strict master produces a skilled student. There's some truth to that. Imprisoned here for 30 years, and yet you still managed to enter the Dao on your own talent. Truly, the disciple I had my eye on. Yan Nan then pointed his sword straight at Qing Zhuo with a scowl. I'm exceptional on my own. Don't you dare try to take credit for it. This sword immortal has no desire to see your two-faced head. So, he lightly lifted his foot, his body leaving the ground as light as the wind. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow of the breeze, the tip of his sword tearing through the air, stabbing directly at Qing Zhuo. Get lost. The man's face remained calm, completely unshaken. Not bad, a sharp aura. But without any real combat for decades, even if you've reached the Foundation Establishment realm, it's still not enough to touch your master. Yan Nan's eyes filled with bewilderment, wide with shock. So strong, he's even stronger than when he captured me all those years ago. A single slash, sharp as a scythe, carrying a sky-high killing intent, chopped straight down. The city behind them couldn't withstand the force, collapsing with a loud roar under his attack. Qing Zhuo stood high above and said a few words acknowledging Yan Nan's strength. Sword embryo, your master taught you so strictly for so many years. I suppose you haven't disappointed me. But Yan Nan felt nothing but contempt for his preachy attitude. You meet someone and you just have to act like their father. You're sick. I don't think your clear yin-yang sword is anything special. After all these years, you're still in the nascent soul realm, with no progress at all. No wonder there's nothing left to gain in this secret realm. So it turns out you only show your face after all that's left are scraps and leftovers. Qing Zhuo wasn't angered by those words and calmly retorted, this place was originally for disciples to practice. It's useless to me. However, the core of this 10,000-mile grand formation is my life-bound artifact. Of course, I have to come and retrieve it. Yan Nan had a nagging question that needed answering, so he asked, if you retrieve the artifact, what will happen to this place? Hearing this, the man cursed him. Fool. Of course, it will turn to dust and scatter into nothingness, including you. Qing Zhuo had no intention of wasting his breath explaining and decided to strike at Yan Nan. Still concerned about those mortals? You've already stepped onto the path of immortality. Why do you still cling to worldly attachments? I've told you before. The mortal world, beautiful women, brotherly bonds. They are all obstacles on your path of the sword. It seems your master will have to put in more effort to teach you properly. Yan Nan's anger towards Qing Zhuo hadn't faded, so he channeled all his energy into his sword. You lied to me, saying the sect betrayed me and imprisoned me in this lonely city. Then you tricked my brother into coming here, all just to test that damn mortal heart of mine. Are you actually sick in the head? Back then, this sword immortal let you seal me in this god-forsaken place because I also wanted a quiet place to recover. Did you really think I was afraid of you? He thought to himself, second brother killed Dao Shun, so the great Dao sect won't let it go. Qing Zhuo isn't looking for him, which means his target is me. In that case, I'll lure him away for a while, buying time for second brother to make his breakthrough. I just tested his strength. I can't face him head on, but I'll hold him off for as long as I can. Qing Zhuo then spoke as he took out his staff. Flashy, but useless. Well, unpolished jade is worthless. Your master is willing to help you become a true talent. I'll let you see what the true, orthodox path of the sword really is. Great Thousand Yang Sword Dao. From the vast sky, countless brilliant purple swords suddenly materialized. A moment later, they all rained down at once, turning into a torrential storm of swords rushing toward Yan Nan. Now, all he could do was use all his strength to dodge every single blade stabbing down into the ground. His figure weaved through the air, his speed so fast it was hard for the naked eye to follow. Watching this scene from above, Qing Zhuo spoke with disdain for Yan Nan. My disciple, you still have much to learn. Be a good boy and listen to me. Come back to the sect with me. Your master will guide you onto the true path of the sword. Suddenly appearing before him was the sight of Yan Nan, now turned to stone. For a moment, Qing Zhuo was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Yan Nan's sword then swung out with precision, as if a god had descended. Without a trace of fear, he retorted sharply, I have my own path. Why the hell would I want to roll around in that damn mud with you? Without another word, Yan Nan shot forward. Qing Zhuo took out his own sword and blocked the attack. So you even carved his stone statue as a substitute for yourself. All these useless little tricks. Learning these heretical techniques will only slow your progress on the path of the sword, and in the end, you'll just go astray. Stop your damn nagging. At this moment, Yan Nan was trying his best, waiting for the right moment to end it. My swordsmanship is not inferior to his. It's just that my spiritual power is far weaker. I have to seize the first move. No one gets to lecture me about the path of the sword. The true, orthodox path? I am the true path. Qing Zhuo then uttered a sentence that crushed his will. You call that flashy, cumbersome nonsense from a brute a sword path? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is depleted now. Even if you could enter the Tao through martial arts, you would hardly overcome the Great Tribulation. The current sword Tao must be based on the incense fire path, integrating with the great Tao to seek eternal life for the sword path and undying life for oneself. You are a natural-born sword embryo, you can't be wasted. Yan Nan raised his sword, his figure turning lightly as a flash of sword light completely parried the descending attack. Then, his sword tip aimed forward, his aura like a waterfall about to crash down on his opponent. Seething with killing intent, Qing Zhuo threatened him, stubborn and unrepentant. If you continue this nonsense, this master will truly become enraged. Yin's sword, 1,000 threads. Yan Nan pushed off his feet and leaped back, dodging the surging wave of killing intent from the staff. But in the next second, the staff coiled around his arm like a dragon. Not stopping there, white threads like steel needles pierced straight into his flesh. In an instant, Yan Nan's entire body was severely injured, his qi and blood thrown into chaos. His body was no longer whole. He had lost both of his arms. Meanwhile, the old man tried to psychologically manipulate Yan Nan. Severing your arms was for your own good, to help you eliminate the great consequence. As long as you agree to sever your mortal ties and disregard all worldly matters, including that brother of yours. If you follow me and focus on cultivating the orthodox sword Tao of the great Tao sect, I will help you reattach your hands. You don't want to spend the rest of your life unable to hold a sword, do you? At this, Yan Nan gritted his teeth helplessly. Lu Yanbei, in this life, nothing good ever comes from you being with me. Now I've gotten you into trouble too. But then, he suddenly recalled Master Lu's previous words. You went down the mountain to exterminate demons and were severely wounded. Your big brother isn't blind like those fools in your sect who ignored the truth just to frame you. You have an extraordinary talent for the sword Tao. If they can't see it, it's because they're the blind ones, and incapable of retaining true talent. Nan, there will surely come a day when you make a comeback. But back then, Yan Nan had grabbed his robes and demanded, How did you get into the lonely city? Master Lu explained, After you disappeared, I searched everywhere for you. I finally heard some news about you at the Great Tao sect. You fool. Why were you asking around about me? Master Lu placed a hand on Yan Nan's shoulder and reminded him of their relationship. You are my student, are you not? Returning to the present, he became determined to live for Master Lu. This foolish brother of mine, I absolutely cannot die here. Old scoundrel, are you some kind of sword peddler? 30 years ago, Yan Nan, feeling uneasy, had been blunt with Qing Zhuo. Old scoundrel, stop following me. But the old man refused to let him be and continued to pester him. Mortal martial artists are ignorant fools who can't distinguish right from wrong. They framed you for having a venereal disease, bringing shame upon your sect, and expelled you. Why do you still hold any attachment to it? The martial path is a dead end. For you to continue practicing, it is a waste of your God-given talent. You should switch to the path of immortal cultivation. Join me, and together we will explore the future of the Sword Dao. Join the great Dao sect, and even Emperor Yonghe himself would have to show you deference. Even the master who expelled you would have to bow down in respect. But Yan Nan's will was firm, and he remained unmoved by the old man's words. Emperor Yonghe isn't some beauty. Why would I care about his respect? Stop following me. I have no interest in your squabbles between cultivators and martial artists. If you're really so sincere, why don't you show me some portraits of the beauties from your immortal sex? But the old man wouldn't give up, continuing to persuade him that carnal desire harms the body and wounds the spirit. You are a sword, seed. How can you allow such matters to hinder your progress? But Yan Nan's thinking was the complete opposite of Qing Zhuo's. I think you're the one whose cultivation has hit a wall. You're just looking for someone to pave the path for you, and sorry, I'm not interested. As for the moral character of the great Dao sect, I'm not about to vouch for it. If you understand, then get the hell out of my sight. The moment Yan Nan returned, Master Lu rushed out anxiously. Where have you been? I heard the top 10 masters in the world want to have a duel to the death. Your wounds haven't healed yet, so don't you dare get caught up in the heat of the moment and agree to it.
Suddenly, Yan Nan asked out of the blue, Big brother, in your opinion, am I still considered one of the top 10 in the world?
Now, I'm just a lecherous scoundrel, an idle loafer who got kicked out of his sect. My title is now despised and hated by everyone. It truly is the fate of the Lone Star of Calamity. When I was little, my father didn't love me and my mother didn't want me. And you, brother, wouldn't it have been better to follow father and live a life of nobility? Why were you so determined to take care of a sick and wretched person like me? Master Lu couldn't stand hearing that and rapped Yan Nan on the head. I raise you with my own 2 hands. Stop saying things that you don't even believe yourself. Whether you have some venereal disease or not, do you really think I wouldn't know? You went down the mountain to exterminate demons and were severely wounded. Your brother isn't blind like those people in your sect who ignored the truth to slander you. You have an exceptional talent for the Sword Dao. Their failure to recognize it just shows how short-sighted they are, incapable of retaining a true genius. Nan, I'm certain that one day you will rise again. In his heart, Yan Nan always wondered why Master Lu cared for him so deeply. I've already told you I don't care about those things, so why do you presume to understand me and place all your hopes on me? I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the world anymore, and I don't care about being number 1. I practice the sword because I enjoy it. Why should my life be defined by anyone else? Qing Zhuo's dark words echoed in his ears. Lu Yan Nan, fame and fortune are fleeting illusions to you. You were truly born for the path of immortal cultivation. I understand now. The thing holding you back isn't carnal desire, but that elder brother of yours. Hearing this, Yan Nan immediately scowled. What? Changing tactics now. You think you can threaten me? At this point, the old man was well aware of how important Master Lu was to Yan Nan. You don't even try to hide it, do you? Don't worry, I won't touch his life. He is far more useful alive than dead. However, if his reputation were to be ruined, you might not care, but I'm not so sure about him. Yan Nan then shot back a question at Qing Zhuo. Is that right? So you're dropping the act now? My expulsion from the sect. That was you pulling strings behind my back, wasn't it? Qing Zhuo shamelessly continued to persuade Yan Nan to forsake his bond with his brother. I'm helping you sever your mortal attachments so you can ascend to immortality and live forever. The only worldly attachment you have left is that brother of yours. Once you sever it, you can devote yourself entirely to the Sword Dao. Isn't that what you want? At this, Yan Nan could no longer conceal his fury. You old bastard, you're really asking for it. You talk way too much, and now you're scheming to force my hand. After everything you've done to me, you think I'd actually listen to you and take up cultivation. The enmity between us is enough for me to chase you to the ends of the earth and slice you to pieces. Suddenly, Master Lu appeared right where they were. Anen? The atmosphere between the two instantly grew heavier. Yan Nan realized the old man intended to use Master Lu as a hostage and immediately asked, "What do you want?" Meanwhile, Master Lu recognized Yan Nan's presence and walked closer. When Master Lu arrived, he couldn't see Yan Nan anywhere and was confused. Nan, where'd he go? That's odd. In his heart, Yan Nan had always felt that Master Lu was the obstacle holding him back. What a pain in the ass. Lu Yanbei. Oh, Lu Yanbei. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have just joined them when I knew I couldn't win. But if I actually did, I can't imagine how many times you drone on in my ear about your damn sense of righteousness. You're just unlucky to have a younger brother like me. Well then, I hope I never have to meet a jinx like you again for the rest of my life. Farewell. 1 year ago, Yan Nan was about to head out for a bit. We're out of wine, Qiao Mu. I'm going to buy another jug, and we'll continue when I get back. At that moment, Mr. Lu was also there and was happy to see him. Yan Nan. He was very curious as to why Mr. Lu had appeared here. What are you doing here? But the other man was only concerned about him. I've finally found you. How are your wounds? Why did you suddenly run off to this place? The short-tempered Yan Nan grabbed Mr. Lu by the collar and questioned him. How did you get in here? The man immediately explained. After you suddenly disappeared, I asked around everywhere and finally heard about you from a disciple of the Great Tao sect. You idiot. What are you asking about me for? At that time, Yan Nan could sense that something wasn't right here. That old bastard must have been plotting something. Otherwise, how would a normal outer sect disciple know where I was? Why? Why would that old bastard suddenly lure Lu Yanbei here? What is he trying to do? Or has he discovered that I've already reached Foundation establishment on the immortal path and wants to kill Lu Yanbei? Mr. Lu placed a hand on Yan Nan's shoulder and reminded him, You are my younger brother. Hearing this, Yan Nan suddenly froze for 5 seconds, then turned his face away. Why can't this guy just treat me like trash and toss me aside like everyone else? Back in the present, though Yan Nan was severely injured, his fighting spirit was still blazing. He clamped his sword in his mouth and charged forward, unyielding. You old bastard, are you really that despicable? Qing Zhuo used his wish-granting staff to block his recent attack. You fool, even at your peak, you are nothing more than a plaything in my hands. What can a half-crippled man like you do now? A moment later, the two of them continuously exchanged blows. Just hold on a little longer. Qing Zhuo didn't hesitate to launch a fatal blow at Yan Nan. His eyes were bloodshot from the immense damage he'd taken. But when he thought of Mr. Lu, Yan Nan found another reason to fight. At least this time, I have to be sure, in front of him. I can't let down the only person in this world who has faith in me. A thick white smoke now enveloped the entire area. Amidst the thick haze, Yan Nan's figure gradually emerged. Even though he was the one who'd reduced him to this state, the man still spoke with false sincerity. My disciple, why must you abuse your body so? It breaks your master's heart. Your words are as sharp as they were back then, but in the end, weren't you still perfectly obedient? Yan Nan didn't deny it, but simply laughed and confirmed. That's right, you old bastard. I can't remember how many years it's been since I've had a fight this intense. I always say that other people's business has nothing to do with me, but I'm always being held back by others. Why on earth did I waste 30 years in that lonely city? 30 years? It's not long if you say it's long, and not short if you say it's short. Perhaps it's half a lifetime for someone else. I was known as the #1 sword-banished immortal under the heavens, but for all these years, it feels like I've never truly won. I couldn't win against my older brother in front of our parents, and I couldn't win against the lies from my sect. I couldn't win the battle against the martial saint. I couldn't win against that damn seal placed by Qing Zhuo, and I couldn't win the carefree life I wanted for myself. I'm not the #1, nor am I a banished immortal. I may seem open-minded, but in reality, I'm a coward, trapped in a lonely city of my own making. But this time, it's time to break down the walls. Second, Brother Qiao Mu appeared silently from the void like a phantom, his blade tearing through space as it shot straight toward Qing Zhuo. Even so, the surging force of his attack couldn't even touch a single hair on his opponent. Immediately after, a sky-shattering explosion echoed. The shockwave erupted, sending a thick white smoke billowing across the land. Seeing this, Yan Nan felt it was a bit of a shame for Qiao Mu. He was just a little short. The hazy smoke now enveloped the entire space, and his figure was nowhere to be seen. Qing Zhuo, caught in the surprise attack, turned around furiously. Courting death, the tassels on his wish-granting staff suddenly shot toward Qiao Mu and attacked him. Qiao Mu couldn't defend in time and was pierced straight through the body by the tassels. Qing Zhuo slowly lifted Qiao Mu into the air and said to Yan Nan, Lu Yan Nan, it's meaningless for you mortals to give up your lives. You've thought this way for dozens of years. In just a moment, he violently threw Qiao Mu to the ground. Qing Zhuo wanted to show Yan Nan the consequences of his stubbornness and said, The more bravely you fight, the more you're just putting on a good show for those of us in the immortal sects. Lu Yan Nan, do you want to continue being an actor on this stage, or do you want to step off it to cultivate the Tao and achieve eternal life? However, After rambling on for so long, Xing Zhuo finally realized that Qiao Mu had disappeared. He whipped his head back toward Yan Nan, but he was no longer there either. But at this moment, Xing Zhuo still stood calmly in place. As expected, to be able to escape from right under my nose without a sound. What is that kid's background? Run. In this 100-mile desert, where can you possibly run? This little game of cat and mouse. I don't mind playing with you for a bit. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu was carrying Yan Nan on his back as they fled together. Yan Nan expressed his surprise. I never would have thought second brother had a trick like that up his sleeve. I have a small cat that always hides in my shadow. It's very good at hiding from other things, but if it wants to hide from me, it can only do so for a moment. Qiao Mu turned back with a wary look in his eyes, warning Yan Nan. Just now, while Xing Zhuo was careless, Wu Chang pulled us into the shadows to hide, but he'll surely discover us soon, so we need to get as far away from him as possible. We'll treat your wounds once we find a safe place. Try to hang in there. Thank you, second brother. Seeing the severity of Yan Nan's injuries, he couldn't help but ask, can't you use your sword techniques? You couldn't even break through that old bastard's defense. You clearly weren't at your peak, yet you still wanted to risk your life against that old man. And now look at you, a bloody mess. Didn't you say you had a 20% chance of winning? You weren't lying to me, were you? He immediately confirmed. Of course not. It's just that everything comes at a price. Then how high a price are you willing to pay? Qiao Mu replied with great confidence. Although you and I have only just met, you should know that no one in my Qiao family is afraid of death. If you need my help in a fight, it's no problem. I still have 2 younger brothers, and they're both capable men. If you need my life to empower your sword, just take it. It's fine. Faced with his admirable and righteous spirit, the young man was taken aback for a moment. Such enlightenment was a rare sight in the mortal world. Where did those 2 clones come from? You mean those 2 flesh and blood clones? One of them is a person, and the other one is also a person. Hearing his question, the man was completely surprised. How do you know? Yan Nan just smirked. It's hard not to notice. Second brother, you're worrying too much. I don't need your life as a sacrifice for my sword. My sword can slay the heroes of this world, but the sword of a mortal martial artist isn't enough to achieve immortality. Qiao Mu was quite concerned about Yan Nan's current condition and asked after him. So, you really don't have a plan? Is the way you look now because you've lost too much vitality? Can I transfer my vitality to you? But the young man shook his head and refused. It's not the vitality of the blood sect. You can't just transfer it at will. Second brother, how far have you comprehended the heaven-slaying sword art? The man didn't hide anything and shared. That time I fought your beautiful lady friend. I think I gained a bit of insight into the sword's intent. Hearing this, Yan Nan became excited. You've already grasped the secret meaning of slaying the self? With second brother's talent, that's enough. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but wonder. What? Based on the experience he had accumulated, Yan Nan revealed. The moment we fought, I understood something clearly. The core of this mystic realm is Xing Zhuo's life-bound artifact. If he retracts it, the mystic realm will vanish, and everyone inside will turn to dust. After hearing this, Qiao Mu got the gist of it. You mean, if we can force him to use his life-bound artifact for protection early on, he won't have time to retract the mystic realm? Yan Nan immediately confirmed his implication. Exactly. That way, the mystic realm can be broken, and the isolated city will be freed. So, the next step depends on you. Just as Yan Nan finished speaking, a mystical green light suddenly enveloped him. In a flash, he was gone from before Qiao Mu's eyes, and in his place stood a stone statue carved in Yan Nan's likeness. The immortal slaying sword has finally appeared. A mortal sword cannot kill an immortal. To win this battle, we need to use extraordinary measures. When you fight Xing Zhuo, I will guide you to unleash the true heaven-slaying sword art to fight for a slim chance of survival. As if he had just realized something, Qiao Mu asked, the price you mentioned was yourself? Yan Nan had no regrets about his mission. On the contrary, he embraced it. I am the banished immortal sword of the mortal world, now using my mortal body to become a blade. It is destined to slay immortals. Qiao Mu now held the banished immortal sword tightly, ready to face Xing Zhuo once more. At this moment, in the vast and sprawling city, everything was still passing by peacefully. Qiao Mu sat high above with the sword in hand, awaiting Xing Zhuo's appearance. A moment later, the man was right above him. Gutsy, daring to show yourself alone. Where is Lu Yan Nan? Qiao Mu didn't hide it and revealed the mind-blowing truth to him. Your daddy is right here. And what he was referring to was the banished immortal sword in his hand. Hearing this, Xing Zhuo pointed at the sword, completely and utterly shocked. Lu Yan Nan, how did you end up like this? The great path to longevity. Even if you won't walk it, you shouldn't waste your innate talent. transforming your body into a sword. What kind of demonic, heretical art is this? I used the soldiers of this lonely city to hone your temperament for 3 years, only to fail at the last second. Return to the sect with me right now. I will plead with the great power within the sect to help you. He might be able to recreate your physical body. Seeing him still clinging to this far-fetched dream, Qiao Mu immediately shattered his illusion. Old man, he already said he doesn't want to get involved. Besides, he wants to cultivate freely and reach the pinnacle as a sword immortal on his own. Why should he sign a contract with your big corporation? Just to be worked to death by you people? Spoken like a true second brother who understands me. At that moment, Qing Zhuo's men trembled but stubbornly held their ground. Our sect master is one of the few remaining deity transformation Dao lords in the world today. The great path of longevity can only be walked through the 9 great immortal sects. The mortal martial path is a dead end that can never lead to longevity. Other small sects and rogue cultivators only cling to flawed remnants. No matter how high their cultivation, it's hard for them to survive in this world. As long as you two obediently listen to me, I can still bring you back to the sect to enjoy the opportunity for eternal life. Before he could finish his sentence, Qiao Mu stood up. That sounds incredibly noble. By what right should our path to longevity be paved with the lives of others? Qing Zhuo didn't want to waste any more words with Qiao Mu and charged forward, saying, "If you won't listen, then let's all die together." He quickly raised the banished immortal sword to block the powerful blow from the man. The entire space was now shrouded in an incredibly gloomy and heavy atmosphere. The captain witnessed the two of them clashing and couldn't believe it. How can there be such a stubborn fool in this world? Willing to give up his life for a complete stranger? The two figures didn't stop, clashing violently between heaven and earth. A fierce shockwave erupted, signaling the official start of the decisive battle. Qiao Mu and Qing Zhuo were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to retreat half a step. The violent power from both sides collided, creating a massive shockwave that sent them both flying backward. Under the heavy, solemn pressure, Qing Zhuo's hand trembled like a leaf in a storm. In contrast to his earlier confidence, he now couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. Even a first-rank martial artist shouldn't be able to clash with a nascent soul cultivator for so many rounds. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu retorted loudly, "Confused, aren't you? Old man, this is the transcendent rank. The Imperial Court's 9-rank system for martial artists is merely a simulation of the 9-rank official system for easier management and distribution of stipends. But how can martial arts have a limit? How could it be defined by a mere Imperial Court? The limits of martial arts are only there to be broken. A martial artist who walks the vanguard path of martial arts, surpassing the limits, is of the transcendent rank." After hearing Qiao Mu's little flex, he let out a sarcastic smile. "So what? Liu Yan Nan, you are transcendent. The sword you transformed into can indeed allow a martial artist who has just reached the spirit-tempering realm to unleash power on par with the transcendent rank. But he is not truly transcendent. There is still a fundamental difference between him and you." Qing Zhuo's feet suddenly lifted off the ground. He slowly floated into the air and formed strange symbols in front of him. Qiao Mu immediately felt a powerful pressure emanating from him, as a thick cloud of dust and smoke now enveloped the entire space. A sense of unease rose in Qiao Mu's heart. This is bad. Is he trying to directly retract the mystic realm? Taking it back now is a bad idea. Second brother, stop messing with him. No matter how much lifeblood you have, you can't withstand a drain like this. Seeing him in trouble, Yan Nan appeared and offered him a strategy. The heaven-slaying sword technique can only be used for a single strike. You and I must become one in mind and spirit, pouring all your power into this one attack. Hearing this, Qiao Mu asked how to do it. One in mind and spirit. That sounds a little abstract. How exactly are we supposed to merge? Although the outcome was still uncertain, Baldi Qing boldly declared, "Stop wasting your energy." Over the past 40 years, there have been other mortals who tried to smash an egg against a rock like this, but they all ended up dead. Save this lone city. You're just after a noble title. This city was always destined for annihilation, a silent annihilation. The 9 provinces outside don't even know you still exist. And now, you've reached the end of the line. All those supposedly noble sacrifices are just like your current struggles, completely meaningless. But Qiao Mu's thoughts were the complete opposite of his. Meaning, are you the one who gets to define that? For 40 years, they died fighting for a chance to live. If those who came before hadn't shed their blood, how could there be successors like me to follow in their footsteps? Heaven-slaying sword technique. Yan Nan and Qiao Mu poured all their strength into a single, powerful slash. The old man, however, seemed unfazed, calmly stating, "At this distance, I have more than enough time to dodge, but how can a brute's sword chi extend for several dozen meters?" Realizing the attack was more powerful than he thought, he finally began to counter seriously. But not yet satisfied, Qiao Mu unleashed another clean slash. The entire area was once again shrouded in dust and smoke. Qiao Mu was overjoyed, thinking he had defeated the man. We did it. Second brother, you've used up way too much of your lifeblood. It's the immobilization art. Baldy Qing was completely unharmed and was even preparing a counterattack. To think you could actually force me to draw out my intrinsic artifact to protect myself. It seems you have some skill after all. But this is where it ends. Did you think forcing me to recall my artifact would stop me from destroying this lone city? Your elementary Taoist techniques are nothing but pathetic tricks in front of an expert. Are you trying to hide everyone and pull an empty fort strategy on me? This is hilarious. You truly don't know your own place. Open your eyes and see clearly. Before an immortal, a mortal is no different from an ant, easily crushed with a single flick. The city was now completely in his grasp, which heavily impacted Qiao Mu. A powerful aura, brimming with killing intent, erupted from his entire body. Heavenly demon blood-burning art. He refused to give up, determined to fight to the very end. Second brother, fearing he would push himself to his death, Yan Nan appeared to advise him. Your lifeblood is already depleted. If you force yourself to use this kind of technique to boost your power now, your body will certainly explode and you will die. Besides, you and I are ultimately not one in heart. We can't unleash the true power of the heaven-slaying sword technique. But even so, Qiao Mu clenched his fists with determination. If our hearts cannot be one, then I'll use something else to make up for it. Whether it's my lifeblood or my very life, if it can kill this abomination, then take it all. This sword is not for seeking death. It is for the old and weak who remain in this city, to seek a righteous path to survival for them. Yan Nan couldn't help but be surprised by Qiao Mu's indomitable spirit. Even Baldy Qing had to acknowledge him. Such spirit. I have to admire it. You are both rare talents of the 9 provinces. It's a pity your talents are being misplaced. Only when I clear away the obstacles before you will you be able to see the path ahead clearly. Suddenly, a crack appeared in midair. The crack grew larger and larger, and a hand emerged, trying to pry it open. The very next second, an incredibly oppressive blue shockwave slammed down onto the ground. It converged and created an unprecedented aftershock. From Qiao Mu's side, a powerful aura harmonized with Yan Nan's, creating an astonishing sight. The sword in Qiao Mu's hand was ready to fight once more. But Baldy Qing only saw their actions as reckless. Lu Yan Nan, you've lived a carefree life, and now at death's door, you've become a savior of the people. To burn your spiritual soul as a sacrifice to the sword alongside this brat. Do you really not want your life anymore? Your mind is in chaos, yet you broke my immobilization art with sword intent alone. I fear it might be tens of thousands of years before sword prodigies like you two appear in this world again. You must come back with me to my sect. You must join my immortal sect. Qiao Mu's feet immediately lifted off the ground, and he charged straight at the man without hesitation, sword in hand. A giant bell appeared in front of Qiao Mu. No matter how much the old man wasted his breath, a righteous person like Qiao Mu would never listen to him. In your dreams, you damn old geezer. Die, you abomination. A powerful slash that turned the whole sky crimson was swung down at him. Meanwhile, Baldy Qing was still hiding inside the massive bell, chanting an incantation. No matter how powerful Qiao Mu's attack was, it couldn't break through his bell formation. Both Yan Nan and Qiao Mu tried with all their might to break the formation. Slashes as sharp as scythes were unleashed relentlessly. Because he was using all his strength to attack, Qiao Mu suffered considerable injuries. Cracks began to appear on Baldy Qing's bell, but it wasn't completely destroyed yet. Baldy Qing began to muse aloud, heaven's will. Is this the weakness of a brute? Weakening lifeblood and a short life as punishment for defying the heavens. Break it? Impossible. Never. Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed from below. This immediately caught his attention. Even Qiao Mu was surprised. The sound of drums? The drumming came from all the city's inhabitants, who had come to support Qiao Mu and Yan Nan. The Yangtze army is here as reinforcements. Qiao Mu was completely stunned by his unexpected appearance. Li Chang'e? But how is this possible? That's General Li. Wasn't his soul taken? Before them stood a mighty army. Witnessing this scene, Baldy Qing's face turned pale. Those aren't remnant souls. It's lingering willpower. How can so much of their will remain here? This lone city clearly used to worship immortals. I can't let that brute make use of this willpower. The secrets of this city's mystic realm must absolutely not get out. This guy must disappear. Absolutely. Now, Qiao Mu no longer had to fight alone, because he had everyone's help by his side. Men, let's kill them all. Without any hesitation, they charged forward fiercely. Baldy Qing didn't falter, summoning giant holy swords to attack them. You're just a lingering remnant. How could you possibly stand against my immortal secret arts? Those massive swords, radiating killing intent, rained down upon the earth like a meteor shower. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu wasn't resting either. He poured all his strength into preparing an attack. The sword in his hand immediately began to glow. This technique requires two of us, united as one. Today, this sword carries the will of the 100,000 great army. Anxi Pass, this battle ends in our victory. All of them combine their power, focusing their attack on his giant bell. A month later, Xing Zhuo's bell was completely shattered. A brilliant light engulfed the entire space. He screamed in disbelief, but it was too late. The ultimate slash from Qiao Mu's position destroyed everything. The clear blue sky returned. His formation was broken. Everything vanished into thin air, utterly obliterated. No matter how strong Xing Zhuo's formation was, it couldn't withstand their unified strength. The scene was now just a chaotic mess, but at least everyone had escaped his control. The captain and Mr. Liu were also freed. "We're out." Letters from everyone's families appeared in the air. Suddenly, flying beings appeared. They were the horses of the soldiers here. The steeds immediately went to their masters. The entire army mounted their horses and charged forward without hesitation. A mighty army followed their commander. Everyone was finally returning to their hometowns, where their loved ones had been waiting for them day after day. Even though they couldn't meet in person, their families always kept their images etched in their hearts. "My son, is that you? You've grown so much." This was the culmination of 40 years of longing from the relatives outside the isolated city and the will of the old soldiers inside to protect their home. Everyone sat down and raised their cups together now that the danger had passed. "You damn brat. You just have to compete with me, don't you? Even in death, you want to see who's better. Brother Zhang, it's been a long time." The willpower condensed at the final moment shattered the pure energy, creating the miracle of slaying an immortal with this single sword strike. They once again had the chance to visit their loved ones. "Little brother Xiao, you're so tall now, and you've gotten old, you little rascal. Take good care of our parents. Big brothers, your little brother and our parents miss you all very much." Meanwhile, Lady Tai stood silently on the city wall. "My lady, I've kept you waiting." Seeing her husband's figure right before her, her tears fell uncontrollably. Lady Tai let out a relieved smile, knowing it was all over. "My husband, welcome home victorious." That day, all the people of Anxi Pass had a beautiful dream. In their dreams, they met the people they didn't dare to think of in their waking hours. They dreamed of a prosperous era about to begin. But Qiao Mu's condition was now extremely critical. The system panel flashed a warning. HP had dropped from 80 to 20%. From a distance, the captain and Mr. Liu were rushing towards him. "Great hero Qiao, hang in there. We're here to get you to a healer. We need to get you to a miracle doctor. Now." Old Qiao already sacrificed himself once for the people of this city. "I absolutely will not let another great hero from the Qiao family be sacrificed. Hang in there. You have to hang in there." HP dropped from 10 to 6%. The number of revives was about to run out. His vision blurred. Qiao Mu's last bit of consciousness was about to fade. His HP was down to the final 1%. Even knowing he didn't have much time left, Qiao Mu had no regrets. "This is probably the most meaningful death I've ever experienced. How is Liu Yanan doing? This is the first time I've used up all my revives before the reset point, so I guess I was a bit reckless. But what happens when I run out completely? Can I still play? This is strange. This death feels a little different from the last time. It seems my heart is no longer filled with so much resentment and unwillingness. It's even eerily calm. Could it be that I've just gotten used to dying?" HP at 1%. Suddenly, the scene around him changed. There was nothing but a quiet, empty space. Qiao Mu looked as if he had never been in a life or death battle, completely unscathed. His eyes were vacant, but in a flash, he suddenly realized something. When Qiao Mu found himself revived, he was a bit surprised. "I'm alive again. But where is this revival point? Am I still in the isolated city? Something feels off." Having just woken up, his mind was still a bit foggy. A moment later, he had an epiphany. It turns out this scene wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. "I remember now. Every time I die, the system pulls me into this space to train. After a certain amount of time, I'm released. So, all those skill points were earned by me through training, and the system adding points was just helping me unlock the valve to those memories. I can see the longevity lock now, which proves I'm in the process of reviving. But what exactly is the nature of this space? Is it like a time chamber, where the flow of time is different inside and out? No, that's not right. If that were the case, I wouldn't have forgotten everything before. And it also doesn't fit the revival rule of training but not remembering clearly. Could it be a dream? That's right, a dreamscape. After I die, the system rebuilds my body. During this process, my consciousness is always in this dreamscape. No wonder those fragmented memories appeared in my mind. Before, I wasn't aware I had entered the dreamscape, because in reality, my level wasn't high enough. Now that I'm at the spirit refinement realm, my thoughts are clear, so the dreamscape has become a tangible experience for me. But if this is a dream, then what the hell are the different death ratings for? Perhaps the different death ratings actually represent the depth of the dreamscape. The higher the death rating, the deeper the level of the dreamscape I enter after I die. System notification. Host has achieved an S rank evaluation for the second time, upgrading to state 3.0. This death is rated S. Ultimate sword rends the heavens. The isolated city sees the light. Current HP is at 21%. After the second shackle is broken, death rewards will be multiplied by 5 with an added temporary cultivation method or skill enhancement. Host has confirmed this place is a dreamscape. Time remaining until waking from the dreamscape, 40 years. Seeing the long stretch of time he had to endure, Qiao Mu was completely shocked. 40 years. Are you telling me I have to dream for 40 whole years? Are you kidding me? Is this a reward or a punishment? The system then explained. To make it easier for the host to understand, a vivid explanation will now be provided. System 1.0, in order to grant the host growth far exceeding ordinary people, needs to consume a certain amount of the host's lifespan in conjunction with the dreamscape to complete the host's upgrades. That is why it has been deducting your lifespan from the very beginning. Regardless of whether the enemy is strong or weak, I can elevate myself to their level. In system version 2.0, the rate is usually doubled. The time in the dreamscape is also doubled, and I can complete upgrades without consuming any lifespan. The total value upgraded is quantified by the system. It's converted into skill points. The host can now allocate them freely, which is why the remaining lifespan isn't displayed. Now, in version 3.0, the time in the dreamscape is 5 times faster than in version 1.0. A single B rank enhanced death is comparable to an S rank in version 1.0. The host retains all memories from the dreamscape. After reviving, the cultivation realm and achievements the host reached in the dreamscape will be perfectly copied to the new body. Additional rewards will also be quantified into skill points, which the host can allocate at will. After hearing this, Qiao Mu was a bit resistant. You're so generous. Huh. If I gave you this much time, would you take it? The system prompted. From now on, unless the host forces the system to enhance beyond the capabilities of version 3.0, no more external lifespan will be deducted. A friendly reminder, if you do exceed the limit and deduct external lifespan, the cost will be extremely high. The system will reserve the right to appeal for the host, but the probability of a failed appeal is 95%. Please use this feature with caution. After hearing this, Qiao Mu was completely stunned. The immortality system really has made me immortal, but it's only a relative immortality. A normal person's 100-year lifespan, for me, feels longer than tens of thousands of years. When I think about it, don't I have a 120-hour day that so many people dream of? In the future, I'll have plenty of opportunities to turn 100 years of real life into tens of thousands of years. So, here's the problem. How am I supposed to wake up? Do I really have to train in this dream for 40 years? This is worse than slaving away like a dog. Besides, there's nothing in here. At least give me a place to stay. Suddenly, the entire scene before Qiao Mu's eyes began to tremble. He looked around at the view, completely bewildered. It can do this? I just thought about wanting a house, and it appeared for real. What's more, I've seen all these houses before. The imperial capital, Qingyun Temple, the county office, Heian Prefecture City, Anxi Pass, and even the village by the Wangsong River and the small courtyard where I first met Sister Sue. I get it now. This is a dream, and I am the master of this dream. I can have whatever I want. Give me 100 top tier, never before seen cultivation manuals. However, contrary to Qiao Mu's excitement, nothing happened at all. Then, enlightenment dawned on him, and he came to a conclusion. Looks like I can only recreate things from my memories. Alright, I don't know how long I'll be trapped here, so I might as well look around. Are those people? What the hell? These guys look so abstract. Wait a minute. I think they're Wang Song He's subordinates. Is it because my impression of them is too vague that they look like this? So, if I have a deep impression of someone, can I recreate them clearly? It's time to use my self-created secret technique. Visualize the busty girl. Qiao Mu's eyes immediately widened as he saw something. Before him now was an extremely alluring female figure. There it is, that full feeling. There's no doubt about it, it's Sui. It turns out the figure Qiao Mu wanted to find was none other than Qin Shui. Second, brother. Upon seeing her sweet and lovely appearance, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Qiao Mu couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. The final battle left too deep of an impression on my mind. It's made my memories a complete mess. Let's switch materials. I traveled from the southern continent to the central continent to assassinate the emperor. I killed mutants and met many people along the way, but most were fleeting goodbyes without leaving a deep impression. Could it be that the only one who left a profound mark on me was him? Suddenly, Qiao Mu fell into deep thought, and the next figure to appear before him was the martial saint. He reached out towards him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qiao Mu knew full well that this wasn't the real martial saint. Rather, it's the martial saint from my mind, limited by my own understanding of him. It can't replicate the martial saint's true power, but even so, he's definitely an expert. Perfect for practice. Suddenly, Qiao Mu recalled the old feeling, lifted his leg, and charged straight towards him. He wanted to spar with the martial saint once again. Just like that, a year passed. But now, Qing Zhuo had also joined the fray. He was just as contemptuous of him as ever. A whole year has passed, and you're still using the same few moves over and over. Is this all you two have got? Come on. The three of them then rushed at each other and began to fight. Although they were limited by Qiao Mu's own perception, in this dream, anyone could become a training partner. Qiao Mu tried to discover the path to the transcendent realm from these two. However, from beginning to end, Qiao Mu still couldn't grasp it. 3 years later, Qiao Mu felt like every last drop of breath had been squeezed out of him. Time is the greatest trial. Fifth brother, sixth brother, time to grow up. At first, everything went smoothly, just as Qiao Mu had planned. Under the pressure of two powerful opponents, Qiao Mu improved at lightning speed. He gradually became more confident in facing these martial arts masters. But over time, the problem with this method became apparent. Qiao Mu suddenly realized something was indirectly preventing him from breaking through. There was no change at all. The martial saint is still the martial saint, and Qing Zhuo is still that same old man. Their moves have long been ingrained in my mind, but these moves only have form, not spirit. I can't gain any new enlightenment from them anymore. It's like a student who, after finishing the college entrance exam, gets locked back in the exam room, forced to repeat the same exam questions over and over. 3 years of practice. Even if I get everything right, it's just reinforcing basic knowledge. This is completely meaningless. I can't even die. Just like that, Qiao Mu numbly repeated the moves he had long since mastered. If nothing unexpected happened, Qiao Mu would go completely insane in his own dreamscape. Qiao Mu fantasized about the moment he would be pursued. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you. Just as he was having fun like this, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Qiao Mu, hurry up and put on your clothes. It wasn't hard for Qiao Mu to recognize that voice. Sister Shui, Qing Shui, holding some clothes, walked over to him and confirmed gently, "It's me." The moment he saw her, Qiao Mu jumped for joy. "Sister Shui, I finally managed to visualize you. That's strange. Why couldn't I succeed before? The person I should be most familiar with is you, sister. Could it be because you always kept your eyes covered?" She was left speechless by his reaction. Qiao Mu then walked around Qin Shui, looking her up and down. How can I picture it so clearly now? I can even imagine the parts I've never seen before. Qin Shui couldn't help but find his words confusing. Never seen before? Put your pants on. Even though something was thrown at his face, he just grinned. I was talking about your eyes, your eyes. Qiao Mu then clumsily put on his clothes. While buttoning his shirt, he seemed to remember something. "Oh right, Sister Shui, it's been a long time." Qin Shui replied with a gentle expression. "It has been a long time." Then, he suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her along to show her some places. "Sister Shui, let me tell you, life here is really not fit for a human. Seeing you makes me feel so much better." "That's good to hear. But I still don't know when I can leave this place. Do I have to keep cultivating?" Everything happened just like before. They practiced the way of the sword together in the spring and played together in the cool water under the gentle summer sun. They went into the forest to pick sweet apples in the fall and sip tea together in the house while watching the snow cover the entire garden. The 4 seasons of their year passed by peacefully. In the small town outside Angxi Pass, the scene was incredibly serene. Qiao Mu's eyes shot open as if he had just been jolted awake. In a flash, he realized he had been transported to another location. The system panel appeared. This death achieved S rank. Heaven Sundering Sword Draw and Lonely Cities Dawn. Revivals, 4 out of 5 times in 7 days. Possesses multiple ultimate techniques at perfection and great accomplishment levels, along with a few skills at minor accomplishment or higher levels. Reward, 200 skill points. Current balance, 200 points. Qiao Mu looked down at his hands, stunned. "I'm alive again." Suddenly, someone began walking slowly toward him. Qiao Mu immediately recognized the figure before him, Sister Shui. And indeed, it was none other than Qing Shui. Except now, she could no longer see. She walked up to him and knelt down. "I finally found you." Qiao Mu was utterly bewildered. "Am I still dreaming?" Qin Shui then tapped him lightly on the head. "Are you spouting nonsense I can't understand again? Shouldn't you be asking me if my surname is Ning?" Qiao Mu gripped her hand tightly, his expression one of shock. "It's not a dream? Sister Shui, why are you here?" Qin Shui replied with a gentle smile. I am, of course, here to find my own Tao. Let's go. I'll take you to find a place to rest. Qiao Mu's mind was still in a whirl. 30 years in a dream, and Sister Sue was by my side for all 30 of them. Without her, I honestly don't know if I would have gone insane. Now, the moment I wake up, I see her real self. Is this a coincidence? This is the small town outside Angxi Pass. That's right, my revival panel says 4 out of 5, and the refresh time has already passed. Does that mean I didn't die on the battlefield that day? What happened after I lost consciousness? Suddenly, the sound of a Suona horn from the distance caught his attention. Qiao Mu's focus was immediately drawn to the event before him. It was a funeral procession, but strangely, it was his own funeral. Mr. Qiao, we send you off on your journey ahead. Witnessing this scene, Qiao Mu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Everyone was still weeping for him. We send off the great hero Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu, reeling from one shock to another, picked up some of the paper money in front of him. Sending me off? What a coincidence. Just in time for my own funeral feast, the leader of the procession cried out as he walked. Lady Tai used the 1,000-year-old ginseng she had been saving for General Li. But who would have thought that even that couldn't save the great hero Qiao's life? The man beside him placed a comforting hand on his neighbor's shoulder. The people of the lonely city all transferred the internal energy they had cultivated from the Mount Sumeru King's Sutra to the great hero Qiao. Although it extended his life for half a month, in the end, it was hard to defy the will of heaven, as our skills were not profound enough. Standing at a distance, Qiao Mu began to understand. So that's what happened. They don't know I have a system. All they knew was that I was dying, so they poured all their internal energy and precious treasures into me. This is the grueling path of martial arts. It's so easy to ruin yourself. When I first came to this world, I was all alone. Now, without realizing it, I have so many people who care about me. Wang Songhe, Wu Qizheng, the sword immortal. And them, too. Thinking about it, they're all big shots. My path hasn't even had a single romantic encounter with a woman. Luckily, I have Sister Shui by my side, which spares me the suspicion of being into men. Qin Shui, standing beside him, couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, this fallen hero is also named Qiao. What a coincidence. Qiao Mu, do you know them? Qiao Mu answered awkwardly. He's probably distantly related to our Qiao family. Hearing that, she didn't ask any more questions. Is that so? Suddenly, Qiao Mu called her name. Sister Shui, this debt. I will make the imperial court repay it for them, with interest. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Qin Sui remained standing there, a smile on her face. Qiao Mu, you are the biggest fool I have ever met. Qin Sui also decided she would stand by Qiao Mu's side. Meanwhile, in her study, Lady Tai was engrossed in writing a letter. The Zhengxi army has guarded the lonely city for 40 years, down to their last breath. The outsiders call that place the 100-Mile Desert, but it is actually one of the secret realms of the Great Tao sect. Her face grew pensive, and for a moment, she stopped writing. The labyrinthine grand array set up by the outsiders separates the inside from the out. The so-called forbidden zone of life is nothing but a place to refine Tao soldiers using the heroic souls of generals and soldiers. Immediately after, Lady Tai put down her pen and called for a soldier. Is anyone there? Here. Right away. She made a decision. Report this to the imperial court at once. Hearing this, the soldier hesitated, trying to persuade her. Lord Bai, are we still sending it? We've already sent 7 memorials in the past half a month, but there's been no news at all. This Angxi Pass region has been designated by the imperial court as the territory of the Prince of Qin. Any report can only be sent to the Prince of Qin. We cannot possibly ignore this matter. Lady Tai also felt a sense of unease. The soldiers who secretly delivered the memorials have all vanished without a trace. It's highly likely they've met with disaster. Even the spies of the Tingqiao Tower know very little about this Prince of Qin. I fear he is connected to the immortal sects. Suddenly, a resolute voice rang out from outside. Prince of what? If you want to file a complaint, you obviously go to the highest official and present it to that old Emperor Yang'e. The soldier immediately went on high alert at the sight of the stranger. Who goes there? This is a vital military area. No unauthorized entry. The person was none other than Qiao Mu. He arrived wearing a simple hat. My surname is Qiao. Tai Niangzi then looked up at him. He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I am Qiao Mu. I've heard about what happened to Elder Gu. Would you allow me, a man of the Qiao family, to deliver this memorial? Seeing his willingness, Tai Niangzi was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude. So you are a righteous warrior from the Qiao family. Truly, every one of you is loyal and just. We are being watched within the army, and we cannot contend with the immortals. Brother Qiao, for you to be willing to make this journey, I am incredibly grateful. However, The trip to the imperial capital will take at least 3 days at the fastest, and it will be fraught with danger. No matter what, I don't want to see anyone from the Qiao family get hurt. However, Qiao Mu wasn't afraid of anyone, so he immediately took the memorial. He replied with a clear and firm voice, General Li Chang'e and the soldiers and citizens of Goose City risked their lives to preserve this faint spark of hope that can expose the immortal sect. If I die delivering this flame, I will have no complaints and no regrets. After hearing his righteous words, Tai Niangzi stood frozen on the spot for a good 5 seconds. Once they had the memorial, Qiao Mu and Qin Shui immediately spurred their horses and set off. However, they hadn't gone far before they ran into a group of thugs. To the two of them, these guys were nothing but small fry. Qiao Mu and Qin Shui immediately gave them a thorough beating. On the 4th day, the two of them were resting by a fire inside a forest. Sitting in the quiet of the night, Qin Shui suddenly spoke. Qiao Mu, don't you find this very strange? He quickly guessed what she meant. The martial artists hunting us, right? Qin Shui immediately confirmed it. That's right. Although it's normal for the immortal sect to hire martial artists to do their bidding. In these past few assassination attempts, all the attackers have been at the spirit refinement level or higher. In the past, martial artists of this caliber would mostly take cushy jobs from wealthy merchants. Why are they now risking their lives for the immortal sect? Her curiosity triggered a memory for Qiao Mu. I once killed someone connected to the martial arts alliance. The chief warden of the imperial capital, Qin Shiqing, discovered that the martial arts alliance was colluding with the Great Tao sect after the death of the martial saint. The martial arts alliance then began recruiting widely, gathering these high-level, leaderless martial artists. Some of them must have switched to working for the immortal sect. Qin Shui felt uneasy about delivering the memorial and said, At this rate, won't the immortal sect's power just keep growing? I don't know when we'll be able to deliver this memorial. But Qiao Mu replied with utmost confidence, It should be soon. We'll probably be able to deliver it tomorrow. In the dead of night, at Prince Qin's mansion, a subordinate was kneeling on the ground, begging, Tomorrow, we will definitely dispatch all our forces. I guarantee we will kill him. But his plea was rejected. All right, that's no longer necessary. My lord, please give me one more chance, my lord. Luo Han then appeared and dropped a bombshell. There are no more chances. The memorial has already reached the imperial capital. The man couldn't believe it and tried to argue. Lord Luo Han. But our men clearly intercepted the Qiao family members on the road. He simply smiled and enlightened the man. Don't you realize we've fallen into a trap? The Qiao family members delivering the memorial so openly were just a decoy. The real memorial was already delivered by someone else. At the morning court session the next day, Hai Wuya stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, there is a hidden story behind the war with the outsiders 40 years ago. The 100,000 soldiers were not completely wiped out. They held their ground for 40 years and still survive to this day. He had barely finished speaking when dissenting voices rose up. What nonsense is Minister Hai sprouting? That place is a desert now. How could there still be soldiers? Hasn't Minister Hai gone mad for missing his son too much? His Majesty slammed his hand down, ordering them to be silent. The Emperor, not yet fully convinced, still had his doubts. The war with the outsiders is a settled matter. If there were truly people standing guard, and we were completely unaware, what does that make us? A laughingstock? Hai Wuya. We invited you back not to bring us more trouble. Unable to stand the accusations, he wanted to prove himself. Your Majesty, forgive me. This old subject is not speaking nonsense. There is indeed a witness who cannot be ignored. He is outside the hall. May I request your Majesty to summon him? His Majesty then agreed to the summons, announced the witness into the hall. All curious eyes in the hall turned towards the entrance. And the witness in whom Wuya had placed all of his trust was none other than the captain. Murmurs broke out among the officials. Who is he? He looks quite a bit like Minister Hai. But weren't both of Minister Hai's sons said to have died long ago? The captain's gaze then shifted to Wuya nearby. His eyes narrowed, filled with a torrent of emotions. Not long before, the captain had returned to see Wuya. Father, your son has been unfilial, making you wait for so long. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Angxi City was wronged. The immortal sect is now resorting to all sorts of vicious methods. Father, you must report this to His Majesty. He then had an audience with the Emperor. I am Hai Siwen, a captain in the Great Yan's Zhenxi army, paying my respects to your Majesty. Even the Emperor couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Are you the eldest son of Minister Hai? Are you truly a survivor of the Zhenxi army? The captain gave a concise reply, Your Majesty. All members of the Zhenxi army are recorded in the official registers and carry military tokens. I beseech your Majesty to inspect them. I am indeed Captain Hai Siwen. The Zhenxi army was not completely wiped out, thanks to a senior from the Qiao family, It is only through him that I have the chance to have an audience with your majesty and report the vicious deeds of the outsiders." The captain had waited for this day to speak his heart for a very long time. He immediately knelt down and began to expose their crimes. "We, your subjects, have held our ground for 40 years until now. We are a remnant force of over 200 soldiers. Within this city, there are also several hundred elderly, women, and children. In these 40 years, we have had warriors die in battle, but never slaves who surrendered. We have not shamed the pillar of the 9 provinces, nor have we failed the grace of the great Yan Empire. Returning to court today without being summoned was truly a last resort. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. The captain of the Jiangxi army, on behalf of General Li Chang'e, hereby returns the commander's tally." The emperor took the tally and acknowledged, "Great Yan, I truly have loyal soldiers. Captain Hai, tell me in detail everything that has happened over the past 40 years. Hai Siyuan recounted how the 100,000-strong army was trapped by a formation set by the great Dao sect's cultivators, who used them as training fodder for the sect's disciples' magic. He spoke of protecting the people of Goose City for all those years, of the immortal sect's soldiers who fell in battle, and then recounted how the righteous warrior from the Qiao family had to lie about reinforcements to persuade them to leave. The campaign to punish the immortal, along with all of Qing Zuo's atrocities. In the end, great hero Qiao, the sword-banished immortal, and the Jiangxi army united to finish off the immortal. One of them, thinking the commander was bluffing, warned him, "Kill an immortal? You can't just spout nonsense like that. This involves the reputation of the immortal sects and has far-reaching consequences. Commander Hai, even if you are the son of Minister Hai, you should know your place." Seeing that they didn't believe him, the commander became extremely frustrated. "What are you implying, my lord? Are you accusing me of slandering the Dazong sect? Your Majesty." He snapped his head forward. All the while, the emperor remained silent, deep in thought. The emperor's silence made a lump form in the commander's throat, leaving him speechless. Disappointment instantly washed over him. General Li Haiduyuan has failed his commission. The lone city still stands, but the nation is no longer a nation. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang began to question the commander. "A moment ago, did you say someone from the Qiao family killed an adept from the Dao sect? This person from the Qiao family, are they a martial artist? How could a martial artist possibly kill an adept? Are you aware that even the martial saint himself died under the heavenly thunder of the immortal sects?" Hearing this, the commander couldn't help but ask back in shock, "What did you just say? The martial general is dead?" Zhang Xiang was still adamant, refusing to believe the commander. "You all held out for 40 years, which was truly no easy feat, and I am very impressed. Perhaps this martial artist from the Qiao family is your benefactor, but this business about killing an immortal is simply too outlandish." At this point, everyone began whispering amongst themselves, their attention focused on the commander. "The 9 great immortal sects have protected us, ensuring peace and favorable weather for 40 years now. Why must you bring up things that are long past? Standing here, fabricating tales of a martial artist, killing an immortal is the same as accusing His Majesty of tolerating martial artists who oppose the immortal sects. If the immortal sects hear your lies and war breaks out in the 9 provinces again, what punishment do you think you'll deserve? Far too many people already died 40 years ago." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. Suddenly, the commander burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. "So that's how it is. So there were never any reinforcements to begin with. The lives of 100,000 of my brothers, damn it all, they were worth nothing." Zhang Xiang, who was standing nearby, retorted fiercely, "How dare you speak so vulgarly and insolently in the imperial court?" His Majesty had been silent this whole time, but he was secretly contemplating his next move. In the 9 provinces today, loyal and righteous men are truly precious. I know I cannot let this old soldier down, but to openly confront and attack the Da Dao sect, which now occupies the 9 provinces, would be extremely problematic. The only strategy for now is to endure the humiliation. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "When a bandit kicks down your door, does he stop to reason with you? If you're polite, kneel before him and serve him with grace. You think he'll stop robbing you? How laughable." Soldiers immediately moved to shield His Majesty. The audacity. Who dares to barge into the court? Guards. Suddenly, someone was sent flying in from outside. It didn't stop there, as he crashed right into Zhang Xiang. Immediately after, Qiao Mu strode in with supreme confidence. "Qiao Shui of the Qiao family has come to mourn the lone city." The emperor immediately commanded, "Seize him." But he defied the order. "Get lost. I'm not fighting the likes of you." Everyone inside immediately realized, could this be the man from the Qiao family they'd heard about? How audacious, daring to come to the imperial court to stir up trouble. Qingluan Peak Taoist Temple, Nanju. At this moment, Qin Shui was walking slowly along a path, while her martial sisters watched from nearby. Seeing that her expression wasn't good, They grew curious. What's wrong with Junior's sister lately? She's always so gloomy, and she's constantly spacing out. One of them thought otherwise. It's not necessarily spacing out. Didn't Master say that when Junior's sister closes her eyes, she's asleep, but when she opens them, she can achieve enlightenment? Another girl revealed what she had witnessed. Yesterday, Junior's sister kowtowed once in the courtyard, and when she opened her eyes, she had already reached the 4th level of the chi refining stage. She's truly a natural-born cultivator. One day of her practice is comparable to 10 years of arduous cultivation for anyone else. The reason Qin Shui was so melancholy was because she had lost her purpose. I originally planned to master divine techniques and then kill the martial saint with my own hands to get revenge. But now the martial saint is dead. So what am I even cultivating for? She suddenly remembered Ling Ling's words from before. Once you've achieved your great revenge, Qin Shui, you should go find your own path. But now, she asked herself, what is my path? All 3 girls turned their attention toward Qin Shui. The 3 of them were very concerned about her current state. Why does she look so miserable? Did she hit a cultivation bottleneck? Our little junior sister's talent can't be wasted like this. Our whole sect is counting on her. How about we take her down the mountain for a walk to find some inspiration? And so, they took Qin Shui into town, hoping to lift her spirits. The long-haired girl tried her best to advise her. Little junior sister, the essence of cultivation is to defy the heavens. By taking risks, one's destiny becomes clearer. Little junior sister, what do you foresee as destiny this time? Qin Shui hesitated for a moment. It's a little unclear. I think big. Upon hearing that, the girl immediately bet on big, trusting in Qin Shui's premonition. Everyone around them was amazed by their incredible luck. This young lady is incredible. She calls it, and it happens. That's right, that's 6 wins in a row. Is this for real? Well then, I'm betting on big, too. Everyone eagerly awaited the result. For the first time in ages, Qin Shui wasn't sad. In fact, she was grinning from ear to ear after raking in a pile of silver. Little junior sister truly has an innate talent. You were born with a divine eye, but you need to learn how to control it. A small target like this is perfect for practice. All right, pack it up, pack it up. This is all our incense money now. She asked a bit hesitantly, Senior sister, is this really okay? The girl immediately reassured her, trust me, it's fine. Not stopping there, the girl now decided to show Qin Shui her own skills. All right, junior sister, can you see anything? Suddenly, she blurted out a warning that was a little too late. I see eldest senior sister. You should protect your face. When second senior sister saw that the other girl had brought Qin Shui to a gambling den like this, she was furious. Eldest senior sister, even if you want to help our little junior sister train the accuracy of her foresight, you can't use something like gambling. If anything goes wrong, we could lose everything, including her. I know, I was wrong. Wait, was your main point that last part? As they walked, second senior sister advised Qin Egg Sui. Cultivation is about preserving your purity and refining the chi of heaven and earth. Your gift should be used to rid the world of evil and bring fortune to the people. Second senior sister. A short while later, they were strolling through the various streets. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Qin Shui had become a fortune teller, and her first customer was a wife searching for her husband. Great immortal master, that bastard dared to sneak behind my back and run off with another woman. Use your skills and tell me where that thieving man and that vixen are right now. Qin Shui tried to use all her divination skills but could only stammer. Her second senior sister then came to help Qin Shui out, saying, they say even the most righteous judge struggles with family matters, and you're asking our master to divine such a heavenly secret. It will drain her cultivation. Suddenly, the woman went all out, throwing a bag of money at them and shouting, take it all for yourselves. Today, I absolutely must know where they are. Just a few seconds later, Qin Shui saw it. At the second watch tonight, go to the end of the alley. The house with the chicken coop in front of the main door, that's the place. All of a sudden, a ball of fire appeared from high above. The fireball immediately shot straight down to the ground and spread out. The intense blaze had knocked the third junior sister flat on the ground. Third junior sister, how did you get so injured? Damn it, a third stage chi refinement cultivator. A mere rogue cultivator dares to meddle in the affairs of my Xuantian sect. The third junior sister quickly struggled to her feet and expressed her outrage. You cultivate the path of incense-fueled wishes, so even bandits and mountain thieves get the Xuantian sect's protection as long as they offer you incense. You people are truly unworthy of being called human. You cultivators who follow the ancient ways are so rigid and stubborn. It's no wonder your numbers are dwindling, and you're all just a bunch of frauds. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and attacked them. 180 years of your cultivation can't even compare to 1 year of ours on the incense path. The weak get devoured. You're only at the first level of chi refinement, and you dare to lecture me. Hilarious. The third junior sister stood there in a panic, unable to fight back. This is bad. I used up all my power just now protecting the civilians nearby. All of a sudden, Qin Shui stood in front of her without a second thought. She levitated into the air and blocked the fireballs. Youngest junior sister. At that moment, her eyes blazed with bright blue shockwaves. Is that so? Instantly, the shockwave from her eyes completely neutralized his flames. Seeing his attack fail, the man was utterly stunned. How could she so easily neutralize my bone-devouring true fire? Even the third junior sister was astonished. The youngest junior sister. She's had another breakthrough. Qin Sui then pointed a finger to the sky. I see that the star of your demise is already shining above your head. Her eyes were now filled with the bright blue light of a powerful shockwave. The man was immediately gripped by a sense of unease. There's something wrong with those eyes. I feel like something is crawling into my head. Running is my best option. Before he could accomplish anything of note, he vanished into thin air. The sisters couldn't help but rejoice for Qin Shui. Youngest junior sister, you're so amazing. Congratulations on another breakthrough. She was also happy with her progress. I think I just broke through another level. It's all thanks to the dedicated guidance of my senior sisters. They wholeheartedly agreed. That's right. That's right. It's not just because you're a genius, but regardless. Youngest junior sister, has the gloom in your heart lifted even a little? Our sect will be relying on you from now on. Qin Shui flashed a smile as bright as a flower, promising she wouldn't let them down. Thank you, my three senior sisters. Suddenly, Qin Shui thought of Qiao Mu. My revenge is no longer a goal. I might as well go find him. The story of the Qiao family has spread everywhere. Although I don't know how he is now, if I can be like him and help the world fight injustice, even just 1 or 2 times, this life will not have been in vain. Then, Qin Shui made a sudden announcement. Senior sisters, I'm preparing to leave the mountain and travel. At this moment, she had found her purpose again. First, she would find him. If she could serve as his protector in the future, it would be a fitting conclusion to their fateful connection. Her eyes once again shone with a mystical blue light. Back then, Qiao Mu had looked into her eyes and understood. So that's it. Sister Sua's eyes can see the past and future, and they can even read people's hearts. She quickly said, Don't stare like that. Hearing this, he became embarrassed and tried to explain. I was just curious. That eye technique is truly heaven-defying. If you use it to solve cases or in business, wouldn't you make a killing? It doesn't work every time. There are still things I can't see. Whether I can see something specific depends on what's in my line of sight and whether the heavens are willing to reveal it. Then, Sister Sue, can you see if the Great Tao sect and the martial Tao Qiao Mu have any connection to each other right now? Hearing him say that, she realized it was a good idea. Right, let me take a look. Don't move. Qin Shui gently placed her hand on his face. Her eyes once again lit up, as bright as the moon in the sky. Visions of the future gradually appeared before her eyes like a slow-motion film. Immediately after, Qin Shui squeezed her eyes shut and turned her face away. Seeing this, Qiao Mu asked with concern, What's the situation? What did you see? Then she slowly revealed what she had just witnessed. Without seeing the people directly involved, I can't be sure what they're planning. But in the future, you will clash with someone from the martial Tao Qiao Mu. I think it's the king of Qin. Also, it seems the 9 provinces will be plunged into conflict again in the future, and it looks like they're involved. Qiao Mu's expression darkened, as if he had already guessed something. The 9 provinces will fall into war again. Emperor Yonghe keeps retreating and retreating. He's practically handing them a knife. That said, Sister Sui, don't you suspect that I'm the one who will cause the war? Qin Shui trusted him completely and said bluntly, You are Big Brother Qiao. I believe you would never do anything that goes against the laws of heaven. At that moment, he rejoiced silently in his heart. In my past life, no one ever stood by my side so resolutely. Suddenly, Qin Shui gave him a bright smile and asked about his plans. What are your plans for the future? The Lianshen Tian stage of your Chengshen Quan, you've already mastered it. The next stage is Lianshen Tian. Now that you have the Tumi Shan Wang Jing, do you still need it? Are you still seeking immortality? Hearing this, he became somewhat somber. I am. The events of these past few months have been unbelievable. There's too much injustice in this world. There's still a lot to do if I want to live a peaceful and free life. I'm still far too weak right now. But before that, there's one thing I absolutely must do. What is it? Someone who once showed me kindness was likely captured by the Great Tao sect. I have to find him and bring him back. He thought to himself. Although this was mentioned at the imperial court, Hai Siyuan and the others still haven't found the Qing Zhuo protector and the Zhai Xian sword. It's highly likely that Qing Zhuo faked his death and took Lu Yanan with him. That damn old bastard. He's at death's door and still lusting after Lu Yanan. Qin Shui felt a little concerned and said, Are you sure the Zhai Xian sword is in the Great Tao sect? I couldn't see it just now, so I can't be certain. He immediately reassured her. It's all right. This time, I won't recklessly charge into the Great Dao sect. I also want to figure out why they're colluding with the martial Dao Qiao Mu and deal with them at the root. If we can't see it, we can listen. Tomorrow, let's head over to Ting Xiaolu's territory. Qiao Mu and Qin Shui then went to the imperial capital's tea house. At Tianranju, Tianli Yan greeted them and revealed some useful information. The Minister of Rights, as the envoy of the Great Yan, will visit the veterans at Ankh Pass today, read out Emperor Yonghe's edict, and pay respects to the fallen heroes at the Heroes Pass Memorial. A secret buried for 40 years will be brought to light today. The Qiao family is truly noble. Speaking of the Qiao family. Meanwhile, Qin Shui expressed her surprise. I heard the storyteller at Tianranju changes often, but I didn't expect a woman to be one. Qiao Mu, however, wasn't surprised since he had already looked into it. I already investigated. This person's name is Tian Li, but she's known as Tian Li Yan. Her information network is incredibly vast, and she's a high-ranking member of Ting Qiao Lu. If we want information about the sword banished immortal, she's the one to ask. But Qin Shui started to worry about the cost. Buying information must be expensive. Do we have enough money? He then revealed. You can't buy it with money, only trade information for information. Sister Shui, I'm counting on you. We'll wait for her to get off work and talk to her privately. As the sun set that afternoon, Tian Li Yan was standing by the window. She stood calmly, then gently turned around and invited them in. Qiao Mu, Qin Shui, the two from the Qiao family, the most famous people in the imperial capital right now, freshly rewarded and already coming here for a visit. What an honor! You're here about the sword banished immortal, aren't you? Why don't you come inside and talk? Qin Shui was shocked that Tian Li Yan knew so much about them. She already knows everything. Qiao Mu was also a little surprised. It's not that surprising that she knows me, but she even figured out Sister Sue's identity, and she's always been so low-key. It seems she's really got skills. The clues about the sword banished immortal can only come from her. Tian Li Yan, you really live up to your reputation. You must have recognized us at the tea house earlier. I understand your rules. Information for information, right? Let's do it. Contrary to his confidence, she rejected him. Little brother, you seem to have misunderstood something. Not just anyone has the right to trade information with me. Hearing this, he froze. What? I need to be qualified? My friends in Ting Qiao Lu never said anything like that. But suddenly, Tian Li Yan moved closer to Qiao Mu, as if she had something in mind. For a member of the Qiao family, I can make an exception. After all, I'm very curious about you Qiao people. Qiao Mu was suddenly scared, stiff, and hid behind Qin Shui. Information is information, but getting physical will cost you extra. What do you want to know? Tian Li Yan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The Qiao family's secret, of course. I've been keeping an eye on Bian Gucheng. Besides Qiao Mu, I've never seen any other member of the Qiao family enter. And yet, in the end, it was a new Qiao family member who led the army to break the city. And this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Every time a member of the Qiao family dies, a new one immediately appears nearby. What's that about? Qiao Mu's expression suddenly darkened. Looks like I can't hide it from you anymore. I guess I have to tell you the truth. Please listen carefully. Then he suddenly revealed with a grin. Actually, our Qiao family is from the southern continent. Tian Li Yan immediately refuted him. False. He continued. Our ancestors passed down a secret teleportation art. But again, she denied it. False. His face was now as pale as a sheet. How is it false? I only said a few words. Qiao Mu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Has the lie I used to trick Wei Yan stopped working? Anything related to the system is my trump card. I absolutely cannot let her find out. After regaining his composure, he gave a confident smile and crossed his arms. What? Does your Ting Qiao Lu expect to get my family's secret for free? You listen to my story, then just label it as false? Trying to get the Qiao family's secret for nothing? Nice try. However, Tian Li Yan retorted bluntly, Brother Qiao, if I dare to make a deal with you, do you think I don't have a way to verify the truth? I, Tian Li Yan, am famous for my truth-seeing gaze. Lies cannot escape my sight. Hearing this, he fell silent again. A truth-seeing gaze. Suddenly, Qiao Mu went for a bold move and pointed downwards. I'm 18 centimeters. Tian Li Yan followed his gaze, and in the next second, her face turned beet red. And it's even true. Little brother Qiao, you are truly unfathomable. You can really see the truth? At this point, Qin Shui offered a theory. It's because of the natural third eye on your forehead, isn't it? Are you a half-demon? She didn't deny this, but simply chuckled. You have eyes that can see through the secrets of heaven. Your reputation is well-deserved. Qin Shui quickly seized the opportunity. If that's the case, then I can also use a few heavenly secrets to trade for information from you. Tianlian immediately held up a hand to refuse. No, no. Ting Xiaolu has its rules. We only listen to the court, not stir it. Revealing heavenly secrets brings down heavenly punishment. I wouldn't dare trade my life for information. The atmosphere between the three of them fell silent again. Tianlian continued. It seems we each have something the other wants. So, I'll concede a step. We'll each ask the other 3 questions. Whoever can't answer, or answers fewer, loses. If you lose, you will let me enter your sea of consciousness to find what I need. Hearing this, Qiao Mu quickly blurted out. Isn't this just a gossip contest with the #1 gossip organization in the Jianghu? How dare you even suggest that? If you don't have the guts to play, then don't. Goodbye, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. At this moment, Qin Shui also spoke to him with some concern. If you let someone else enter your sea of consciousness, and they have malicious intent, the owner of that sea of consciousness will either die or be gravely injured. After a moment of thought, Qiao Mu reassured her, Sister Sui, don't worry, I have a plan. She trusted him completely. Then go ahead and do as you see fit. If anything happens, I can also find a way to help him. Qiao Mu took a step forward and said, Fine, let's begin. Go ahead. But Tianlian deferred to him. You're the guest. Please, you go first. Inwardly, she was feeling confident. No matter how knowledgeable you are, you never guess that I'm carrying a magic treasure from Ting Qiaolu. When necessary, I can contact the Tower Master. There's nothing in this world the Tower Master doesn't know. With a backer as strong as him, how could I possibly lose? Meanwhile, he also made a silent resolve. You backward person from an ancient world, let me show you what knowledge's power truly means. Who would have thought that in the next second, Qiao Mu would drop an incredibly difficult question. Question 1. Do all non-trivial zeros of the Riemann zeta function have a real part equal to 1/2? After hearing this question that came out of nowhere, she froze for 5 seconds. What did you just ask? Could you repeat that? But he didn't stop there and immediately threw out another physics question. You don't get it? No problem. Let's continue. Second question. On a smooth horizontal plane, a 4-kilogram object is moving east at a velocity of 3 meters per second. After an elastic collision with a stationary 5-kilogram object, how far will the object be pushed? While she was still in a state of confusion, he pinned her against the wall and continued. Let's assume among the 3 of us, the probability that each of us can independently solve the problem I pose is 10%, 30%, and 40%, respectively. So, what is the probability that one of us can solve the problem? At this point, Tianlian was 30% helpless and 70% devastated. Why? I understood the first question, but why does this feel like my own eulogy? The following question seemed simple but offered no clues at all, like being dragged into a bottomless abyss of despair with no escape. Was it the aura he was emitting? No. That suffocating power seemed to come from a different dimension, incredibly complex, immensely powerful, and completely beyond my comprehension. This feeling, it's like being violated. I can't take it anymore. Tianlian's face now looked like a soulless corpse. Seeing her face drained of all color, he declared, You couldn't answer my 3 questions, but I answered your 3 questions. Therefore, I win. Lady Tianli, surrender. And just like that, Qiao Mu won a completely convincing victory. Afterward, Tianlian had to do a reading for them, but she couldn't find anything. The whereabouts of Jian Zhaixian were unknown even to the Tingzhou pavilion. Qiao Mu then questioned her supreme confidence from earlier. You spent so long preparing your move earlier. Were you just trying to bluff your way through? She had to admit, I didn't expect to lose either, but your guess probably isn't wrong. It's highly likely that Qing Zhuo is still alive. The heavenly master of the Earth Dao sect has a life-tracking tablet. He wouldn't die so easily. But I don't know what kind of magic he used. Even I can't track him. As for whether he took the sword immortal, that's even more uncertain. You can investigate from the Great Qin Prefecture. Hearing this, he asked again to confirm. The Great Qin Prefecture, the king of Qin's territory? Qin Shui took the opportunity to express her confusion. Speaking of which, what great deeds did this king of Qin perform to be granted the title of a king with a different surname, and even get his own fiefdom? Based on her knowledge, she revealed, this king of Qin was originally just a title, only recently bestowed. After the martial saint passed away, the martial arts world fell into chaos. With the rise of the Wanma San Zui and the heavenly lord Wu Dao, the king of Qin proclaimed himself a man who entered the Dao through martial arts, wanting to raise the great banner of the martial path again. He successively suppressed and eliminated many demonic cultivators who massacred civilians in various provinces and repeatedly earned merit by resolving natural disasters. Thus, his reputation in the central province even surpassed that of the great Dao sect. Therefore, 2 months ago, he was officially enfofed as a king by Emperor Yonghe. His title is Qin, and he established the Great Qin Prefecture in the northern part of the central province and was also granted a fiefdom in this region to govern. Not only that, but apart from the southern province, leaders worthy of being enfeoffed as kings, just like the king of Qin, have also appeared in other provinces, a total of 8 people. All 8 of these individuals have enough power to confront the immortal sects. Hearing this, Qin Shui couldn't help but be astonished. Doesn't this mean Emperor Yongge is openly challenging the immortal sects? Qiao Mu denied it. Not necessarily. The Pillar of the Martial Path and the Great Tao sect are in cahoots. This whole enfeoffment business is 80% a scheme orchestrated by the immortal sects from behind the scenes. Emperor Yonghe is a fool, being sold off and still helping the seller count the money. But what you said aligns with some of my own speculations. The immortal sects orchestrated this enfeoffment of king's drama to win the people's hearts, which proves they no longer need to cooperate with Emperor Yonghe and are gradually receding into the background. This is not good news. The incident at Gucheng was exposed, but it barely affected them. Because they have these new kings as shields, they'll be able to wash themselves clean sooner or later. The 800 media accounts are also being used for that purpose. Jian Zaixian has vanished without a trace, and the Pillar of the Martial Path has connections to the immortal sects. The surviving veterans in the capital have also been assigned to the territory managed by the King of Qin. If they want to do something, it's as easy as flipping their hand. It seems a trip to the Great Qin Prefecture is a must. You just said to investigate from the Great Qin Prefecture, not just because the Pillar of the Martial Path is secretly colluding with the Great Tao sect, right? She had to acknowledge his sharpness. Talking to a smart person really requires some brain power, doesn't it? The Great Tao sect, in order to maintain the King of Qin's prestige, frequently sends its disciples over to put on a show. Qiao Mu then started whispering softly to her. I see. I'll definitely have to get a taste of this show for myself. Lady Tianli, could you provide a little more inside information? But she refused. Oh no, that's all I know. Qiao Mu knew perfectly well that Tianli Yan was playing the innocent doe. Like hell I'd believe you. The truth is, you want us to go investigate the Great Qin Prefecture to dig up secret information for you, don't you? Fine, don't say it. After all, I have my own ways of finding out. It's just, I'm not so sure who in your pavilion I should deliver the information to this time. She was hit where it hurt and had nothing left to deny. As expected, you saw right through me. All right. The forces inside the King of Qin's prefecture are quite simple. The soldiers under him aren't difficult for you to handle. What you need to be careful of are the 2 first-grade spirit refinement attendants, Tai Lang and Luo Han. Both of them possess the strength of bronze skin and iron flesh. The King of Qin himself is said to be a grandmaster of the golden body art, and some even say he has surpassed the supreme grade. You probably have a rough idea of the Pillar of the Martial Path's abilities. Their golden body art is very difficult to deal with. At least for now, there is no clear technique in the martial world that can counter the golden body art. He seemed to realize something and asked, what you want is this internal information, isn't it? She didn't admit it directly, only saying, it's just a small matter to help you with. Great hero Qiao, I believe you can do it. After there was nothing left to say, Qiao Mu urged her to leave. Sister Shui, let's go. Suddenly, Tianli Yan called out, wait. They both turned around to see what she wanted to say. Tianli Yan raised her fan to cover her blushing face and hesitated. The half-demon matter? Understanding her worry, Qin Shui reassured her, rest assured, my lady. As long as you do nothing to harm the 2 of us, or anyone else for that matter, we will definitely keep your secret. He then got curious. Sister Shui, what's this about a half-demon? Let's go. It's a long story, but I'll tell you later. Hearing this, Tianli Yan was very grateful for Qin Shui's kindness. Thank you. Meanwhile, in another place, people were fleeing in chaos from an attack by the demonic path. He summoned scorching flames that burned everything in sight. To him, the lives of the common people were no different than worthless weeds. Just as that demon cultivator was about to continue his massacre, Tai Lang Darren appeared. You fiend, how dare you run rampant in the territory managed by King Qin? Seeing him arrive, everyone couldn't help but rejoice. Commander Tai Lang, who serves under King Qin. Tai Lang Darren immediately launched himself off the ground and soared toward the demon cultivator like a god about to capture his prey. A powerful shockwave erupted from the palm of his hand. Tai Lang Darren instantly swung his claws toward him. Not stopping there, he prepared to deliver the finishing blow to the demon cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the man was knocked out cold by Tai Lang Darren. Everyone was in awe and admiration. Commander Tai Lang's martial arts are incredible. His divine claws of black blood are impervious to fire and water, and his sharp claw attacks are unrivaled. Thanks to Tai Lang Darren, we were able to eliminate that demon cultivator. Shortly after, the demon cultivator paid a heavy price. Yet, Tai Lang Darren still felt guilty and immediately apologized. My apologies, everyone. Tai Lang was late and allowed you to be frightened. They quickly comforted him. Commander Tai Lang, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, we would have lost our lives to that fiend today. That's right. Thanks to you and King Qin, we have a safe place to live. He then gave them a few instructions before leaving. This is all part of my duty. I'll go see if other places need help. Everyone, return to the city quickly. Don't wander around. They all felt immense gratitude. Thank you, Commander Tai Lang. He leaves after his work is done, without seeking praise for his deeds. He is a true hero, a commander under King Qin, after all. Immediately after, Tai Lang Diren went to meet Dao Shu. He bowed his head before her and spoke. I feel terrible for having to trouble you with this act, immortal elder. Dao Shu herself was very satisfied with having deceived the people. To think those mortals would fall for such a bland farce without getting tired of it. Then, Tai Lang Diren revealed his true colors. They're just mortals clinging to false hope. It's precisely because the martial path can't compare to the immortal path that they harbor such fantasies. If the martial path could keep up, we wouldn't need to practice the golden body art. She then scowled, looking annoyed. It was hard enough to get out of the sex reflection cliff, but I can't believe Master sent me to a place like the Great Qin Prefecture. It's boring me to death. Qiao Mu had overheard their conversation and couldn't agree more. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, they immediately turned around. And just like that, Qiao Mu ran into her once again. He thought he'd meet new friends in a new place, but it turned out to be an old face, Dao Shu. Even Dao Shu was surprised to see Qiao Mu all the way out here. That face, are you from the Qiao family? He quickly confirmed it. It seems my Qiao family is starting to make a name for itself in the martial world. Tianlang Dixon immediately grew impatient. Immortal Elder, we can't let this one live. She also readied herself for an attack. Nonsense. It was the Qiao family that got me exiled to the Repentance Cliff. Kill him for me. Receiving her command, Tianlang Dixon didn't hesitate and charged forward. Although he wasn't sure he could win, Qiao Mu decided to test himself against a first-grade Golden Core expert at the Spirit Refining stage. Perfect timing to see what level I can fight at after reaching the second-grade Spirit Refining stage. Blood Sword Technique. The sword in his hand instantly turned crimson. He quickly unleashed a series of picturesque slashes at his opponent. Stubborn to the end, Tianlang Dixon charged straight into his attack. After being slightly overwhelmed, he realized that defeating this guy wouldn't be easy. My explosive power and instantaneous speed should be enough to challenge a super-grade expert, so how did he block me so easily? Just as Qiao Mu's sword touched the ground, his opponent vanished into thin air. Tianlang Dixon was a formidable opponent, forcing him to remind himself to stay focused. What an impressive movement technique. His footwork and speed are almost on par with mine, but something's not right. That last claw strike. I didn't feel any of his internal energy at all. And, isn't Dao Shu going to make a move? While he was still standing motionless, Tianlang Dixon flash-stepped behind him. He intended to attack from the rear with his sharp claws. However, before Tianlang Dixon could even touch a hair on his head, he had already ducked. What? Not giving him a chance to counter, he immediately charged forward with his sword. While his opponent was still confident in his own strength, Qiao Mu had already landed a slash on him. Forget it. You're not worth my time, so let's end this quickly. The next second, Tianlang Dixon lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Qiao Mu seized the opportunity and rushed in to deliver the finishing blow. But just then, Dao Shu made her move, launching a blast of ice flame toward him that froze everything. Qiao Mu's entire body was now encased in a thick layer of ice. In the end, she still had to step in and carry this useless trash, Tianlang Dixon. He didn't dare hesitate any longer, quickly getting back on his feet and thrusting his hand through the ice. Forgive me, Immortal Elder. I was careless and let this brat give me a small cut. However, Dao Shu didn't see it that way. A small cut? If it weren't for the golden body art, you'd already be dead. This kid is from the Qiao family. He's strong and has many tricks up his sleeve. But in reality, Qiao Mu was waiting in a tree nearby. The one frozen was just his clone. While their attack was still a step behind, he grabbed his sword and descended like a god. You think my Qiao family has no one? Pay for my older brother's life? How is there another one? The two of them leaped into the air to dodge his powerful strike. The older brother version of Qiao Mu struggled to his feet beside the real one. Witnessing this surreal scene, she questioned him. Did you go easy on him? He denied it. Qiao Mu and his clone joined forces, charging at them together. At this point, Tianlang Dixon was once again forced onto the defensive. His only move was to swipe with his claws, but it didn't faze Qiao Mu at all. He had to admit Qiao Mu's exceptional skill, regardless of which version he was fighting. This newcomer's martial arts are no less skilled than the last one. And so, each of Qiao Mu's bodies faced off against one of them. Qiao Mu and Tian Lang Dixon then engaged in a game of cat and mouse throughout the forest. The latter was still delusional about his own power. Do you really think you can beat me in a one-on-one fight just because you separated me from the immortal elder? Full of fighting spirit, Qiao Mu fearlessly stepped toward him. You can certainly try. Meanwhile, Dao Shu was launching sharp shards of ice flame to fight against the other Qiao Mu. She was no longer afraid like before, but incredibly confident. What do I have to fear from a bunch of worthless trash? Those shards of frostfire pierced straight into Qiao Mu, forcing him to the ground. After taking him down, she didn't linger and turned to leave. But she had only taken a few steps before Qiao Mu grabbed her by the ankle. She was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. And now, the real Qiao Mu was charging toward Dao Shu, ready to finish her. Don't you dare think the Qiu family has no one. When Dao Shu saw so many versions of him appear, she was furious. Just how many of you Qiu family members are hiding around here? Both of them charged forward in unison, ready to teach her a lesson. But Dao Shu wasn't about to sit back and take it. She immediately launched her frostfire forward. Wounded by the attack, the two of them temporarily stopped their advance. It seemed like it was over, but from within the smoke, another Qiao Mu emerged to continue the fight. Don't you dare think the Qiu family has no one. At this, her expression turned to one of complete bewilderment. What kind of damn trick is this? Meanwhile, another Qiao Mu on the other side had successfully sliced off the Tian Lang earthly fiend's arm. In the end, the fiend's speed was no match for his, and he had to bid farewell to his limb. Qiao Mu then pressed his advantage. To deal with you, I don't even need to use the heavenly demon's blood-burning art. Drop your weapon and obediently accept your death. His sword was now just a hair's breadth away from the fiend's face. However, the scene unfolding before him left Qiao Mu completely jaw-dropped. It was only at this moment that the Tian Lang earthly fiend played his true trump card. Today, I'll let you see what true martial arts really is. From behind the Tian Lang earthly fiend's back, sharp, wickedly cool pincers emerged. Those pincers immediately lunged forward. He quickly retreated to maintain his distance. Qiao Mu was surprised that the fiend was so proficient in something like mechanical augmentation. A digital-age brute trying to act like some traditional grandmaster? In this state, you don't even look human anymore. Is this the golden body art that you Qiu family martial artists are so proud of? The Tian Lang earthly fiend rushed forward, surrounding him with his pincers. This is the fusion of martial arts and immortal techniques, the supreme technique bestowed upon us by the immortal master. This is truly using martial arts to achieve the Tao. Qiao Mu quickly noticed the change in him. In this state, his speed and power had increased significantly, bringing him to the brink of the superclass martial artist realm in an instant, even more formidable than the heavenly demon disintegration. His golden body art has probably been cultivated to at least the bone-tempering stage that Qiam Kwai mentioned, which is on par with the Tan clan's cleansing blood sword art. Yet, he couldn't even break through his defenses. Seeing that he couldn't fight back, the Tian Lang earthly fiend grinned from ear to ear with delight. Kid, now you see how powerful I am, don't you? The mortal body is so pathetically weak. After decades of arduous training, you'll still end up just like any other person, growing old and dying. Now, this strong and beautiful body of mine is the true symbol of the new age of martial arts. Collected bone blades. His sharp, sickle-like pincers lunged at him again. Qiao Mu wasn't scared. Instead, he mocked him. So that's how it is. How pitiful. Hey, Tian Lang, do you even know what you've become? Can you still feel the flow of internal energy within your body? Qiao Mu didn't need his sword. He blocked every single one of the fiend's attacks with his bare hands. Faced with this surreal sight, the Tian Lang earthly fiend was utterly shocked. What? While the fiend was still gaping, he seized the opportunity to throw some hands. In an instant, the Tian Lang earthly fiend's metal pincers shattered under his fists. No, no, no. At this point, he decided to use his fists to end it quickly. And so, without a single wasted motion, Qiao Mu's devastating punch slammed straight into the fiend's face. The blow was so powerful it knocked out several of the Tian Lang earthly fiend's teeth. No matter what tricks they pulled, he wasn't afraid of any of them. Golden body art? What a joke. It's just a devious trick by those aberrations. You were stripped of your body and lost your internal energy long ago. You're nothing but a husk, surviving solely on your spiritual soul. Someone like you is no different from the Tao soldiers I killed in the Lone City. All it takes is enough internal energy, and I can crush you to dust. Sister Tui's side should be wrapping up soon, too. Meanwhile, Dao Shu was still struggling against Qiao Mu's clones. Die, you insignificant little things. Why can't I kill you all? How is it that I keep killing you, and you just won't die? Before her stood an entire army of Qiao Mus. Don't you dare underestimate the Qiu family. They all charged forward in unison. their murderous intent so thick it seemed they wanted to eat her alive. As for Dao Shu, she just felt both furious and confused. What is happening? Since when did the Qiao family secretly plant so many spies in the new king's territory without us knowing a single thing? Calm down. The problem must be with this guy. He's just a lowly mortal. No matter how much he struggles, he can never touch an immortal like me in the heavens. Why should I panic? They weren't fighting alone. They knew how to coordinate with each other. A few of the clones, with the help of the others, launched themselves into the air toward her. Dao Shu seemed to realize something, a sinister look crossing her face. I see. Every time I have a thought, you all react perfectly. I thought you were just quick-witted, but it turns out you've been caught in an illusion, haven't you? She once again unleashed a rain of frostfire upon them. A pathetic illusion. Watch me break it. In an instant, the clones vanished into thin air. Having figured out the key, Dao Su was incredibly smug. With such meager skills, you dare to play your little tricks in front of this immortal, but her smugness was short-lived as the real Qiao Mu's sword pierced straight through her. Everything before was just to make her lower her guard. Now was the time for his counterattack. The moment you knew it was an illusion, you let your guard down. No wonder you could never beat Dao Zhen. Dao Shu slowly turned her head in disbelief. Are you real? She lost her balance and fell freely toward the ground. With what little breath she had left, Dao Shu questioned him. You're just a mortal. How can you use immortal arts? Qiao Mu then pointed his sword directly at her. I have no idea. But I never said I came here alone. Right, Sister Tuit. A moment earlier, Qiao Mu and Tan Tuiet had arrived just as the Thien-Lang earthly fiend was chasing the demon cultivator. Is that Taoist a paper puppet? I've fought them before in the Lone City. Tan Tuiet wanted to keep observing and not act rashly. It's definitely the work of an aberration, but we can't act recklessly. We don't want to alert the enemy. He wanted to do something, so he asked her. It's not a big deal, Sister Sue, but do you have a way to control a special person for a moment? With her vast experience, Qin Shui came up with a plan that could help him. My eye technique can confuse an opponent's consciousness, making them see only what I want them to see. But it's just a type of illusion art. I'm currently at the 5th stage of Qi refining, so if the opponent's cultivation is higher than mine, they can easily detect this technique, unless you can distract them with something else first. Hearing this, Qiao Mu didn't hesitate and immediately sealed the deal. That's easy. Leave it to me. After hearing this, Dao Shu started to figure it out. So, you cast an illusion on me right as I made my move. Oh, that's not right. Even so, there should have been at least 2 people from the Qiao family, so why couldn't I even kill the first one? Meanwhile, Qiao Mu was gloating triumphantly. Because the person who appeared before you from the very beginning was my flesh and blood clone. This is what's called being crushed by Qiao Mu's intellect. Understand? Although she was in a terrible state, she steeled her resolve. You mortals, even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. Before Dao Shu could do anything, Qin Sui's eyes flared with a wondrous blue light. In an instant, her eyes had completely taken control of her. As if hypnotized, Dao Shu placed her hands on her own neck, her face contorting as veins bulged. Qin Shui's eyes glowed brighter and brighter, emitting a powerful, oppressive aura. The light caused Dao Shu's eyes to roll back in her head as if she had lost her soul. It was as if her spirit had completely left her body. Bolts of lightning then shot out from Qin Sui's eyes. After making Dao Shu collapse, Qin Sui also became dizzy. Qiao Mu quickly caught her. Sister Sui, does using those eyes for too long harm your body? Qin Shu reassured him. It's fine. I'll be okay after a few days of rest. More importantly, I saw some new images through her. Dao Shu was now sprawled on the ground, with no strength left to resist. After entering Dao Shu's sea of consciousness, I was able to confirm something. You were right. Qing Juo isn't completely dead. His body was destroyed, but his life tablet from the great Dao sect summoned him back. His primordial spirit has returned to the sect. However, it seems the immortal slaying sword is no longer in his possession. At this point, he couldn't understand it at all. If it's not with him, where could it be? Could it be that after transforming into a sword, it can still act on its own, or did he prepare an escape route to reconstruct his body? Setting that aside, Qin Sui had seen something even more shocking. We can investigate these things later. For now, I'm afraid you have a more urgent matter to attend to. The Great Dao sect has ordered the Prince of Qin to deal with the remaining veterans. They're making their move tonight. Hearing this, Qiao Mu's face darkened. He didn't hesitate any longer and turned to leave. I have to go to the Prince of Qin's mansion right now. But Qin Shui grabbed his hand and urged him. Qiao Mu, don't be reckless. We're still no match for them. The Prince of Qin's mansion has many Dao soldiers. If you charge in there directly, not only will you fail to save anyone, but you'll also put yourself in grave danger. Besides, I saw the Prince of Qin's true face. "You've seen him before?" he immediately asked. "Who is it?" Based on what she had seen, she revealed, "It's the chief warden of the imperial capital, Qin Shiqing." Hearing this, Qiao Mu was shocked all over again. "Qin Shiqing isn't dead either." Qin Sui confirmed it. "Yes. From your recent battle with Tai Lang, you must have realized the nature of the golden body, an empty, indestructible shell controlled by a divine soul." That's right. The golden body art is divided into copper skin, iron bone, and golden body. At the copper skin stage, the immortal technique only resides on the surface of the skin, like a powerful paperman, capable of fighting a first-grade master. Tai Lang was at the iron bone stage, where the immortal technique flows into the very marrow, allowing him to transform his limbs and shift into a stronger form. His strength should have been enough to fight a super-grade opponent, but you were an exception. In the first two stages, the martial artist's soul has not yet fully separated from the body, but at the golden body stage, their bodies are made entirely of immortal techniques. You could even say they are the physical manifestation of a spell. Even if you shatter their physical form, as long as the immortal technique remains, they won't die. You killed Qin Shiqing, and his divine soul escaped its old body, which inadvertently helped him complete his golden body. The more he listened, the more confused he became. What's this about weak flesh and mechanical ascension? A sense of unease began to stir in Qin Sui's heart, causing her to clench her fists. The method we use to deal with Dao Shu can't be applied to him. Their bodies are already made of immortal techniques. If I use my eye technique on them, it will just be reflected back by the immortal technique, and it would alert the spell's creator. We absolutely have to save the veterans of the Lone City, but we must choose another way. We can't just charge in recklessly. Qiao Mu, I know you're not afraid of death, and you have tricks up your sleeve to stay alive. But the Great Tao is ruthless. Any unreasonable power comes with a price. If you keep relying on that thing, when the Great Tao comes to collect its due, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qiao Mu completely agreed with her. Sister Shui is right, we can't act rashly right now. Although the Ting Chao Pavilion's story about the Lone City has weakened the people's faith in the Great Tao sect, that's only scratching the surface. As long as the Prince of Qin remains, and as long as that special person pulling the strings in the shadows still exists, the incense fire will never be extinguished. I understand. This time, we'll focus on evacuating the veterans first. They don't know that Sister Shui has the ability to see the future. We can use the element of surprise and figure out the rest from there. After receiving the news, Luo Han went to report to him. Your Highness, the Prince of Qin, a message just came from the immortal sect. They say that the life tablets of Elder Dao Shu and Tai Lang have both shattered. They are both dead. The immortal sect suspects it's the work of those meddlesome Qiao family members again. But how is that possible? Tai Lang had reached the Iron Bone stage, and Elder Dao Shu was a golden core cultivator. How could a bunch of mortals from the Qiao family cause both of them to perish? He didn't seem surprised and simply asked calmly, if even the nascent soul elder, Qing Zhuo, was heavily wounded by the Qiao family, then nothing is impossible. They appeared in the Great Qin Mansion's territory. Have our people found any trace of them? Luo Han realized this matter wasn't so simple and offered his thoughts. Not yet. It seems they have no intention of confronting the Great Qin Mansion directly. Could it be that they've discovered the relationship between us and the immortal sect and have come to save those veterans? It doesn't matter if they know. In fact, it's even better if they're coming for those veterans. The immortal sect has already ordered this king to dispose of those old weaklings. Now relay my orders, lock down Angxi Pass, and bring all the old generals to the Great Qin Mansion. As for him, he's eagerly awaiting a direct confrontation with them. This king wants to personally entertain these meritorious subjects. The Angxi private courtyard was a gift bestowed by the emperor. After his audience with his majesty, Du Yi was extremely dissatisfied and began drowning his sorrows in wine. Seeing this, the man approached and advised him, Elder brother, drinking will harm your body. But Du Yi was just worried about the fate of the country. Why should he care about that? We are supposed to be loyal to the emperor and serve our nation. But now the emperor is no emperor, and it seems our country is nearing its end. What kind of monarch could possibly say such? Shameless words like, let the common people suffer first? At that time, His Majesty had summoned Du Yi for a private word. General Hai, we understand you are dissatisfied, but our court cannot afford another conflict with the immortal sects right now. With the human king sword in our hand, the immortal sects are still wary. The incident with the Gucheng Great Tao sect likely won't be blown out of proportion, but we absolutely cannot pursue this any further. Still unable to accept this, Du Yi tried to change His Majesty's mind. This humble servant will be blunt. If your Majesty doesn't take this opportunity to eliminate the incense offerings to the Great Tao sect and weaken their foundation, then when will we act? The taxes across the 9 provinces grow heavier by the day. Surely, your majesty knows the reason why. Do you truly intend to drive your people to their deaths? Not wanting to hear any more, his majesty interrupted. Enough. You've been in Gucheng for 40 years. You have no idea how powerful the immortal sects have become on the outside. We will not punish you for your insolent words, but for now, we can only let the people suffer first. We will bear the burden of our own infamy. When the day comes that the game is decided, future generations will naturally judge our rights and wrongs, our merits and sins. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and Du Yi slammed his wine cup on the table. Foolish? No, it's cowardice. He's been kneeling for so long he won't even stand up when someone offers a hand. The more we are disappointed in him, the more the people curse him, the deeper he sinks into his delusions of self-sacrifice. The way the court is now. I think it's time for a change in leadership. The other man immediately cautioned him for his words. Elder brother, you're drunk. You're talking nonsense. Suddenly, a soldier ran up with an urgent report. General, the Prince of Qin's mansion has sent a messenger. They say there's a matter to discuss and have invited us to the mansion. Du Yi asked. At this hour? The soldier confirmed. Yes, and they told us to bring all our surviving brothers along. The two men glanced at each other at this sudden invitation. If the Prince of Qin himself had invited them, Du Yi couldn't very well refuse. Fine, let's go. The other man helped Du Yi up and tried to dissuade him. Elder brother, you're drunk. Let's just go another day. But even though it was already dark, Du Yi was determined to meet the prince. I've heard the Prince of Qin is a man who dares to confront the deviants. I must get to know him. Who knows, maybe he's a righteous hero like Hero Qiao. After that, Luo Han led Du Yi and his brothers to the Prince of Qin's mansion. As they walked, Du Yi's curiosity got the better of him. May I ask the name of the Prince of Qin's messenger? The man replied, Luo Han, protector attendant to the Prince of Qin. Though they hadn't arrived yet, Du Yi was very curious and continued to ask, Lord Luo Han, may I ask what important matter the Prince of Qin has for us at this late hour? Luo Han didn't reveal anything, simply telling them they would know once they arrived. Despite being dead drunk, Du Yi still felt that something was off. Strange. This man is a cultivator. So why does he exude such a majestic aura? Throughout the journey, he kept wondering, Lord Luo Han, why are you taking all these side alleys instead of the main road? Luo Han replied, there's a curfew. Even with the Prince of Qin's orders, it's best to avoid attracting attention. Suddenly, as they were walking, one of the soldiers collapsed. Wait, can we wait a moment? Luo Han immediately turned back. What's wrong? Du Yi chimed in, thinking his men must be exhausted. We've walked over 20 miles without any rest. Everyone's a bit tired. I'm sorry, but these old bones really can't take it anymore. A short rest would be good. Sensing something was wrong, Du Yi said, Lord Luo Han, we are old comrades in arms. Many of us carry old, hidden injuries and have difficulty moving. Could you let them return, and I will accompany you to see the Prince of Qin alone? Who would have expected two disdainful words to come from Luo Han's mouth? Useless trash. At Luo Han's words, Du Yi was momentarily stunned. It was then that Luo Han revealed his true colors, his voice dropping low. How troublesome. To be honest, 300 people is too many anyway. If one or two go missing, I'm sure the Prince of Qin won't even notice. Du Yi knew for sure that Luo Han was up to something, so he immediately gave the order. All soldiers, on my command, form up. Everyone, not daring to be careless, immediately got into position. Yes, sir. Luo Han had to admit their fighting spirit was impressive. Though old, their morale was still high. No wonder they were able to return from the Great Desert. With his years of experience, Du Yi immediately realized something. I've fought deviants for 40 years. I can't be mistaken. You are a deviant. At this point, Luo Han no longer bothered to hide it. He turned on his heel and said, not a bad eye. If that's the case, then I'll just kill you first. But before he could even lift a finger, a powerful slash struck him. He was completely stunned by the surprise attack. Both Luo Han and Du Yi frantically looked around. Who's there? And the person was none other than Qiao Mu. He spoke calmly from his perch in a tree. A dark and windy night, perfect for murder and arson. I've arrived at just the right time. He was determined not to let Luo Han get away with this, and shot towards him at lightning speed. After being beaten to a pulp by Qiao Mu, Luo Han lay sprawled and motionless on the ground. In just a few moments, Qiao Mu taught him a lesson. You knew we killed Tai Lang, yet you still dared to act alone. Should I say you're brainless, or just overconfident? Luo Han had no intention of fighting back and accepted his fate. If you want to kill me, then kill me. My Vajra fist is no match for the Qiao family's sword style. I admit defeat. After landing a few punches, Qiao Mu couldn't help but feel contempt. All you have is a tough exterior, but there's nothing on the inside. And you have the nerve to call what you use the Vajra fist. Unwilling to be looked down upon, Luo Han yelled back defiantly. What do you know? Practicing martial arts won't make you immortal. So what's the point? Let me tell you, Tai Lang and I both have immortal bodies. Do you really think your pathetic cat-scratching techniques can kill me? With her deep understanding, Xie Shui then enlightened him. Perhaps you think that after you die, the deviants of the Great Tao sect can just give you a new body, but if you could just endlessly replace your body with a bronze one, wouldn't that be the same as immortality? If becoming immortal were that easy, why would the Nine Heavens Immortal sect go to such lengths to research the way of incense fire? Why not just turn everyone into Tao soldiers then? A person who has lost their flesh and blood body is like rootless duckweed. From the moment you abandon your physical body, you became a flickering candle in the wind. You don't have much time left to live. As for Tai Lang, he should have disappeared long ago. It was then that Du Yi had a sudden realization. So, all those stories about the Great Qin Manor were nothing more than lies fabricated by the immortal sect to fool the world.
So, it turns out, all these years of struggling, we've merely gone from one isolated city to another. Is there anywhere left in this world for us?
Just as Du Yi was filled with despair, Qiao Mu spoke up. There is a place. General Hai, have you ever heard of Wang Song-he? I believe his fame was once on par with your General Wu. Hearing this, the general asked reflexively, You mean the Prime Minister? Qiao Mu then revealed, He's preparing for an uprising in the southern prefecture. He may be dirt poor, but he's the real deal. If you agree, I can take you to seek shelter with him. Everyone was a little apprehensive, but they trusted his word. Is he trustworthy? Brother Qiao wouldn't mislead us. The man stepped forward and hesitated. Elder brother, what about father? Do ye believe their father would support them anyway? He'll understand. Everything I said to you, I've already said to father. He, of all people, should know best. If the Great Yan Empire doesn't get a new ruler, it's already beyond saving. Then we'll be in your debt, brother Qiao. Hearing this, Qiao Mu shook his head. It's not me you'll be indebted to. It's Sister Shui. Seeing him point at her, she froze up and asked, Me. Qiao Mu, what about you? The minister worriedly helped Si Yuan to his feet. Slurring his words, Si Yuan said, All right, we'll go. The other man worried, Elder brother, you're drunk. But he was firm. Then we'll go another day. I've heard the king of Qin dares to stand against the aberrants. I must meet him. Who knows, maybe he's a righteous warrior just like Hero Qiao. The scene shifts, and the group is now following behind Luo Han. Si Yuan spoke up. May I ask for the name of this emissary from the king of Qin? The man smiled and introduced himself. I am Luo Han, Dharma protector and steward to the king of Qin. Si Yuan spoke respectfully. Lord Luo Han, is there an urgent matter for the king of Qin to summon us this late at night? Luo Han turned back to look at them, a sinister look on his face. You'll find out when we get there. Si Yuan thought to himself with suspicion. Strange. This man is a cultivator. Yet why does he radiate such an imposing aura? He continued to probe for information. Lord Luo Han, why are we sticking to these back alleys instead of the main roads? I know there's a curfew, but even with an order from the king of Qin, shouldn't we try to avoid attracting attention? Wait. Can we just wait a moment? An exhausted soldier suddenly pleaded, collapsing to his knees. Luo Han sounded annoyed. What's wrong? Si Yuan quickly explained, We've traveled more than 20 miles without rest. Everyone's getting exhausted. The soldier gave a pained smile. My apologies. These old legs just can't keep up anymore. We only need a short break. Si Yuan clasped his hands and pleaded, Lord Luo Han, we're all old war buddies, and we're carrying more than a few hidden injuries. It's hard for us to move so quickly. Could you please let them return? I alone will accompany you to meet the king of Qin. He slowly spat out a single word. Trash. The insult stunned Si Yuan. Luo Han sneered at them. What a bunch of nuisances. Frankly, 300 people is a crowd. The king of Qin won't notice if one or two of you are missing. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Si Yuan shouted an order. Soldiers, on my command. Formation. Everyone quickly fell into formation as ordered. Yes, sir. Luo Han sneered at them. Oh, you're old, but you still got some spirit. No wonder you all managed to survive the Great Desert. Si Yuan roared. I've fought aberrants for 40 years. I'd never mistake one. You're an aberrant. Luo Han just smiled, pivoting on his heel. You've got a sharp eye. In that case, he lunged at them like a starving tiger. I'll kill you first. Suddenly, a crimson gash appeared in the air between them, and his fingers slowly detached from his hand. Luo Han glanced up warily. Who's there? Just then, Qiao Mu smiled down at him from above. A dark and stormy night, perfect for a little murder and mayhem. Your timing is impeccable. Immediately, a crimson sword strike came slashing down. Luo Han was swiftly defeated by the strange blade. Qiao Mu smiled as he approached him. You knew we killed Tai Lang, yet you still dared to come here alone. Tell me, are you just brainless or way too confident? Luo Han gritted his teeth. Kill me if you're going to. My Vajra fist is no match for your Qiao family swordsmanship. I admit defeat. Qiao Mu looked down on him with contempt. All bark and no bite. And you dare call that pathetic technique the Vajra fist? Luo Han roared in fury. What do you know? Practicing martial arts won't make you live forever, so what's the point? Let me tell you something. Tai Lang and I are both immortal. You really think your pathetic little tricks can kill me? Qin Shui stepped forward. You probably think that after you die, the aberrants of the great Dao sect can just give you a new body. But if you can just keep getting new bronze bodies, what's the difference from being immortal? If immortality were that easy, why would the Nine Heavens Immortal sect bother with the arduous research into the path of incense? Why not just turn everyone into Dao soldiers? A human who loses their flesh is like a plant without roots. From the moment you gave up your physical body, you became nothing but a candle flickering in the wind. You don't have long to live. As for Tai Lang, he should have disappeared long ago. Si Yuan's face fell. So, all those stories about the Great Qin Manor were nothing more than lies fabricated by the immortal sect to fool the world. So it turns out, all these years of struggling, we've merely gone from one isolated city to another. Is there anywhere left in this world for us? Qiao Mu smiled with certainty. There is. General Hai, have you ever heard of Wang Song-he? I believe he was once as renowned as your General Wu. The general was surprised. You mean the Prime Minister? Qiao Mu nodded. He's preparing an uprising in the southern prefecture. He may be dirt poor, but he's the genuine article. If you all agree, I can take you to seek shelter with him. The veterans asked, can we trust him? Brother Qiao wouldn't mislead us. His younger brother spoke up. Elder brother, what about father? Si Yuan replied, he'll understand. Everything I've said to you, I've already said to him. He, of all people, should know best. If the great Yan Empire doesn't get a new ruler, it's already beyond saving. Then we'll be in your debt, brother Qiao. Qiao Mu chuckled. It's not me you should be thanking, but Qin Sui. She looked bewildered. Huh? Qiao Mu, what about you? The scene shifts to someone rushing down a hallway. It was Qiao Mu, disguised as Luo Han, crying for help from Shi Qing. Your Highness, the Qiao family. Someone from the Qiao family really showed up. I was leading the veterans to the Great Qin Manor when two members of the Qiao family ambushed us. I risked my life to escape them, just to report this to your Highness. Now they've taken those old soldiers and run off. Shi Qing slowly advanced on him. Run? They can run, but they can't hide. It was a wise choice not to confront him directly. Tai Lang died at his hands, and you are no match for him either. Since the Qiao family has shown up, this king will take the opportunity to deal with them all. Luo Han bowed his head and replied, Your Highness is mighty. Luo Han's body had been altered. Qiao Mu smiled at him. You couldn't even recognize the avatar I created with the flesh and blood 100 transformations. So how do you plan on dealing with me? Huh. Shi Qing chuckled contemptuously, blocking Qiao Mu's attack. I knew that if I touched those old geezers, you'd show yourself, you Qiao family member. The scene quickly shifts to a dark alley. At this moment, Qiao Mu is discussing their plan. If Shi Qing sent his men and none of them reported back, he's bound to get suspicious. Someone has to create a diversion to lead them away from danger and safely to the southern continent. Entrusting them to Sister Xue is the best choice. She's a 5-star master of risk avoidance. I'm better suited as bait. I'm sorry to trouble you, Qin Shui. Qin Sui asked, Are you planning to go to the Qin residence alone? It's too dangerous. He laughed it off and replied, Don't worry, Qin Shui. When the time comes, I'll find a way to retreat. Now, hurry up and tell me your Qin King's ultimate move. Luo Han mechanically replied, The Qin King's golden body is naturally completely different from ours. His body is the perfect crimson flame star gold body, created by the immortal sect. His body itself is part of an immortal art. Although I don't fully understand its mysteries, the Qin King seems to be able to use immortal arts. Furthermore, any attack directed at him will be converted into his own power. The scene returns to the present. He raised an eyebrow and asked, You've already dealt with Luo Han. Qiao Mu quickly leaped up to dodge. That's right. And aren't I here to send you off to join him? The moment the blood sword touched him, it was devoured. Is this the immortal art Luo Han was talking about? The golden body of a Dao weapon is truly a world apart from the previous two realms. The heavenly demon blood combustion art. The blood sword, which relies on physical attacks, is useless. Let's see how a pure internal energy attack fares. Qiao Mu extended his hand and unleashed his move. Void-shattering finger. That deadly technique swiftly struck Shi Qing's head. Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on his face. Is this all you Qiao family members have got? Do you think this is still like back at the Myriad Mansion? His hand began to bubble and deform. Shiqing said with contempt, I won't fall for the same trick twice. With a confident posture, he lunged forward to attack him. Qiao Mu didn't have time to dodge and was hit by his blow. Shiqing, with a grim face, slashed at Qiao Mu again. Qiao Mu wondered to himself, how could he break through my defense so easily when it was reinforced by the heavenly demon blood combustion art? Qiao Mu hastily retreated away from him, thinking with suspicion, his immortal art even has the self-healing ability of the flesh and blood 100 transformations. Shiqing explained seriously, Kid, this is my golden body. As long as I will it, anything I attack can become a part of my body. I call it assimilation. Shiqing's body was quickly enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Qiao Mu frowned and tore off his burning clothes. It's like an upgraded version of the bone-devouring Li Fire. This is truly a bit troublesome. Shiqing mocked, you have a few tricks, but you're still a far cry from the immortal sect. Let's see how much flesh and blood you have left for me to tear out. He seriously kicked his foot back. Qiao Mu took a defensive stance and thought, normal physical attacks are assimilated by him, and wounds caused by internal energy heal extremely quickly. This body is truly the bane of martial artists. It's something only an inhuman could create. Shiqing yelled like a madman. What's wrong? Scared? So, you Qiao family members can feel fear too. You Qiao family, always opposing the immortal sect. Today, I will thoroughly end you on behalf of the great immortals. With eyes full of killing intent, he slashed towards Qiao Mu. He let out a mocking smile. Fear. What's that? Instantly, Qiao Mu met his incoming slash. Qiao Mu's fist collided with that sharp arm, sending out red sparks. Qiao Mu exerted all his strength, smoke even rising from his mouth. He swung his fist straight at Shiqing's face. Shiqing coughed up blood from the punch. Shiqing's entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Even with his eyes rolled back, he grunted coldly. Young people are hot-blooded, I get it. But you must pay the price for your impulsiveness. Your body will be infected by me, and your soul will become my nourishment. This is the end for you, Qiao family member. Qiao Mu's body was quickly invaded by the golden light. Your body will be infected by me, and your soul will become my nourishment. This is the end for you, Qiao family member. Qiao Mu casually replied, I feel like I'm losing control of my body. But do you know what happened to the last guy who wanted to turn me into nourishment? Shiqing scoffed, a junior who's all talk. Qiao Mu laughed loudly. Well then, when you go down and meet the martial saint, you can ask him yourself. Blood demon disintegration. Blood moon combustion art. Heavenly demon blood combustion art. He screamed in horror. The blood and qi in this body are expanding at a terrifying rate. If this continues, all my meridians will explode. Are you trying to die? Qiao Mu smirked. Oh really? Weren't you the one who could make me a part of you? Now that we're this synchronized, you can't back out now, can you? Let's see if that hollow, gold-plated shell of yours can swallow the raging blood essence of mine. Shiqing angrily cursed, you lunatic. Qiao Mu teased, remember to say hi to the martial saint for me. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion echoed. Qiao Mu felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. Qin Shui. Escaping was impossible. My only choice was to gamble on taking him down with me. The scene changes. Qiao Mu is in the system space. Physical attacks get converted, and I'm not sure how much internal energy it would take to land a fatal blow. Calculation in progress. The only way was to borrow the destructive power of the blood demon disintegration and go down together. Qin Shiqing, we're life and death friends, after all. Don't let me down with this score. Without making Qiao Mu wait long, the system displayed a notification. This death is rated as all the ferocity of a tiger, with the results of a total moron. Seeing the evaluation, Qiao Mu completely broke down. Ha, he's one of the 8 kings, and he's this pathetic? Suddenly, a voice rang out, you really made a mess of things. Qiao Mu turned around guiltily to see Qin Shui and called out, Sister Shui. Qin Shui, let me explain. At first, I really only intended to buy some time, but things got too desperate, so I figured taking him down with me was fine too. She remained silent, just moving closer to Qiao Mu. After a moment of silence, Qin Shui said, it wasn't mutual destruction. Qin Shiqing is still alive. Hearing this, Qiao Mu frowned, realizing he had underestimated him. That so-called shattered golden body really wasn't as easy to destroy as I thought. Suddenly, Qiao Mu's eyes widened. He looked at her in horror. Qin Shui, how do you know? Aren't you an illusion? The scene shifts to a dark night in front of an abandoned temple. The 2 high general brothers were talking. I never thought we'd be saved by an immortal in the end. This Miss Qiao isn't like those other mutants. That's right. If she hadn't prepared a Qiankun bag to collect our injured brothers, we wouldn't have gotten far even if we tried to run. The younger brother warned, keep a careful watch. Miss Qiao said she would find a way to deal with the douse. The High General replied, "Don't worry. I'll protect her with my life if I have to." Meanwhile, Qin Shui was sitting cross-legged before Luo Han's corpse. The scene then shifts to the Great Qin Mansion, which is engulfed in flames, as a figure slowly emerges. Shi Qing emerges from the fire, cursing, "Qiao family. I swear you and I cannot exist under the same sky." The scene changes. Qiao Mu and Qin Shui are now talking. To be beaten to ashes and still not die. This golden body art might as well be called the turtle shell art. The Dao soldiers are fundamentally lifeless beings. If their bodies are destroyed, the mutants can simply create new ones. It won't be easy for you to eliminate Qin Shi Qing. He let out a sigh. I know. But if the Dao sect and Prince Qin aren't dealt with, they'll eventually come after the old veterans, and the people of the Great Qin Mansion will continue to be deceived forever. Word about Gu Cheng has gotten out. On the surface, the Dao sect's rituals and incense offerings in the imperial capital have declined, but not by much. If we don't take this opportunity to uproot them completely, it'll be even harder to deal with them once they go into hiding. Other immortal sects might start to follow their methods too. Qin Shui spoke up. Actually, these two matters are one and the same. The Dao sect is moving against the veterans precisely because they fear the truth of Gu Cheng will further undermine public trust. If a truth even more shocking than the Gu Cheng incident were to emerge right now, the Dao sect's attention would be automatically diverted. Qiao Mu was stunned. A truth more shocking than Gu Cheng? You mean the entire fraud that is the Great Qin Mansion? Qin Sui's gaze sharpened. Exactly. I've already recorded the scene of Tai Lang colluding with Dao Su in my Sea of Consciousness. I can use a Dao technique to reveal it to the entire world. Furthermore, I found some characteristics of the golden body art on Luo Han's body. If we're lucky, we might be able to kill two birds with one stone. What is it? Is something wrong? She asked, seeing Qiao Mu smile admiringly. Qin Sui, you foresaw all of this, didn't you? Keep Luo Han's body and find a way to counter the golden body art. If I make it out alive, I'll come find you. If I die, you finish this for me. Just don't let this desperate trip of mine be for nothing, all right? Qin Sui scratched her cheek. I don't fully understand this dream of yours, and I'm not sure I can intervene every time. It's just a gamble. Qiao Mu smiled, waved goodbye, and left, thinking, Qin Shui is so worried about me. After she's gone through so much trouble for me, I won't let her down. With the power from this dreamscape, we have at least 5 years to conduct our research. There's no need to be afraid at all. As Qin Shui pondered, she thought, Qiao Mu, you might get used to this space, maybe even stop resisting it. But if you become too dependent on this place, will you still be able to distinguish what's real from what's a dream? The scene shifts to the Great Qin Mansion where Shi Qing gives an order. Issue a wanted notice. The veterans of Gu Cheng have defied military orders and conspired to harm the envoy of the Great Qin Mansion. Their crime is treason. Arrest them for trial immediately. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a messenger runs in from outside. Your Highness, Prince Qin. Something terrible has happened. Everyone over at the vegetable market saw it. He asked curiously. Saw what? The man reported. Someone at the vegetable market cast a water mirror, publicly displaying the image of General Tai Lang meeting with Immortal Master Dao Shu for everyone to see. Outside, the people were murmuring in shock. Isn't that War General Tai Lang? Hold on. The person opposite him. That looks like Dao Shu. That's the evil Taoist who killed my son. Tai Lang, avenge us. Wait a minute. Why is Tai Lang following her orders so readily? The crowd started shouting in anger. They're in league with each other. It can't be. Isn't Prince Qin's mansion supposed to be fighting the mutants? The crowd grew agitated. My whole family, young and old, traveled 1,000 miles to Prince Qin's lands, just to escape the disasters caused by mutants, and now we find out Prince Qin is colluding with them. I thought Prince Qin was the hope of us martial artists, but he's just a running dog for those frauds. All that stuff about achieving the Dao through martial arts. It's all a scam. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the distance and shattered the water mirror in the sky. Shi Qing shouted, Don't be fooled. That water screen is obviously a fake. There must be a mutant hiding somewhere, casting a deceitful spell. Today, I, Prince Qin, will drag this mutant out of the shadows and clear the name of the Great Qin Mansion. All of you, clear out of here immediately, lest you get caught in the crossfire and an innocent person gets hurt. Hearing this, the crowd grew confused, unsure of what to believe. Maybe we should just believe Prince Qin. After all, he really has done a lot for us. But then, one of the townspeople suddenly shouted, Your Highness, Prince Qin. If that water screen was real, can you have War General Tai Lang come out and give us an explanation? He calmly fabricated an excuse. Tai Lang has been framed by a villain, and I'm investigating it. Come to think of it, this must be a mutant's trick. This only goes to show what a threat we pose to the mutants, forcing them to resort to these divisive tricks. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky, and the crowd gasped. Look! Another water screen has appeared. Immediately after, it showed the scene of Luo Han and the other veterans from the previous night, stunning the onlookers. That's Luo Han. Is he about to attack the old and weak of Gu Qing? What's happening now? The crowd grew restless. Your Highness, Prince Qin, is this also the work of mutants? How could those veterans possibly be in league with them? How are you going to explain this? Shi Qing no longer bothered to pretend and said coldly, the immortal master really is all-seeing. He taught me long ago how to handle difficult peasants like you. Lock down the city and kill them all. Dark figures lunged forward from behind him. Shi Qing bellowed, Qiao family, I know this is your doing. Show yourselves. Or are you just going to stand by while these innocent citizens die for you? The people screamed in fury, Prince Qin, you're a dog of the mutants. We completely misjudged you. Don't kill me. I was just passing by to see what was happening. He calmly waved his hand and gave the order, kill them. The assassins instantly lunged at the townspeople. All of a sudden, a green beam of light shot out from afar, freezing the assassins in their tracks. Shi Qing instantly knew that Qiao Mu had arrived. His eyes turned red. I will wash away the shame of last night with your blood. Qiao Mu appeared with a smile. Last night? Aren't your lines a little suggestive? The assassins behind him quickly charged toward Qiao Mu. Prince of Qin, we're here to help you. Qin Xue calmly waved her hand, freezing them all solid. Your opponent is me. Qiao Mu cheered happily. Nice one. Qiao Mu appeared in front of Shi Qing, laughing loudly. My big sister is so amazing, so is her little brother. I have to step up my game a bit. Tian Mo ran Xue Shu. He used his hand to block his power. This move again. Luckily, someone from the Qiao family helped me out last night. Let me give you a taste of your own medicine. Tian Mo ran Xue Shu. Qiao Mu stared at him in shock. How is this possible? How does he know a technique that I created myself? Suddenly, Qiao Mu saw his knee coming right for his stomach. Qiao Mu couldn't dodge in time and took the hit. 3-pattern wave riding force. 4th wave. His entire body was sent flying. The rubble from the citizens' homes fell on top of Qiao Mu. Shi Qing smiled and lifted his foot. Another one down. Suddenly, Qin Xue saw that he was about to finish Qiao Mu off. She was surprised, thinking, so it's not just about converting power like Luo Han said. The Prince of Qin can also copy his opponent's abilities. Just how sophisticated is this immortal art? Shi Qing smiled and shouted, because the martial extreme society has caused trouble so many times, the immortal masters have specially granted me this power. As long as I have fought with someone, this golden body will remember all the techniques my opponent used. Through immortal art conversion, I can use every single one of those techniques. Streaks of light shot out from behind him, attacking Qiao Mu's body. Suddenly, the system appeared. 7 days of residual inner energy. Revivals, 35. After being killed, Qiao Mu revived and charged at Shi Qing again. Qin, you bastard, die. Qiao Mu rushed toward him. Heaven-slaying sword drawing art, he slashed horizontally at Shi Qing, whose body quickly regenerated. You fool! You never learn. It's good that you Qiao family members have shown yourselves. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Qiao Mu calmly calculated. My predictive ability and my plan don't match up. Heaven-slaying sword drawing art. Looks like it's going to take a few more revivals to take him down. On the other side, Shi Qing had already taken his stance. Heaven-slaying sword drawing art. 2 streaks of light, one golden and one crimson, collided. When the 2 beams of light clashed, they destroyed everything around them. Qiao Mu's body couldn't withstand it and began to melt away. Then, his body vanished into thin air. A system notification appeared. Revivals remaining for 7 days. 2 out of 5. Shi Qing sneered. Are you trying to find a weakness by using different techniques? It's useless. Qiao Mu said nothing, and after reviving, he charged suicidally toward him again. He quickly unleashed a move on Qiao Mu. No matter how profound your martial arts are, they will all become mine. The system displayed a notification. Revivals remaining for 7 days. 1 out of 5. Shi Qing laughed loudly. Qiao Mu appeared and rushed toward him. His fist swelled, looking incredibly powerful. Shi Qing smiled and clenched his own fist. So this is all the Qiao family amounts to. Their fists collided, and immediately, Shi Qing's power erupted, sending Qiao Mu flying. Instantly, the explosive power tore Qiao Mu's body to shreds. The system's eyes appeared outside. The system quickly displayed a notification. Revivals remaining for 7 days, 0. Shi Qing's body reappeared, completely unharmed. He looked down at Qiao Mu's corpse with contempt. Come on, get back up. Today, I will kill every last one of you and eliminate this threat to the immortal sex. Qiao Mu calmly reappeared. The strength of this Dao soldier's body is truly impressive. None of my Qiao family's attacks can completely destroy you. Xiqing frowned and asked, isn't it a little late to be begging for mercy now? He laughed and snapped his fingers. Beg for mercy? The real show is just getting started. Qiao Mu quickly raised his hand, and 4 of Qiao Mu's corpses appeared, rushing to grab him. Flesh and blood clone. Qiao Mu smiled, gesturing with his hand. Explode. Immediately, all 4 corpses exploded violently. Qiao Mu smiled as he watched the massive explosion. I have to admit, that was a beautiful way to die. Xiqing angrily roared, it's useless. Aren't your Qiao family members still just standing there watching? No matter how many times you kill me, my body will regenerate. This is the power of the immortal Tao. And how many more of your Qiao family corpses do you have left to blow me up with? Qiao Mu let out a sigh. He then grinned slyly. Who said I wanted you to die? Just then, Xiqing's body was blown apart. He looked in horror at the source of the green light. What's happening? Has my golden body been broken? At that moment, Qin Sui had removed her blindfold and was looking at him. Only then did Xiqing feel fear. Why can't I control my body? What did you do? Qiao Mu victoriously held up a golden object. You old scoundrel, have you ever heard of body manifestation sword? What? The scene flashed back to a few days earlier when he was talking with Qin Shui. If you say Tai Lang and Luo Han were low-grade products that broke down after just 2 years, then Qin Xiqing is a priceless family heirloom. They're already dead, but he's still alive. At least for now, there are no signs of aging. I blew him to smithereens, but he could still survive. It's ridiculous. But no matter what, his body is constructed from sorcery. In other words, his body also contains the materials of that sorcery. She sighed dejectedly. With such profound sorcery, one small mistake can lead to a huge deviation. Perhaps we can use this to make him work for us. Suddenly, Qiao Mu came up with a plan. Sister Shui, can you refine him? She replied, I can, but I need to meet a few essential conditions with a body and inner strength far superior to that of ordinary people. Your super moves shouldn't have trouble destroying his body of fire, water, and refined gold. You don't need to resort to self-destruction. Once his physical body is damaged, I might be able to alter the formula, making it unable to contain a divine soul. The difficult part is that a sorcery this sophisticated is definitely deeply connected to the divine soul. If we can't make the divine soul escape the control of the physical body, then with my current realm, it will be very difficult for me to seize control. The spirit of a god-refining martial master originates from a steadfast mind. It's not easily swayed. Qiao Mu smiled confidently. Not necessarily. Qin Xiqing is a pragmatist who believes the immortal Tao is supreme. He's a lapdog for the immortals. He killed his wife to prove his Tao, and he doesn't even care about his own twisted life. This is the source of his steadfast mind, but it will also become his weakness. The two discuss their plan. So, shall we rehearse it once in the dreamscape? I was thinking the same thing. The scene changed. At that moment, Qiao Mu was closing his eyes, sensing something. He recalled the image of the fan. This was the version of the King of Qin from his imagination. From their last fight, he'd gotten a glimpse of his strength, which probably wasn't too different from the real one. Now, in the dreamscape, the two of them teamed up to fight. After Qiao Mu landed a hit, he shouted, Sister Shui. She quickly took off her blindfold and yelled, Coming. Suddenly, the golden light rapidly transformed into a bizarre shape. They looked at each other, confused. Weren't they supposed to be practicing swordsmanship? How did it turn into this weird thing? I haven't mastered it yet. I'll practice a few more times. And so, many years passed. Down below, Qiao Mu shouted loudly, Sister Shui, it all comes down to this move. I know. She focused her power into her fingertips and sent a stream of blue energy soaring upwards. The fan was defeated by this technique. No. Impossible. I am the King of Qin. I am the strongest Tao soldier created by the Elder of the Great Tao sect. You can't defeat me. He roared furiously. My choice wasn't wrong. The one who lost was me, not the Elder of the Great Tao sect. And certainly not the Tao of Immortals. As long as my spirit remains stable and doesn't collapse, as long as the Elder of the Great Tao sect comes, I will rise again. Qiao Mu slowly picked up the sword that the fan had transformed into, happily showing off the blade in his hand. The King of Qin's sword is now in my hands. Qin Sui smiled and put her blindfold back on. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. How did you know his spirit would definitely collapse? Qiao Mu replied smugly. There's a saying, the harder something is, the more brittle it is. I already figured this out when we were running tests in the dreamscape. The scene flashes back to a past conversation. Sister Shui, trying to reforge his entire body at once will make it hard for us to take control. But what about the fragments? I'll find a way to constantly sabotage his body. The smaller fragments are bound by his spiritual soul, but if we tamper with them during the fight, he'd have a hard time noticing, right? You're right. That makes things much easier. All you have to do, Sister Shui, is alter the hidden magical traces in some of the fragments he has already recovered. Then those fragments will become the fatal blow that shatters his spirit. Back in the present, the two of them packed their things and hit the road. As they walked, Qiao Mu struck up a conversation. That guy, Qin the Fan, he sees himself as completely devoted to the Tao. Anything that could sway his spirit, whether people or objects, he eliminated them all. His Tao heart is as cold and hard as iron, which makes his spirit seem unshakable. But the truth is, because of that variable called mutants, it's been hanging by a thread from the very start. I smashed him countless times, showing him the power of a martial artist. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? She chuckled lightly. Everything you said was correct. Qiao Mu, I feel like you've become much more mature. Qiao Mu looked puzzled and scratched his head. Really? Well, that's great. I mean, going by the time we spent in the dreamscape, I'm practically a several hundred-year-old man by now. They continue their conversation. The king of Qin has been taken care of, and the threat to the old soldiers is gone. So, what are your plans now? An army marches on its stomach. We've been fighting for so long, I'm starving. Let's grab a big meal first and figure things out after. The scene changes, and now a table is piled high with delicious food. Qiao Mu praised the food while stuffing his face. This is all amazing. Sister Sui, you should eat too. Qin Sui reminded him. Slow down, you're going to choke. So, you're planning to set this aside for the time being. Qiao Mu answered, his mouth full. Yep, there's no rush. We'll let the bullets fly a little longer. Qin Shui recalled the projection in the sky. The water curtain technique in the city last time, that wasn't us. There's another faction in this city, watching from the shadows. But it's unclear if they're friend or foe. He nonchalantly assured her, don't worry, I've already asked Qianli Ren to tell the people from Tingqiao Tower to hold off on spreading any news about this region for now. We can investigate the rest slowly. Qin Shui looked at him, exasperated. Qiao Mu, you're really starting to play with fire. Even though Qiao Mu had made preparations, she decided it was best to check, just to prevent any surprises. Suddenly, a pair of ethereal eyes appeared, revealing the image of a ferocious monster. Qin Sui cried out in pain, clutching her eyes. Qiao Mu yelled in panic. Sister Sui, did you use your eyes again? She gasped for breath and replied, I'm fine. The other party is extremely alert. They noticed my attempt to scout them. He was shocked. They can sense your gaze, Sister Shui. Who could they possibly be? A mutant. The scene shifts. Meanwhile, on a hill, two people were in conversation. Young Master, the water curtain technique we set up in Jiao Market drove the king of Qin to start killing people, the sturdy, middle-aged man reported. Great endeavors require sacrifice. Don't dwell on it. Gongdi agreed. Yes, sir. That person from the Qiu family saved a few people just in time, but thankfully, it didn't change the final result. The great Dao sect's secrets are being exposed one by one, and now the king of Qin is dead. They must be getting restless. That person from the Qiu family is a top-tier martial artist, and a top-tier one at that, having mastered both brute force and internal energy. His spirit refinement cultivation has also reached the first rank. For such a powerful martial artist to exist, without either us or the Tingqiao Tower ever hearing a whisper. It's strange. The young master narrowed his eyes. It's not that simple. That body of his, filled with such savage strength, I'd say it's on par with a great demon. Gongde was alarmed. Young master, are you suggesting that man from the Qiu family has demon lineage? The young man turned away, saying, we can't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go back and report to my adoptive father first. We'll discuss it more then. The two figures quickly disappeared with the wind. News about the fall of the Great Qin Prefecture and the fate of the King of Qin did not spread right away. On that day, Jiao Market was sealed off. The Dao soldiers who participated were all taken care of, and the civilians who witnessed what happened were instructed by Qiao Mu to keep silent, as if nothing had ever occurred. Qiao Mu seized the opportunity to impersonate the King of Qin, using the disguise to contact the Great Dao sect and further investigate their true purpose. The Great Dao sect's temples are spread all across the Central Plains, and they hold an incredibly high position in the eyes of the common people. Although the disaster in the imperial capital caused by Dao Shu and Dao Zhen made many resent the Great Dao sect, after Emperor Yonghe dealt with the situation, the sect's reputation was barely affected. And the worst part is, this is pretty much the case throughout all 9 provinces. What happened in Gu City was exposed, revealing the truth about the mutant war to the world. But unfortunately, that was 40 years ago. For years now, the immortal sects have been constantly helping the populace deal with so-called natural disasters. The people, who don't know the truth, have completely lost faith in the imperial court. With nothing else to hold on to, They place their trust in the immortals, while the court itself is actively trying to get on the good side of the immortal sects. The public's reliance on the immortal sects has reached an all-time high, and the Great Qin Prefecture is the key piece being played to heighten that reliance, all to complete their talent project. The Great Dao sect is using the Great Qin Prefecture as a pilot area, with the King of Qin, a Dao soldier forged from Mars refined gold, presiding over it. This allows them to suppress any emerging talents while also handling any unruly mortal martial artists. As a result, the region will attract an ever-increasing number of followers who trust the King of Qin. At that point, the King of Qin can act on the Great Dao sect's behalf to build temples in his own name. Whether it's to sing his own praises or to compel refugees to seek shelter under his rule, he will no longer need any cooperation from Emperor Yonghe. It could directly control the entire dynasty, and the Great Dao sect could continue to maintain its dominant position in the immortal world. And Qiao Mu had told Emperor Yonghe all of this through Hai Si Yuan. The scene shifts to half a month later, where an angry voice erupts from an airship. Ridiculous. That elder roared in anger. Qin Shiqing is dead, and news about the Great Qin estate has spread throughout Zhangzhou, yet we're only hearing about it now. Who is this person who's been impersonating Qin Shiqing and contacting us all this time? Downey quickly clasped his hands. Elder, please calm your anger. That Qin Shiqing was just too useless. To think someone could deceive us, infiltrate the Great Qin estate, and secretly sabotage our plans. They must be a cultivator to pull that off. Dao Zhen, standing beside him, spoke up. But the 9 great immortal sects have long reached a consensus regarding the immortal armies. If this incident causes a stir, other immortal sects in different regions planning to establish immortal kingdoms on Earth will likely be affected. Therefore, I believe this wasn't caused by other immortal sects. The elder nodded. Dao Zhen has a point. The other major immortal sects aren't ready to openly tear all ties with us yet. The conflict is still in the shadows, but we can't be certain. He ordered Dao Ni, go and investigate. Whoever it is, deal with them cleanly. If they're from another immortal sect, bring back evidence. Dao Ni sent a telepathic message to Dao Zhen. You've barely formed your core, and you already think you can disrespect your senior brother? Don't you forget your place. You're nothing but an unwanted stray dog that Master picked up. She looked at him with a blank expression. Then Dao Zhen flashed a fake smile and waved. Safe travels, senior brother Dao Ni. Suddenly, the elder called out, Dao Zhen, I have a task for you. She smiled and agreed. Please give me your orders, Master. The scene quickly shifts to a bustling street. The people, who were enjoying themselves, suddenly froze in place. When they looked up at the sky, they saw a massive airship. The immortals are here. From the airship, streams of light shot down. Dao Ni led a group of cultivators as they appeared. You foolish rats, did you really think you could deceive the heavens? He enveloped his hand in spirit energy and attacked the ground below. Dao Ni shouted, show yourselves now. In the next moment, his single palm strike completely shattered the Great Qin estate. Suddenly, from the deep crater, streams of golden light shot into the sky. Dao Ni warned, be careful of the sword Qi. They formed hand seals to create a protective golden light, but the streams of light shattered their defenses. What is that? How could it break through our protective golden light? Qiao Mu slowly walked out from the dust cloud. This sword is called the Qin Emperor's Sword. It's 2 feet and 8 inches long, forged from ore found at the bottom of a lava river deep within the earth. It was refined by a Taoist sect cultivator using true fire to create the sword's fine metal body. I wonder if any of you gentlemen would be willing to test this immortal golden weapon with your own flesh and blood. The people were terrified. Are we all dreaming? Qiao Mu quickly soared into the air, cutting down the cultivators. The people were all stunned by this extraordinary sight. He's killing the immortals. After executing a series of dazzling sword techniques, Qiao Mu landed smoothly on the ground. The cultivators immediately seized the opportunity to launch a magical attack on him. A rain of spiritual energy blasts poured down. Qiao Mu gave a knowing smile and charged up to meet the attack. With a wave of his hand, golden sword glints slashed through the cultivators' attacks. Qiao Mu unleashed the Qin Emperor's 6 harmonies technique across the sky. They stared at Qiao Mu with full vigilance. We shouldn't split up. Focus on capturing this kid. Right. The cultivators quickly gathered their power and attacked Qiao Mu. This time, the beams of light merged into one, firing a massive blast of energy toward him. Faced with this overwhelming pillar of light, Qiao Mu was unusually calm. Qiao Mu leaped into the air, gripping his sword tightly. He swung his sword, launching a wave of sword Qi that clashed directly with the blue pillar of light. Qiao Mu's sword Qi powerfully shattered the pillar of light and injured the cultivators. After seeing this, they were terrified. The group looked up at the airship above and screamed, Senior brother Dao Ni, why haven't you made a move yet? On the airship, he was already in a panic. No, that's not right. That's not a cultivator. That's someone from the Qiao family. It was the Qiao family that nearly killed Elder Qing Zuo. Even the Elder's golden core was shattered. I can't make the same mistake he did. What happened today ends here. This matter is of great importance. I must return to the sect immediately to report it. The group stared in horror as he fled. You! Just then, Qiao Mu charged toward them from behind. The cultivators immediately scrambled, turning into streaks of light as they fled for their lives. Qiao Mu watched this scene and snorted coldly. You run pretty fast. Suppressing others is the only thing you're good at. The people below cheered loudly. The great hero scared away the heavenly immortals. He punished immortals with martial arts. Great hero, I want to be your disciple. Qiao Mu smiled shamelessly. It's time to spread the human Tao scripture again. The scene changes. Si Yuan was speaking humbly. We've truly troubled you this time, immortal lady. A Zhen sighed and replied, General Hai, you're being too formal. Just call me a Zhen. I promised my junior sister I would get you all safely to the city lord's mansion. She's been in constant contact with me, and we're almost there. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Si Yuan was a bit confused. What's wrong? She shouted a warning. Someone's here. Suddenly, a rope flew in from a distance. It quickly tied A Zhen tightly to a tree. Dao Zhen walked forward with a smile. General Hai. It's been a while. He quickly got into a defensive stance. You're Gu Zhen? She smiled and corrected him. My Taoist name is Dao Zhen now. Si Yuan tried to talk to her. Why have you come here today? I just wanted to have a chat with you all. A chat about what? She pressed. Who brought you out of the Chen estate? He was suspicious. Are you asking for the sake of the immortals or for the common people? Dao Zhen sneered. It was someone with the surname Qiao, wasn't it? Si Yuan's expression froze. Dao Zhen smiled, satisfied. As I thought. To know of your existence, and to be such a busybody. It could only be someone from the Qiao family. He tried to persuade her. A Zhen, General Li handed you over to the immortals. It was only to find you a way to survive. Qing Yi valued your talent, so you were given another choice. Whether you believe it or not, General Li and the people of Gucheng never expected you to come back and rescue us from the Great Desert. She replied emotionlessly, Aren't you overthinking things? I never blamed any of you. In fact, I'm very grateful. To be honest, I've long felt that your resistance was pointless. So what if you save everyone and expose the great Qin estate to the world? I've seen with my own eyes the current state of decline in Zhuzhou. The Dian dynasty is brutally exploitative, and under the rule of the immortal sects, the common people only need to offer incense to live peacefully without worry. The great Qin prefecture is the true Penglai on earth. Si Yuan shouted angrily. Penglai on earth? You've turned the whole world upside down. Only by worshipping the great Tao sect can they be protected by the Qin royal manor and avoid suffering from man-made disasters. The alien emperor has been secretly instilling this idea into the minds of the populace. You've caused so many man-made disasters. She shrugged and replied, Cultivators need a continuous and stable supply of incense offerings, not to intentionally torture mortals. As long as they are obedient, and only when they aren't, do we send a small man-made disaster as punishment. If they obey, they can live a better life. The interests of the immortal sects and the interests of mortals don't conflict, right? He angrily exposed her lie, kept in captivity, slaughtered at will. Dao Zhen, what you're describing aren't people, they're livestock. Dao Zhen furrowed her brow in thought. Is that so? Is there a difference? Master sent me to clean this up. Since you all have to die anyway, you might as well come with me. Dao Zhen smiled and took out a magical treasure. A Zhen shouted in fury, You. Dao Zhen quickly glanced at her. I almost forgot about you. Zhen said angrily, You people rely on incense offerings for cultivation. You'll never be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao or truly attain the Tao and become an immortal. Dao Zhen sneered. That's not necessarily true. If it's a power that can be used, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Since ancient times, immortals, Buddhas, demons, and gods have all received countless incense offerings. They relied on spiritual energy to cultivate, attain the Tao, and ascend. Besides, this world is filled with too much injustice, and people's hearts are too chaotic. Praying to gods and Buddhas will never cease. Mortals are helpless. They can only pray to the heavens. You people who rely on spiritual power to cultivate, don't you also open Taoist temples and charge money for your services? A Zhen shot back directly. Mortals this, mortals that. You haven't even attained the Tao yourself. Aren't you still immortal with worldly desires? You people greedily covet incense offerings, throwing the world into chaos. The people live by farming, yet they are forced to hand over much of their rice and grain to the officials. Ha! The imperial court is under your control. Now, if we don't offer incense to you, we can't even keep our own lives. You yourself came from an orphan city. If you had any conscience left, you wouldn't side with these man-eaters. If you take those veterans, they will only be marching to their deaths. Dao Zhen calmly controlled a rope. I have already formed a heavenly Dao golden core. With my current status, protecting 100 mortals is a trivial matter. I won't kill you. Go and report this to the Qiao family. Whether they want to use the veterans as an excuse to start a rebellion or have other plans, I look forward to it. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind. I wonder what a heavenly Dao golden core tastes like. Dao Zhen looked behind her in terror. In the next moment, a horrifying power surged towards her. Dao Zhen's entire body was struck by the technique and swallowed by the Taoti's heaven-devouring art. Dao Zhen's eyes were still wide with disbelief. The martial saint stood tall, watching her corpse fall to the ground. As Zhen was terrified by this scene. You! He gritted his teeth as he savored it. The golden core tastes just like chicken. As Zhen looked on in panic as only one of Dao Zhen's arms remained. A golden core cultivator was just eaten in a single bite. Is this man a human or a demon? The martial saint calmly picked up the magical treasure. He handed it to her. The alien's methods. I'm just a martial artist. I can't deal with this. Please take them out of here. Zhen watched the martial saints departing back and began to question her existence. In just a few short decades, a martial artist. Can a martial artist truly grow strong enough to fight the immortal sex with just qi, blood, and divine power? Could he be? The martial saint sage. The scene changes. A young man is now speaking. Godfather, was it not a bit too risky to make a move on a golden core cultivator from the Great Dao sect? For us, the Great Dao sect is not a good breakthrough point. Although we don't fully understand the strengths and weaknesses of the Nine Lands immortal sects, the Great Dao sect's ability to occupy the central continent proves they are certainly not weak. I still think that from a strategic perspective, perhaps we should first target the Qi continent's cloud-soaring sect or the southern continent's mysterious heaven sect. The martial saint ordered, "Tell me in detail what has been happening inside the Great Qin prefecture." The man immediately complied. "Yes, Godfather. For the sake of the grand plan, you have endured for decades. This time, you are determined to overturn the heavens." The scene changes again. Si Yuan is now shouting excitedly, General Wu. Zhen introduces them, General Li. General Wu is still alive, and he still worries about his brothers in his heart. This is just my speculation, but I've already used a spirit stone communication talisman to inform my little junior sister. She will surely be able to deduce the truth. After saying this, Zhen's expression turns serious. If he really is the martial saint sage, then this is not good news for my little junior sister at all. General Hai's younger brother spoke up. "Fairy, is there any news from the central continent?" She friendly recounted. "My little junior sister and great hero Qiao drove back the aliens in the Great Qin prefecture. Right now, a group of martial artists have gathered in the prefecture. Their fighting spirit against the aliens is soaring, and they are all learning from great hero Qiao. Learning some kind of sutra, was it? I hope they can all grow stronger, just like great hero Qiao, and smash the dog heads of those damn aliens." After hearing this, the two brothers of General Hai began to talk. "It's the Mount Sumeru King Sutra, isn't it? I wonder if great hero Qiao spreading this technique will have any effect on Father. Although Father is also taking in disciples and teaching sutras." But Zhen said, "When you're enthusiastically doing a righteous deed, you shouldn't fear being framed by petty people. If you two great heroes are worried, then you should finish the task at hand even sooner and return to help." We've arrived. The scene shifts to the Great Qin prefecture, where there are now children. Qiao Mu sat in meditation, thinking, "I've died 4 times before, over a span of 80 years. I've deduced quite a few things, and now I finally have time to sort through it all." Sister Xue passed the complete longevity fist to me. It has some similarities, but it's not entirely the same as the Mount Sumeru King Sutra. If I can merge these two, I'll definitely have a new breakthrough. Suddenly, 2 streams of green and red qi clashed with each other. This caused him to cough up blood directly. Qiao Mu was frustrated. A qi deviation again. Previously, my deductions of the Mount Sumeru King Sutra stalled at the 7th level, so I was hoping to find some inspiration from the longevity fist. It's true that you can't have both fish and bear paws, but cultivating both at the same time is harder than I expected. But an adult doesn't choose. Of course, I want them all. If it's a qi deviation, then so be it. I'll worry about dying later. Blood qi at 20%. After a major revision, the Mount Sumeru King Sutra seems to be able to merge, and my blood qi has stabilized. Qiao Mu resolved to himself. This might just work. He immediately channeled his qi, sat in meditation, and tried again, followed by countless more attempts. Suddenly, the 2 streams of green and red qi touched, startling the cat in his divine sense. Qiao Mu slowly regulated the 2 flows of qi, and he shouted with joy, "Another 80 years, and I've succeeded. My blood chi has completely surpassed my previous peak by more than 10 times. Peak blood chi value 220%. At this moment, Qiao Mu was standing before his desk, slowly picking up a brush to write. Each elegant stroke of ink formed the words, Human Tao Scripture, First Volume. Qiao Mu smiled to himself. No matter what abilities a martial artist possessed, as long as they followed this path, they could cultivate it. This was a martial path that belonged to mortals. In just 3 days, this Human Tao Scripture, First Volume, had spread throughout the entire territory of the Great Qin Prefecture, even reaching the capital city. This was partly thanks to the imperial court's help. Qiao Mu had used it as a ploy against the Tao's soldiers, handing it over to the Thousand-Mile Eye for wider distribution. Before long, this cultivation method reached the person who needed to see it most. Wu Yao was overjoyed. The Qiao family had actually done it. Even though it would take over 100 years to achieve great success with this method, it represented new hope. The scene changes, and now Downey is rushing over. Master, the martial way seems to have evolved into a new form. To think the Qiao family could turn a Tao soldier like the King of Qin into their own tool. That surging blood chi could even shatter my protective Dharma treasure. What's more, there are recent rumors in the martial world of a new martial path called the Human Tao Scripture. The elder said slowly. The head elder already knows what has happened. You need not say more. He quickly admitted his fault. Yes, Master blames me for failing my task and even startling the head elder. I'm done for, the elder said. Although mortal martial artists can hardly compare to us cultivators, their actions have truly damaged our grand plan of incense offerings. This Human Tao Scripture was written by a man named Hai Wuya in the Celestial Prison. It is praised, this so-called Human Tao, meaning anyone can cultivate it. But mortals will always be mortals. Just as fish cannot leave the water, they cannot escape their destiny. To use the martial way to defy the heavens and change fate is nothing but the fantasy of a madman. But a 1,000-mile dam can collapse from an anthill. If this old tree of the martial way has sprouted a new bud, we just need to crush it. Dao Ni hurriedly flattered him. Yes, yes, yes. Master is wise, the head elder is wise. The scene quickly shifts to a mountain cave in the forest. From deep within, a piercing scream echoes. Qing Zhuo roars in fury. It's all his fault. Because of him, I still haven't been able to form my core. I want to kill him. Kill him. The elder slowly enters, calling out, Junior brother Qing Zhuo, it's been a long time. How is your cultivation recovery coming along? He snapped. What are you doing here? The elder calmly replied, Your poor performance has put the Earth Tao sect in a perilous situation. The head elder has not yet extinguished your remnant soul. You should understand that this is an act of mercy. Qing Zhuo sneered, so I can escape death, but not the punishment, is that it? You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? Come on, make your move. The elder explained calmly. Junior brother, oh, junior brother. Your constant desire to win has led you to this end. Right now, your resentment is too strong, which is not good for your cultivation. It's best to eliminate this inner demon soon. The head elder orders you to go to the Southeast Sea continent, find the origin of the Qiao family, and destroy them, root and stem. Upon hearing this, Qing Zhuo broke into a sinister smile. With a twisted expression, he replied, As you command. The scene shifts. The Imperial Palace. Yang He angrily slams his fist on the table. He grinds his teeth. So the King of Qin was actually a Tao soldier of the immortal sect. The Great Qin Prefecture is clearly in the central continent, yet I knew so little about such a major incident. I don't understand the Great Tao sect scheme, nor do I know where these martial arts masters from the Qiao family came from. Just how much is being kept from me? Xing Yi announces, Your Majesty, a representative from the Great Tao sect has arrived, claiming to have an important matter to discuss. Let him in. The elder slowly enters the Imperial Palace. After a brief conversation, Yang He is skeptical. Minister Hai is a member of the Martial Extreme Society. Immortal Elder Hai Wuya is a vital minister of the Great Yan Dynasty, a pillar of the Imperial Court. Isn't what you're saying a bit baseless? The elder calmly replies, The Great Tao sect has already thoroughly verified this man's identity. There is no need for doubt. If he is a remnant of the Martial Extreme Society, then he is naturally a traitor who endangers the Great Yan. Emperor of Great Yan, you wouldn't tolerate such a person, would you? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Yong, he clenches his fists. To protect one, Hai Wuya means completely severing ties with the immortal sect. I have just lost the King of Qin and his men, leaving me with no one at my disposal. But if I abandon Hai Wuya, it would go against the principles of my ancestors. How could I face the former emperors of the Great Yan in the afterlife? Yang He makes his decision and immediately orders Hai Wuya to the palace for a personal interrogation. If he truly is a remnant of the martial extreme society, then he must, of course, be executed. I do not wish to be the last emperor of the Great Yan. I want to continue the imperial legacy. The elder leaves, satisfied. Good. But after your interrogation, Hai Wuya must not only die, but you must also announce to the world that the Emperor of Great Yan and the Great Tao sect are of one mind and will show absolutely no mercy to traitors. Yang He watches him leave in fury, his hand gripping his sword hilt, trembling with anger. Meanwhile, Wu Ya is instructing some children. The earlier you start practicing the human Tao scripture, the more beneficial it is. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a group of men barges in. The Flying Fish Guard, acting on orders. We invite Lord Hai to the palace for an audience with His Majesty. The children panic. Grandpa Hai, they're bad people. Don't go with them. He quickly comforts them. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Teacher has to go to the palace for a bit. You all go find Teacher Dong Xinglin and continue your studies. Understand? Qing Yi steps forward, trying to ease the tension. Lord Hai, actually, His Majesty didn't say. He waves his hand. I understand. This old man will not make things difficult for you and the Emperor. As Wu Ya walks, he thinks, with the incident at the Great Qin Prefecture, the two Qiao brothers killed many aberrations and showed them the power of the human Tao scripture. They will surely want to vent their anger. That's fine. If these old bones can help the Qiao brothers draw some of the aberrations' attention, then I'll have been of some use in my old age. And before I die, I get to see Cun return. The human Tao scripture has been perfected by the Qiao brothers. There is hope for the future of Great Yan now. To learn the Tao in the morning and die in the evening without regret. The scene shifts. Qiao Mu is now slurping noodles. Qin Shui summarizes, as the human Tao scripture spreads, perhaps more and more martial artists will try to challenge the immortal sect. But why do I feel like this cultivation method is a bit like the ancient cultivation arts? Qiao Mu smiles brightly and says, as expected of Sister Xue, it's similar, but not exactly the same. It doesn't have the spiritual root requirement for cultivation. Suddenly, Qiao Mu's house is destroyed, enraging him. What the hell? Who's there? Divine Constable Wei On. Why are you here? The Divine Constable says worriedly, Qiao brothers, Old Hai is in danger. The Divine Constable says gravely, ever since Old Hai received the human Tao scripture, he predicted that the aberrations would kill the chicken to scare the monkey. So he immediately told me to find the two of you and let you know. Qiao Mu is worried. Isn't Old Hai a vital minister of the court, even if he's the one who created the human Tao scripture? It wouldn't come to this, would it? They used the excuse that Elder Hai was once a member of the martial extreme society, branded him a traitor, and announced to the world that he would be executed as an example. Qiao Mu was shocked. Didn't the Emperor already know about the schemes of Prince Qin and the Great Tao sect? Why isn't he doing anything? The Divine Constable said the Emperor is weak-willed. Even if he wanted to, he's powerless. He was furious. Damn Emperor, he deserves to die. Wait, Minister Hai told you to go straight to Divine Dr. Tong and not to be reckless. I can't take this anymore. Qin Shui reminded him, if Minister Hai already foresaw this, he must have a plan. Acting rashly now will only ruin things. We should immediately inform our people in the southern prefecture so that General Hai's men don't do anything reckless. Let's meet up in the imperial capital first and then decide. Qiao Mu sighed. All right, to the imperial capital first. That night, Hai Wuya was condemned in the imperial palace. The scene changes. Qing Yi reports, Your Majesty, 10,000 imperial guards have been arranged to patrol inside and outside the imperial city in shifts. 800 flying fish guards are standing watch within the palace. Even a golden core immortal would not be able to escape easily. Yonghe mused. 10,000 soldiers could wear down a first-rank martial artist to death. After all, he's still immortal. The guard's eyes shifted slightly. He asked, Is there anything else? Qing Yi spoke up. After placing Hai Wuya under house arrest in the palace, I noticed he wasn't in good condition, so I had the imperial physician examine him. It turns out his illness is terminal. He won't last more than 3 days. Emperor Yonghe's eyes widened upon hearing this news. The scene changes. Wuya has now arrived at the imperial palace. I was indeed once a member of the martial extreme society, but I have never sided with them, nor have I ever sided with the imperial family of Great Yan. I only stand with the people of the 9 provinces. Yonghe slammed the table in anger. Do you think I don't want the nation to be prosperous and strong? That I don't want the people of the 9 provinces to live in peace and happiness? Wuya sighed, lowered his head, and the old minister opened his eyes. I only see outsiders treating the people like dogs and kings treating them like worms. In that case, the people will inevitably see their king as an enemy. Enraged, Yonghe picked up his sword and shouted, Hai Wuya, I see you truly have a death wish. Then today, I will take your head." Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to tremble. The human king's sword is vibrating so intensely. Could it be telling me something? Does it also want to kill Hai Wuya to establish my royal authority? On the other side, an elder spoke up, "Emperor, there's no need to kill him so hastily. Keep him alive for a few more days. You can both establish your authority and lure the rats out of the sewers. For example, the Qiao family who dare to offend the immortal sect, or for another example, that martial saint." Yang He looked at the elder in alarm. He was horrified. "He's still alive, but I clearly saw him with my own eyes," the elder explained. "He faked his death. Our sect master has already deduced the reason. Recently, he's been wandering all over the 9 provinces and even crossed hands with one of my disciples." Yang He frowned and thought, "I still have value to the outsiders, so they won't kill me. But the martial saint is different. He would actually take my life. If he's truly alive, the consequences will be disastrous." After a moment of thought, Yang He spoke. "He's just a traitorous official. Why bother with him? He was a high-ranking member of the Martial Extreme Society. The martial saint must already know his situation. In that case, he won't come. I am tired. You may all leave." Qing Yi accepted the command, trembling. Yes. Emperor Yang He entered his inner chambers. He caressed the human emperor's sword. Another dispute with the immortal sect settled. "This is truly too much for me." Suddenly, the human emperor's sword lit up, and Yang He was transported to a strange space. He was a little scared. "Am I dreaming?" Suddenly, Yang He looked up at the throne and saw a figure. He shouted angrily, "Who is so audacious? Who dares to sit on my throne? Guards, drag him down for me." But when he looked closer, his voice trembled. Great Ancestor, why has the Great Ancestor entered my dreams tonight? During the 100 days that the human king's sword has shown its spirit, could it be to praise your descendant?" The Great Ancestor angrily knocked Yang He away. "Praise you? You've completely ruined the Great Yan." Hearing this, he grew angry. "What do you mean, Great Ancestor? I have endured endless humiliation for the sake of the people. Even the human king's sword has acknowledged me. I asked the Great Ancestor to see clearly." The Great Ancestor glared at Yang He. "Who told you that you've been acknowledged?" Upon hearing this, his face turned pale. "The human king's sword is tied to the nation's fate. Its flashing light wasn't that," the Great Ancestor explained. "When I passed away back then, I worried that my descendants would have no one to inherit the throne, so I infused my soul into the human king's sword. If a future generation can bear the heavy responsibility, I will rest in eternal peace. Conversely, if a future generation acts recklessly, the nation's fate declines and they lose the people's hearts. The human king's sword will awaken me to replace that useless heir of the Yan family." After hearing the explanation, Yang He froze completely. When the Azure Cloud Temple was nearly forced to kneel before the immortal sect, I thought the human king's sword lit up because the Qiao family was involved. When Hai Siyuan demanded an explanation from me in the imperial court, I also thought it was because the Qiao family had appeared that the human king's sword reminded me again. When I interrogated Hai Wuya with Qing Yi, I also thought it was because I had made the correct judgment. He trembled. How ironic. I thought this sword was my savior, but it turns out it's a death sentence. The Great Ancestor said coldly, "The Great Yan. I built this empire fighting on horseback, yet you bow and tremble before outsiders. What could the human king's sword possibly acknowledge in you, you fool?" Yang He fearfully hugged his leg and begged, Great Ancestor, I was wrong. I'll declare war on the outsiders right now. Just give me one more chance, Great Ancestor." The Great Ancestor calmly said, "My descendant, it is too late." Yang He completely snapped. "What do you know? Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? You were born in the best of times. You never had to fight against the outsiders. What right do you have to decide my fate? If anyone should die, it's you. It's you." The Great Ancestor said calmly, "Still don't understand? It is not I who decides your fate, but the hearts of the people." Yang He's eyes went wide as the human emperor's sword pierced through him. His eyes suddenly turned red. Immediately after, Yang He's aura changed. Or rather, the Great Ancestor had possessed Yang He's body. The scene shifts back outside. At this moment, the Great Ancestor, in Yang He's body, walked out. Qing Yi looked at him in shock. His Majesty. He seems like a completely different person. Over here, Wu Ya immediately recognized him. That's the Great Ancestor, there's no mistaking it. That bearing. It's definitely him. How is this possible? Qiao Mu raised his sword. "I think I get it now. You're just looking for an excuse to fight, aren't you? His current state is just like mine when I was released after being trapped in a dream space for decades, itching for a fight." The Great Ancestor smiled, raising the human emperor's sword, and asked, "Is it that obvious?" Qiao Mu lunged forward to attack. "It's so obvious, you damn fool." He laughed loudly. "Interesting. You'll fight us until the sun comes up. Suddenly, a beam of light struck Qiao Mu's entire body. Qiao Mu collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Downey laughed in contempt. What era is this? Are you still playing at being honorable warriors? A surprise attack, ending the fight in the quickest and most convenient way. That's what's most effective. Seeing Qiao Mu killed, Taizu became enraged. Downey dodged his attack and sneered. After so many years of pretending, are you finally dropping the act? What have you been plotting? Hiding your true strength until now. The immortal sect will definitely investigate this to the very end. Taizu said nothing, simply thrusting his sword toward him. The two figures clashed high in the air. Taizu snorted coldly. Is this all you abominations are capable of? Dao Ni struggled to withstand the force of his power. Taizu angrily roared, break for me. The two figures quickly separated. Dao Ni was horrified. He broke through my thunder barrier. Is this Emperor Yonghe really hiding his talents so deeply? I can't let him get the upper hand. Today, I am here on my master's orders to kill the Qiao family. Completing this mission will allow me to earn merit and atone for my sins. Taizu calmly pointed his sword at him. With such meager skills, you dare to show off in front of us. His expression turned solemn as he commanded him, kneel. Downey cursed wildly, kneel before you? Don't think that just because you have the Human King's sword, we'll actually be afraid of you. Let alone the Imperial Palace, even this entire central continent isn't ruled by you, Emperor Yonghe. Suddenly, golden chains wrapped around his body. Dao Ni was terrified. I can't use my magic anymore. These chains have stripped me of my power. And with just a single word from him, I've lost control and am forced to bow and kneel before this mere mortal. Is this the true power of the Human King's sword? Dao Ni roared in unwilling fury. Let me go. My master is Elder Qing Yi. If my master finds out you dare to treat me like this, all of you just wait. You will all die horrible deaths. Suddenly, a slash of light cut down across Dao Ni's body. He trembled with rage. My cultivation. In the next moment, Dao Ni's body was split in two. Taizu sneered. Such arrogant words. Even immortals must be cut down. Do you see? Great Dao sect, if you want to talk, send someone who can speak like a human next time. The members of the Great Dao sect were furious. The Human King's sword was the personal blade of the founding emperor of the Great Yan dynasty. After 300 years of worship, it was no longer an ordinary object. It's all because of that Xuan Tian sect. They insisted on this whole god-worshipping farce, forcing the creation of a Human King's sword. The intangible, ethereal fortune of the dynasty has been transformed into the tangible power of the nation's destiny. And now look, it's allowed Emperor Yonghe to attack us directly. The elder stroked his beard. This person is not Emperor Yonghe. His spiritual soul and his physical body are not in harmony. The body was originally a good for nothing, but the powerful soul is trying to enhance this body's abilities. The power to command heaven's laws with a single word is not a power of the mortal martial path. I fear it is a manifestation of the authority of Taizu of Great Yan. The one who wields the Human King's sword wields the so-called power of the dynasty's destiny. However, while this intangible power is formidable, it is not entirely unstoppable. Dao Ni was stripped of his magic, yet he still resisted the pressure to kneel before the mortal emperor. And such an ability comes at a price. The power within the sword has been slightly depleted. The elder snorted coldly, thinking of Dao Ni. You learned a great deal from this battle, so your death was not in vain. Your master will give you a proper memorial. Although the Human King's sword is powerful, it cannot be used carelessly. Every time the sword is drawn, it consumes the national fortune of the Great Yan dynasty, the fortune of their Yan family. Another person was shocked. Master, do you mean this sword can't be used many times? He replied, its uses are limited, but our target is clear. First, we return to the sect, and then we will decide. Understood. The scene changes. Taizu and Qing Yi enter a dilapidated place. He asked, where is Hai Wuya? Qing Yi replied, Your Majesty, please forgive me. This servant will go and capture him at once. Suddenly, Qiao Mu appeared behind the two. Today, Hai Wuya is an elder who has served 3 dynasties. His heart is with the people. He should not have to die with the name of a rebellious traitor. My Qiao family will protect this man. Taizu was surprised. Another one. Your Qiao family certainly has a lot of members. He smiled teasingly. If you're allowed to possess another's body, then why can't I have an identical twin? Upon hearing this, Taizu burst out laughing. Interesting, very interesting. One day, we must have a truly satisfying battle. For now, the path ahead is unknown, so here's a word of advice. A green circle appeared around Qiao Mu. Your Majesty, the times have changed. He then vanished. Your Majesty, the times have changed. The scene shifts to Singlan Hall. At this moment, Wuya was lying in bed, with children crying around him. Grandpa. Divine Dr. Tong spoke up. Your name comes from the saying, the sea of learning is boundless, but your life has been like a boundless sea of suffering." He smiled faintly. "Not suffering at all. My son is still alive." At that moment, Minister Hai and Hai Siyuan were riding their horses furiously. "Father, you have to hold on. Your son is almost there." Wuya looked towards Qiao Mu. "The vision has been realized. The nation has a successor. What more could I ask for in this life? There is no suffering." The scene changes to a wooden tablet. "Father, Lord Zun Jinghai, Master Zui Wuya, reborn upon the lotus throne in the west." Qiao Mu comforted them. "Gentlemen, my condolences." Siyuan said sadly. Divine Dr. Tong said it was already a great blessing that father was able to pass away peacefully and without pain. He suddenly turned around. The Hai brothers clasped their hands. "Brother Qiao, you risked your life to charge into the palace to save our father. We two brothers are eternally grateful. In the future, if you need anything, even if it means going through mountains of daggers and seas of fire, we would do it without hesitation." Qiao Mu quickly helped him up. "There's no need for that. Old Hai was a righteous man. It was only natural that I would do everything in my power to save him. So, are you two still returning to the southern continent? Emperor Yonghai has been deposed by Emperor Taizu. A rumor spread from the palace that a child emperor has taken the throne, and Old Hai's execution order has been revoked. It seems Taizu is someone who dares to confront the supernatural head-on, but we still don't know how long his will can hold out against them." Siyuan looked towards his father's grave. "My father was born in the southwestern continent. I want to take him back to his homeland, and also make arrangements for our old comrades so they can live out their final years in peace. After that, the two of us brothers will head to Nanju to enlist under Wang Songhe." Qiao Mu agreed. "All right, Sister Shui and I will go with you." It was the third day after the incident at the Imperial Palace. Model. The young, 14-year-old Emperor Yan Shenji suddenly appeared to ascend the throne, changing the reign title to Wuping. Then, in just one short month, war erupted throughout the 9 provinces. Outside of the central province, righteous warriors in the other 8 provinces raised their flags of rebellion, fighting against the tyranny and heavy taxes of the Great Yan. The imperial court immediately lost control over those 8 provinces, and the flames of war continued to spread. The central province was guarded by the Grand Ancestor, who wielded the human king's sword, capable of severing the very foundations of the immortal sex. He used swift and decisive methods to purge the court and raise an army of elite soldiers as solid as a bronze wall. The other provinces, busy annexing one another, couldn't even protect themselves, failing to form a significant force. Only the southwest and southern provinces were different. The southwest province suddenly rose to become extremely powerful. After annexing the western province, they were blocked by the heaven-reaching river and sent their troops east to attack the southern province. The leader of this ever-victorious army was a woman named Wu Niang. Meanwhile, the human king of the southern province was named Wang Songhe. The scene shifts to the military barracks in a city in the southern province. Songhe plants a flag. Wu Niang is about to attack the southern province, probably in about 3 days. The aberrant who started this chaos in the world did so for no other reason than to reap the benefits of incense fire from these troubled times. Qiao Mu smiled. "You've already been taking action to quell the rebellion, haven't you? In the north, the martial saints' forces are preventing the provinces from slaughtering each other, and in the southern province, there's you." He corrected him. "Wrong. It's you. You're the one who has been quelling all the large-scale conflicts in the south the past 3 months. 1 man against 1,000 troops. But this time is a bit different. This Wu Niang is extremely mysterious. She wears a mask to hide her face and operates under the guise of the Yuhua sect. Ever since she started the rebellion in the southwest, she has been undefeated in every battle. Moreover, this person possesses incredibly profound spear technique. According to our spies, she uses the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear technique, the legendary technique of the spear saint. Coincidentally, Jingshao Tower reported today that news about the reappearance of the spear saint's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix legacy has surfaced in West Mountain Village. High-level martial artists from all over the 9 provinces will be heading there. Qiao Mu frowned. "I fear this is no coincidence. Anything this unusual must have a hidden agenda. It seems I'll have to pay a visit to that West Mountain Village. It's the perfect time to probe this Wu Niang's true strength." The scene shifts to the evening, where Qin Shui is sitting in a daze. Qiao Mu walks over and asks, "Sister Shui, are you using your eyes again?" A phoenix appears. The strain on Qin Shui's eyes is too much, and she begins to cry. Qiao Mu asks worriedly, "Sister Sui, why are you crying?" She calms herself. "It's nothing. I just felt a slight connection." Qiao Mu, "You're heading to the southwest province soon, right?" "That's right. There's a certain Wu Niang I need to investigate." Qiao Mu waved his hand cheerfully. "My work teaching the human Tao scripture in the barracks these past few months is complete. Next, I'm preparing to officially set out and travel across the 9 provinces, both to complete the Human Tao scripture and to sort out the warmongers in each province along the way. And I still need to find some high-quality deaths to unlock the remaining chains of my longevity lock. Qin Shui chuckled. You're just like you were when I first met you. The two of them continued to talk under the moonlight, so we'll pack up and leave tomorrow. Does Sister Shui want to come along? My path of immortality also requires me to see the mortal world. How about we just stop here for a few months and have a couple of chubby babies? That sounds wonderful. And that's the end of this recap, my loves. If you want to keep following this series, go ahead and smash that like and subscribe button. Don't make the admin angry. Anyone who doesn't smash it hard might just get a visit from the admin with a can of cooking oil. Goodbye and see you next time, my loves.